Lingyue Mountain. The summer weather was unpredictable. When climbing the mountain, the sky was clear and bright, but now it was shrouded in dense clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if heralding an impending storm. At the clearing on the mountaintop, a solitary grave stood quietly, surrounded by an unusual aura. A young man, his face blank and lifeless, knelt before the grave. His posture was upright like a spear, his hands raised high holding an iron rod. The thunderstorm was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, yet he seemed unafraid, as though driven by some unseen force. This kid really has a death wish. There's no way he's surviving this lightning storm. If he gets struck and dies here, it'd count as an accident. It'll have nothing to do with us. The lightning in these clouds is terrifying. Let's head down the mountain. Zhangli, you stay and watch this fool get struck to death. Not far away, a group of men whispered among themselves before laughing and descending the mountain, leaving behind a short, fat man and Lin Shua, who continued kneeling before the grave. Lin Shua, you coming back alive is the biggest joke of all, Zhangli mocked. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Lin Shua squarely on the head. The electric light snaked down the iron rod like a serpent, enveloping Lin Shua in an instant. The intense current made his body tremble uncontrollably as if he were struggling. Yet, in that moment, long-forgotten memories came rushing back. His childhood memories were hazy, only becoming clearer after the age of 6. He had ordinary parents and a lovely little sister, a family of 4 living a peaceful, harmonious life. Yet, deep down, a voice had always told him he was destined for greatness. As these memories resurfaced, a painful, twisted smile appeared on Lin Shua's face. At 18, he had gone to prison for taking the fall in a murder case for his girlfriend, Zhang Lejia, who had promised to marry him once he was released. But during his years in prison, no one came to visit him except for his parents and sister. In his despair, he joined a suicide squad, becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield. Surviving 5 years would grant him freedom. A golden dragon does not remain in a pond forever. Over those 5 years, he earned glory through blood and sacrifice, transforming from a prisoner into a hero revered by thousands. For freedom, he led the dragon-slaying battle that shook all of Jojo. Leading tens of thousands of soldiers, he achieved victory against overwhelming odds, annihilating 300,000 enemy troops. That battle not only reclaimed lost territory but also earned him the title of Jojo War God. However, behind his achievements lay a mountain of corpses and countless tragedies. His past as a death row prisoner was unacceptable to many. In the end, just as his mission was accomplished, he was betrayed and nearly killed. Yet someone saved him, fulfilling their promise and helping him regain his freedom. He returned to Xiqing with a foolish demeanor, his journey marked by hardships and tribulations. Under the power of the lightning, Lin Shua, now 23, revisited his tragic past. Amidst the pain, he recalled the warmth of his memories, the laughter shared with his parents and sister, the simple yet heartwarming days they spent together. But he could no longer linger in the past. He had to awaken. Only by staying awake could he settle both old and new scores. When Lin Shua opened his eyes, a profound and unfathomable light shone within them, not belonging to an ordinary man. Behind him came the sound of footsteps and murmured voices. Lin Shua, grievances have their sources, debts have their debtors. If you turn into a ghost seeking revenge, remember to go after Zhang Lejia. We were just helping her do the deed. Don't worry, I'll make sure your body is taken care of. I'll even bury you with your parents. Amit Ba. Zhang Lejia. Lin Shua clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Pain and fury intertwined in his heart as his nails dug deeply into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the physical pain. The torment in his heart far outweighed the agony of his body. Thank you, my former girlfriend. You've changed my life not once, but twice, he roared silently within. If not for Zhang Lejia, he wouldn't have gone to prison, nor would he have become the Jojo War God. If not for her, he wouldn't have been struck by lightning, awakening his buried memories and shedding his foolishness. Lin Shua, you're truly pitiful. Honestly, I almost feel sorry for you. You probably don't know, but after your death, Zhang Lejia got together with one of Xiqing's wealthy heirs. Before long, she'll be engaged and marry into a rich family, while you'll remain a wandering ghost. Who told you to be so ordinary, and worse, to become a fool? I heard your parents died because of you, too. And it seems your sister has also been targeted by those people. Before long, your family of 4 will reunite underground. But who will collect your sister's body? Zhangli muttered to himself, completely unaware that Lin Shua's suffering was far worse than he could imagine. As the storm clouds and lightning gradually dissipated, Zhangli gathered his courage and cautiously approached Lin Shua. The moment their eyes met, Zhangli fell to the ground in terror, trembling as he stammered, Lin Shua, you're not dead? Lin Shua stared at him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he struggled to speak. You just said, my sister. Since becoming a fool, he hadn't uttered a single word. Now, after being struck by lightning, his body was still sluggish. Yet, as the memories surged back, he discovered a wealth of medical knowledge within him. He reached out and gently pressed an acupoint on his jaw, immediately feeling his mouth and tongue become more agile. Lin Shua's gaze sharpened, and his heart, tempered through countless trials, began to stir. The mysterious medical skills in his mind were proving to be authentic. Not only is he alive, he's not a fool anymore, Zhongli muttered, letting out a breath of relief and shouting excitedly. As long as it wasn't a ghost, there was nothing to fear. If he was still alive, Lin Shua was just a useless ex-convict who had just regained his senses. Noticing Lin Shua's unwavering gaze, Zhongli stood up angrily, mocking him with a sneer. What are you staring at? Did you hear what I just said? Jealous that Zhang Lijia is living well? Jealousy won't do you any good. You two are no longer from the same world. What do you have to compete with her, now a wealthy socialite? In the past, Lin Shua and Zhang Lijia were the golden couple of their high school, talented and beautiful, envied by many. But when Lin Shua fell from grace, Zhang Lijia quickly turned her back on him, much to the schadenfreude of onlookers. You'd have been better off staying a fool. Or maybe, it would have been better if you just died. When you were a fool, at least Zhang Lijia wouldn't stoop to deal with you. Now that you're sober, she'll only come at you harder. You? Zhang Li's words were cut off as he saw Lin Shua slowly stand up. He rose very slowly, trembling, yet with unwavering determination. Like a sharp sword being drawn from its sheath, though the motion was unhurried, its edge was already fully revealed. He had knelt here for far too long, and the sensation of being struck by lightning was unbearable. If not for the life-and-death experiences over the past 5 years that had forged his body into steel, he might have succumbed to these people's schemes and been struck dead right here. But he didn't die, which proved that even the heavens couldn't take him. He wondered if these people's lives were as resilient as his own. Zhongli shouted at the top of his lungs, leaning back slightly, his neck stretched high like a fighting rooster, as if trying to push his chin into the sky. But soon, his posture of disdain turned into one of genuine submission. Lin Shua was tall over 1.8 meters. He stood there proudly, like an unyielding spear piercing the heavens. His gaze was cold and piercing, fixed on Zhang Li as if he were staring at a lamb awaiting slaughter. How could someone possess such a terrifying gaze? Zhang Li's mind was still stuck 5 years ago, remembering the sunny, kind-hearted, and gentle Lin Shua. Now, however, Lin Shua seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His ice-cold, bone-chilling eyes made Zhang Li shiver uncontrollably. He felt like a tiny insect facing an awakened dragon. The mocking words that had reached his throat were now stuck. He couldn't utter a single one. It was as if saying even one more word would bring about his death. You talk too much. Say one more useless word, and I will kill you. My sister, what happened to her? Lin Shua's voice was low and deliberate, each syllable carrying the growl of a beast, emanating a chilling killing intent. Yet at the end, there was a hint of warmth and concern. Zhang Li opened his mouth, but under Lin Shua's laser-sharp gaze, he was paralyzed with fear. Still, he refused to back down, shouting furiously, Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to kill me? You really have a death wish. Lin Shua's killing intent erupted instantly. He grabbed Zhang Li's head in one swift motion and lifted him off the ground as easily as plucking a weed. Zhang Li's feet dangled in the air, and their eyes were now level. Lin Shua spoke slowly, his voice like a death knell, because your life is in my hands. Zhang Li struggled desperately, but his resistance was as futile as a chick being held in a predator's grasp. The downpour intensified. It washed over Lin Shua's iron-like body, cleansing the thick, soot-like grime and revealing bronze-colored skin underneath. His streamlined physique radiated explosive power, like a dormant beast on the verge of awakening. Zhang Li felt as insignificant as a helpless ant, trembling uncontrollably, nearly wetting himself in fear. Your sister Lin Rower was taken by the thugs from your parents' demolition team. I don't know where she is. Please, don't kill me. Zhang Li shouted in panic, his voice laced with despair. I'm not the mastermind. At most, I'm just an accomplice, he sobbed, desperately pleading his case. I didn't hurt you, it was all Zhang Lijia's doing. You know me, I was always bullied. Back in school, you even helped me. Lin Shua loosened his grip, his heart stirring slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Li to be so pitiful, killing him wouldn't bring satisfaction. The most pressing matter now was to find his sister. He couldn't allow any harm to come to her. You say I helped you? Lin Shua looked at him coldly, his voice indifferent. And this is how you repay me? What could I do? Zhongli lowered his head in frustration, fear flickering in his eyes. If I didn't follow their orders, they would have come after me. I was scared, I had no choice but to obey them. You can't even protect your own sister. Zhongli grew increasingly agitated, his voice nearly tearing through the air. In this land of the 9 provinces, anyone I, Lin Shua, wish to kill will not escape. And those I wish to protect, anyone who dares harm them will meet their end with no burial ground. Lin Shua's voice was resolute, thundering like the heavens, shaking the earth. At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder echoed across the sky, as if responding to his vow. Big words, Zhongli sneered, mocking him. Do you even know where your sister is? You talk about protecting her, it's laughable. Lin Shua's gaze flickered slightly. He was indeed penniless at the moment, a young man who had been to prison, a shadow of his former glory. Compared to his past achievements, he had fallen low. But deep down, he knew that his former honor could never be erased, and the shackles he bore only made him more unyielding. Crack! Thunder roared across the heavens as Lin Shua's eyes fell on the tombstone of a solitary grave. The black and white photograph of an elderly couple bore kind smiles, as if silently watching over him. For his parents, for his sister, and for himself. Zhongli, you have offended me and deserve to die. But for the sake of our past as classmates, you will serve as my slave for the rest of your life, Lin Shua declared coldly. Zhongli wanted to retort, but he saw Lin Shua digging out an old brick-like cell phone from the grave and froze. So he really was an ex-con, still using such an outdated device. Zhongli frowned, wondering what Lin Shua intended to do. Lin Shua pressed a string of numbers. A voice quickly answered on the other end, "Hello? Who is this?" "It's me." Lin Shua's tone was icy, spitting out a single word. There was chaos on the other end of the line before a voice finally returned. "The Northern King, under the command of the 9 provinces war god, awaits your orders. Find my sister Lin Rower's whereabouts," Lin Shua ordered without hesitation. "Understood." The voice on the other end was filled with respect. Zhongli was stunned, his mind reeling with shock and disbelief. He thought, the war god of the 9 provinces? What kind of joke is this? How could my former classmate Lin Shua possibly be him? Ha ha! Lin Shua, do you really think I'd believe you? It's ridiculous. You're just a nobody, how could you command a king? The voice on the phone suddenly turned mocking. Lin Shua remained unfazed and hung up directly. Zhongli, however, burst into laughter on the side. Abandoned by everyone, forgotten by the world, no wonder you came back here like a fool. Lin Shua ignored him, walking up to the tombstone and gently wiping away the dirt. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Dad, Mom, please watch closely. Watch how I avenge you and ensure that my sister lives a carefree life." At that moment, the old cell phone rang again. A string of text appeared on the screen, displaying the address of a nearby establishment. After memorizing the location, Lin Shua tossed the phone to Zhongli, his eyes resolute. "The class reunion in 3 days, Zhang Lejia will be there too, won't she?" he asked coldly. "Why yes," Zhongli replied instinctively, caught between anticipation and fear. "Keep the communicators safe." With that, Lin Shua turned and stripped Zhongli of his clothes, putting them on himself. The fluidity of his movements left Zhongli dumbfounded. A sense of unease crept over him. Though it was still afternoon, the sky outside had grown ominously dark, as though a storm were brewing. The world seemed shrouded in an oppressive blackness, as if foreshadowing an approaching tempest. It wasn't until Lin Shua disappeared from sight that Zhongli snapped out of his daze, shivering as he cursed angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, ordering me around? Do you really think I'm your servant?" Furious, he threw the old cell phone into the muddy ground. After who knows how long, Zhongli finally pulled his bulky cell phone out of the muddy water, stuffed it into his bag, and hurriedly descended the mountain. No matter what, the truth would be revealed in 3 days. As Lin Shua stepped onto the road while descending the mountain, a luxury car sped toward him and stopped steadily in front of him. He got into the car silently, but he knew in his heart that all of this was orchestrated by the Northern King. From the beginning to the end, he had made only one phone call. During that call, the Northern King had mocked him, saying it was all to avoid suspicion and to protect them both. However, in reality, nothing necessary would be left undone, and all arrangements would be made accordingly. This was why Lin Shua was the first person he contacted, simple, efficient, and convenient. "Protector, the Northern King is currently occupied with urgent matters but will come as soon as he's done," the driver said respectfully. "No need for extra effort, and don't feel burdened. I will protect my family, I will avenge my grievances myself." Lin Shua got out of the car at the entrance of a clubhouse, his eyes resolute as he instructed, "The kingdom's foundation is not yet stable, and the borders remain restless. Tell the Northern King to focus on fulfilling his responsibilities. Understood, the driver nodded respectfully, never daring to meet Lin Shua's gaze directly. Lin Shua turned around, raised his head, and locked his eyes on the sign above the clubhouse, Tyran Clubhouse. However, today, peace was out of the question. Wretched woman! A man's furious roar echoed as a frail woman was struck to the ground. She was dressed in a pink hoodie and faded blue jeans. Only one of her white sneakers remained on her foot, the other had been flung several meters away. Drag marks were visible on the ground. It was evident she had been dragged from the doorway into the room. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and rage. Lin Rower, if young Master Tian hadn't taken a liking to you, you would have ended up buried under that house alongside your damned parents. Do you understand? The man grabbed her by the hair, yanking her face close to his as he shouted viciously. The woman gagged, either dizzy from the beating or nauseated by the man's yellowed teeth and foul breath. Damn it! Feeling insulted, the man furiously threw her to the ground. Around them stood a group of men with sinister smiles and wicked eyes, watching the woman sprawled on the floor, their expressions filled with smugness and malice. Leopard bro, you went too easy on her. How about letting me help you out? A tall thug asked ingratiatingly. Get lost. The man in the leopard print shirt kicked the tall thug and snapped, this is young Master Tian's woman. If you touch her, you'll either be turned into a eunuch or thrown into the lake. My bad. The tall thug immediately cowered at the mention of young Master Tian, scurrying to the side and prompting raucous laughter from the others. Trash, all of you, Lin Rower muttered, her eyes burning with fury. Blood smeared her lips, but she stubbornly lifted her head and spat at them. Leopard Bro's face twisted with anger, and he stormed over, delivering a hard slap. Lin Rower, your parents deserve to die for being stubborn holdouts. You can't blame us for that. He sneered, though a trace of unease flickered in his eyes at her defiance. And anyway, revenge should be a man's job in your family, right? What can a woman like you accomplish with a little knife? What, are you here to make us laugh? Leopard Bro is right. She's just here for young Master Tian's amusement, the thugs chimed in, their mocking laughter growing louder. Is that so? Leopard Bro grabbed Lin Rower by her sharp chin, his face full of derision. As long as I'm alive, I'll kill you all sooner or later, Lin Rower retorted bitterly, her eyes blazing with unyielding determination. Leopard Bro smirked evilly, his gaze sinister. Then, with a sharp tearing sound, Lin Rower's hoodie was ripped open, revealing a swath of pale skin and her alluring collarbones. The thugs around them couldn't help but swallow greedily at the sight. They couldn't touch her, but they could still feast their eyes. I heard you have a brother who just got out of prison. Revenge should be his job, don't you think? As for you, Leopard Bro sneered, leering at her. Young Master Tian will be here to deal with you soon. If my brother has any sense, he'll make sure you all pay dearly, Lin Rower retorted stubbornly. Ha! So your brother's a fool, huh? Better yet, a fool who can't get revenge and has to watch his sister be abused? Pathetic! Leopard Bro burst into wild laughter. Bang! At that moment, the door was flung open. Who was it? Young Master Tian? The thugs quickly turned their heads, plastering ingratiating smiles on their faces. However, when they saw a stranger, a man whose eyes burned with rage and murderous intent, their expressions turned pale. Who are you? Leopard Bro demanded, nearly jumping at the palpable killing intent directed at him. Lin Shua cast a cold glance around the room, his deep eyes radiating an uncontrollable fury so intense it seemed tangible. Brother, is that you? Lin Rower couldn't help but cry out, tears welling up in her eyes. She struggled to hold them back, she didn't want her brother to worry. It's me, Lin Shua replied with a nod. Those two simple words stunned Lin Rower. Her brother wasn't a fool anymore. Thank goodness. The tears she had been holding back spilled over, mingling with the blood at the corner of her mouth and dripping to the floor. Lin Shua's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. His rage surged, but he restrained his aura, fearing it would frighten his sister. Are you okay? He asked gently. I'm fine. Lin Rower nodded quickly, her voice urgent. Brother, you have to leave, run, as far as you can. Leave? Run? Leopard Bro cracked his knuckles and sneered at Lin Shua. Where would you go? Where could you run? I'm not leaving. I'm here to protect you, Lin Shua said softly, ignoring Leopard Bro's taunts. His gaze was resolute as he looked at Lin Rower. Don't be foolish, Lin Rower pleaded anxiously. What can you protect me with? The truth was, Lin Rower had sought revenge against these thugs out of pure desperation. Her parents were dead, and her brother had come out of prison a fool. What else did she have to live for? She might as well risk everything, perhaps she could take out one or two of her enemies before dying. But her plan had failed. She had been beaten down before she had a chance. Now her brother was no longer a fool. There was hope for avenging their parents. The logic was simple: if you preserve the green hills, you'll never run out of firewood. Lin Roer thought her brother should understand this. To her, Lin Shuo was acting recklessly. 5 years in prison seemed to have taught him nothing. As the thugs closed the door and the circle around them tightened, the light in Lin Roer's heart dimmed once more. So, you're not a fool anymore, but you're still an idiot, Leopard Bro sneered, his anger giving way to cruel laughter. Coming here alone to rescue someone, how pitiful and laughable. Then again, what else do you have? Besides your pathetic lives, you have nothing. Lin Roer endured the excruciating pain, forcing herself to stand from the ground. Staggering, she walked in front of Lin Shuo, spread her frail arms wide, and shielded him with her body. She shouted, "Brother, run! I can hold them off for a while." Brother Leopard sneered disdainfully, not rushing to give the order to attack. After all, these siblings had no chance of escaping. This foolish girl, Lin Shuo's eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have been impulsive. I should have stayed by your side to take care of you. It was my mistake." Lin Roer's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice choking. "You must forgive your sister. If you can escape, hide somewhere. Don't think about revenge. Wait until you have the strength, then come back to avenge me and our parents. The most important thing is to live your life well." Tears streamed down Lin Roer's face, but her voice carried a determined resolve, as if instilling strength into Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo's eyes reddened, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart, overwhelmed by grief and fury. The desire to care for one's parents, but finding them gone, this was his greatest regret in life. Yet, he understood deep down that he was fortunate to still have a sister. In this life, the number of people he owed was countless, but in his heart, there were only 3 he truly felt indebted to: his foster parents and Lin Roer. What he could do for his foster parents was seek revenge, and now, he had to create a safe haven for Lin Roer, fulfilling his duty as her brother. "When you were imprisoned, don't blame our parents. They did their best. We tried everything but could only wait at home for your release. Never go looking for Zhang Lejia. She's a bad woman." Even in such dire circumstances, Lin Roer's heart was still occupied with worry for her brother. He couldn't repay the deep affection of his foster parents, so he poured all his love into Lin Roer. "You must survive. Even if you don't seek revenge. Find a place to settle down, meet a good girl, get married, and have children. As their aunt, I'll watch over them from the heavens, ensuring they grow up safe and healthy." "Ugh!" Lin Roer cried her heart out, her sobs filled with despair. Suddenly, a large hand gently rested on her hair, softly ruffling it. Lin Roer turned her head in shock, her eyes meeting Lin Shuo's. "Silly girl, as their aunt, you'll have to prepare red envelopes for the kids at New Year's," he said tenderly. "From now on, just stand behind your brother. Your brother will protect you." Lin Shuo spoke with affection, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her mouth. His fingers pressed a few points on her body, and immediately, Lin Roer felt a wave of warmth rush through her, easing much of her pain. Lin Roer froze. Deep down, she wanted to say, "Brother, why are you so foolish?" But in the end, she said nothing. She wanted to protect her brother, and her brother was equally determined to protect her at all costs. Lin Shuo could see what was in her heart and chose not to explain further. All she needed to do was stay safely behind him. When Lin Shuo turned to face Brother Leopard, all the tenderness in his expression vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of killing intent. "You harmed my parents. You struck my sister. Tell me who's behind you, and I'll give you a quick death." Lin Shuo spoke slowly. Brother Leopard was momentarily stunned, intimidated by Lin Shuo's imposing presence. But then he sneered dismissively, understanding that Lin Shuo was just a small-time ex-convict. A little killing intent was nothing to fear. He was a notorious thug in Xicheng, with plenty of blood on his hands, including that of Lin Shuo's parents. These days, who hadn't uttered tough words? Who hadn't left the house saying, "I'll kill you"? But few actually went through with it. Who do you think you're intimidating here? Good timing. We'll catch you and let you watch as your sister gets played with by young Master Tian. Young Master Tian loves this type. Boys, don't kill him, just leave him breathing enough to entertain young Master Tian. Brother Leopard shouted loudly, and the gang of thugs behind him burst into laughter. So be it. Lin Shuo shook his head. Listening to their vile words, an overwhelming urge to kill surged within him. He could no longer suppress it. "I don't need you. I can find out myself. Boys, attack." Brother Leopard waved his hand, giving the order. Lin Shuo launched himself into action without hesitation. In mere moments, he had knocked all the thugs to the ground, swiftly seizing a machete and striking downward. Shortly after, he stood covered in blood, stepping on Brother Leopard's body. Lin Roer watched in shock, her hands covering her mouth. She stared at Lin Shua in a daze, at a loss for words. Brother Leopard was even more terrified, his heart in chaos. He had never encountered a man so capable in all his life. I could have given you a quick death, Lin Shua sighed, then stepped on Brother Leopard's arm. Brother Leopard let out a miserable scream. Though outwardly his arm seemed fine, the internal injuries were severe, with the pain of shattered bones consuming him. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, he endured the agony, struggling to kneel and plead for mercy. Please spare me. Brother Leopard cried and begged, don't kill me. I was only following orders, it really has nothing to do with me. He couldn't comprehend how a man fresh out of prison could possess such terrifying skills and an aura even more fearsome than soldiers returning from blood-soaked battlefields. Fear, dread, helplessness. The one holding the knife is guilty of murder. Does that make the knife innocent? Lin Shua said coldly, lifting his foot again and stomping on Brother Leopard's other arm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. A tremendous force poured down. Brother Leopard's eyes widened, his mouth agape. The pain caused his bloodshot eyes to look particularly terrifying and pitiful. He struggled desperately, taking advantage of the moment Lin Shua lifted his foot to crawl away. Where do you think you're going? Crawling off to where? Lin Shua asked coldly, his tone laced with mockery. Brother Leopard screamed in despair, his eyes flashing with hopelessness. Moments ago, he had asked Lin Shua the same question. Now, he found himself trapped by the same words. His earlier arrogance had been reduced to utter misery. The other thugs, who might have been able to crawl away, lay motionless on the ground, too frightened to move. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of men poured in. The last to enter was a young man in a bathrobe. Kid, even when beating a dog, you should consider its owner. He's working for me. Who gave you permission to treat him like this? The young man questioned coldly, his presence commanding attention. Brother Leopard used all his strength to crawl toward him, his voice trembling. Young Master Tian, you have to stand up for me. What happened? The young man, addressed as Young Master Tian, frowned and asked. I found a beautiful girl for you, the one I showed you a picture of earlier. Today, I finally caught her and was about to deliver her to you, but this guy stopped me, Brother Leopard said, pointing at Lin Shua with venomous hatred. Wang Tian's eyes flickered as he noticed Lin Roer. A look of amazement flashed across his face, and he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, truly a beauty. I thought the photo was edited. Though her figure is lacking, there's not much to play with, he said with a devilish smile. But her 9 out of 10 looks more than make up for it. Leopard, since you've delivered such a beauty to me, I'll handle your problem for you. His words carried a menacing tone as his gaze swept over Lin Roer, appraising her like an object. Lin Roer felt a wave of discomfort, as if she had been stripped bare. Her fear intensified. Brother Leopard, now emboldened, got to his feet, grinning menacingly. Hey kid, come on, keep acting tough. You might be able to take down thugs like us, but can you handle young Master Tian? Wang Tian sneered disdainfully, followed by 7 or 8 burly men dressed in black. Each of them had a towering build and an intimidating presence, like a dark storm cloud pressing forward. Don't think you can rule the world just because you've learned a few tricks in prison. Young Master Tian's bodyguards are all second-tier experts, Brother Leopard taunted provocatively, his tone laced with mockery. A piece of trash fresh out of prison wants to protect his sister? What a ridiculous dream. Wang Tian paused slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile. So you're her brother? I thought you were her boyfriend. But don't think you can use this as an excuse to get closer, your sister is nothing more than a mistress kept in the shadows. Hearing this, Brother Leopard was enraged. A venomous grin spread across his face. Kid, don't you want to know who ruined your parents? If you hand your sister over to young Master Tian now, I'll tell you. Slap. Wang Tian delivered a sharp slap to Brother Leopard's face without hesitation. His voice was cold as he said, the relatives of the woman I love are not for you to insult. Covering his face, Brother Leopard stammered awkwardly, I was just trying to make things easier for young Master Tian. Do I need you to meddle in my affairs? Wang Tian snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Shua. He spoke indifferently, you hit my dog, break one of your arms yourself, then get lost. As for your sister, I'll send her back once I'm done playing with her. Lin Shua stood his ground, unwavering, his eyes flashing with determination, as if silently declaring his resolve not to yield. Wang Tian didn't care. He stepped forward, and as he moved, a thug lying on the ground in his path was kicked aside by one of the black-clad men behind him. The man flew like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the wall and landing in a heap, his fate uncertain. The other thugs, seeing this, crawled aside in pain. Those unable to move were mercilessly kicked away as well. How domineering! Throughout all this, Wang Tian's stride remained steady, as if performing an elegant dance. Two black-clad men approached Lin Shua, exuding murderous intent. Young Master Tian said to cripple one of your arms. If you won't do it yourself, we'll help you. Girl, come here and serve me, Wang Tian ordered Lin Roer, his tone carrying an undeniable air of command. Lin Roer was at a loss, fear washing over her like a tidal wave. She didn't know this man, but seeing Brother Leopard grovel before him like a dog, she realized this young man was not someone to be trifled with. Her actions now could very well determine her and her brother's fate. She instinctively stepped back as Wang Tian advanced, his face wearing a cat-and-mouse smile as he relished the game. He wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed cornering his prey, a skill he had long mastered. No matter how difficult a woman was to handle, they always submitted in the end. This one would be no exception. I quite like women like you, so delicate and pitiful, perfect for breaking. With a vicious grin, Wang Tian reached out to grab Lin Roer's face. Watching this, Brother Leopard's expression was one of glee, eager to see Lin Shua's helplessness. Didn't you say you'd protect your sister? Let's see how you'll do that now, and with what? At that moment, Lin Shua, surrounded by the two black-clad men, spoke with a voice as cold as a blade. Don't touch her, or you'll regret it. Wang Tian ignored him, his hand continuing its advance. Swish! Lin Shua moved. The two black-clad men's expressions changed. One threw a punch, while the other aimed a kick, attempting to block him. But Lin Shua's eyes were fixed solely on Wang Tian, the man who dared to offend his sister. Bang! Bang! Fists and kicks landed on Lin Shua, but he didn't budge an inch. The next moment, a faint ripple of energy spread through the air. The two men's faces twisted in shock, and before they could react, a loud boom sent them flying. They crashed heavily into their companions. Put! The two men spat blood, unable to rise again. The terror in their eyes was evident. They had never imagined Lin Shua would be this powerful. Lin Roer, standing aside, was wide-eyed with disbelief. She had no idea what her brother had been through in 5 years of prison to become so strong. Foolish girl! Lin Shua's gaze softened, his tone firm. I said I'd protect you, and I will. From now on, no one will dare to harm you. With that, he turned to Wang Tian, his eyes instantly turning icy. Wang Tian felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze and instinctively tried to retreat, but Lin Shua grabbed his hand, the one reaching for Lin Roer, and held it tightly. I warned you, you'll regret it. Crack! With a crisp snap, Wang Tian's fingers were all broken. His agonizing scream filled the air. Ah! My hand! Let me go! Bang! Lin Shua kicked him, sending him flying like a cannonball into the black-clad men, the impact forcing them to stagger back in disarray. Retreat! The black-clad men made a quick decision, grabbing Wang Tian to flee. Yet after just 2 steps, Lin Shua struck again. Moving like lightning, he incapacitated all of them in the blink of an eye. By the time the black-clad thugs were all lying motionless, Brother Leopard's vengeful smile hadn't even faded. What are you going to do? My father is Wang Gang. The Wang family owns the wine corporation. Wang Tian cried out in terror. Lin Shua slapped him again, his voice ice-cold. You wanted to cripple my arm, shouldn't I return the favor? Fair enough. I'm hitting you now. Do you yield? I yield. I yield. For your earlier insolence, apologize to my sister. Thud. Without hesitation, Wang Tian dropped to his knees, wailing before Lin Roer. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lin Roer was utterly stunned, unsure how to respond. Call your parents to come here. What? It's better to settle this now than let you seek revenge later, Lin Shua said calmly. Wang Tian was incredulous. After a moment, he asked, Are you sure? Was this not giving him a chance to turn the tables? Lin Shua glanced at Brother Leopard and said lightly, Are you planning to take the fall for him? Wang Tian frantically shook his head, panic flooding his heart. His parents had been running businesses in Xiqing for decades, surely they wouldn't be dragged into this, would they? Lin Shua nodded, and Wang Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, he felt a heavy weight press against his back. Lin Shua sat atop him boldly, saying casually, Wait for your parents to arrive. You? Wang Tian was furious but dared not speak out, trembling in pain yet forcing himself to endure. Thud! The once arrogant Brother Leopard knelt once more. He understood if even young Master Tian had fallen, what could he possibly do? Lowering his head, he dared not look directly at the young man who seemed like a god, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. Thud! 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 He kowtowed desperately, begging for mercy. Lin Shua remained silent, his gaze piercing, like a divine being above all, emanating immense pressure. Not to mention Leopard Brother, even Lin Rower, who was standing aside, felt an overwhelming and intangible sense of awe, as if facing a towering peak. 5 years is neither long nor short. Her brother was still the familiar figure, slightly more mature, yet now appearing so extraordinary that it was impossible to look directly at him. I work for Psy Group, which is the largest security company in Creek City. This time, I led the demolition because it was the company's order. I was just following instructions. You want to avenge your parents, go find my boss. Brother Bao could no longer endure the pressure and hurriedly begged for mercy, though deep down, he was merely relying on his leverage. Lin Shaw remained unmoved, staring at him coldly, and asked indifferently, "Was it the boss of Psy Group who instructed you to harm my parents?" Brother Bao's eyes flickered, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head, saying, "No, it's not." He wanted to say it was arranged by the company, but he knew that saying it would lead to unimaginable consequences. If things truly escalated, not only would he not survive, but even his family would face brutal retaliation. "Explain it in 1 minute." Lin Shua's voice was like a cold blade, pressing him, "This is your only chance to stay alive." I don't know." Brother Bao's face showed bitterness, his voice trembling. I only remember being in the tea house. Someone gave me a pile of money and told me to get rid of those 2 old folks, your parents. At that time, I was momentarily blinded by greed and thought it was just a matter of convenience. So I prepared some drugs and slipped them into the teapot while causing a commotion. I know I was wrong, please spare me. I'm still somewhat of a figure in the Psy Group. If I die, the Psy Group won't let this go easily. Please, spare my life." Brother Leopard kowtowed repeatedly, apologizing and admitting his mistakes, his voice choked with tears as he pleaded. Thud! A cold flash of the blade slid across his neck, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Shaw calmly pressed his head down and held him against the ground without mercy. 1 minute is up. Lin Shaw wiped the blood off his fingers with his collar, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The air was filled with the smell of urine. Lin Shaw turned around and saw Wang Tian's face pale as a sheet, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. "Was it you?" Wang Tian's heart sank as he thought to himself. Lin Roar looked at Brother Leopard's corpse, her emotions complex, a mix of sorrow and joy. Suddenly, her vision went black, and she fell backward. Lin Shaw quickly supported her, secretly nervous. After checking her pulse, his brows relaxed slightly. "You're lucky. I originally intended to eliminate everything at the root." Lin Shaw slowly stood up, gently cradled Lin Roar in his arms, and lowered his gaze toward Wang Tian. "When your parents arrive, make sure to find me for an explanation." Wang Tian knelt on the ground, anger boiling inside him, yet he dared not lift his head. Lin Shua's gaze was like an icy blade, as if it could pierce through his soul. "Yes," he answered in a low voice, though his heart was filled with anxiety. Just then, the door to the private room was slammed open. A group of people filed in, and upon seeing the scattered thugs on the floor and Brother Leopard kneeling in a pool of blood, everyone was instantly stunned. "Young Master Tian," someone exclaimed in shock. Wang Tian suddenly snapped back to reality, looked up and saw Li Sihai. His heart tightened and he hurriedly shouted, "Li Sihai! It's me!" Li Sihai, in his 40s, was not tall, with a dark face carrying a hint of gloominess. Holding 2 metal health balls in his hand, he helped Wang Tian up and asked in a deep voice, "What happened here?" Wang Tian looked furious. "I was going to ask you. Your men found me a woman, but not only did I not get to enjoy myself, I got a severe beating instead." Li Sihai glanced at Leopard Bro's still warm body and immediately became alert. "Li Sihai, today's matter must not leak out in the slightest, or I'll make sure your Sihai group is erased from Xicheng." Wang Tian, burning with rage, fled the private room in disgrace, clutching his still wet pants. Li Sihai sat down as his subordinates continuously came in to report various information, gradually piecing together the truth. "Boss, what should we do about this?" a close confidant asked nervously. "Leopard deserves to die. I've said it before, demolitions can be aggressive and employ various tactics, but no one's life should be lost." Li Sihai sneered, a surge of anger rising in his heart. "He messed up, and I foolishly covered for him. It's really laughable." Li Sihai was furious, slamming his fist on the table with a thundering sound. "Find out. Investigate thoroughly who paid Leopard to kill those 2 people. Investigate thoroughly, and then what?" the confidant asked in confusion. "I'm not going to be the scapegoat." Li Sihai roared, his voice shaking the surroundings. The confidant was stunned, as if he had understood. "Boss, are you planning to investigate thoroughly and then tell the boy who killed Leopard?" Li Sihai remained silent, the waves surged within his heart. Regardless of whether Leopard deserved to die, he ultimately died at the boy's hands. As the leader, he was bound by duty to avenge his brother, yet now he had to uncover the truth, a choice that left him inwardly resentful. But when he glanced at Leopard kneeling in the pool of blood, all his annoyance instantly dissipated. He picked up the intelligence gathered by his subordinates, his voice low but distinct. Lin Shua, imprisoned at 18. Prior to imprisonment, he excelled academically and ethically, never clashing with classmates. 5 years in prison, returned mentally impaired. Movements during imprisonment remain unclear. Li Sihai's heart jolted violently. It was merely a string of words, yet it sent a shiver down his spine, as though an ineffable terror was lurking within the lines. God said, "Do not look directly, do not utter his true name." Creek City, East Creek District, commonly known as the Old District. This used to be the most bustling area of Creek City, but now it has fallen into disrepair. The new district is filled with towering buildings and brimming with modernity, yet the urban villages still remain low, dark, and shadowed. Narrow roads are littered with dilapidated street scenes, while small-time hoodlums roam freely without restraint. Of course, this place also has its merits. The central area of the urban village retains ancient architecture, with traces of time evident in every brick and tile belonging to 100-year-old houses. The home of Lin Shua and Lin Rower was here. But the siblings didn't return home. Instead, they headed straight to the warehouse nearby. On the road, Lin Rower had already woken up and softly asked, "Brother, is our parents' revenge considered fulfilled?" Lin Shua shook his head, "Not even close. Killing one executioner isn't enough. For now, it seems that the Sihai Group and the development company behind it are both suspects." "That man is dead, will you be arrested?" Lin Rower asked worriedly. Lin Shua gently patted her head and affectionately said, "No, no one in this lifetime can separate us siblings again." Lin Rower felt the care of her brother, her heart warmed, and after a while she said, "Next, are we still seeking revenge for Mom and Dad?" "Of course. I originally planned to go on a killing spree." Lin Shua paused and said firmly, "But thinking about it, Mom and Dad surely wouldn't want that. I'll investigate thoroughly, punish those who deserve it, and only kill those who must be killed." Lin Rower listened in shock, her heart racing. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, the 4Cs Group and the development company are not on the same level as someone like Leopard, who's just a hoodlum. Also, I suspect that since someone paid Leopard to act, the true culprit may be someone else." I know." Lin Shua smiled faintly and asked, "Mom and Dad's death anniversary is in a month, right?" "Right." Lin Rower nodded and hesitated before saying, "If Mom and Dad's spirits are watching from heaven, they certainly wouldn't want us to carry too much hatred. They would only hope for us to live well." Lin Shua was startled, feeling a stir in his heart. This was clearly her way of persuading him to give up. After thinking for a moment, he said firmly, "You're right." For now, there was no need to make Lin Rower worry. There were some things he understood in his heart that he had to do himself. Lin Rower hadn't expected her brother to listen to her. She quietly let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a slight pang of disappointment, thinking that there was probably no way to avenge their parents now. The siblings chatted as they walked into the warehouse. The warehouse was spacious, divided into 3 levels, with many small compartments on each floor. Lin Rower walked ahead, greeting the surrounding neighbors. Lin Shua also nodded slightly. Everyone was very familiar with the siblings, as if they had watched them grow up. "Why does everyone live here?" Lin Shua asked. Lin Rower's eyes dimmed, and she sighed, "Because this place is cheap. The developer promised housing allocations, but it has been delayed for several years. The resettlement fees have long been spent. The elderly are reluctant to rent good houses, so they have to make do here." As she spoke, she stopped, opened a wooden door, and revealed a small, 10-square-meter room without windows. Inside were bunk beds, a table, and 2 chairs, with neatly stacked clothing piled high in the corner. "Once I get paid in a couple of days, I'll go rent a bigger place," Lin Rower said firmly. Lin Rower pulled Lin Shua into the room and apologized with a face full of guilt. "You'll just have to put up with staying here for the next couple of days, brother." Lin Shua had actually been staying there for several days already. In his previous dazed state, he hadn't had the chance to care about whether the place was cramped or not, but now, with his mind clearer, Lin Rower's care warmed his heart. Even though she was his sister, she always looked after him so considerately. This habit made him silently moved. 3 days later, Lin Rower stood in front of the mirror, her face glowing with delight. "I've recovered so quickly," she said, gently stroking her now smooth and flawless face. Her heart was filled with disbelief. "Is this really me?" "Truly my sister, naturally beautiful," Lin Shua said as he sat up from the bed, smiling in admiration. The medical knowledge in his mind was indeed miraculous. He had stayed up all night helping Lin Rower regulate her body, and the results were immediate. In addition, the effects of those prescriptions left him astonished. They were worth a fortune. However, where did this knowledge come from? Had it always existed, or was it bestowed upon him when he was struck by lightning? Either way, this would be his crucial card to reclaiming his position as the war god of Jojo. Years ago, he rose from the status of a death row prisoner to become the war god of Jojo against all odds. Now, if he chose to, everything he had once possessed would be within his grasp again, and he could even reach new heights. Lin Shua, will return, he said, turning to gaze toward the northwest. That was where Kyoto lay, and beyond it, the Jojo frontier, the place where he had earned his title as the war god. Everything I, Lin Shua, have lost, I will take back. I will rise again. Rebuild the Great Wall of the 9 provinces, forever secure the borders, and bring everlasting peace. He silently recited in his heart. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lin Roer looked at him warily. You're not planning to attend the class reunion, are you? Lin Shua nodded slightly. This was his first step in announcing his return. How could he not go? No way, your classmates are hardly good people. They're sure to bully you, and that wicked woman Zhang Lejia will be there too. When the time comes. Lin Roer was deeply worried. Lin Shua chuckled lightly and said, Roer, I'm not the same Lin Shua from 5 years ago, and I'm no longer naive. You don't need to worry about me being humiliated. Besides, the matter between me and Zhang Lejia will eventually be settled properly. See High Group. On the surface, it is a security company, but in reality, it encompasses everything: guarding venues, debt collection, with a mix of thugs and office staff. Zhongli is merely an office worker who usually has no serious tasks, spending his days busy with odd jobs. He had been incredibly busy over the past 3 days because Leopard mysteriously disappeared, and many tasks and reports needed to be verified. He learned about Leopard taking Lin Roer purely by overhearing some idle gossip. How could Leopard go missing? Could it have been Lin Shua's doing? How did he pull it off? Assuming Lin Shua was the one who took down Leopard, why hasn't the boss reacted at all and only instructed us to deal with Leopard's loose ends? Could it be he has no plans to avenge Leopard? With these doubts lingering in his mind, Zhongli finally settled his work before heading to the class reunion. Returning to his place, he changed into formal attire and glanced at the digital communicator lying on the table. After a moment of hesitation, he stuffed it into his bag and set off for the gathering. Whatever peculiarities Lin Shua might have, everything would be revealed at this reunion. Whether he's a mule or a thoroughbred, we'll find out. And if Lin Shua truly turns out to be a figure of great prominence, so what if he bows his head in submission? September's weather was acting unusually. The night wind carried a chill. Yet, this chill was nothing compared to the cold in Lin Shua's heart. He had fought for 5 years for freedom, with a burning desire for revenge in his heart. He would fulfill his filial duty to his parents and personally confront his ex-girlfriend to ask why she had been so heartlessly indifferent to him. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, as if brewing a storm. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and held it in his hand, savoring the smell of the smoke. He didn't particularly like smoking, but the scent calmed him. I went to prison for you, yet you never visited me, he murmured to himself. I returned foolish and desperate, but you refused to have anything to do with me, even instigating classmates to harm me. You abandoned your promises and married into wealth. Surely you can't have all the good fortune in the world, can you? Lin Shua stood with his hands by his sides, his gaze fixed on the sign of the Tyran Club, silently gritting his teeth. That name, it was truly ominous. As the cigarette burned to its end, he was about to step into the club when he suddenly saw a group of men, arms slung over each other's shoulders, approaching from across the street. He froze in place, realizing that they were former classmates. Who would have thought our class reunion would actually take place at the Tyran Club? We're only able to come thanks to Zhang Lejia. She's already a near-official socialite of the wealthy elite. I heard she directly booked a hall, with a minimum spend of over $1 million. Speaking of Zhang Lejia, I heard Lin Shua is back. I heard it too. They say he's turned into a fool. The person's words suddenly froze, as he saw a tall, imposing man wearing a black trench coat, with extraordinary poise, star-like eyes, and sharp brows. With such a handsome appearance, who else could it be but Lin Shua? Others saw him too. Some were surprised, some were jealous, while others showed strong disdain and mockery. Just by looking, anyone would praise him as a refined gentleman. But who could have imagined that this person experienced 5 years of imprisonment and was even labeled a fool? It is truly pitiful and lamentable. These few people looked on, showing somewhat sympathetic expressions. Back then, Lin Shua was a top student, outgoing, and eager to help others. Many of them had received his care to some extent. However, People inherently have flaws. When faced with Lin Shua, they felt little gratitude but rather a strong sense of malicious humor. Ha, so even someone like you can have a day like this. Truly a rare sight. Lin Shua, I didn't expect you to come too. Zhang Lejia is really too cruel, not even willing to let you go. Truly pitiful, becoming a fool after prison, being abandoned is one thing, but now you're here to embarrass yourself at this class reunion. Well, it's not so bad. With you here, this class reunion definitely won't be boring. These people surrounded Lin Shua, laughing and speaking recklessly. Lin Shua turned a deaf ear. Forget it, why waste so many words on a fool? Let's take him inside and show up in front of Zhang Lejia, someone said with a malicious grin. Let's go, fool. Another person teased as they stepped forward to grab Lin Shua. Lin Shua slightly turned his body, avoiding the dirty hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, a trace of killing intent flashing through them. He was the war god of Jojo, and no ordinary person was allowed to come near him. Let alone such an offensive action. In the past, this person would have been dead without a doubt. Yo, still glaring? That look is pretty fierce, huh? The man taunted, then shouted to the others nearby, the fool wants to hit someone. Lin Shua didn't want to pay attention to this person, he couldn't even remember his name. Still want to leave? Who said you could go? The man blocked Lin Shua, his eyes filled with the fury of being ignored, and said angrily, Fool, do you know who I am? I'm Zhou Jun. Back then, when I bullied the girl in front of me, you taught me a lesson, making me unable to lift my head for years. At that time, I couldn't mess with you, but now you still dare to ignore me? Do you think you're still the Lin Shua of the past? Lin Shua halted, his gaze indifferent. This person had explained so thoroughly, yet he still had no recollection. Forget it, why bother arguing with a fool? The man with the crew cut advised. Just messing around, it's quite fun. Exactly, once we're inside, with so many classmates around, there won't be a chance for us to mess with this fool. The other two sneered maliciously as they spoke. Zhou Jun, emboldened by having two people back him up, became even more brazen and said, Fool, I want you to kneel down and lick my feet. Damn, that's ruthless. Zhou Jun, you're the one who really knows how to play. The two laughed loudly as they shouted. This doesn't seem right. The crew cut man showed a look of reluctance. Zhang Jian, don't meddle, or we'll deal with you too. Zhou Jun shouted sharply. Zhang Jian stepped back half a pace, not daring to speak further, only casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Shua. Zhou Jun, your request is too difficult. Making him kneel should be relatively easy. Once he kneels, we'll lead him in like a dog. The other two chuckled and laughed as Zhang Jian looked away uneasily. The next moment, Lin Shua really didn't want to waste words with these people and took action directly. He raised his hand, swung it around, and slapped Zhou Jun squarely in the face. Smack! This slap was quite solid. Zhou Jun fell straight to the ground, with half of his face smashing into the floor. A scream echoed, accompanied by blood and several broken teeth scattering on the ground. You hit me. Zhou Jun covered his face, utterly shocked, shouting in disbelief. Hitting you is nothing, Lin Shua said coldly, stepping on his face. The back of his head slammed heavily onto the ground, and he passed out on the spot without even a groan. The other two froze, their faces full of terror. At this moment, Lin Shua stepped on Zhou Jun and looked over with an indifferent gaze. In those deep eyes, there was an intense killing intent, cold as ice and bone-chilling, making one's hair stand on end. Kneel down and apologize. Let him in like a dog. Really? Lin Shua said with a faint smile. The two. What's wrong with this fool? The aura emanated was like that of a deity, causing an uncontrollable sense of panic in them. Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force struck them, their knees buckled, and they fell straight to the ground. What's going on? Fear spread in their hearts, and when they tried to stand up, they found their legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch no matter how hard they tried. I think what you said makes sense, it's worth a try. Lin Shua's voice rang in their ears, making them jerk their heads up, their eyes filled with shock and terror. Was it him? Lin Shua calmly looked at Zhang Jian, who shivered and asked in disbelief, You're not dumb anymore? Let them in. His words were concise and forceful, leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Jian was stunned, then his heart jolted. Without hesitation, he tore off their belts and tied them around their necks. The two trembled, not daring to utter a single harsh word. Kneeling on the ground, they faced Zhou Jun not far away, their faces pale and filled with despair. Lin Shua turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and walked toward the Titan Club. In the shadows, faint traces of an aura flickered, then fell silent again. As Lin Shua stepped into the club, a fierce wind suddenly arose, sweeping away the remnants of clouds and lifting scattered maple leaves, as if trying to stain the night with patches of crimson. Following closely, Zheng Jin led 2 dogs in as well. Tie-in Club. Banquet Hall. This class reunion was grand and impressive. Zhang Lejia, on the verge of marrying into a wealthy family, couldn't wait to spread the news. She deliberately invited her classmates from all 3 years of high school. Fortunately, the banquet hall was spacious enough that even with over 100 people, it didn't feel crowded. People gathered in groups of 2 or 3, though the classmates from senior year were naturally closer to Zhang Lejia and took up the best spots in the hall. The short and stout Zhang Li was surrounded by the crowd, who eagerly anticipated him showing the video of Lin Shuo being struck dead. The video was bound to be quite sensational. Zhang Li, is there a camera in the bag? Quick, show us. What does a person struck by lightning look like? Did they get turned directly into ashes? The group surrounding Zhang Li shouted curiously, completely unconcerned whether this constituted murder. After all, being struck by lightning is a natural disaster. Zhang Li was drenched in sweat, not knowing how to answer, secretly thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly admit he was scared stiff by Lin Shuo. What's wrong with you, kid? The bald man leading the group, Feng Hao, asked harshly, his face menacing. How I didn't take it. Zhang Li said with a bitter expression. Feng Hao's face darkened, and he slapped Zhang Li with a backhand, causing him to stagger backward. The bag in Zhang Li's hand fell to the ground. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. What if Zhang Lejia is dissatisfied? They were risking everything to do this just to please Zhang Lejia, but Zhang Li messed it up. Zhang Li covered his face, not daring to make a sound. Someone picked up the dropped Big Brother communicator, brought it in front of Feng Hao, and teased, this counts as an antique, right? Seeing this, Zhang Li quickly explained, this belongs to Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo's? Feng Hao muttered, noticing the red dot flashing on the communicator. He instinctively pressed a button, and a respectful voice came through the receiver. Your Excellency, thank you for activating the divine card. You can enjoy the most distinguished services worldwide. Due to the complexity of its craftsmanship, the card will be personally delivered by Ma Tingyun of Kyushu in 15 days. Please make sure to accept it. Feng Hao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the Big Brother phone to the ground. Everyone exchanged glances. A god card? They were unsure, but the name Ma Tingyun was as well known as thunder in their ears. This tycoon had just topped the Kyushu wealth list. A card personally delivered by him was definitely extraordinary. Just as everyone was left dumbfounded by this scene, the door creaked open slowly. Everyone instinctively looked over, but the dazzling lights made it almost impossible for them to keep their eyes open. A tall and imposing figure walked in. Though they couldn't see clearly, it exuded an indescribable aura of nobility, stunning everyone present. Who is it? When everyone adjusted to the lights and took a closer look, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Lin Shuo? He is truly extraordinary. Many people present hadn't seen him for 5 years, but they recognized him at first glance, still as dazzling as he was 5 years ago. 5 years have passed, he has shed some of his youthful naivety and gained a touch of maturity, yet he remains youthful. He looked straight ahead, his demeanor extraordinary. Though there was not the slightest trace of emotional fluctuation, his indifferent gaze alone made many feel an intangible pressure. Lin Shuo, you're actually not dead. Feng Hao came back to his senses, glaring as he shouted. Then he turned to look at Zhang Li, who shrank his neck, sitting on the ground and not daring to get up. 3 days ago, Lingyue Mountain, you were there too? Lin Shuo asked coldly. Feng Hao froze for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, not only didn't you die, but you've actually returned to normal. Yes, I was there at the time, but unfortunately, I left later, otherwise, you'd have been struck dead by lightning by now. Having been classmates, does it not trouble your conscience to harm me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll come after you for revenge? Lin Shuo's voice was calm but carried a sense of oppression. Feng Hao sneered disdainfully, mocking, what era are we in now, and you're talking to me about conscience? Is your brain still not fully awake? So what if you've returned to normal? You're just a useless man who's just been released from prison. Without a conscience and unafraid of me settling accounts, it seems you're not afraid of death. Lin Shuo slightly nodded, his gaze falling on the communicator in Feng Hao's hand, and coldly said, my belongings, holding them might burn your hands? Feng Hao's heart trembled, and he instinctively stepped back a bit. Then, angered and embarrassed, he fumed, who are you trying to scare? So what if I took your stuff? He lowered his voice and continued mocking, I know you went to prison for Zhang Lejia. You spent so long in jail, yet she married into a wealthy family, what can you do? You can only watch her thrive while nursing your own wounds. It's perfect timing that you're here. I've been wanting to deal with you. Once Zhang Lejia arrives, she'll surely reward me handsomely. Ha. Feng Hao revealed a sinister grin. For such ant-like beings, Lin Shuo originally shouldn't have cared, but hearing these words, a sudden surge of anger flared within him. Everything he had sacrificed was treated as a joke by these people, how could he not be enraged? After 5 years of battles on the battlefield, Lin Shuo had always been decisive and ruthless. In the face of enemies, there was only the choice between life and death. He coldly stared at Feng Hao and said slowly, "So, you're Zhang Lejia's lapdog? You dare call me a dog?" Feng Hao roared angrily, but soon smugly added, "Well, being Zhang Lejia's dog is my privilege." The people around did not show contempt, instead, there was a faint expression of envy. Indeed, if one could become Zhang Lejia's dog, wouldn't prosperity be just around the corner? Since that's the case, let's kill the dog first. Lin Shuo said indifferently. Kill the dog? Feng Hao widened his eyes, rubbing his fists eagerly. You just got out of prison, full of murderous aura, ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. The Lin Shuo from 5 years ago couldn't do anything to me. And now, what can you do? Feng Hao provocatively shouted, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, a young man wearing an expensive suit stepped forward and arrogantly said, "All right, we're all classmates here, no need to shout about fighting and killing." He turned to Lin Shuo and said disdainfully, "Lin Shuo, apologize to me, and let's call it even." Lin Shuo ignored him. "I order you to stop, don't seek death. Feng Hao held back for my sake." The man rebuked sharply, his tone laced with anger at being ignored. Feng Hao immediately flattered, "Young Master Chen, don't say anything more. This brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Isn't he about to kill the dog? I want to see how he's going to do it." In everyone's eyes, this was just a harsh remark. Who would take it seriously? Smack! With a crisp slap, Feng Hao stumbled back, knocking into several people. His nose immediately started bleeding, and half of his face felt a burning pain. "You?" Covering one side of his face with one hand and pressing his nose with the other, Feng Hao was furious. "Not finished yet." Lin Shuo's voice was calm, his tone indifferent, as he struck out again. The people around exchanged glances, stunned. Chen Xiao's expression was grim, and those standing in the distance also turned to observe. Zhang Li squatted on the ground, staring intently, feeling unexpectedly exhilarated. Swish! Lin Shuo grabbed Feng Hao by the neck and forcefully slammed his head against the ground. Bang! Feng Hao let out a tragic scream as his forehead hit the marble floor heavily, blood instantly splattering, silencing his cries abruptly. Everyone stared in shock, witnessing Feng Hao kneeling, his head pressed against the ground, uncertain if he was alive or dead. Lin Shuo calmly stood up and took a wet wipe from the waiter nearby, elegantly wiping his hands. "How dare you?" Young Master Chen questioned angrily. Lin Shuo looked at him, while Chen Yuhang's face showed fear, and he retreated repeatedly. "Everyone, don't panic. I am not one to kill indiscriminately." Lin Shuo gave a cold smile, his gaze sharp like a blade as he stared directly at Chen Yuhang. "Who do you think you are? How dare you act recklessly in front of me?" Everyone immediately held their breath, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. Lin Shuo's arrival clearly carried bad intentions, without a doubt. "We're all classmates here. Do you think it's a bit too much to resort to violence like this?" Chen Yuhang feigned calmness, speaking with threats while his heart started racing. "I don't qualify to attend the gathering?" Lin Shuo sneered coldly and turned toward Zhang Li. "Stand up. Even as my dog, you need some proper attitude." Zhang Li was full of resentment in his heart, and scenes of Feng Hao humiliating him flashed through his mind. Finally, he summoned the courage and stood up resolutely. As if an energy was erupting within him. He picked up the Big Brother communicator and stood behind Lin Shuo with his head lowered, as if declaring his allegiance. Chen Yuhang's face showed anger, and he cursed inwardly, "This Lin Shuo is truly arrogant." Just as he was about to fight back, a sudden loud noise came from outside the door. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open, and several men in uniform swarmed in, surrounding a man with a face full of scars and an aggressive demeanor. Everyone stared in astonishment at the unexpected scene. Who is causing trouble? The scar-faced man's gaze, sharp like a hawk's, swept through the room and finally locked onto Feng Hao. His expression turned as dark as the sky before a storm. "Lin Shuo, you're finished." Chen Yuhang seized the opportunity to exaggerate. "The Tian Club doesn't allow fighting. You attacked Feng Hao, get ready to be thrown out." "Scarface, I heard you've become the man in charge of the Sihai group. Congratulations." He wore a fake smile on his face, trying to regain some dignity in front of Scarface. Scarface's gaze lingered on Lin Shuo, and he coldly said, "In Xiqing, is there still someone who doesn't understand Tian Club's rules?" At this moment, one of the thugs behind Scarface caught sight of Lin Shuo's face in horror. Immediately, he turned and ran away, his face as pale as paper. Li Sihai sat on the sofa, leisurely watching his underlings busy at work, when suddenly, an urgent report reached his ears. Boss, the person who killed Brother Leopard 3 days ago is in the hall next door. Li Sihai instantly snapped to attention, fury igniting within him. Why are you only telling me this now? What is that person here for? Word is, he's here for a class reunion. Scarface has gone to handle it, the subordinate stammered, terrified of angering Li Sihai. Did you warn Scarface? Li Sihai's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. I was too scared and forgot to remind, the subordinate pleaded innocently. Li Sihai, boiling with anger, immediately rushed to the adjacent hall, thinking to himself, this is serious now. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was as taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Lin Shaw faced Scarface without the slightest fear. Do you even realize the trouble you've caused? Scarface said coldly. Lin Shaw smiled faintly. If I don't ask, does that mean I'm automatically wrong? Exactly. Scarface sneered, his face filled with menace, as if ready to strike at any moment. Chen Yuhang secretly felt smug, convinced that Lin Shaw was bound to suffer. I call the shots here. Scarface roared, aggressively approaching Lin Shaw. At this critical moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Stop! Li Sihai charged in like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, delivering a flying kick that sent Scar tumbling into the corner. The banquet hall instantly fell silent, everyone stared in shock at the scene. You dare to touch Scar on Sihai Group's territory. Do you have a death wish? Chen Yuhang shouted fearfully, panic surging through his heart. Scar, however, cursed back, I think you're the one who has a death wish. Say one more word, and I'll rip your mouth apart. Li Sihai respectfully looked at Scarface, saying, what's going on? I wasn't causing any trouble. At this moment, Chen Yuhang finally realized that standing right before him was none other than the CEO of the Sihai Group, Li Sihai. Panic surged within him, and the disrespectful words he had uttered earlier stabbed his heart like a knife. It's over, he screamed internally, his face turning pale as he almost collapsed to the ground. Li Sihai straightened his clothes, his face showing a fawning expression. With a cupped hand salute, he said to Lin Shaw, Mr. Lin, I'm Li Sihai, the owner of Sihai Group. My subordinates acted improperly and disturbed you. You know me? Lin Shaw smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as lightning, impossible to ignore. No, not entirely, but I do have a subordinate you might have heard of. His name is Leopard. Li Sihai paused briefly, the smile on his face growing increasingly ingratiating. 3 days ago, that lad was just dealt with by you. Lin Shaw nodded slightly, secretly pondering. Please don't misunderstand. Being dealt with by you is his honor. Li Sihai hurriedly explained, fearing he might offend this figure who held the power of life and death in his hands. Lin Shaw was not surprised. 3 days of silence clearly indicated that everything had been dealt with thoroughly. If Li Sihai had mishandled the situation, someone would naturally take care of him. Scarface, standing nearby, was drenched in sweat, his face pale. He understood perfectly well that whoever could take down Leopard was not someone he could afford to provoke. He hurriedly crawled toward Lin Shaw, consumed with fear. Bang! When Scarface reached Lin Shaw, he knelt down immediately, his head banging sharply against the ground. Please, Mr. Lin, spare my life. It was my lack of discernment, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me, I know I was wrong. Face, dignity, none of it held any value in the face of death. Bang! 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 He hurriedly kept kowtowing, and the others who came in with him also knelt down one after another, creating a chaotic scene. Chen Yuhang was dumbfounded, panicked, completely clueless about how to respond. The other classmates present were equally shocked. Zhang Li's body trembled slightly, feeling both fearful and excited. Indeed, 3 days ago, Leopard was dealt with by Lin Shaw. He looked at Li Sihai kneeling on the ground, then glanced at Scarface, thinking to himself that perhaps, being a dog isn't so bad. Lin Shaw ignored Li Sihai, turned to Chen Yuhang, and asked, Do I now have the qualifications to attend the gathering? Chen Yuhang's face turned ashen. He wanted to refuse, but under such enormous pressure, he could only reluctantly say, Why yes, you have the qualifications. Lin Shaw sat nearby, and Zhang Li quickly poured tea. Some people tried to sneak away hunched over, but Li Sihai spotted them immediately and gestured for his men to bring them back. Around him, classmates stood silently, none daring to sit. Lin Shaw slightly raised his head and swept his gaze over them, causing some classmates to instinctively step back half a pace. His gaze fell on the few people kneeling on the ground. He gently sipped his tea and exhaled a breath. Go ahead and speak. These people looked at each other hesitantly, none of them daring to be the first to speak. Speak about what? One of them asked softly. Lin Shuo waved his hand, and Li Sihai understood, ordering his men to take them away. Soon, a shriek was heard outside, abruptly cut short, plunging the entire scene into a dead silence. Lin Shuo sipping tea, Chen Yuhang with a grim expression, Li Sihai wearing a fawning smile, the thugs kneeling on the ground, and the classmates bowing their heads uneasily, all formed a fragmented tableau, making this class reunion destined to be unforgettable. I am here for two things. First, 3 days ago, who was at Lingyue Mountain? Lin Shuo set down his teacup, his tone firm. Second, I want to meet Zhang Lijia. The few kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, sweat dripping down like beans. Speak. Lin Shuo uttered just one word, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Zhang Li hesitated. He knew the answer, but Lin Shuo wasn't planning to learn the truth from his mouth. He chose silence. As a subordinate, he had to understand his master's thoughts. I'm sorry, Lin Shuo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Zhang Lijia. It was her, she forced us to go to Lingyue Mountain. One of them finally couldn't hold back and spoke hurriedly. Yes, she forced us. She said you were a fool, and as long as we tricked you into Lingyue Mountain, the lightning would definitely strike you to death, another person continued. This is a natural disaster, we won't be harmed, someone quickly argued. She also promised us that once she marries into a wealthy family, she would take care of us, yet another person interjected. It was all Zhang Lijia who directed us to do this. Spare us, we were wrong. They scrambled to explain, their voices overlapping, completely losing their composure. Lin Shuo quietly sipped his tea, expressionless. If he didn't speak, they wouldn't dare to stop. Li Sihai stood aside, secretly observing Lin Shuo. This young man's demeanor was extraordinary, though they were the same age, he possessed a chilling aura that made it seem as though everything was under his control. He had no idea of Lin Shuo's true identity but could confirm that he was undoubtedly a formidable figure capable of commanding storms. Charisma. Momentum. Extremely terrifying. Bang! The teacup was placed heavily on the table, and the crisp sound instantly silenced the surrounding noise. Lin Shuo coldly swept his gaze over the crowd and said indifferently, You misunderstood, I just want to confirm who was at Lingyue Mountain. Get rid of them. Lin Shuo's voice carried an irresistible authority. Li Sihai was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized and promptly instructed his subordinates to take the group away. Not daring to show any negligence, he retreated repeatedly, leaving the banquet hall. With Li Sihai's departure, the vast banquet hall was left with only Lin Shuo and his classmates. As time ticked away, Lin Shuo simply held his teacup without causing further trouble, allowing his classmates to gradually relax. As Lin Shuo had stated, he came here for only two things. Now, one matter was resolved, leaving the task of meeting Zhang Lijia. Not far away, a woman with heavy makeup, under the encouragement of her companions, walked toward Lin Shuo. It's Zhu Yan. I heard that during high school, she even wrote Lin Shuo a love letter, though Lin Shuo was already with Zhang Lijia at the time. When Lin Shuo was in prison, this woman once said in the class chat group that she was glad Lin Shuo had rejected her, and even expressed gratitude for his refusal. Is she going there to say thank you this time? Amid the hushed whispers of the crowd, Zhu Yan walked while pulling a small mirror from her bag, carefully examining her makeup. She revealed what she believed to be her most captivating smile and approached Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, do you remember me? I'm Zhu Yan. I once wrote you a love letter. It's been 5 years, and you're still so outstanding. Zhu Yan extended her hand and said charmingly. I don't remember. Lin Shuo shook his head, his tone indifferent. Move aside. Ha? The smile on Zhu Yan's face froze instantly as she questioned, Why? You have body odor. Lin Shuo added calmly, I suggest you go to the hospital for surgery. Using perfume to cover it up will only make it worse. You're talking nonsense. Zhu Yan's face changed dramatically, shouting in a flustered and exasperated manner as she hurriedly ran away. Lin Shuo shook his head helplessly, he had only been trying to offer a kind reminder. Watching Zhu Yan's embarrassed behavior, the crowd couldn't help but start speculating. One of them, who had once shared a desk with Lin Shuo, stepped forward, attempting to strike up a conversation. Lin Shuo, why was Li Sihai so afraid of you just now? 3 days ago, his men kidnapped my younger sister. I rescued her using rather extreme measures. He got scared of me afterward, so he's very respectful toward me today, Lin Shuo replied casually. The crowd suddenly understood. Based on Lin Shuo's behavior today, they could easily imagine how ruthless he must have been at that time. Although Li Sihai had risen from a life on the streets, he was now a businessman, profit-driven and preferring harmony. This explained why Li Sihai treated Lin Shuo with such respect. After everyone understood, their gazes carried a hint of disdain. No matter how formidable Lin Shuo was, as long as they didn't provoke him, it didn't matter. After all, he was just a penniless man who had just gotten out of prison. There was really nothing worth their special attention or effort to curry favor with. Looks like you kept yourself busy in prison and even learned how to fight. But be careful, society isn't like prison. Fighting and causing trouble can get you arrested. Chen Yuhang walked up, his tone laced with mockery. In this world, money and power are the real deal, he continued. Without influence or status, no matter how skilled you are, at best you're just an advanced bodyguard. After finishing, Chen Yuhang leisurely sat opposite Lin Shuo, and the surrounding classmates no longer hesitated to cozy up to him one after another. At this moment, Chen Yuhang responded with an air of arrogance. In contrast, Lin Shuo was accompanied by only the solitary Zhang Li. Ha! I see my company's chairman. Chen Yuhang suddenly stood up and pointed toward the entrance. A few days ago, I attended my company's banquet with my dad and had a drink with the chairman. It wouldn't be right not to go and greet him. Young Master Chen, do you work at Wang's group, one of the top 10 prestigious families? The classmates asked one after another. Of course. Chen Yuhang nodded proudly, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Lin Shuo. I didn't expect you to even know the head of a wealthy family. Take a look at who Chen's father is. He's the CHO of Wang Group. Then we should definitely make an effort to ingratiate ourselves with Chen. Amid the admiration of his classmates, Chen Yuhang walked out of the banquet hall with a swagger. Zhang Li watched him leave, then leaned toward Lin Shuo, and said in a low voice, Master, this Wang Group is the Wang Tian family's business, and the chairman Chen Yuhang mentioned should be Wang Tian's father. Lin Shuo squinted his eyes upon hearing this, silently pondering in his heart. After Li Sihai left, he immediately instructed the kitchen to go all out and prepare a sumptuous banquet. Before long, the dishes were served one by one, with perfect color, aroma, and taste, making mouths water. Everyone else was quietly waiting, except for Lin Shuo, who hadn't picked up his chopsticks. At this moment, Chen Yuhang walked in with a radiant smile, instantly surrounded by classmates. Let me tell you, my boss and his wife are hosting a banquet for a master of ancient martial arts. Chen Yuhang said proudly. Ancient martial arts expert? The student's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I heard that a powerful ancient martial artist can kill a bull with one punch, someone exclaimed in surprise. A person who can be invited by the elites for banquets must be extraordinary. Everyone marveled, showing even more enthusiasm towards Chen Yuhang. Don't say I never help you. I just gathered my courage and asked my boss to come and meet everyone. When the time comes, you all had better make a good impression. Chen Yuhang shouted loudly, instantly receiving a wave of flattering remarks. Actually, Chen Yuhang didn't have that much influence. The reason things turned out this way was entirely due to Zhang Lejia's aura. Regarding this, Chen Yuhang didn't elaborate. He simply turned to Lin Shuo in front of the classmates and provocatively asked, Lin Shuo, you've been out of prison for so many days now, have you found a job? Lin Shuo glanced calmly and slightly shook his head. Well, with the way you look so foolish, I suppose you're not ready yet, Chen Yuhang said with a sneer. Besides, since you've been to prison, it must be hard to find a job. How about this? I'll ask my dad to arrange a cleaning job for you at Wang Group official staff, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 5,000. What do you think? He pretended to be kind, his face carrying a mischievous smile. Lin Shuo still said nothing, calmly picking up food. Zhang Li angrily shouted, Chen Yuhang, he's not someone you can insult. I advise you to restrain yourself. Chen Yuhang burst into laughter, full of disdain. I'm insulting him, so what can you do about it? After all, he's just a reform-through-labor criminal, who's recently been released from prison. Offering him a job is a charity. Besides, no matter how strong he is, can he defeat ancient martial art masters? At that moment, the door of the private room suddenly swung open, and everyone turned their heads in unison. 3 people walked in. Leading the group was a square-faced middle-aged man whose mere presence radiated authority, showcasing the aura of someone in power. Next to him was a stunning, noble woman with a curvaceous figure, adorned with gold and silver, exuding extreme elegance. Chairman, Madam Chairman. Chen Yuhang quickly stepped forward to greet them, bowing and scraping, just like the classmates who had fawned over him earlier. Other classmates stepped forward one after another, greeting respectfully, while Lin Shuo continued eating his food without a care, exuding a calmness that drew attention, as if the prestigious Wang family meant nothing to him. Xiao Chen, this class reunion of yours is quite impressive, but why hasn't Miss Zhang arrived yet? Wang Linjian asked curiously. She's still on her way, should be here soon. How about, you say a few words to us juniors?
Maybe Zhang Lejia will show up afterwards, Chen Yuhang responded awkwardly with a smile, raising his glass. Wang Linjian nodded and glanced around. You all don't need to offer toasts, Xiao Chen will represent everyone. Chen Yuhang was secretly delighted, raised a toast, and basked in the envious and admiring gazes of his classmates.
Feeling quite smug, he noticed Lin Shuo still engrossed in eating and drinking by himself.
That guy. Wang Linjian had also taken notice. Chairman, don't mind him. He just got out of prison.
Probably hasn't seen such good food while he was in there, so that's why he's acting this way. Chen Yuhang seized the opportunity to explain, disparaging Lin Shuo without restraint. After hearing this, Wang Linjian smirked disdainfully. 3 days ago, I instructed Wang Tian to discuss matters with you and come up with
an explanation for me as soon as possible. Just then, Lin Shuo's voice reached his ears. I wonder, has that explanation been provided yet?
Wang Linjian's expression changed, and he stared at Lin Shuo once again. You're Lin Shuo, he asked through gritted teeth. Indeed, Lin Shuo replied, picking up a piece of spare rib, gently placing it in his mouth, and chewing slowly. My son has been having nightmares every time he closes his eyes for the past 3 days because of you. He screams in fright whenever
he sees a woman. All of this is thanks to you, Wang Linjian said through clenched teeth, the anger in his eyes growing more intense.
Upon hearing this, the surrounding people revealed surprised expressions. No one had expected that Lin Shuo had even offended a powerful magnate. Chen Yuhang was overjoyed and seized the chance to say, Chairman, he actually dared to treat young Master Tian like this. It's practically seeking death. You can act at will, no need to worry about me or Zhang Lejia. To be honest, Zhang Lejia also wishes to get rid of him as soon as possible, he said excitedly. The other classmates quickly distanced themselves from Lin Shuo, afraid of suffering collateral damage. It seems you don't plan on atoning for Wang Tian's sins, Lin Shuo said coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight into the crowd. Redemption? Wang Linjian's face was full of fury, his voice thunderous. What crime has my son committed? He merely trifled with a few lowly women, that is their privilege. My Wang family is a prestigious clan, and should my son happen to favor your sister, she'd have a chance to marry into a wealthy family. What an honor that would be. You say such things and deserve to be slapped, Lin Shuo said indifferently, casually spitting the rib back into the bowl. Everyone was stunned, even Wang Linjian was incredulous. He was the patriarch of the Wang family, and in the whole Creek City, the number of people daring to act so audaciously could be counted on one hand. Kid, you better kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. Perhaps then I'll grant you a way to live. Wang Linjian said coldly. You are right, I've decided to adopt your words as the explanation you're giving me. Lin Shuo nodded slightly and calmly responded, since you won't offer it voluntarily, I'll have to demand it. After speaking, he picked up his chopsticks again and continued to grab the lion's head in front of him, his demeanor composed, completely indifferent to the surrounding atmosphere. Lin Shuo is really bold. Has he gone crazy from being in prison? Otherwise, they know they're doomed and want to die on a full stomach. You're absolutely right. The classmates in the distance whispered quietly among themselves. Zhang Li watched Lin Shuo's carefree demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure in his heart. Old Zhang, this young man is no ordinary person. According to my son, he should be a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Judging by his fearless attitude, my son's words aren't far from the truth. Wang Linjian turned and respectfully said to the elderly man behind him. The elderly man known as Elder Jiang had an ordinary appearance, wore a gray robe, had white hair, and a tall, slender frame. Particularly striking were his long, thick arms, with hands as broad as fan leaves. Elder Jiang nodded and said coldly, this young boy is so arrogant despite merely reaching the level of Njin at best. I must teach him a lesson on how to behave. My thanks to you, Wang Linjian replied with a cupped fist salute. This Elder Jiang had been specially invited by him to avenge Wang Tian at a great expense. However, all of it was worth it. Wang Linjian had witnessed Elder Jiang's terrifying ability to pierce through steel plates with a single finger. If this power were applied to Lin Shuo, things would undoubtedly not end well for him. He cast a sinister glance at Lin Shuo, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. In the banquet hall, old Jiang stepped towards Lin Shuo one step at a time, his gray robe fluttering like a ghostly apparition descending. He rubbed his thick palms, his aura intensifying with each step forward. Those near him could hardly withstand it, their faces turning pale as they retreated incessantly. The might of ancient martial arts is truly intimidating. Old Jiang stopped in front of Lin Shuo, lifting his chin slightly to adopt an air of superiority. Mr. Wang has already investigated you. Before you went to prison, you were just an ordinary person. This skill of yours must have been learned behind bars, huh? with his hands clasped. Behind his back, he struck the demeanor of a senior imparting wisdom, chiding, "What you've learned is nothing but crooked techniques, at best. A flashy show. It might work against ordinary people, but when facing a true practitioner of ancient martial arts, it's far from enough." Chen Yuhang sneered inwardly, thinking that Lin Shuo was truly doomed this time.
Lin Shuo, there's really no saving you.
Rumor has it that Elder Jiang is one of the top 10 ancient martial arts masters in Xicheng.
Those thugs are trash in front of Elder Jiang, so you're trash too.
When Lin Shuo is dealt with, I'll go find the chairman too and give him a couple of kicks. Later, this will be something to talk about in front of Zhang Lijia. Chen Yuhang grew more excited the more he thought about it. Among the surrounding classmates, only a few were indifferent, while the rest were gloating. Even those who were worried about Lin Shuo didn't dare to show it. Old Jiang said coldly, "Kid, Mr. Wang wants you to kneel down and admit your mistake. You might as well do it voluntarily, don't force me to get physical.
So much pointless talk. Hurry up and come deal with this."
"There's still the next step to move on to," Lin Shuo said calmly while leisurely eating.
Lion's head meatballs. It's getting late, let's get this over with quickly.
If Zhang Lijia arrives and you're still here, things might get messy. This statement reached everyone's ears, and they were all stunned, dumbfounded.
This is way too arrogant.
The dignified patriarch of the prestigious Wang family, along with an expert in ancient martial arts, Lin Shuo actually spoke while eating, as if these people were nothing more than helpless and worthless opponents, easily killable.
Reckless fool.
Elder Jiang snorted coldly, burning with rage. After speaking, he stomped the ground with one foot, the immense force cracking the marble floor.
Fragments flew in the powerful shockwave, rippling outward like waves.
Then, he appeared in front of Lin Shuo like a flash of lightning, striking with a horizontal palm. His hand was as hard as iron, covered with calluses, and the air seemed to tear under the force of his strike, emitting a sharp whistling sound.
"Let me show you what a true ancient martial artist is."
Elder Jiang roared angrily, exuding murderous intent. His palm was like a blade, and if it struck, it would be as if a sharp knife had slit a throat. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Shuo's gaze sparkled like the stars, piercing directly at Elder Jiang, causing his heart to tremble with shock and terror. Swish! Old Jiang's palm stopped in mid-air, and the force he had unleashed instantly dissipated. The cause of it all turned out to be those two inconspicuous chopsticks. Frozen in place, old Jiang stared fixedly at the two chopsticks, his face full of disbelief.
Why? How can these two chopsticks trap my hand? Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Are all ancient martial artists like this?
Lin Shuo smiled faintly, his other hand gently stroking his neck, his tone carrying an undeniable authority.
Just now you wanted to kill me. If I were to cripple your hand, would you not feel wronged?
Whoosh! Lin Shuo slightly lowered his gaze and released the chopsticks, as if time had frozen at that moment.
The two chopsticks, like lightning, pierced
through Jiang Lao's palm and embedded themselves firmly into the solid wooden table. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was horrifying.
"You! Ah! My hand! You actually dared to cripple me!"
Jiang Lao cried out in anguish, his voice as wretched as a ghost's wail. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but gasp, as one of the top 10 ancient martial arts masters of Creek City turned out to be so helpless before Lin Shuo.
Zhang Li proudly stood beside Lin Shuo, holding the communicator in both hands, surveying the surroundings.
Not a single person dared to meet his gaze, and those classmates who had once humiliated him now displayed deep fear.
Typical bullying with reliance on backing, as expected.
Lin Shuo picked up the wine glass, and Zhang Li immediately poured wine for him. The wine splashed with a splash and happened to spill onto Elder Jiang's wound.
Ah! Jiang Lao screamed miserably, and everyone was terrified, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Half kneeling on the ground, Jiang Lao's face was filled with astonishment. The couple from the prominent Wang family
clutched their hair, nearly going mad, while Chen Yuhang stood frozen like a statue. The surrounding classmates all had dazed expressions, and only Zhang Li stood tall and straight, accentuating Lin Shuo's imposing demeanor.
This scene truly left people in awe and reverence.
5 years had passed since Lin Shuo disappeared without a trace, only to return now with such extraordinary presence.
Many classmates did not dare to meet his gaze directly, even glancing at him with the corner of their eyes stirred feelings of awe and fear within them. After 5 years, what identity did he return to Xicheng with, and what is he planning to do?
Even more shocking was the sheer helplessness of old Jiang at this moment. He had no power to fight back. Lin Shuo effortlessly dealt with him using just 2 chopsticks. He's not an ancient martial artist, yet he can easily crush old Jiang.
So, what is he exactly?
A storm of fear surged in old Jiang's heart as he asked in terror, "Why you? Who are you?"
Could this kind of power Could it be? Who am I?
Standing tall and imposing, Lin Shua's gaze cut through the air like a sword. Sweeping his cold eyes over the surroundings, he spoke slowly, I am Lin Shua, a wanderer returned, wishing to walk these old grounds and meet familiar faces.
Without a few skills to rely on, wouldn't petty characters like you suppress me as you please? Get out. Lin Shua put down the wine glass.
Old Jiang painfully pulled out the chopsticks, knelt down in embarrassment, and hurriedly fled the scene. He remained seated, completely motionless, while Zhang Li poured him wine.
He raised his glass and drank. The Wang family is willing to negotiate. Eventually, Wang Linjian couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative to speak.
Lin Shua toyed with the wineglass, turned his head to look at him, and asked, Are you willing to give me the explanation I want?
All eyes immediately focused on Wang Linjian, making him feel immense pressure. He lowered his voice and said, Mr. Yi, can we discuss this? Our Wang family is willing to compensate, as long as you name the amount.
No. Lin Shua sneered coldly and exhaled, I'll give you 1 minute to think it over.
If you still can't give me the answer I want, then I'll take it myself. Wang Linjian glared angrily but was left speechless. Everyone lowered their heads in silence.
Zhang Li raised his eyebrows slightly, as if waiting for something. Just as the woman beside him tried to speak, Wang Linjian suddenly kicked the back of her knee.
Thud, the woman knelt down. Bang! Wang Linjian also knelt down.
The prestigious Wang family, both its head and his wife, knelt down together just like that.
In reality, they had no other choice.
Originally, they had only invited Elder Jiang to deal with the matter, but Elder Jiang was unexpectedly so easily defeated.
What could Wang Linjian use against Lin Shua? His life?
Between weighing the pros and cons, kneeling became his only choice. It's my fault for not teaching my child properly. That ungrateful brat, I will definitely teach him a harsh lesson when I get home.
Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. My wife and I have realized
our mistakes and promised to correct ourselves.
Wang Linjian's attitude was quite agreeable.
After all, having knelt down already, there was no longer any need to maintain pride.
Do you think I should believe your words?
Lin Shua slightly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a gentle smile, his tone calm and unhurried.
Wang Linjian slightly raised his head, his gaze meeting Lin Shua's, and in an instant, he was so frightened that cold sweat trickled down. He hurriedly lowered his head even further. What I want is an explanation, not an apology.
Meaningless guarantees are beneath my notice, and my sister doesn't care to hear them either. Lin Shua glanced at his watch and said calmly, Make it quick. Wang Linjian's head slowly lowered until it touched the ground, emitting a light bang sound. Dozens of pairs of eyes around them were fixed intently on this scene, the atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. The woman beside him, seeing her husband's behavior, could only grit her teeth and comply despite her inner unwillingness.
Bang, bang, bang.
The two continued kowtowing, each sound ringing distinctly. I once planned to eliminate you completely, but considering you were doing it for the child, your crime doesn't warrant death.
Keeping you alive might still be of use.
Lin Shua paused for a moment and continued.
Wang Linjian was burning with rage inside but dared not show it.
He thought to himself, this brat is truly over the line.
Can I leave now? He finally mustered the courage to ask. Not quite yet.
Lin Shua slapped him hard, sending Wang Linjian flying several meters like a kite with a severed string. He tumbled a few times on the ground, and just as he stopped, Lin Shua's chilling voice came faintly, I said, you'll be slapped. Kneeling, kowtowing, slapping his own face, today, Wang Linjian had completely fallen. The Wang family had a certain reputation in Xiqing, but Lin Shua's actions today had thoroughly offended them.
Bang!
The banquet hall door closed, leaving only the classmates in the spacious room.
All unrelated people had long since retreated.
Chen Yuhang watched all of this, wanting to slip away, but he knew he didn't have the courage. After a long while, Lin Shua put down his chopsticks and frowned as he looked at Chen Yuhang. You're quite close with Zhan Lejia? In the past, Chen Yuhang would naturally boast, but at this moment, he firmly shook his head, average.
Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Lin Shua asked coldly.
Chen Yuhang took half a step back, his face pale.
What do you want to know? Why isn't she here yet? Lin Shua asked impatiently.
Zhan Lejia was not someone he wanted to waste time on. Chen Yuhang quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhan Lejia's number.
Before he could say anything, Zhan Lejia loftily announced that
she couldn't make it and that all expenses would be covered by her fiancé, urging everyone to eat well, drink well, and have a great time.
Listening to the beep 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 of the busy signal, Chen Yuhang was completely stunned. Eat well? Drink well? Have fun?
If you don't show up soon, we really might be collecting everyone's bodies here.
How boring, what a wasted trip. Lin Shua stood up, ready to leave, and looked at the other classmates. I apologize for making the class reunion lose its fun. Once I leave, you are free to continue the music and dancing.
Everyone quickly lowered their heads, responding respectfully. After taking a few steps, as he passed Chen Yuhang, Lin Shua paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. I am no longer a gentle person, so I need to ask you this. Previously, you hoped to see me get put in my place and sought favor from Zhang Lejia.
Now that it didn't work out, what are you going to do?
Lin Shua's voice was as chilling as a piercing cold wind, rendering the scene almost silent except for the sound of suppressed breathing.
What do you want?
Chen Yuhang remained silent for a long time before finally breaking down and shouting, I was just being glib.
Do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, you'll have to pay with your life. Faced with immense pressure, he chose to erupt. This is a natural instinctive reaction of humans under extreme circumstances.
Don't panic, it's not that serious, Lin Shua said calmly. Lin Shua, others may fear you, but I don't. We've been classmates for 3 years, and I've been watching you, waiting for you to fall from grace. And sure enough, after just half a year with Zhang Lejia, you ended up in prison. Chen Yuhang became increasingly excited as he spoke. Ha! Throughout the crowd, only his arrogant laughter echoed. Lin Shua raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In the end, you're just a pitiful man abandoned by Zhang Lejia. Truly both hateful and pathetic. You will never shine in front of me. Chen Yuhang's voice was full of provocation. I still have a video of Zhang Lejia promising you back then that she would marry you once you got out of jail.
Do you want to see it? Do you want to relive the nightmare of those years? He grew even more arrogant. I watch it often.
Watching how you took the fall for Zhang Lejia, looking like such a fool, it always puts me in a good mood, Chen Yuhang boasted triumphantly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Li suddenly stepped forward, knocking the crazed Chen Yuhang to the ground.
He then searched Chen Yuhang's pocket, retrieved a USB drive, and respectfully offered it to Lin Shua with both hands.
Lin Shua held the USB drive, glanced around, and noticed that one of his classmates was an IT worker who happened to carry a laptop.
Without hesitation, he opened the USB drive.
Its contents made his heart tremble. The folder neatly contains several videos. The content of the first few videos was unbearable, almost making one want to look away. Lin Shua didn't bother looking further, merely noting that these videos were all dated 7 years ago. At that time, Zhang Lejia had just started her first year in high school, and these vulgar materials ceased only after she started dating him. Immediately afterward, the video shifted to his trial scene. In the footage, he was dressed in prison clothes, his eyes filled with guilt as he looked toward Zhang Lejia at the hearing stand. She was tearful, her face streaked with sorrow, promising to marry him once he was released. At that moment, he chose to plead guilty. As the video ended, a piercing laugh suddenly rang out, mixed with Zhang Lejia's voice, sending chills down the spine. At the very end of the video, what appeared was Zhang Lejia's face, brimming with a triumphant smile.
Zhang Lejia, why are you laughing? If I don't laugh, should I cry?
An idiot was so fooled by a few of my lies that he completely lost his way. Fortunately, I've had professional training, or else I would have burst out laughing the moment he confessed.
Now I have to laugh even more, laugh constantly, laugh until the end of time. What a pity, though, that Lin Shua, that fool, can't see this anymore. Ha! The second video popped up.
This was Zhang Lejia bullying a girl named Bai Surong, whom Lin Shua also knew as the granddaughter of Grandpa Zhang, their neighbor. She had an introverted personality and usually followed him around, like a little bird finding comfort. That period of time was brief but joyful, until one day, Bai Surong never came to her grandfather's house again. A wave of annoyance surged in his heart. Why would Zhang Lejia know her, and even openly record a video of bullying her? Rage churned within his chest. The crowd felt the intensity of his anger and, struck by fear, kept silent and dared not approach. He clicked on the third video. Bai Surong, you've actually turned into an ugly freak. You think if you turn yourself into an ugly freak, I won't bully you? This necklace looks nice, give it to me. In the video, Zhang Lejia arrogantly snatched the Taiji Yinyang necklace from Bai Surong's neck without mercy, finally trampling on her and mocking her. Lin Shua's face drastically changed, his mind roaring as if he had been heavily struck. His eyes turned red, noticing that the recording time was 5 years ago, right after that incident. It was during the summer vacation of his second year in high school, an ordinary day. He was accidentally bumped into by someone and felt something was wrong when he got home. He discovered a needle mark on his neck and soon fell into a dreamlike state, as though he was about to suffocate. When he woke up again, Zhang Lejia was by his side. He only remembered that during the fragment of his lost memory, he had seen a Taiji Yinyang necklace.
Not long after, the necklace appeared on Zhang Lejia, and he no longer doubted.
Zhang Lejia leveraged the favor of saving his life to make him her boyfriend, and he had no reason to refuse. In the end, Zhang Lejia had an incident and used it as an excuse to make him agree to her request. Looking back now, it turns out that his real savior was not Zhang Lejia, but Bai Serong.
What on earth is going on here? What secrets are hidden within? Swish! Lin Shuo burned with rage, grabbed Chen Yuhang, and demanded harshly, "Whose necklace is it? Who saved me? What exactly happened back then? Where is Bai Serong now? What else has that wretch Zhang Lejia lied to me about?" Chen Yuhang was trembling all over with fear, his courage after breaking down had already vanished. Stammering, he said, I don't know. If you want to find out, then go find Zhang Lejia. Bai Serong is her friend. Zhang Lejia's birthday is coming up, and Bai Serong should be there then. Birthday party? Lin Shuo narrowed his eyes, like a leopard locking onto its prey, ruthlessly throwing Chen Yuhang aside like trash. That's right, Zhang Lejia's birthday is just around the corner, and by then he will definitely settle both new and old scores. But the most urgent matter right now is to find Bai Serong and get to the truth of all this. Let go of me. Chen Yuhang weakly struggled and pleaded, I've already said enough. If you want to vent your anger, go after Zhang Lejia. She's the one behind all of this, she's a venomous and ruthless woman. I'm just her friend, I'm innocent. You talk too much. Lin Shuo said coldly, grabbing his hair with one hand and squeezing his jaw with the other. With a sudden forceful push, a sharp, jarring sound of teeth clashing echoed, loud and grating. Chen Yuhang's head felt as though it had exploded, with a deafening roar echoing in his ears. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and broken teeth mixed with blood fell to the ground. The scene was unbearably tragic. After everything was done, Lin Shuo sneered coldly and turned away, as if the perpetrator just moments ago had not been him at all. No one knew how much time had passed, but eventually, someone cautiously stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Young Master Chen, are you okay? Chen Yuhang's entire body trembled as he opened his dazed eyes. He wanted to speak, but the pain brought tears streaming down his face. His vacant gaze fell upon the scattered teeth on the ground. Beyond the fear in his heart, he also felt a hint of relief, at least, he was still alive. At the moment Lin Shuo struck, he truly believed he was going to die. He really dares to kill, and he can easily end my life at any time. If he did not disdain me, why didn't he act directly? Chen Yuhang, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly pondered, no, he's trying to torment me. More terrifying than death is a fate worse than death. The fear of the unknown and the daily dread gnawed at him, making him feel uneasy as the thought of what if echoed relentlessly in his mind. Lin Shuo obviously won't spare Zhang Lejia. Could I end up implicated? No, it won't happen. He probably doesn't care about me at all, maybe he'll even forget me. He comforted himself, yet unease surged in his heart like a rising tide. What if he remembers me? The more Chen Yuhang thought about it, the more terrified he felt, as though his heart was being shredded by an invisible blade. Living in such fear, each day felt like walking on the edge of a knife, and until the very end, he couldn't escape this torment. I have to meet Zhang Lejia. He struggled to crawl up, staggering as he ran outside. When he burst through the door, the scene before him left him stunned. Two classmates were standing trembling by the doorway, being led like livestock. Zhang Jian sneered coldly and greeted, I held on to 2 dogs for Lin Shuo, didn't have time to go in. If you're going to see Zhang Lejia, remember to tell her everything you see and hear. What do you mean? Chen Yuhang's heart tightened. Lin Shuo kept you around just to remind Zhang Lejia, Zhang Jian said mockingly. What? Chen Yuhang asked in terror. He told Zhang Lejia to prepare well, as the birthday party might be even livelier than today, Zhang Jian said meaningfully. What do you think you are, speaking like that here? Chen Yuhang questioned. Zhang Jian grinned, raised his hand, and shook the belt in his hand, proudly saying, the one who holds the leash for Lin Shuo's dog. Chen Yuhang was so frightened that he stepped back half a pace, staggered, and fled out of the tie-in club. At the door, Li Sihai wore a bitter expression as he looked at Scar and asked faintly, could it be that this sign is unlucky? Why do things keep going wrong? Scar glanced at his phone and sighed. The head of the Wang family has issued a gag order, demanding the news be blocked and forbidding anyone from leaking a word. These upper-class people truly value their face more than their lives. Scar's men were stunned, puzzled in their hearts. Could it be that after such devastating treatment, they simply chose to keep silent? Wasn't Lin Shuo supposed to be in prison? How did he become so formidable after being released? Why do I feel like we're helping Mr. Lin? Scar muttered quietly. Sort of. Helping Lin Shuo is also helping themselves. After all, they were dealt with so miserably.
Li Sihai sneered, secretly glad that he hadn't offended Lin Shuo, allowing him to remain unscathed and unharmed.
As for losing a few subordinates, that wasn't a big deal at all.
The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, feeling a
sense of pride.
Such ability could be considered a talent among those mixing in Xiqing's underworld. There was only one Li Sihai. So that's how it is, Scar and the others suddenly understood. Li Sihai squinted his eyes, his tone somber. These people are truly wicked. They would never want to take risks for others. Suffering themselves, they naturally hope to see others go through the same.
Scarface gasped involuntarily.
Of course, they might even harbor the idea of using someone else to do their dirty work.
Li Sihai shook his head and murmured, "This Creek City is likely far from peaceful."
"Then, what about us?"
asked Scarface cautiously.
"Just observe, don't stay too far away, but also don't get too close. Master this balance. In Creek City, there are very few people who can achieve this," Li Sihai sighed.
Scarface and his companions immediately understood, showering Li Sihai with flattery. Chen Yuhang finally found Zhang Lejia.
She had just returned from attending a dinner party at her fiancé's house, sitting in a luxury car. Her lavish evening gown complemented the expensive jewelry, showcasing an extraordinary aura, resembling a wealthy noblewoman. She looked at the bruised and panicked Chen Yuhang with sheer disdain, her brows furrowed, filled with coldness and disgust.
"I understand."
Zhang Lejia's brows furrowed slightly, her face carrying a trace of cold severity, and her tone was laced with a hint of harshness. "I always knew Lin Shuo wouldn't be content after coming back, but I didn't expect him to resort to such ruthless measures.
Instead, it has put my mind at ease." "At ease?"
Chen Yuhang felt puzzled.
"Such rabid dogs usually end up being killed, and they die very miserably."
Zhang Lejia sneered, her eyes gleaming with a sinister light.
Chen Yuhang remained silent, thinking to himself that she wasn't afraid of being bitten to death.
Lin Shuo is absolutely insignificant, and the birthday party will proceed as planned.
This is our family's first chance to step into high society. Relying on my fiancé's influence, I've already sent out numerous invitations.
Zhang Lejia sneered disdainfully. At that time, many dignitaries will attend.
If Lin Shuo dares to cause trouble, I won't even have to intervene. He'll certainly be dealt with severely.
But Chen Yuhang wanted to issue a reminder but hesitated and stopped halfway. He had already received the Wang family's gag order on his way here. The relationship between Sihai groups Li Sihai and Lin Shuo is quite unusual. In high society, the Sihai group is hardly worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, it doesn't even have a place at the table. If Lin Shuo's backer is really Li Sihai, then I have even less to worry about. Zhang Lejia shook her head indifferently, a trace of arrogance flickering in her eyes. She hadn't truly married into a wealthy family yet, but her ambitions were already outrageously high. "I'm really looking forward to him coming, so I can publicly humiliate him, completely erase the past, and embrace my new life in high society." Zhang Lejia curled her lips into a malicious smile, a ruthless gleam flashing in her eyes. "Originally, I wasn't planning to invite that ugly Bai Surong woman, but now it seems that a convict out of prison paired with an ugly freak is actually quite fitting, hee." She felt no guilt whatsoever toward her ex-boyfriend who had gone to jail for her, only endless mockery. Chen Yuhang felt a chill of horror, thinking to himself that Zhang Lejia was playing with fire.
She thought Lin Shuo was the same person. He was 5 years ago, not knowing that the current Lin Shuo had undergone a complete transformation. Yet, he couldn't say much more. The video in the USB drive was secretly filmed by him, and the Wang family had already issued a gag order. All he could do was notify Zhang Lejia and then flee Xiqing overnight. On the way, the sky was devoid of moon and stars, so dark that it evoked fear in people's hearts. It was clearly September weather, with the car heater on, but Chen Yuhang felt waves of bone-chilling cold. This cold pierced from the outside in, making him involuntarily shiver. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, scattering the clouds. Chen Yuhang's eyes widened abruptly, his heart trembled as if he had gained some insight. The road he was driving on might very well be a road of no return. Warehouse, Lin Shuo's temporary home.
When Lin Rower saw Lin Shuo return, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I was worried you had gone to a classmate gathering, but it seems like you didn't go."
Lin Shuo didn't explain, to avoid making her worry, and instead asked, "Rower, do you still remember Bai Surong? Sister Bai?" Lin Rower was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "Of course I remember, she's Grandpa Zhang's granddaughter from next door.
She was always very quiet and loved to laugh, and her smile was beautiful.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen her since that summer vacation. Why are you suddenly asking about her?" "I want to find her."
"If you want to find her, you can ask Grandpa Zhang," Lin Rower reminded. Lin Shua suddenly realized, his heart shaken, he had overlooked such a simple solution. That's right, he could totally ask Bai Surong's grandfather, Grandpa Zhang, who also lived here now. Originally planned to go directly, but Lin Roer advised him that it was already very late. Grandpa Zhang had always gone to bed early, and he was probably already asleep by now, so it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him.
Only then did Lin Shua give up.
Having missed out on 5 years, indeed, a short while wouldn't make much difference. Filled with various thoughts, Lin Shua's sleep was far from restful.
Early the next morning, Lin Roer went to work. The elderly neighbor told Lin Shua that the old man visited the ancestral home every day.
Being a light sleeper, he left the house at dawn. Lin Shua immediately set out. Stone arch bridge, narrow alley, bluestone bricks and tiles, old street. Walking along the way, he soon arrived at the door of his former home. This used to be his home, consisting of 3 houses, 2 of which belonged to his family, and the other was Grandpa Zhang's. At the door, an old man was sitting on a small stool, leaning against the corner of the wall. It was Grandpa Zhang, looking much older than he remembered, with disheveled white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and cloudy eyes.
It wasn't until Lin Shua approached that Grandpa Zhang raised his head and asked with uncertainty, "Are you, the Lin family's boy?"
"It's me, Grandpa Zhang. What are you doing here?" Lin Shua squatted down and asked. "Ah, when people get old, they become nostalgic. I can't enter this house, so I can only sit at the door and bask in the sun. Once it gets dark, I'll head back to the warehouse to rest," Grandpa Zhang sighed. The September sun hung high in the sky, blisteringly hot. The door lacked any shade, clearly not a good place to bask in the sun. Lin Shua remembered there was a large phoenix tree in the yard, perfect for enjoying the cool summer air. Lin Shua explained his purpose for coming.
Grandpa Zhang opened his eyes, curiosity sparking in them. "What business do you have with Surong?"
"I have some things I want to ask her, and I also want to see her," Lin Shua said firmly. "I haven't seen her for a long time either.
5 years ago, I remember it was August, she had an accident at my house and became..." Grandpa Zhang's face showed a pained expression, as if it was difficult to speak.
Somehow, her face was disfigured. "Since then, she hasn't stepped out of her home. Even when I visit her house, I rarely see her.
She especially avoids meeting acquaintances."
Sigh. Lin Shua clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. On the very day when he felt like he was dying, Bai Surong disappeared. All of this was clearly related to the accident that day. So, could it be that she was disfigured because of me? What exactly happened that day? If Bai Surong saved me, why did I see Zhang Lijia when I woke up? Then how can I meet her? Lin Shua asked, looking frustrated. "Shaolin, you have to tell me why you insist on meeting Surong." Grandpa Zhang's gaze grew serious as he stared at him and asked. 5 years ago, I was almost killed, but someone saved me. I suspect it was her. And her disfigurement is very likely because of me." Lin Shua's voice was firm and resolute. "If that's true, I will dedicate the rest of my life to repaying her."
"The meaning of your words is..." Grandpa Zhang was deeply moved, then shook his head. "It's easy to say, but hard to do.
Over the years, not just men, even women haven't been willing to get close to her." He looked at Lin Shua, took out an old cell phone, and said, "Let me make a call and ask." Soon after, Grandpa Zhang put down the phone, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. "There's an opportunity coming up. Su Rong is going to attend a friend's birthday party. She'll be there. If you're truly sincere, go and find her."
"A friend?" Lin Shua's heart tightened.
"It seems her name is Zhang Lijia," Grandpa Zhang said. Lin Shua suddenly stood up, his face instantly darkening, exuding an icy aura. Fearing that he might startle Grandpa Zhang, he quickly restrained his emotions. Perfect timing, her birthday banquet will be just the occasion to resolve all these doubts. Repay kindness for kindness, vengeance for vengeance, and grudges for grudges. At that moment, the solid wooden door creaked open, and a middle-aged woman stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Shua and Grandpa Zhang in the corner, she spat disdainfully. "The old beggar even brought a little beggar today. Get out of here quickly, this place no longer belongs to you too." With that, she swayed her bucket-shaped waist and walked away. Lin Shua frowned and asked, "Grandpa Zhang, who is this person? Why does it seem like he lives here?" "It's not seems like, he does live here. This person is a relative of the developer." Grandpa Zhang shook his head and sighed. Having his own home occupied, like a cuckoo taking over a nest, was bad enough, but to be treated so maliciously on top of that made Grandpa Zhang burn with anger. "I heard this area is undergoing protective development. Our old houses here are supposed to remain untouched while the surrounding area is demolished to build new ones. That way, the houses will sell for a very high price. If that's the case, then instead of living in the warehouse, why don't we move back here?"
Lin Shuo suggested. Grandpa Zhang smiled bitterly, we have no connection with the developer. Why would they let us live here?
To my knowledge, the developer only provided relocation fees, but the promised house and demolition compensation have not been given. Lin Shuo said coldly, since the developer hasn't fulfilled their promise, this house still belongs to us. Grandpa Zhang looked at him and advised, Shaolin, you've just been released from prison.
Don't do anything foolish, you can't fight them. Please sit and wait for a moment.
Lin Shuo finished speaking, turned around, walked to the door, and pushed it open without hesitation. The old man's face changed dramatically, flustered and at a loss. Just then, the middle-aged woman returned, grumbling about forgetting the car keys. Seeing the front door open, she hurried inside, spotted Lin Shuo under the wutong tree, and shouted at the top of her lungs, you little punk, who let you into my house?
Get out of here immediately.
Lin Shuo looked around and replied without turning his head, this is my home, I came to take a look.
Take a look, my ass. This is my house. Don't dirty up my floors.
The middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, shouting furiously with spit flying everywhere.
Things had changed, and Lin Shuo was burning with anger. He remembered his mother as a diligent person who often kept the corridor, courtyard, and even the railings spotless. But now, the yard was full of grime and clutter. And the flowers and plants in the corner, those were his father's treasures. When he was young, he accidentally broke a vase and damaged a few flowers, earning a scolding.
Now, those flower pots were piled up carelessly, and there weren't even a few blades of grass to be found, let alone flowers. All of this made his anger grow even stronger. He also noticed that against the base of the wall on the other side stood a doghouse, covered unmistakably by his mother's dressing table. Lin Shuo's anger burned hotter and hotter.
Damn it! He said coldly, this place is filthy. It needs to be cleaned. Hurry up and get out.
The middle-aged woman stepped forward and shoved, cursing angrily, you people at the bottom of society should be living in warehouses in urban villages. You don't deserve to live in this big house. Lin Shuo slightly sidestepped, avoiding her attack, and coldly asked, do you have the final say in this household?
Of course. The middle-aged woman rolled up her sleeves and shouted furiously, you little brat, dare to dodge? Believe it or not, I'll sit on you and crush you to death. Hearing the commotion, old Master Zhang could no longer remain seated.
He walked in trembling nervously, hurriedly shouting, don't do it, let's talk this out properly. As he spoke, he tried to grab the middle-aged woman's wrist.
Bang! The middle-aged woman pushed the old man to the ground, spat out a thick glob of phlegm, and said coldly, you old thing dare try to stop me? Believe it or not, I'll cripple your old bones. Ouch, my back.
Elder Zhang cried out in pain, unable to get up. Lin Shuo hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. At the touch of his fingers, Elder Zhang's condition improved a lot.
However, given his advanced age and osteoporosis, even a minor bump could be problematic.
With a gentle flick of his fingers, Elder Zhang immediately felt much better.
Bah! You old beggar still want to blackmail me? What a joke, the middle-aged woman said disdainfully.
Lin Shuo frowned, his face darkened, apologize.
Apologize to you two lowly things? Are you dreaming?
The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and cursed loudly, get lost now, or I'll make you suffer.
Since you're unwilling, I'll have to help you.
Lin Shuo stepped forward and slapped the middle-aged woman across the face.
Smack!
With the crisp sound of the slap, the middle-aged woman was sent flying, her plump body crashing heavily into the parasol tree.
Suddenly, leaves scattered and fell. Immediately after, a scream of agony rang out.
The middle-aged woman, like a wounded beast, twisted and struggled under the tree, her face covered in blood, with a few broken teeth glaringly visible.
You dare hit me, you're finished. With just one word from me, you won't get the house, let alone the compensation for the demolition.
She covered her face, shouting venomously. Lin Shuo was about to make another move when old Master Zhang quickly stopped him. Shaolin, don't act impulsively.
If she reports you, you'll be the one to suffer.
The old master advised.
No problem, Lin Shuo calmly responded. Taking back the house is just the beginning.
The leopard was bribed to harm his parents, and the biggest beneficiary of his parents' death was the developer.
Kid, you better not do anything rash.
The middle-aged woman saw Lin Shuo approaching and finally felt frightened, shouting in a tone both fierce and weak.
Stop right there.
At that moment, an angry shout came from outside the door. A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked in, slightly bald on top, of short stature, and with slightly bandy legs. He quickly helped the middle-aged woman up, glaring angrily at Lin Shuo, and questioned loudly, who are you people, daring to hit my wife and my home? Lin Shuo, 5 years ago this was my home, and your wife spoke out of turn, she deserved it. Lin Shuo replied fearlessly, "Who are you?" "So, you're one of the displaced residents.
This place no longer belongs to you. I suggest you leave immediately. As for you hitting my wife, I reserve the right to pursue responsibility," the man said arrogantly.
"My name is Shin Shiji, and I am the general manager of the construction company under Qinglong Group. Qinglong Group is the developer responsible for this round of demolitions." "Very well, go back and inform the relevant person in charge at the Qinglong Group that I will be visiting your company in the near future to investigate development matters. Please prepare in advance," Lin Shuo said indifferently.
Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? Do you think any random person can just meet with the senior executives of my group?
Shin Shiji sneered disdainfully. Lin Shuo ignored him, turned to the middle-aged woman, and said coldly, "I'll give you 1 week to clear out all the miscellaneous items and move out of here, otherwise, bear the consequences." After speaking, he left with the deeply worried old master Zhang. What should be seen has already been seen. What should be said has also been said. Shin Shiji and his wife exchanged glances, feeling that this young man seemed to be truly mad. "Husband, I think you need to prepare early.
What if this lunatic really shows up?"
The middle-aged woman pointed to her face in fear and said tremulously, "This guy is very strong. He must be someone trained in martial arts."
"Alright, so you're a fighter, huh? Daring to hit my wife's beautiful face, I'll take his life."
Shin Shiji paused for a moment and said through gritted teeth, "I'll contact the Sihai Group right now. If that kid dares to come in 5 days, I'll make sure he comes standing and leaves lying down." Lin Shuo escorted Grandpa Zhang back to the warehouse and called Zhang Li over. Picking up the communicator, he dialed a number, "Look into Qinglong Group." He originally did not plan to use it. However, in order to conduct a thorough investigation of such a massive company, he had no choice but to use it.
Very soon, a large volume of data was quickly transmitted. After rigorous screening, although it was not easy to finish reviewing, Lin Shuo was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time. Zhang Li was thrilled, as this was Qinglong Group, the largest real estate developer in Xicheng.
Lin Shuo was actually planning to take action against it, and Zhang Li felt immensely proud. Shin Shiji returned to the company with the documents. He was able to stay in the ancient town not only because he was the general manager of the architecture branch but also because the group's deputy general manager was his brother-in-law. Yes, it must be a demolition resident here to stir up trouble.
"Brother-in-law, don't worry. I've already hired someone. As soon as that brat shows up, I guarantee his leg will be broken."
Shin Shiji bowed confidently and then jokingly added, "It's quite funny, that kid even brazenly claimed he would investigate development affairs and told our company to prepare." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then the voice said, How strange, just now I received news that some mysterious VIP has retrieved information about our company.
Could there be some connection?
That's impossible." Shin Shiji said dumbfounded, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. That kid was so young, dressed plainly, how could he possibly have anything to do with a VIP?
A few days later, Lingyue Mountain. Lin Shuo knelt in front of the grave, silently drinking. Lin's father liked to drink. Every meal he'd have 1 or 2 ounces.
Lin Shuo once said that when he grew up, he would buy good wine for him, and the father and son would have a thorough drunken night together.
Looking back once more, they are already separated by life and death.
When a child wants to care for their parents, the parents are no longer there. There are no hysterical vows, only deep regret and an overwhelming, icy killing intent. Raindrops pattered down as Lin Shuo put down the empty wine bottle and suddenly looked up, only to realize the sky had already turned frighteningly gloomy.
Crash! A heavy rain arrived in an instant. Lin Shuo stood up.
Behind him, Zhang Li stood silently and quickly opened an umbrella. The rain was heavy, rendering the umbrella almost useless, but he dared not be careless, it was the only thing he could do.
"When does Zhang Lejia's birthday party start?" Lin Shuo asked. "Judging by the time, the guests should already be entering." Zhang Li glanced at the time and sneered, "The Zhang family isn't exactly a prominent clan, yet they're starting to imitate the rules of elite families, sending invitations, hosting banquets. They're probably trying to join high society. Let's go," Lin Shuo said. Juanhao Grand Hotel. 2nd floor banquet hall.
This hall cannot be considered high-end, but it's more than adequate for the Zhang family. Today is a day worth celebrating for the Zhang family, not only because of the distinguished lady's birthday but also because it marks the day the Zhang family officially joined the ranks of third-tier families. Even as a third-tier family, it is already quite remarkable, as it took a century of establishment in Xicheng and generations of effort to accomplish this.
It could be Zhang's family, just relying on Zhang Lejia to leap to success. Outside the hotel,
luxury cars gathered like clouds, upper-class social elites continuously made their appearances. The Zhang family stood at the hotel entrance to welcome them, bowing and scraping with flattering smiles. These people came not to add luster to the Zhang family but purely for the sake of Zhang Lejia's fiancée. They dared not do otherwise. However, when Zhang Lejia gracefully stepped out in a red evening gown, those guests who had previously been arrogant and disdainful all broke into smiles and took the initiative to greet her. High society is rigidly hierarchical. Zhang Lejia is about to marry into a top-tier wealthy family, directly linked to the Wei family, and might become the young mistress of the Wei family. They dare not show any disrespect. It must be said that her beauty is indeed remarkable. Every smile and frown exudes a unique charm, cold yet stunning. Unfortunately, Zhang Lejia didn't appear to greet them but instead accompanied a middle-aged man, chatting and laughing, as they walked into the banquet hall. That belongs to the nobles of the distinguished families. Only such people are worthy of Zhang Lejia making an appearance. Not a single classmate has shown up. I wonder if they didn't dare to come or weren't invited at all. Across the street, Zhang Li stood behind Lin Shuo and spoke softly. With a cigarette between his fingertips, the smoke drifting with the wind and the ember flickering in the night, Lin Shuo said, "This doesn't matter." The cigarette burned out. He flicked his finger, and the cigarette landed precisely in the trash bin several meters away. Stepping forward, Zhang Li followed closely behind. But upon arriving at the hotel entrance, he hesitated and stopped, speaking softly, "Master Lin, perhaps I should wait outside. After all, given my identity, it's not suitable for me to attend such a banquet. If I were thrown out, it would embarrass you." Zhang Li appeared ordinary, but deep down, he was a small, aggrieved character. Timid and cowardly, he had once joined others in bullying Lin Shuo, simply to avoid becoming the next victim himself. He never imagined that one day a powerful figure would kneel before him, begging for mercy, nor did he expect to confront the elite circles. "There's no need to undervalue yourself," Lin Shuo said calmly. Zhang Li slightly lifted his head, his gaze steadily firming, his voice strong. "I am your dog, so naturally, I cannot tarnish your reputation." After speaking, he hurried to follow, secretly summoning courage within, finally realizing he was no longer the humble man he used to be. Lin Shuo carried an extraordinary aura, his youthful and rugged face particularly prominent under the night sky. As he walked steadily forward, all surrounding gazes involuntarily focused on him. The once mocking and scrutinizing stares now transformed into expressions of admiration. Which noble young master is this? Such outstanding temperament and appearance, yet so unfamiliar. I have never seen him before. I'd like to make his acquaintance, but I don't dare. Various whispers echoed at the banquet entrance. Zhang Li tried his best to straighten his chest, feeling secretly proud in his heart, not diminishing Lin Shuo's prestige. Lin Shuo steadily walked up the steps, facing the Zhang family head-on. "It's you, Lin Shuo. How did you get out of prison?" Zhang's father, with crafty eyes and a small stature, couldn't help but take a few steps back under Lin Shuo's imposing presence. Mrs. Zhang sneered coldly, her cheekbones protruding as she pointed at Lin Shuo and shouted angrily, "Get lost. You're not welcome here. A piece of trash just out of prison has no right to step in." As Zhang Lejia's parents, they naturally recognized Lin Shuo. After all, Lin Shuo had once taken the blame and gone to prison for their daughter, while they secretly mocked him as a fool, toyed with by their clever daughter. "How could I not come for Zhang Lejia's birthday?" Lin Shuo showed no fear, his gaze intense as he continued forward. "Zhang Lejia and I haven't officially broken up, so it's only appropriate for me to come and celebrate her birthday." "Ha! What a joke!" Mrs. Zhang spat viciously, her face filled with disdain and her eyes lifeless like a dead fish, as she yelled, "A convict like you dares to call yourself my daughter's boyfriend? Ridiculous! You murderer, how dare you show up here?" Zhang's father roared angrily, his face red and neck tense, looking extremely agitated. Their anger made Lin Shuo's heart tighten, but he knew that 5 years had changed everything. "Zhang Lejia's birthday, today I will make sure you remember it." Lin Shuo smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with fearless light. "I will make sure you never forget this day." "You, how dare you threaten me?" Zhang's mother screamed hoarsely. "No, it's a notification," Lin Shuo said calmly. Mother Zhang swallowed her saliva, noticed the gazes of the surrounding guests focusing on them, and nervously shouted, "Everyone, please. Don't misunderstand. This man killed someone 5 years ago and went to prison. He just got out and now he's pestering my daughter. My daughter is foolish too. Back then, she even said she'd wait for him to return. This scoundrel, he killed someone, caused the death of his parents, dragged down his sister, and now that he can't find anyone else to harm, he wants to harm my daughter." Mother Zhang screamed sharply, her voice resembling that of a shrew scolding in the streets.
anger, disappointment.
For 5 years, Lin Shua had thought these people might feel a trace of guilt toward him, but the reality was that they still criticized him relentlessly, without a shred of remorse. Since that was the case, Lin Shua was too weary to say more. He resolved to use his actions to show these people what his true purpose for coming here tonight was.
To the uninformed, they might truly believe Lin Shua was a scoundrel.
As for Zhang Lijia, she was undoubtedly the virtuous woman who waited patiently, only to end up heartbroken and married to another.
The truth and falsehood, the right and wrong, would ultimately come to light.
Lin Shua withdrew his gaze and continued walking inside. The attendant at the door stepped forward to block his way. His tone was composed yet carried a hint of disdain. Despite his duty, the contempt in his eyes was unmistakable. "Sir, sorry, no matter who you are, without an invitation, no entry is allowed."
Lin Shua paused in his steps, and Zhang's mother burst into laughter. "Fool, didn't expect this, did you? This is the Juanhao Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment, not a place for trash like you to enter. Lu Jia was truly foresight to set the birthday party here, just to guard against you, leaving you stuck outside, helplessly staring in frustration. Ha! Ridiculous and pitiful fellow. Utter humiliation." Just as the guests were stepping forward to denounce Lin Shua, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. People always love to kick someone when they're down, especially at times like this. "Hurry up, you little nobody, move out of the way, don't stand in the way of our entrance. Someone like you is only fit to stand guard below the steps. If I were you, I would have already covered my face and left in disgrace." The mocking voices of several people rose one after another.
Lin Shua sneered inwardly. He hadn't even entered yet, and he was already encountering such hardships. Indeed, meeting this ex-girlfriend was proving to be as difficult as reaching the heavens.
This further proved that this woman was guilty. The past events must be addressed today.
For him, this trip was not only about confronting Zhang Lijia, but more importantly, about meeting Bai Serong. 5 years had passed, and today, he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Lin Shua looked at the waiter, smiling faintly. "Guests need an invitation, but I am here to demand justice."
Wow, everyone was stunned. Could this be a declaration of war on the spot?
"You, a piece of trash who went to prison, supposedly released only because you turned into an idiot.
Could it be you still haven't regained your senses, daring to come here and act insane?" A burly man cracked his knuckles and stepped forward, shouting loudly.
Zhang's father and mother pointed at Lin Shua from the side, threatening to kill him, and the burly man grinned viciously, agreeing.
"I have killed before. Still a fool."
Lin Shua sneered coldly and stepped forward slowly. "Then let me ask you, if a fool kills someone, does he still need to pay with his life?"
"You, what do you want to do?"
The burly man, fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, gradually lost his smile. Lin Shua grabbed the man's collar, raised his arm, and hoisted him up before casually tossing him down the steps. "Though you are human, you are willing to be someone's lackey. I won't kill you because you aren't worthy of dying by my hand." The burly man rolled down the steps, unable to get up from the pain, and eventually lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Soon after, someone braved the rain to come and drag him away. In an instant, the previously noisy hotel entrance fell completely silent. Before Lin Shua could step into the main entrance of the hotel, 7 or 8 stout men rushed out in single file. All of them dressed identically to the burly man from earlier. They stood silently, blocking his way. Immediately, a young man adorned with gold and silver walked out. His buzzcut hair was dyed yellow, and his face bore an insolent smile. Squinting as he sized up Lin Shua, he said coldly, "My former brother-in-law, 5 years without seeing you, and you look even more down and out.
The stench of poverty on you is enough to choke someone."
Hearing this, some of the people around couldn't help but laugh, their laughter tinged with restraint and suppression. Lin Shua looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. 5 years ago, this kid had dropped out of school and started hanging around with thugs. But now, thanks to Zhang Lijia, he was basking in glory. "Look at you, drenched like a stray dog. Don't tell me you're so broke you can only rely on your legs to get around." Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted even more exaggeratedly, his laughter becoming increasingly unrestrained.
"I know, you're too poor. After all, you just got out of prison, I can understand. Want some money, huh?"
Zhang Xiaoqiang said, directly, pulling out a wad of cash and throwing it in front of Lin Shua, letting the rain slap against it as he mocked, "Pick it up and it's yours."
Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter repeatedly.
No one took Lin Shua seriously anymore, watching him mockingly, as if they were looking at a stray dog. Lin Shua remained motionless. Zhang Li was furious, bending down to pick up the stack of money.
"Your subordinate is more sensible than you."
Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to mock him when he caught sight of Zhang Li throwing the money at him.
"Damn it.
He was about to lose his temper, but then he saw Lin Shua curl his lips into a cold sneer and say playfully, "Not enough money, huh? Fine, there's 100,000 yuan in this bank card, enough for you to live it up for a year. Kneel down and cheer up my sister, and this money is yours." Click. Lin Shua took the bank card, and everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Suddenly, Lin Shua placed a hand on Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoulder and exerted force sharply.
Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was completely unbearable. With a loud bang, his knees heavily struck the tiles, which shattered instantly. He screamed in pain, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Lin Shua shoved a bank card into his mouth and said indifferently, "You should know the password for this card. Consider it your medical expenses, no need to return the excess." After speaking, he continued forward. As he passed Zhang Xiaoqiang, he reached out and patted his shoulder, coldly remarking, "This kneeling of yours might just send your sister away."
Zhang's father and mother trembled with fear upon hearing this.
Over the past 5 years, what exactly did Lin Shua go through in prison to become so terrifying? As Lin Shua passed the waiter, his gaze swept over him, a cold laugh escaping his lips. The waiter hurriedly bent over and said nervously, please come in. The banquet hall is on the second floor, left-hand side via the escalator." Outside, the wind and rain raged, thunder roared, as if heralding the approaching storm. The darkness was torn apart by lightning, illuminating the fear and unease on the faces of countless scheming individuals. Guests exchanged uneasy glances, secretly anxious, while the invitations in their hands suddenly seemed insignificant. However, this tense atmosphere only heightened their excitement, and the originally dull banquet instantly became charged with a sense of confrontation. Walking into the hotel, Zhang Li folded his umbrella, silently thinking that he had indeed worried too much. No one paid him any attention, nor did anyone dare to underestimate him. Because, having come alongside Lin Shua, his status was elevated. Each step deepened his reverence for Lin Shua, though he understood that he was merely a follower, a servant in the game of power. "Lin Shua, 5 years without seeing you, and you've changed so much that I hardly recognize you anymore. 5 years ago, you would never have been so crude," came a delicate yet commanding voice of a Jiangnan woman from the second floor, her tone imposing and undeniable. "At my birthday party, you caused a scene at the entrance. I only have one brother, how could you be so excessive?" Zhang Li was stunned. He looked up to see Lin Shua slightly adjusting his sleeves as he slowly raised his gaze. A striking silhouette descended from the center of the banquet hall, one hand holding a crystal wineglass, the other lightly lifting her skirt hem, displaying an elegance reminiscent of a fairy. Her beauty needed no words, and was undoubtedly the focal point of everyone's attention. Lin Shua observed her discreetly, noting that she was even more alluring than 5 years ago. The feigned innocence she once exhibited had vanished completely. Still the same familiar scent, the same familiar formula. "Jean Lejia, 5 years have passed, and you haven't made any progress," Lin Shua said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. 5 years ago, Jean Lejia frequently used such words to impose moral responsibilities on him, like shackles chaining him down. "This is our first month together, shouldn't you get me a gift? My brother is having a birthday, but I don't have money. As my boyfriend, shouldn't you help me out?" Within just half a year, Lin Shua had exhausted all his savings. Thinking back on it now, it seemed rather laughable. After all, we were together once, so why be so aggressive? Jean Lejia coldly looked down at Lin Shua, her tone tinged with arrogance. "Rather, let's part ways peacefully and each find our own happiness." With just a casual statement, she seemingly wanted to downplay everything. But Lin Shua understood in his heart that in her eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant existence, not even worth a fart. "Have you forgotten everything from 5 years ago?" Lin Shua asked coldly, a trace of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Of course I remember. Back in school, everyone envied us as a couple. I remember all the good you did for me, and I won't forget it. But high school relationships are too fragile to withstand the test of time." Zhang Lejia continued babbling, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. "I waited for you for a long time. Now that you're out of prison, can you wish me well? If possible, I would be very happy. Also, I can forgive your recklessness and no longer pursue the matter of my brother's injury." Despite Zhang Lejia's graceful demeanor, she could not hide the tension and unease in her heart. The surrounding guests sided with Zhang Lejia, pointing and mocking, saying with utmost sarcasm, "A labor reform convict actually dares to pester Goddess Lejia. It's simply unforgivable. Zhang Lejia has the demeanor of a true lady, worthy of marrying into a wealthy family. She even treats such trash so courteously." Among the crowd, laughter and ridicule abounded, but Lin Shua merely smirked coldly. In her words, she portrayed him as a pathetic, obsessive sycophant who couldn't get what he wanted.
Lin Shua sneered inwardly. Zhang Lejia had managed to marry into a wealthy family, and it was clearly not just luck that brought her success. Her eloquence was truly remarkable. She didn't even mention his imprisonment. Unfortunately, twisting the facts wouldn't absolve her of responsibility. If she had ever felt a shred of guilt toward him, perhaps he could have wavered. But now, all tenderness had vanished, leaving only overwhelming rage searing in his heart. What he gave 5 years ago, in her eyes, was taken for granted. His imprisonment was his own fault. For the sake of the wealthy family's interests, she had ruthlessly severed their past. And now she had the audacity to expect his blessings? Utterly shameless. Lin Shua's fury burned uncontrollably as his eyes, sharp as knives, fixed on Zhang Lejia, as though he wanted to shred her hypocrisy to pieces. Lin Shua, you've heard what everyone said, right? Now, I want to officially inform you that it's impossible for us to be together. The current you is not worthy of me. Zhang Lejia paused, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips, her eyes gleaming with pride. However, I do have a friend who seems to be a good match for you. You misunderstood. I didn't come here today to reconcile, but for 3 things. Lin Shua stared at her, his tone as cold as ice. First, I want you to publicly admit that on the day of the thunderstorm, you instructed Feng Hao and others to harm me on Lingyue Mountain. Second, explain to me clearly what exactly happened between us during the summer vacation of our 2nd year in high school. I want a full and honest account. Third, reveal the truth about why I went to prison back then. These 3 sentences were like a sudden thunderclap, shaking the surroundings. Everyone turned to look, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Lejia's smile instantly vanished, turning as cold as ice. She scolded. Angrily, Lin Shua, I've shown you endless tolerance out of our past relationship. Don't push your luck, daring to make such outrageous demands. At this moment, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang also arrived, shouting angrily at Lin Shua in unison, what do you think you are, demanding our daughter to explain herself to you one by one? My future son-in-law can finish you off with just a word, do you believe it or not? Their harsh words pierced Lin Shua like sharp knives, leaving him breathless. Lin Shua, you disrupted the guests by attacking someone. Considering you're my ex-boyfriend, you only need to apologize. Zhang Lejia struck a pose of I forgive you and continued, otherwise, not to mention me, I'm afraid none of the people present will allow you to stay here any longer. She let Lin Shua in just to use the guests to humiliate him. Such a reckless person should indeed be taught a lesson. Someone as vulgar as him should be outside with the bodyguards and security. The crowd pointed and whispered, casting disdainful glances at Lin Shua. Zhang Li swallowed hard, feeling the power of Zhang Lejia for the first time. Her mouth was the sharpest weapon, killing without blood but suffocating others. Lin Shua remained indifferent, smiling lightly and speaking casually, apologizing is absolutely out of the question. Today I have come here for 3 matters. Whoever stops me, I will fight, whoever blocks me, I will destroy. His voice thundered like a storm, silencing the entire crowd. Zhang Lejia, this is my gift to you. I hope you can handle it. Everyone was instantly in an uproar upon hearing this. It was clear this person wasn't here to offer congratulations but to stir up trouble. Zhang Lejia's smile froze instantly. She hadn't expected Lin Shua to act so unpredictably, completely ignoring her pressure in a way that left everyone dumbfounded. How dare you? How can you treat Goddess Lejia like this? Don't think just because you're her ex-boyfriend, you can do whatever you please. A chubby man with a big nose and ears stepped forward, holding a cigar in one hand and a wineglass in the other. He strutted toward Lin Shua in a self-important manner, shouting righteously, Goddess Lejia doesn't want to make things difficult for you out of respect for the past, but I can't stand watching this anymore. I'll teach you a lesson on her behalf. He slightly bowed toward Zhang Lejia, hastily putting on a fawning smile. Goddess Lejia, please give Yang Xiang a chance to prove himself. Zhang Lejia hesitated slightly for a moment before ultimately consenting. Yang Xiang grinned smugly, suddenly turning to face Lin Shua. His movement was so abrupt that the fat on his body jiggled uncontrollably. His hands trembled, causing the cigar ash to fall into his drink, instantly turning the liquid murky and nauseating. Little brother, I won't bully you. If you drink this glass of wine, it shows you've conceded. I don't care about others, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm okay with you staying, he said, extending the glass toward Lin Shua. The others watched with interest. Zhang Lejia's lips curled into a cold smile as she secretly felt proud, convinced that everything was unfolding under her control. Lin Shua quietly looked at the glass of wine, smirking faintly. I came here only for Zhang Lejia, and I made it so clear.
Yet you still jumped out to cause me trouble.
So what? A clamorous ant is still just a joke. Do you think I, Yang Xiang, would be scared by you?
If you don't drink this glass of wine, forget about the goddess Lijia, I won't let you off. Yang Xiang glared at Lin Shua and threatened harshly. He was a crude man, perfectly suited for this kind of thing. Lin Shua looked at Zhang Lijia's gloating expression and understood in his heart that all of this was a humiliation she had deliberately arranged.
This can't be helped. Lin Shua shook his head, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Yang Xiang was taken aback, initially thinking Lin Shua would yield. Unexpectedly, he burst into laughter and said, "That's right, people need to face reality. Bow when it's time to bow, give in when it's time to give in."
At that moment, Zhang Li gritted his teeth and quickly stepped forward, forcing a smile as he said, "I'll drink this glass of wine."
He understood that as a
subordinate, he had to do something for Lin Shua. Upon reflection, it seemed that suffering humiliation in his place was the only way to resolve this farce.
Get lost. Seeing this, Yang Xiang became even more brazen, arrogantly saying, "What are you? You're not worthy of drinking my wine. If it weren't for the goddess Lu Jia, this kid wouldn't even qualify."
Zhang Li was scolded until his face turned red, standing there awkwardly and feeling at a loss. He understood in his heart that he wasn't even as good as a dog. At this moment, the people around began to snicker, thinking that Lin Shua and Zhang Li were just here to make a joke of themselves.
"I can only deal with you first." Lin Shua's expression turned cold as he suddenly moved, grabbing Yang Xiang's neck.
His hands were
long and fair, appearing extraordinarily elegant under the light, but in this instant, they sent a chill down everyone's spine.
Everyone froze, realizing that Lin Shua's no choice wasn't an admission of defeat, but a prelude to taking action. This was too reckless.
Crack, crack, crack.
Lin Shua's palm tightened, the flesh struggling in his grasp, and the neck bones, under immense pressure, emitted a chilling sound.
This. Yang Xiang was rendered speechless by the control, struggling desperately, yet his efforts were completely futile. Against Lin Shua.
His massive body, with just a lift of Lin Shua's arm, slowly rose into the air, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
"This is something you brought upon yourself." Lin Shua sighed slightly, as if unsurprised by the scene unfolding.
At this moment, everyone froze in place, suddenly realizing that Lin Shua had not conceded but was preparing to fight for real. He disdained engaging in dialogue with Yang Xiang, exuding pure dominance.
Yang Xiang's face quickly turned from red to purple, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. He secretly panicked in his heart, this guy really dares to kill.
At this moment, Zhang Lijia's expression changed. She hadn't expected Lin Shua to act so decisively under such circumstances. Her heart trembled, the gentle boy from 5 years ago was no longer there. Lin Shua's transformation shocked her.
Clang!
A group of strong men dressed in black immediately moved to attack Lin Shua. However, Lin Shua let out a cold snort, and without moving, one of the men rushing forward was sent flying like a severed kite, landing heavily on the ground, instantly vomiting blood and falling unconscious. Before the others could react, they were successively struck by Lin Shua and sent flying one by one, creating utter chaos in the scene. Yang Xiang trembled with fear, feeling as though his heart and soul were about to burst, and turned his head with difficulty to plead for help from Zhang Lijia, his eyes filled with despair. Zhang Lijia saw what was happening but chose to ignore it.
"I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me."
"I shouldn't have stood up for Zhang Lijia, it was her who told me to do it. She said you were nothing but a piece of trash, who just got out of prison, with some decent fighting skills, and you'd be easy to deal with. That's why I dared to act like this.
I beg you, please spare me." Yang Xiang quickly conceded, repeatedly pleading for mercy in an attempt to save himself.
Lin Shua released him and turned his gaze toward Zhang Lijia. The people around them also began to look at her with strange expressions. Zhang Lijia enjoyed being the center of attention, but at this moment, she felt a trace of unease. Glug, glug, glug. Yang Xiang quickly gulped down the glass of alcohol filled with cigarette ashes, as if driven by a survival instinct, trying to ingratiate himself with Lin Shua.
"When you're a dog following a man, you better excel at being a dog, otherwise, you'll bring harm to others and yourself," Lin Shua said coldly, casually kicking Yang Xiang aside. Yang Xiang rolled on the ground, scrambling to get up and flee in panic.
He no longer dared to stay and make a fool of himself. Lin Shua's terrifying demeanor left him deeply uneasy, fearing he might never sleep soundly again. No one dared to meet Lin Shua's gaze. This ruthless character acted mercilessly, showing utter disregard for any rules. Zhang Li broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this scene, silently regretting in his heart. Earlier, he had almost caused Lin Shua to suffer humiliation, and only Now did he understand why Lin Shua had kept him by his side? He wasn't even worthy of being a dog, and this torment left him mentally and physically drained. Zhang Lejia felt uneasy. Lin Shua's performance exceeded her expectations. This was not the result she had envisioned. When Lin Shua returned from prison, he was supposed to be an insignificant figure, struggling painfully at the lowest rung of society. Meanwhile, she, Zhang Lejia, should have risen high above, married into a wealthy family, and become the admired golden phoenix in everyone's eyes. This vision, Zhang Lejia believed, was only natural. But now, she felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Shua, a kind of innate superiority radiating from deep within his soul. Every gesture and movement made her feel utterly inferior. Zhang Lejia had a vague sense in her heart that the method she had painstakingly prepared in advance might prove completely useless. At that moment, a group of people pushed the door open and walked in.
The women's laughter echoed like a storm, shattering the tense atmosphere. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Lejia's best friend and follower, Zhu Yan.
Lin Shua, how dare you show up here? Lejia is about to marry into a wealthy family, and here you are still entangling yourself. You're just fooling yourself. Zhu Yan saw Lin Shua and immediately rebuked him angrily. At a class reunion, Lin Shua had once scorned her for having body odor, causing her to storm off in fury. She hadn't expected what he did afterward at the reunion, otherwise, she'd never have behaved so brazenly now. Back then, she'd only caused minor scenes, leveraging Zhang Lejia's halo to latch onto the young master of the Wei family, a wealthy yet branch-descended heir. Even so, it made her feel smug, believing her life had turned around. She had previously discussed it with Zhang Lejia. After some inquiries by the Wei family, the conclusion was Lin Shua was completely insignificant, and Li Sihai was even less worth worrying about. This was the confidence of a wealthy family. Lin Shua gave her a faint glance, his tone calm. I'm here for serious matters.
Put. Zhu Yan spat disdainfully, mocking, everyone knows what you're thinking. Don't even mention Lejia, even I am out of your reach.
After finishing, she leaned on the man beside her, as if to showcase her superiority. Lin Shua ignored her and instead turned his attention to Zhang Lejia, his tone still calm. 3 matters. Have you decided which one to start with? A trace of resentment flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. 5 years ago, she secretly admired Lin Shua but was harshly rejected. A few days ago, she was coldly treated by him during a class reunion. Now, being ignored once again ignited a burning rage within her.
You still dare to cling onto Lejia? Do you really think you're some kind of incredible person?
Zhu Yan jumped out mercilessly, pointing at Lin Shua and yelling furiously, believe me or not, after today, your presence will vanish from Xicheng. The Wei family will ensure you disappear entirely, as easily as crushing an ant.
Can you represent the Wei family?
Lin Shua paused slightly, then turned to Zhang Lejia and asked, or is it her? My boyfriend is a member of the Wei family, Zhu Yan said proudly. Lejia's fiancé is even a direct descendant of the Wei family, someone who has the future qualifications to compete for the position of family head. Oh. Lin Shua didn't even lift his eyelids, completely indifferent. Not to mention the direct descendants of the Wei family, even if the current head of the Wei family came personally, he wouldn't think it was anything remarkable.
You still dare to say oh? It seems you know nothing about the Wei family's power, Zhu Yan said, arrogantly and shrilly. With just one word from my boyfriend, you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise.
Seeing Lin Shua reveal a seemingly meaningful expression, Zhu Yan thought he was scared and became even more unrestrained. A useless person like you, just out of prison, no one would care even if you died. She pointed to the door, mocking coldly, get out now, and I might persuade Lujia to spare you. After all, you're quite pitiful.
I actually feel sorry for you, huh?
So, are you trying to stop me? Lin Shua suddenly spoke, shocking everyone.
He then continued, indeed, someone won't see tomorrow's sunrise, but that person won't be me, it will be you.
Zhu Yan sneered upon hearing this. My boyfriend is from the Wei family, and you dare to threaten me? Zhang Lejia's heart tightened. She had just seen someone act so arrogant and defiant, only to be dealt with by Lin Shua and forced to flee miserably. She could ignore Yang Xiang, but Zhu Yan was her close friend and, to some extent, represented her dignity.
Lin Shua, don't mess around.
Zhang Lejia glared at Lin Shua, warning coldly, I can still cover everything up for you now, but if you touch Zhu Yan, the situation will really escalate. Lin Shua didn't stop, instead, he became even more resolute. When I, Lin Shua, do something, why should I need you to point fingers? Moreover, Zhu Yan really failed to grasp the situation. She should consider whether she could withstand his anger.
You're courting death. Not just you, even your sister, and even your deceased parents will be implicated because of you.
Zhang Lijia shouted furiously, "How dare you treat me like this? 5 years ago, Lin Shuo would never have dared to defy her, let alone reprimand her like this."
Lin Shuo abruptly stopped in his tracks, his gaze icy cold. "I will be fine, my sister will be fine, and after tonight, no one will dare to disturb the peace of my parents." Zhang Lijia burned with anger. "Damn it, how dare you ignore my words? Lijia, don't worry about this trash. Anyone can talk tough. Let him come, I want to see how bold he really is." "Let me warn you in advance, Li Sihai won't be helping you," Zhu Yan sneered. "That's right, I'm reminding you as a member of the Wei family, if you dare touch my woman, Li Sihai won't be able to protect you." The man beside her wore an arrogant expression, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips.
"Lin Shuo, did you hear that? Come on, try touching me and see what happens."
Zhu Yan shouted excitedly, as if driven by an unyielding arrogance.
"Alright, today is, after all, your sister-in-law's birthday banquet.
Let's not make too big of a scene. Teach them a lesson and let them leave."
The man seemed a bit impatient and turned to Lin Shuo. "Slap yourself a few times, apologize to sister-in-law Lijia, and leave on your own."
Although Zhu Yan felt unhappy in her heart, she dared not say much and could only glare at Lin Shuo angrily. "Consider yourself lucky."
Lin Shuo appeared thoughtful, secretly pondering. So, Zhang Lijia and Zhu Yan's arrogance is backed by this so-called wealthy Wei family? Xiqing isn't large, and the energy of these so-called wealthy clans is rather limited.
Why does it feel like they're more arrogant than royalty?
Just as he was shaking his head, the corner of his eye caught sight of a young man in the crowd. The young man immediately lowered his head, then felt it was impolite, quickly raised it again, and after their gazes met, hurriedly flashed a fawning smile.
The person was none other than Wang Tian, the direct heir of the Wang family. The striking contrast between his former high spirits a few days ago and his current haggard appearance was evident.
Sleep-deprived, he had awakened from nightmares, with his parents warning him sternly never to think of exacting revenge on Lin Shuo, but instead to serve him cautiously as though he were an ancestor. He hid on the side, thinking he'd been low-key, yet he was still discovered. In such a situation, he dared not ignore it and had no choice but to push through the crowd and respectfully say, "Mr. Lin, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here."
Wang Tian, the direct heir of the Wang family.
Someone whispered softly among the crowd.
"Which Wang family are you referring to?"
In Xiqing, the Wang family worthy of the name is, of course, the one that stands alongside the Wei family as an aristocratic clan.
Wow, why is he greeting Lin Shuo like a dog?
Lin Shuo is clearly not simple. It seems that Zhu Yan and her boyfriend from the Wang family branch are in for trouble.
Lin Shuo asked indifferently, "Have you watched enough of the show?"
I understand now," Wang Tian suddenly realized and patted his chest, saying, "Leave this matter to me, I will handle it properly." Lin Shuo nodded slightly, thinking to himself, since there's someone to make use of, he should be utilized to the fullest. A leader should be skilled at using people.
Zhu Yan did not know Wang Tian. Seeing Lin Shuo calling for help, she ridiculed him, trying to get help?
"If you don't listen to my boyfriend, just wait to die."
Snap.
Before finishing her words, a hand suddenly swung over from the side, hitting her so hard she spun around 3 times.
"Dear, why did you hit me?" Zhu Yan clutched her face, utterly shocked.
"Shut up, you stupid woman, shut your filthy mouth." The member of the Wei family branch shouted anxiously. He turned his head toward Wang Tian, hurriedly forcing a smile.
"Young Master Tian, I didn't expect you'd be here too. I wonder what your relationship is with this kid." "No. Lin Shuo?" Wang Tian remained silent, filled with fear.
He had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Shuo, and even his parents, who sought revenge, were taught a harsh lesson, leaving them utterly humiliated.
How could he possibly bring himself to talk about such a disgraceful matter? Moreover, his actions had already made his stance clear. Today, Wang Tian was determined to be Lin Shuo's dog. This must be a misunderstanding. The man forced a smile and said awkwardly.
Lin Shuo turned to Zhu Yan, his tone cold. "You just said that with one word from your boyfriend, I wouldn't live to see another day."
Zhu Yan's face instantly turned from red to pale, filled with terror.
Lin Shuo looked at the man beside him and said softly, "You want me to slap myself a few times, apologize to Zhang Lijia, and then leave on my own, is that right?"
"Man, this really wasn't a misunderstanding."
Lin Shuo looked at Wang Tian and asked, "Someone said I don't understand the power of the Wei family.
Let me ask you, between the Wei family and your family, which one is stronger?"
"Naturally, the Wei family is somewhat stronger, but it's really just a close match." Lin Shuo smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "However, if my Wang family were to exert all its power, one direct descendant from the Wei family could be easily eliminated, and the Wei family would have no choice but to accept the loss." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted, with everyone exchanging shocked glances in disbelief. Wang Tian's words clearly indicated that the entire Wang family could be mobilized under Lin Shua's command, even at the cost of removing a direct descendant of the Wei family, with absolutely no hesitation in execution. Lin Yuan suddenly understood, his gaze swept toward Zhu Yan, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now I get the power of the Wei family. Making sure you don't see the sun of another day doesn't seem too difficult. Zhu Yan hadn't yet reacted, but the man beside her trembled in fear, needing no reminder as he directly slapped his own face while crying and shouting. Master Tian, I was wrong. Smack! It was me who failed to recognize greatness. Smack! Spare me, I was only here to congratulate Zhang Lijia on her birthday, representing my brother. Smack! I was wrong, I'm sorry, I apologize. Pa 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 pa. Wang Tian kicked him hard and roared, Fool, the person who can forgive you isn't me. The man did not dare to stand up from the ground. Kneeling, he crawled toward Lin Shua, crying bitterly, Young Master Lin, Lord Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm nothing, not even a fart. Please don't take it to heart. Dear. Zhu Yan, who had already been scared out of her wits, let out a scream, feeling as if her entire world was spinning, as though the sky was collapsing. Wang Tian looked at the woman who had brought trouble upon herself and bowed his head to seek permission. Mr. Yi, let me handle this woman. Lin Shuo waved his hand, understanding the situation. After all, they were classmates, and there was no need to use someone else's hand to exact revenge. Just as he was about to make a move, he seemed to think of something. Turning his head to look at Zhang Lijia, he asked, Do you have any opinions? After all, she's your best friend. She offended me for your sake, aren't you planning to say something? Zhu Yan looked at Zhang Lijia with the most pitiful eyes, pleading for help. Zhang Lijia's body swayed slightly as she closed her eyes. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to stand by and do nothing. She remained silent, knowing that saying more would be futile and would only bring disgrace upon herself. Would Lin Shua listen to her if she told him not to harm Zhu Yan? Obviously not. Is it worth hindering me for someone so heartless and ungrateful? Lin Shua looked coldly at Zhu Yan and asked. Kill with ruthless precision. Zhu Yan fell to her knees in despair and pleaded bitterly, Lin Shua, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you, I overestimated myself, I'm not worth a damn. Just treat everything I said as nonsense, don't take it to heart, please forgive me. After all, we are classmates, I'm begging you. Well said, I almost forgave you. Lin Shua nodded, gently patted her shoulder, and signaled for her to get up. Then he said, but if apologies were useful, what would we need the police for, right? Then, can you forgive yourself? Lin Shua asked again, with a faint smile on his face. Zhu Yan shook her head, dazedly saying, No, I can't. Lin Shua stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as a torch. Zhu Yan slowly turned around and walked toward the champagne tower, which was as tall as two people. It was specially prepared by Zhang Lijia, who once imagined that the moment the champagne spilled would surely be the highlight of the birthday party. Bang! Zhu Yan went crazy and charged straight into the champagne tower. With a crash, glasses fell, and she ended up drenched in blood. Ah! She wailed in pain amidst it all, her screams gradually weakening until they disappeared completely. This scene utterly ruined Zhang Lijia's birthday party. Witnessing everything, Zhang Lijia was terrified. Although she didn't know how Lin Shua had done it, Zhu Yan's state was undoubtedly his doing. The hotel staff immediately sprang into action, busy cleaning up the mess, yet plenty of shattered champagne glasses and traces of blood remained at the scene. No one spoke, nor did they dare to breathe heavily, fearing they might draw attention. The entire scene was dead silent, with only the crisp sound of the man slapping echoed sharply. He did not hold back. There shouldn't be anyone stopping us now. Lin Shua spoke as he stepped onto the high platform, adjusted the microphone, and Zhang Lijia watched with wide-open eyes, doing nothing to intervene. Speak, on the day of the thunderstorm, why did you instruct Feng Hao and the others to harm me on Lingyue Mountain? He stood high, his gaze sharp like a blade, directly looking at Zhang Lijia. At this point, you might as well be frank. Zhang Lijia, you should know that I will not let you go. Zhang Lijia's face flushed red, her throat dry and parched. This was supposed to be her stage. Damn it! Hateful! I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. 5 years ago, you loved me so much that you were willing to die for me. Now, why are you like this? Is it hatred born from love? Zhang Lijia gripped the wine bottle, her fingertips pale, her gaze filled with resentment, and she gritted her teeth. I waited for you for years, but love can fade over time. How many girls are willing to wait endlessly? Besides, Wei Sanxiao pursued me so fervently, I I had no choice but to reluctantly agree to him.
She became increasingly agitated as she
spoke, trying to craft the image of an innocent victim, as if she were blameless, when in fact it was because Wei Sanshao offered her too much. Lin Shuo watched her quietly, anger burning in his heart.
Besides, you've been in prison.
I can't possibly allow the father of my child to be a convict, so please, stop causing trouble, Zhang Lejie said, her tears almost falling.
Lin Shuo secretly admired her.
After years apart, her acting skills had reached such a refined level. As expected, Zhang Lejie cleverly seized the moral high ground, attempting to use moral coercion to make him back down. If you keep this up, even if I want to let you go, the guests here won't allow it, Zhang Lejie said, glancing around. They are all elites of high society, wielding powerful resources.
There's no way you can rely on brute personal strength to act recklessly.
Her words were like sharp swords, instantly prompting the surrounding guests to stand up as if they were righteous messengers, all condemning Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo remained expressionless, but Zhang Lejie's face changed dramatically, seeming a bit overwhelmed.
Clap, clap, clap.
Suddenly, applause rang out. It was Lin Shuo clapping. The crowd quieted down, and he smiled faintly. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Zhang Lejie.
Did you think this play had no audience? What do you mean? Zhang Lejie's voice began to tremble. Please look at the big screen.
Lin Shuo pointed with his finger, and the screen lit up. The footage showed a courtroom scene. Lin Shuo was wearing prison clothes, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lejie as she publicly promised to marry him once he was released from prison. He pleaded guilty. Then, laughter rang out, sharp and glaring. It was Zhang Lejie's laughter.
At the end of the video, an image of Zhang Lejie's smiling face appeared, innocent yet tinged with an eerie allure. Zhang Lejie, why are you laughing? If I don't laugh, should I cry?
That fool was completely taken in by a few lies of mine. Lucky for me, I've had professional training. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from laughing out loud when he confessed.
Zhang Lejie said as she laughed, clearly pleased with herself.
Now I'm going to laugh to my heart's content, laugh until the end of time. Her laughter grew even more unrestrained.
It's a pity that fool Lin Shuo can't see it. Ha ha ha.
The video ended, and the room was dead silent. Zhang Lejie trembled all over, her eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape, unable to believe that Lin Shuo had a video like this in his possession. The people around were stunned, especially those who had shouted the loudest, their faces filled with the shame of being proven wrong. Zhang Lejie, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. Please begin your performance, Lin Shuo said coldly.
I. Zhang Lejie opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Her face flushed red, veins bulging, as she shouted angrily, what can I say? Things have gotten this far, I can't be bothered to explain anymore.
Her mouth could no longer produce more lies.
But it wasn't over yet.
Lin Shuo clapped his hands, and the banquet hall doors slowly opened. Feng Hao and several others walked in with lowered heads, then knelt before Lin Shuo one by one, exposing Zhang Lejie's schemes, how she used money and benefits to force them to harm Lin Shuo.
Shut up, stop talking, do you want to die?
Zhang Lejie finally couldn't stay calm and shouted angrily. She panicked and completely revealed her true nature. Even after Feng Hao and the others left, Zhang Lejie was still stomping her feet in anger. What white lotus, what kindness, what ladylike demeanor, it was all a facade. She was nothing but a venomous and malicious woman, and all her pretenses were thoroughly torn apart by Lin Shuo at this moment. For Zhang Lejie, this moment felt like being slapped harshly in public, unbearably painful and impossible to endure.
Lin Shuo, I admit it, it was all under my orders. Who let you out of prison? Who allowed you to be released? Even if you've turned into a fool, I still won't let you go. Her face was full of venom as she pointed at Lin Shuo, roaring, I worked so hard to gain all of this, and I absolutely won't allow it to be destroyed, especially not because of trash like you. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, screaming hysterically, if you truly cared about me, you should have died in prison forever. 5 years ago, you obeyed my every word, wasn't it to repay me? Why did you come back? You're nothing but a stain that should be completely erased. The people present listened with somewhat complex expressions, but there wasn't much reaction. In this high society, reputation is everything. To protect one's reputation, murder and arson, such ruthless actions like Zhang Lejie's, are considered normal.
Since I am nothing but a stain to you, then the truth about my imprisonment 5 years ago should be made public, Lin Shuo said coldly, his gaze resolute, as if foretelling
the storm to come.
I had planned to end this directly, but since you're so obsessed with marrying into a wealthy family, I've decided to punish you in another way. He served a prison sentence for her, repaying the favor of saving his life, but the person who saved him was not Zhang Lejia.
What truth? What does your prison sentence have to do with me?
Lin Shua, if you dare ruin my engagement party, I won't forgive you even as a ghost. Zhang Lejia trembled with agitation, her voice sharp.
Before the engagement party, I could only endure until then.
Lin Shua's voice was as cold as a blade.
Zhang Lejia, don't test my limits. I always stand by my word.
His words were brief yet filled with an oppressive force, as if declaring the start of a life-and-death showdown.
Zhang Lejia's face turned pale.
Her birthday party instantly became her nightmare, and the Zhang family's dream of entering high society was shattered. The grand and magnificent scene suddenly turned into one of panic and unease.
She couldn't accept it. How could an ex-boyfriend, who should have been easy to deal with, become so terrifying? Even Wang Tian, a direct descendant of the prestigious Wang family, was willing to bow his head and submit to him.
Meanwhile, Zhang Lejia had to go to great lengths just to barely climb to the status of being associated with a direct descendant of the Wei family. In comparison, she now seemed unworthy of Lin Shua.
Shock, anger, frustration, but most of all, resentment. Why did you, Lin Shua, have to be so ostentatious? How was she supposed to handle this? Back then, was it really you who saved me, or was it someone else?
Lin Shua's voice rang out again, as if tearing at Zhang Lejia's heart.
The person who saved you?
Zhang Lejia's face twisted into a manic smile as she sneered. I almost forgot about that if you didn't mention it. It was that summer during our sophomore year of high school. I came over to hang out with you and found you unconscious at your doorstep.
I didn't dare to do anything. Then you woke up and asked if I was the one who saved you. Of course, I didn't deny it.
Her tone was mocking, fully relishing the revenge. I didn't expect you to believe it and even agree to be my boyfriend, becoming nothing
more than my trophy and my ATM. Knowing that you eventually ended up in prison, should I thank you or just call you plain stupid?
These words struck like a hammer, leaving everyone stunned as they turned to Lin Shua, their eyes filled with mockery and pity. Who could have imagined that this man, who now seemed almost godlike, had been completely toyed with by Zhang Lejia 5 years ago? Lin Shua was burning with rage, the pain tearing at his soul like a sharp blade. This woman truly deserved 1,000 cuts.
The necklace? He asked hoarsely. The necklace, right? That was something I stole.
You said you saw it before you passed out, so maybe the person who truly saved your life was her, a downright ugly freak.
Ah ha ha ha.
Zhang Lejia mercilessly tore open his wound.
Lin Shua's body trembled slightly as he hesitated and asked, Is she here?
Of course, she's right over there. Zhang Lejia said softly, raising her hand to point in a certain direction. Bai Serong sat quietly in the corner, her personality always reserved. The great upheaval 5 years ago had completely turned her into someone invisible. She was content with that. In the past 5 years, the number of times she left home could be counted on one hand.
She hadn't wanted to attend Zhang Lejia's birthday party but didn't dare refuse.
The memories of bullying since childhood left her completely clueless about how to say no to Zhang Lejia. She could only brace herself, walking in with a white veil over her head. When she saw the once glorious Zhang Lejia being chastised by Lin Shua, a sense of delight surged within her. Her gaze locked onto Lin Shua, and her heart couldn't help but be captivated. For so many years, the days spent at her grandfather's house were the only truly happy and cherished moments of her life, and the source of that nostalgia was precisely Lin Shua. But now, she didn't dare to greet Lin Shua, nor did she want him to notice her. She wished to remain in his heart as that quiet, beautiful girl next door, not this disgraceful and unsightly Bai Serong. Feeling slightly disappointed, she was unwilling to accept spending the rest of her life this way, yet she was helpless to change it. Just as her thoughts were running wild, Bai Serong's attention was drawn by Zhang Lejia's actions. She saw Zhang Lejia reach out and point at her, while the surrounding guests hurriedly stepped aside, afraid of getting involved in any trouble.
What is this woman up to? They wondered nervously, unwilling to provoke Lin Shua.
Soon, Zhang Lejia's finger finally pointed to Bai Serong, who was sitting on the sofa, dressed conservatively in formal attire and impeccably
neat clothing.
Her legs were slightly crossed, outlining a perfect curve, though the only regret was that a thin veil obscured her face. This unexpected turn of events made Bai Serong tense, her palms quietly clenching. Could it be Zhang Lejia was about to publicly humiliate her to vent her anger? A wave of panic surged within her, and she wanted to escape, only to find her body unresponsive. No one will come to help me, she muttered inwardly. No one would care about an ugly freak like me. That's her, Bai Serong, a famous ugly freak from Xicheng.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Lejia's face was full of triumph as she mocked her mercilessly. Bai Serong was angry and aggrieved, yet she had no way to refute and could only lower her head.
She neither dared to deny nor could she deny that Zhang Lejia's words were indeed true. Lin Shua, weren't you willing to go to jail to repay a life-saving favor? Then I think you could also marry this ugly freak to repay that life-saving favor. Zhang Lejia mocked with provocation written all over her face. Bai Surong's body trembled slightly. Facing the crowd's pointing fingers, she couldn't tell whether she was angry or sorrowful or perhaps both. It's Bai Surong. The Bai family barely counts as a third-rate family. Once glorious, now it's so desolate that it's on the verge of being erased. She is a direct descendant of the Bai family. 5 years ago, she had an accident and turned into an ugly freak. What a pity. If the Bai family still counted as a third-rate family, there would surely be men willing to compromise and marry her. Now, even if they give her away, people would still refuse. I heard the Bai family arranged many blind dates for her, but as soon as they saw her face, everything fell apart. Truly a case of dying under the spotlight, haha. The crowd whispered among themselves. Lin Shua's heart churned, and sweat had already formed on his palms. He couldn't believe that the humiliated woman before him was really her. He suddenly looked at Bai Surong and saw tears seeping through the thin veil on her head, cutting at his heart like a knife. For someone with low self-esteem, being watched by the crowd was the ultimate torture, especially since these whispered voices were stabbing at her heart. Zhang Lejia is really ruthless. To shake off her ex-boyfriend, she randomly paired people up. This is clearly an insult. Zhang Lejia is expressing her stance. Lin Shua deserves to be called an ugly freak, while she is the one marrying into a wealthy family. Everyone started to gossip, their voices growing louder. A convict fresh out of prison and an ugly freak nobody wants, what a perfect match. Zhang Lejia reveled in her own celebration, her emotions running high as she clapped enthusiastically, revealing her Tai Chi Yin-Yang necklace. The moment Lin Shua saw it, anger surged through his heart. He abruptly grabbed her hand, roughly snatched the necklace away, and said coldly, "You don't deserve to wear this." After speaking, he threw Zhang Lejia to the ground, and the surrounding murmurs came to an abrupt halt. Bai Surong watched Lin Shua walk towards her. Unable to bear the atmosphere, an inexplicable courage surged within her. She staggered to her feet, turned, and ran toward the back door of the banquet hall. Lin Shua paid no attention to anything else, his eyes were fixed solely on Bai Surong. Behind him, Zhang Lejia was still screaming, unable to accept the way Lin Shua treated her, her heart filled with resentment. For 5 years, apart from today, Lin Shua had never even spoken harshly to her. This left her feeling bewildered and mistakenly believing that Lin Shua's compliance was something she could take for granted. The man from the Wei family branch closed his eyes, like a puppet being controlled, slapping himself over and over again, as if this could alleviate the humiliation and anger in his heart. The surrounding guests watched in stunned silence, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might provoke the wrath of the powerful Wei family. Zhang Lejia was furious, watching helplessly as Lin Shua left with Bai Surong, feeling utterly unwilling to accept it. Originally, tonight was supposed to be her moment to shine, but Lin Shua's appearance had crushed everything to pieces. Burning with rage, she thought to herself, she absolutely couldn't let this bastard ruin her engagement party. Are you still stupidly hitting yourself? That Lin Shua guy has already run off. Are you trying to beat yourself to death? Zhang Lejia roared angrily, kicking the man as if this could vent the dissatisfaction in her heart. Ouch, it hurts so much. The man finally couldn't help but cry out in pain, the red marks on his face particularly glaring. He glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "No one is allowed to speak of what happened today." The guests nodded one after another, understanding in their hearts that the Wei family's reputation could not be tarnished. After all, both Zhang Lejia and he were members of the Wei family, and they couldn't allow outsiders to mock their disgrace. Go see your brother. Zhang Lejia gritted her teeth, filled with resentment in her heart. He absolutely cannot know the truth, or I'm finished. This engagement banquet must go on. Watching Zhang Lejia and the man from the Wei family branch leave in a hurry, the guests exchanged glances, secretly sighing. Tonight's drama has already been quite thrilling, but the upcoming engagement banquet might stir up a storm of blood and chaos. Wang Tian shook his head and left, thinking to himself that the feud between Lin Shua and Bai Surong, who was about to join the Wei family, would likely spark a direct confrontation between the Wei family and Lin Shua. Outside, the storm and heavy rain had ceased, leaving only a fine drizzle floating in the air, adding a touch of mistiness and coolness to Creek City in September. The streets after the downpour were sparsely populated, exuding an unusual sense of desolation. Bai Surong ran like the wind. Despite her shoes and pants being soaked through, she paid no mind, with only one thought in her heart: she must not stop. The accident 5 years ago had turned her into a spectacle in the eyes of her classmates. Wherever she went,
she was the target of pointing fingers, and some even went out of their way to stop and mock her. This had honed her exceptional fleeing skills. Lin Shua shouldn't have caught up, right? She wondered to herself, trying hard to calm down.
A self-mocking smile unintentionally tugged at the corner of her lips.
Then, with a sudden bang, she collided into a warm embrace, feeling a gentle force holding her.
Instinctively, she looked up, and what
met her gaze was a handsome and resolute face. The deep affection reflected in those sharp, star-like eyes left her momentarily stunned.
Lin Shua.
Her heart raced, the familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made her a bit flustered.
After 5 years, the boy next door had transformed into a true man, evoking admiration.
Big sister bye. Lin Shua took a deep breath and struggled to utter these 3 words, as if this call had drained all his energy.
If his subordinates were to witness this scene, they would certainly be astonished. Could the war god of Jojo also be this nervous? Lin Shua.
Bai Surong stepped back like a startled kitten, too anxious to know what to say.
Meeting an old acquaintance, why must you avoid me? Could it be that big sister Bai doesn't recognize Lin Shua anymore?
Lin Shua asked with a smile, his eyes filled with concern.
It's not.
I was afraid of scaring you. Bai Surong shook her head, but a trace of helplessness surged in her heart.
I heard about you. How did this happen to you? Lin Shua asked with concern.
Bai Surong hesitated for a moment and said softly, I
don't know.
That summer, I was taking a nap at my grandfather's house, and when I woke up, I felt very uncomfortable, and then. She couldn't continue, her eyes revealing helplessness and pain. Lin Shua's heart sank suddenly, his body trembling slightly.
This person, she must be the one. He grabbed her wrist, his fingers gently probing her pulse, and immediately understood Bai Surong was poisoned.
And she was poisoned for him. Back then, he was trapped in the mist, desperately seeking a way to survive, but the gears of fate transferred the poison onto Bai Surong, making her endure unimaginable pain.
Heart-rending anguish.
5 years. He mistakenly took a venomous-hearted woman as his savior, while the true benefactor bore the suffering of torment.
How did Bai Surong endure these past 5 years?
Lin Shua's heart was filled with regret and burning anger. However, he forced himself to suppress the rage within, afraid of scaring her. His eyes were red, and his gaze was full of gratitude, remorse, and guilt, but more than anything, an indescribable sense of pity. Someone told me I was harmed, but I don't remember forming such a deep hatred with anyone, Bai Surong said through tearful eyes. If there is truly such a person, I just want to ask them why they did this to me.
Lin Shua opened his mouth but was left speechless. I'm sorry. For the life-saving grace of that year, Lin Shua could only repay it with every moment of his future. He didn't dare to reveal the truth, even though he was an innocent victim too. He feared Bai Surong's disappointment and unforgiveness, as that would render him unable to stay by her side, let alone use the medical knowledge in his mind to detoxify her. He decided to wholeheartedly make amends, and only when she no longer needed him would he disclose the truth to her. By then, he would accept whatever decision she made. Sister Bai, don't cry.
One day, I will bring the person who harmed you right to your front door, Lin Shua said firmly. Bai Surong was just about to respond when a sudden gust of wind blew away the veil covering her face. She let out a startled cry, hurriedly covered her face, and lowered her head, her heart filled with panic. Her face was covered in unsightly spots, resembling birthmarks, even the most unattractive kind.
Would Lin Shua be frightened? Would he run away because of this?
Bai Surong felt uneasy. Just then, a pair of warm, large hands gently lifted her chin. Those are poisonous spots, shocking to behold. Lin Shua gazed at her, his heart aching as if twisted. All of this was his doing. If it weren't for him, Bai Surong should have had a wonderful future, not been ridiculed as an ugly freak. Bai Surong's eyelashes trembled slightly as she nervously opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a pair of eyes filled with tender affection, without avoidance or distraction.
She froze. Is he not afraid of her? In his eyes, is she still a woman, a normal woman?
The two of them locked eyes, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only each other. At that moment, a Havel car suddenly stopped beside them, and a middle-aged couple hurried out, pulling Bai Surong into the car.
The middle-aged woman complained displeasedly. Surong, who told you to run out and make a fool of yourself?
If you're not ashamed, your father and I certainly are.
Go back quickly, the middle-aged man urged impatiently.
When he saw Lin Shua, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This kid looks familiar. Oh, it's Lin Shua, the useless guy who just got out of prison.
You and Su Rong.
His gaze flickered as he took a deep look at Lin Shua, then drove off.
Sister Bai, next time we meet, I will definitely cure you.
Lin Shua shouted loudly. He stood in place, watching the car disappear around the corner, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself not to rush forward and stop the car.
Don't be impatient.
This poison is hard to cure. It is a bone-corroding poison, requiring an immense amount of medicinal ingredients.
He needs time to prepare and brew the antidote. Inside the car,
Bai Suron's eyes were red, and when she turned back, they were filled with anticipation and longing.
Suron, you can't seriously believe that kid, can you? He just got out of prison. What does he know about medicine? Besides, your condition is
something even miracle doctors shake their heads at. It's absolutely impossible to cure, the middle-aged man driving said bluntly, dashing her hopes. Bai Surong turned around and lowered her head in silence. She clenched her fists, firmly believing deep down that Lin Shua would never deceive her.
Then the next meeting. When will it be?
Wei Family Manor, majestic and brightly lit.
Each small courtyard houses members of the Wei family.
The Wei family has been operating in Creek City for 100 years, and generations of effort have allowed them to remain at the pinnacle of elite families. Of course, other elite families scoff at this and assert that rankings are meaningless. Below the elite families are clans. These are divided into first tier, second tier, and third tier, but the elite families scoff at such classifications. Simply put, to them, everything below the elite level is trash.
A certain courtyard.
Zhang Lejia and the man whose face she had swollen with her blows hurriedly walked inside, while the rain drizzled outside. In the pavilion within the courtyard, a young man lay alone on a recliner, with a book titled Thick Black Theory placed beside him. The young man had strikingly handsome features, though his complexion appeared slightly pale. Under the glow of the light, he seemed particularly gloomy.
He closed his eyes, seemingly asleep.
Zhang Lejia and the man walked into the pavilion, but he still didn't open his eyes. Such a wonderful rainy night, ruined just like this by you, the young man finally spoke indifferently after a while.
Zhang Lejia and the man exchanged a glance, and the man quickly said, "Third brother, you should already know, right? That guy actually has the Wang family as his backing."
"Worthless, the Wang family scared you into slapping yourself in public, thoroughly disgracing the Wei family." The young man slowly opened his eyes and coldly stared at the man, who immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak.
"Keep hitting," Wei Qinghong ordered coldly.
The young man nearly broke into tears, but he didn't dare disobey and could only reluctantly raise his hand to slap his own face. Wei Qinghong looked at Zhang Lejia and gently gestured. Zhang Lejia's heart tightened and promptly leaned into his embrace, coyly saying, "Third young master, you must stand up for me."
"First, tell me, is there anything else between you and that kid?"
Wei Qinghong played with her hair, asking with a faint smile. Zhang Lejia quickly shook her head.
"No, I am completely yours."
She knew well Wei Qinghong's temper. If she said something wrong, punishment would undoubtedly await her.
"I looked into it."
Lin Shua saved her sister at the Tyran Club and almost killed that kid Wang Tian in a fit of rage. Wei Qinghong paused, then said indifferently, "Other than that, there's no connection." Zhang Lejia was stunned.
"That's it?"
"Just this, Wang Tian is timid, I know that, but I didn't expect he could be so timid to this extent. He got scared once and directly became someone else's dog." Wei Qinghong shook his head.
Zhang Lejia let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "In that case, can't we just easily crush him?"
"He has to be crushed. Not to mention that he's your ex-boyfriend. Today he ruined your birthday party and further insulted my Wei family."
"That's enough reasons for him to die 800 times over." Wei Qinghong stretched lazily and said casually, "He gave you a deadline, didn't he? Don't take it seriously, just wait and see what tricks he can come up with."
In his eyes, crushing a person was as effortless as crushing an ant.
Zhang Lejia nodded to show she understood.
Wei Qinghong narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as a blade. Lin Shua came in with such high profile. Was it really just for Zhang Lejia?
Could it be that he had discovered something? Probably not, given how secretive that matter was. But it didn't matter anymore. This person was destined to die.
The man who was being slapped was on the verge of tears.
"Could I avoid this situation?"
"It's bad enough you two are showing off your affection, but my face is about to fall apart here."
Zhang Lejia's birthday party ended hastily, but under the Wei family's strong tactics, the Zhang family was given the honorary title of a third-rate family, prompting Zhang's father and mother to dance with joy at Zhang Xiaochang's hospital bedside. The medical staff were dumbfounded.
The son had a shattered kneecap, and yet his parents were dancing disco by his bedside.
Was this appropriate?
Were they sure he was their biological
child? The medical staff couldn't help but imagine, if Zhang Xiaochang on the hospital bed passed away, would his parents dance at his grave? The mental image was exceptionally vivid.
Zhang Xiaochang couldn't tolerate it anymore and quickly stopped them. "Son, don't worry.
Your sister said Lin Shuai is just a petty clown and poses no threat at all.
If he dares to cause trouble at the engagement banquet, the Wei family will deal with him instantly.
Zhang's father and mother responded with cheerful smiles. Then I'm going.
Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted hastily, his face full of malice. When the time comes, I'll break Lin Shua's legs too. Alright, we'll go in a wheelchair, Zhang's father and mother agreed readily.
Early the next morning,
Lin Rower finished breakfast and was about to leave for work.
As she opened the door, Lin Shua hesitantly asked, Rower, how much money do we have now? Clack.
Lin Rower directly took a bank card out of her bag and placed it on the table. There are 20,000 yuan in it. You can use it as you wish, I've already set aside money for the rent. After speaking, she hurried away, fearing Lin Shua might feel awkward. Lin Shua was indeed a bit embarrassed. Returning from madness, it seemed he had brought back nothing but freedom. The divine card, inadvertently activated by Feng Hao, would take 10 days to arrive, but he couldn't wait that long. He had no choice but to take money from Lin Rower to buy medicinal ingredients and prepare detoxifying medicine. However, even if the divine card arrived, he did not plan to use it easily. On one hand, he didn't need it, on the other hand, using it would increase the risk of exposure.
He went out and found a pharmacy. The antidote required a wide variety and a large quantity of medicinal herbs.
Although most of them were quite common, a few special herbs were absurdly expensive, beyond Lin Shua's means.
He could only resort to using slightly less effective substitutes.
However, the exceptional medical knowledge that surfaced in his mind allowed him to master it instinctively, easily adjusting the prescription, a genius among geniuses. If it were any other seasoned Chinese medicine practitioner, they would undoubtedly be astounded by his talent. Typically, Chinese medicine practitioners treat prescriptions like doctrine, refraining from
altering them lightly.
Even changes to a single herb, or differences in its dosage, could significantly impact the efficacy of the medicine, and might even turn it into poison, not something to be taken lightly. As soon as he returned to the warehouse, Zhan Li rushed in.
Master Lin, after you left, the birthday party ended quickly. The Wei family, unwilling to lose face,
has already sealed off the news. Zhang Lejie said she wouldn't let you ruin the engagement banquet, Zhang Li said softly, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. I understand, Lin Shua responded coldly.
He had long anticipated that Zhang Lejie wouldn't change her mind.
Besides, even if she obediently revealed the truth, he would never let her off the hook. What she did to Bai Serong, he was determined to seek justice for her. Li Sihai conducted an internal investigation and just confirmed that 11 months ago Leopard visited this Shanyun tea house.
Leopard enjoys drinking tea and listening to performances.
At that time, the tea house had someone singing, and Leopard liked it very much, Zhang Li continued, his tone carrying a hint of expectation.
Lin Shua's eyes gleamed as he asked, anything else?
Li Sihai asked me to convey his apologies to you. He could only trace things this far, it has already been nearly a year.
However, he mentioned the owner of Shangyun Tea House is named Yang Xiang.
And he previously had a conflict with you at the Juanhao Grand Hotel. He also has a peculiar habit of secretly filming guests, so there might be something valuable, Zhang Li said hesitantly.
In that case, let's pay a visit, Lin Shua said without hesitation, bringing Zhan Li directly to the tea house.
His parents had died under mysterious circumstances, and he was determined to uncover the truth, settling scores with his enemies personally so his parents' spirits could rest in peace.
The killer acted extremely cleanly, using cash transactions, and Leopard didn't catch any distinguishing features at all. Coupled with the
memory fuzziness caused by drug use, the investigation leads were almost non-existent.
The tea house might be the only clue he could find.
If he couldn't uncover any more information, he would have to use the communicator to make a call. Before that, Lin Shua got out of the car and looked up at the Shangyun tea house located on the commercial street in the southern part of the city. Just as he was about to enter, he saw Lin Rower following closely behind a man in a suit, shadowing him into the tea house. Master Lin, it's your sister, Zhang Li couldn't help but say, a trace of complexity flashing through his eyes.
The Shangyun tea house is not large, consisting of 3 floors.
The first floor is the main hall, with several 8 immortals tables scattered around a modestly sized stage. The second floor consists of private rooms partitioned by folding screens, leaving only the side facing the stage uncovered. The third floor is a private area accessible solely to the manager and the owner, ordinary staff cannot approach it at all. Under Zhu Hong's guidance, Lin Rower curiously surveyed her surroundings. She had never been here before and was reluctant to come. At home, plain water was almost free, so why spend money to drink water here? The tea wasn't necessarily tastier either.
Manager Zhu, it's just the two of us. We could just talk things over on the first floor, Lin Rower said hurriedly upon seeing Zhu Hong heading toward the stairs ahead. Xiaolin, that's not the right attitude, Zhu Hong turned around, feigning discontent as he replied. How can we discuss business in the main hall? It's crowded and distracting here, which could interrupt our conversation. Lin Rower had no choice but to nod in agreement. The two of them went up to the second floor and, led by the waiter, arrived at a private room near the western corner. A pot of Biluakun tea, 2 plates of snacks. We're discussing business, so don't disturb us unless necessary. Zhu Hong, being a regular customer, directly instructed the waiter and discreetly handed him a red banknote. The waiter skillfully accepted the money, nodded with a smile, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, as if mocking Lin Rower. Soon, the tea and snacks were served. Zhu Hong poured 2 cups of tea himself and said with a smile, Xiaolin, you must be new to business, unfamiliar with some of the customs. As your partner, I'll teach you well. Thank you, Manager Zhu. I'll definitely work hard to learn. Actually, I'm part of the research and development team, and this time I've been sent to understand the market, Lin Rower said somewhat awkwardly, holding her teacup and speaking hurriedly. Don't just thank me verbally, you need to take action, Zhu Hong said with a sly expression, directly sitting down beside Lin Rower, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Lin Rower nervously shrank back, her voice trembling slightly. What are you trying to do? I'm a market expert. As long as you stick with me, you can understand the market in any way you want, Zhu Hong said, a wicked smile curving his lips as a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Lin Rower stood up in astonishment, her voice rising several octaves. Manager Zhu, what do you mean by that? It's so easy to be misunderstood. Just the literal meaning, you didn't misunderstand. Zhu Hong responded calmly, taking his sip of tea as if everything was under his control. I know that if you can't secure this deal, you'll be fired. Lin Rower, you're not just supporting yourself, you also have to take care of your foolish brother. If you lose your job, what will you do? Lin Rower's face instantly turned deathly pale, her heart tightening. Zhu Hong had clearly been prepared, having investigated her personal circumstances thoroughly. But what he didn't know was that her brother was no longer foolish. Even if I lose my job, I won't let you succeed, she responded angrily, the flames of defiance shining in her eyes. But Zhu Hong didn't care, letting out a cold sneer. Lin Rower, I've been watching you for so long, preparing for so long. Now, it's not up to you to leave if you want. His figure closed in like a shadow, and Lin Rower instinctively backed away. Zhu Hong advanced slowly, the sinister grin on his face sending chills down one's spine. If you leave, I'll go to your fool of a brother to vent. A fool, I'll make him eat shit, and he'll probably do it with a silly smile. You. Lin Rower retreated helplessly, her face pale as urgency consumed her heart. That's more like it. For your brother's sake, you better put up with it, ha ha. Zhu Hong laughed triumphantly, seeming to revel in the sight of his soon-to-be prey. Not far away, the waiter tilted his head and secretly watched, feeling secretly pleased. Having grown accustomed to these shady dealings, especially when seeing a pretty girl being bullied, he found it particularly gratifying. Just then, a sudden angry roar broke the tense atmosphere, looking for death. The waiter felt a gust of wind sweep past, and in the next moment, a figure shot out like an arrow from the second floor, landing heavily on the high platform of the first floor. Seeing the person struggling to sit up, the waiter felt relieved. He's not dead, that's good, that's good. At the same time, everyone raised their heads, their gazes unanimously focused on that figure. They saw a young man, tall and straight, with starry brows and sword-like eyes, handsome and dashing. Beside him stood a tall and elegant woman, the two perfectly matched as if made for each other, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Brother! Lin Rower called out excitedly. Sit down first, I'll go deal with them. Lin Shua said calmly, turning around and walking toward Zhu Hong. Everyone fixed their eyes on him. Each step he took was composed and unhurried, exuding elegance. Zhu Hong, who had just struggled to sit up, saw the approaching man, and his face instantly turned pale. Panic-stricken, he retreated backward. Don't come over. What are you doing? You've already kicked me down the stairs, what more do you want? Zhu Hong shouted in panic, his voice trembling with fear. The waiter hurried over, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Honorable guest, please calm down, please calm down. There must have been some misunderstanding here. This is a tea house, let's not resort to violence. Have a cup of tea and let's sit down and talk this through. Which hand touched my sister? Lin Shua's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Zhu Hong. No, I managed to stop myself in time. Zhu Hong said, straining his injuries, coughing as he spat blood. Apologize.
Lin Shua's voice was cold and ruthless. Xu Hong hurriedly knelt down and shouted towards Lin Rower on the second floor, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, my mind was clouded.
Please forgive me. Well, leave now."
Lin Rower, seeing him coughing up blood, felt sympathetic but looked at Lin Shua and firmly said, "Brother, this is a public place. You've already hit him, and if you act again, it might cause trouble." Lin Shua nodded slightly, his intent to protect her evident, and then turned to go back upstairs. The waiter hurriedly stepped forward to help Xu Hong up, while the latter found a corner in the main hall to sit down, silently regretting in his heart. On the second floor, Zhang Li stood outside the door as Lin Shua had just taken a seat. Lin Rower sighed, "At this rate, I guess I'll lose my job.
But if it's gone, it's gone.
Anyway, I was already close to quitting."
"Aren't you in research and development?" Lin Shua asked curiously. "Sigh, don't even bring it up." Lin Rower shook her head, unwilling to elaborate, and instead asked with curiosity, "Why did you come here to drink tea?" Lin Shua calmly shook his head. "I'm not here for tea. The prices here aren't cheap." Lin Rower spoke on her own, clearly not believing his explanation. She continued, "You asked me for money this morning just to come here for tea and music?" A waiter who had just walked over overheard and scoffed disdainfully. He thought to himself, "So he's a freeloader? No, a man living off his sister. Ridiculous." Originally, he had come to apologize on Xu Hong's behalf, but his attitude was naturally poor as he thought it through in his mind. The guest said they wouldn't pursue the matter. "Sir, you too. Even if you wanted to stop him, you shouldn't have kicked him so hard. If he died, not only would our tea house be in trouble, but you'd end up in jail as well." Lin Rower listened, her anger flaring up. "It was Xu Hong who tried to take advantage of me." "Doesn't that count as being in the wrong? Although he was at fault first, this gentleman was too heavy-handed."
"If Mr. Zhu decides to pursue the matter, your brother won't be able to get away with it," the waiter sneered, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Just as the tension was rising, Zhang Li walked over with a serious expression. "Waiter, be careful with your words.
Master Lin is very angry right now. Don't provoke him. If you know what's good for you, stop talking."
The waiter was instantly rendered speechless, though he harbored silent resentment in his heart. The guests in the lobby on the first floor were whispering among themselves. The situation was simply too absurd. A loser who even needed to ask his sister for money to drink tea at the tea house unexpectedly had a lackey standing by to protect him. "I'm just speaking fairly," the waiter braced himself to argue.
"Fairly?" Zhang Li sneered.
"You were on the second floor, yet when Lin Zhu scolded that guy, you didn't even budge.
Is that what you call fairness? Or maybe you took some kind of benefit and deliberately turned a blind eye?"
The waiter's face changed slightly. "Don't make baseless accusations." Seeing the situation getting worse, Lin Shur raised his hand to interrupt. "If accountability is required, let that person come here in person.
You, go and invite your boss over."
The waiter froze, his heart tightening, and Zhang Li's expression became panicked.
He realized his behavior was inappropriate again. As Lin Shua's attendant, arguing with a waiter was indeed disgraceful.
Why do you want to meet my boss?" the waiter stammered, asking hesitantly. "Naturally, for proper business," Lin Shua said calmly. The waiter's eyes flickered as if he had realized something. "Kid, I advise you to stop causing trouble."
That was the personal action of a guest. Our tea house would never make compensation for it. He righteously declared, his voice echoing through the tea house, trying to use this as an excuse to make us give you free tea? Truly unheard of.
"I've seen people dine and dash, but never drink and dash. Our boss has connections with the prestigious Wei family, you'd better not dig your own grave." Lin Shua finally lifted his head upon hearing this, his gaze like a sharp knife, quietly staring at the waiter.
Seeing this, Lin Rower hurriedly interjected, "Waiter, what nonsense are you spouting? My brother is not that kind of person."
"We're leaving now, and I'll pay for the tea."
"Yes, sure, the beauty pays for the tea. What kind of brother can't even afford to treat his sister to a cup of tea?" the waiter said sarcastically. Laughter echoed from the lobby on the first floor as well.
Lin Rower felt both ashamed and angry, but she ignored the mockery in her heart. After all, the 20,000 yuan was meant to be saved for Lin Shua to spend.
"Shut up!"
Lin Rower glared at the waiter angrily, stood up, and pulled Lin Shua.
"Brother, let's go.
We'll never come to this lousy tea house again."
However, Lin Shua didn't move.
"The owner of the tea house is Yang Xiang, right?" he asked.
"So what?" the waiter responded arrogantly.
"Tell him, my name is Lin Shua. Go immediately, or else you'll lose this job." Lin Shua said coldly. The waiter was stunned, secretly thinking, "You're just someone who wants a free tea house bill. Where does such audacity come from?"
"Kid, you're dreaming.
Yang Xiang is my brother-in-law, and you think you can make me lose my job, he mocked.
Lin Shuo nodded slightly.
In that case, it won't just be losing your job. At this moment, a few people walked up to the second floor, chatting and laughing. The man leading the group, with a toothpick in his mouth, asked smugly, "What's going on here?
Could it be that someone is causing trouble?"
The waiter's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Exactly, this guy is trying to get a free meal. I refused, and now he's demanding to see my brother-in-law.
Qin, I'll leave him to you.
Don't worry. Your brother-in-law spent quite a bit of money with the Sihai Group. This is exactly what we handle."
Qin spit the toothpick onto the ground and looked at Lin Shuo with a sideways glance.
"Kid, get lost right now.
Do you think you can see the boss just because you feel like it? We're from the Sihai Group. Don't make us get physical."
"Sihai Group?" Lin Shuo smirked slightly, a faint smile on his lips.
This is getting interesting.
It wasn't that he and the Sihai Group were incompatible, it was that the Sihai Group's influence was too vast, spreading across the entire Xiqing. Bars, clubs, and even tea houses all hired their people to keep things in check. At this moment, a hint of disdain flashed in Qin's eyes, as if he didn't take the power of the Sihai Group seriously at all.
"If you know, then hurry up." Qin waved his hand, a trace of urgency in his tone.
Zhang Li intended to say something, trying to highlight his own importance, but before he could open his mouth, Lin Shuo picked up a steaming teacup and leisurely took a sip. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, he gently put down the teacup, and suddenly, with a crash, the solid 8-sided wooden table instantly collapsed.
Bang!
The table shattered into pieces, resembling dried wood scattering with the wind.
What was most shocking was that the teacup still stood firmly on the ground, completely intact.
Brother Qin, the waiter, and the others were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe their eyes.
I don't like repeating myself. I've already explained the reason just now.
Either bring Yang Xiang here, or you can join this table's fate.
Lin Shuo's voice boomed like thunder, leaving no room for argument. The waiter, Brother Qin, all the guests, and even Zhu Hong, who still wanted to watch the drama. Are human bones harder than solid wood? Probably. But if you hit someone with wood, it's very easy to cause fractures. Lin Shuo merely used a teacup to shatter the entire table into dust. Such strength was terrifying.
Even in the Sihai Group, Brother Qin had never seen such a powerful ancient martial artist. Lin Rower came to her senses and gained a more intuitive understanding of Lin Shuo's strength.
However, she knew that relying solely on force couldn't solve all problems.
But at the moment, she couldn't say much and could only whisper, "Brother, it's not necessary. Let it go, it's just some tea money, just give it." She thought everything Lin Shuo was doing was merely to save face. The others thought the same. Even if he managed to summon the boss, at most, it would just
be about tea money. What would be the point of that?
Maybe when the boss arrives, he might not be happy, and the situation could become even more awkward. "Alright, I'll go find him, but I need to warn you in advance, my brother-in-law has a bad temper." With those words, the waiter hurriedly ran up to the third floor.
"Brother, I'm worried."
Lin Rower felt a bit nervous, clutching tightly onto Lin Shuo's sleeve. Ever since Lin Shuo had been imprisoned, their parents had aged overnight. After their parents passed away, she endured countless insults and bullying, gradually becoming cautious and fearful of offending others.
"Don't be afraid. From now on, your brother is here. You don't need to tread carefully. Live freely, do anything you want with abandon."
Lin Shuo gently patted the back of her hand, his tone calm yet resolute. "For everything, your brother will have your back." As he spoke, hurried footsteps sounded from the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. A chubby figure ran down quickly, skipping 3 steps at a time, almost jumping straight down, and inadvertently landed on the floor with a thud. Even though the fall was painful, Yang Xiang wasted no time, hobbling over to Lin Shuo hurriedly. Ever since fleeing from Zhang Lejia's birthday party, Yang Xiang had been hiding in the tea house, living in constant fear. Would he face retribution? Would he be implicated? He knew nothing about Lin Shuo's background, only that no one had helped. During the party, and afterward, Lin Shuo had left. The party had ended abruptly, and Zhang Lejia had gone to the Wei family's estate. Since then, everything seemed to have returned to normal, but this calm only made Yang Xiang feel more uneasy. When Yang Xiang heard the waiter mention Lin Shuo, he practically sprang from his bed, darted downstairs, and stood breathless in front of Lin Shuo. He had never considered running away. It seemed some deep part of him knew that running was utterly pointless. Lin Rower slightly parted her lips, with the fearful tea house owner standing in front of her, Lin Shuo's words echoing in her ears. At this moment, Lin Shuo's words seemed incredibly powerful.
Mr. Lin, why have you come?
Yang Xiang asked humbly, his head lowered, his attitude so reverent it seemed he was about to kneel.
The crowd was stunned.
The scenario they had anticipated, a temperamental tea house owner erupting in fury and yelling to throw the troublemakers out, did not unfold, leaving them with a deep sense of unexpected disappointment. Lin Shuo ignored them, his gaze moving back and landing on the panting waiter.
Everyone suddenly realized that he didn't want to answer the same question twice.
Yang Xiang immediately turned and looked at the waiter, a murderous look erupting in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Brother-in-law, you're done for this time." The brother-in-law caused trouble, it must be that. Mr. Lin couldn't possibly be wrong, and even if there were any mistake, it must be the brother-in-law's fault first. His sister was almost bullied, so he beat the person down and then said he wanted to find you. I think he's trying to take advantage of the tea house, and his words weren't very pleasant.
The waiter stammered. "Shut up."
Yang Xiang slapped him across the face and shouted angrily, "How could Mr. Lin be so petty?
Hurry up and explain the reason."
The waiter covered his face, blood streaming from his nose, not daring to wipe it. He wasn't exaggerating earlier, his brother-in-law really had a bad temper. If his sister made the slightest mistake at home, she would be berated and beaten, and he, as the younger brother-in-law, naturally wouldn't be taken seriously either. He understood in his heart that he had caused big trouble and should have known long ago this would be the outcome. He said he had important business with you. He spoke with a sobbing face, his voice trembling.
Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them.
Someone who could command such respect from the tea house owner could hardly care about the cost of a cup of tea. Lin Rower was equally astonished, unable to fathom how her brother, just released from prison and recently regaining his sanity, could have such an imposing presence.
It was truly unbelievable. How could she, as his sister, not know her own brother was so formidable?
Damn it, Mr. Lin made it so clear.
Why don't you hurry up and get me down here?
Still dawdling around, I'm seriously going to destroy you.
Yang Xiang cursed angrily and launched a flurry of punches and kicks.
Brother Qin, who was in charge of watching over the place, stood there with his mouth open and hand outstretched. In the end, he said nothing and did nothing.
He was shocked inside. Yang Xiang was so ruthless. Was he really going to make a move?
I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me.
I'm nothing, please don't bother with me. Ow. Ah.
The waiter knelt on the ground, quickly begging for mercy. Lin Shuo casually wiped his fingers, remaining indifferent from start to finish, except when speaking with Lin Rower. In those moments, his expression and tone softened, and he spoke freely.
As for others, they didn't even warrant a glance from him.
Yang Xiang recalled having met Wei Qinghong, the third young master of the Wei family, and even he hadn't displayed such an aura, truly terrifying. His blows suddenly became even heavier. Zhang Li sneered and said, "The Lord Lin never thought much of you, you're the one who insisted on forcing yourself in."
Yang Xiang, this man cannot be spared.
Yang Xiang immediately nodded and hurriedly replied, "I'll get someone to break his legs at once, so he'll spend the rest of his life bedridden."
"Brother-in-law, please. I know I was wrong."
The voice of the shop assistant was filled with fear. "Rest assured, as your brother-in-law, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life."
Yang Xiang waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take the shop assistant away.
Lin Rower appeared conflicted, though deep down she felt the man deserved it. From the very beginning, Lin Shuo did not resort to pretentious behavior, he stated his purpose clearly. He came to see Yang Xiang for serious business and had repeatedly pointed out that it was Yang Xiang who kept pestering him. In hindsight, she realized she had misunderstood earlier. Thinking of this, Lin Rower couldn't help but turn her head to glance over, a hint of guilt appearing in her eyes.
"Mr. Yi, are you satisfied?" Yang Xiang asked with an ingratiating smile. Lin Shuo nodded slightly, showing his satisfaction.
Qin Gu uncomfortably twisted his neck, unable to tolerate the atmosphere. Just moments ago, he had arrogantly stood up for the waiter, but now that the waiter had been dealt with, he didn't look too pleased himself.
"Boss Yang, since there's nothing else, I'll head to the third floor first."
He cupped his hands in a polite gesture and turned to leave, completely ignoring Lin Shuo. He was the one managing the venue and had a partnership with Yang Xiang, rather than an employer-employee relationship.
"Did I let you go?"
Lin Shuo's voice rang out from behind, making Qin Ji's body stiffen as he stopped immediately.
Everyone was stunned. This guy actually wanted to deal with the venue's security?
His courage was off the charts.
Many guests revealed expressions of
anticipation, especially Zhu Hong, who secretly rejoiced upon seeing Yang Xiang act so timidly in front of Lin Shuo, thinking Lin Shuo was digging his own grave. Yang Xiang's face showed unease as he quietly said, Mr. Lin, this man he's from the Sea Group.
I have no authority to intervene.
It was a misunderstanding just now, sorry about that. Qinggu said casually, but his face carried an indifferent expression, making his apology seem extremely perfunctory.
Zhang Li shouted angrily, Qinggu, right?
While Master Lin hasn't said anything yet, you'd better admit your mistake honestly.
Maybe you can avoid a disaster. Trying to scare me?
Qin Ji's eyes turned cold as he shouted angrily, I am the backbone of 4C's group.
How could I be intimidated by you? How could he lower his head and admit a mistake in front of so many guests?
Zhang Li didn't waste words and directly took out his phone, finding Li Sihai's number.
How do you have that? Qin Ji's sharp eyes noticed immediately.
I'm an employee of the Sea Group, Zhang Li casually remarked. However, he was merely an inconspicuous clerical worker before and had no privilege
of owning Li Sihai's contact information.
This number was personally given to him by Li Sihai, specifically for dealing with situations like this.
Do you think calling the boss will make a difference? Qinggu scoffed disdainfully. The call was quickly connected.
Zhang Li directly switched to speaker mode, and his loud voice echoed, Li Sihai, it's me, Zhang Li.
Ah, brother Zhang Li, what's the matter?
Li Sihai's enthusiastic greeting came from the receiver. At this moment, the scene was so tense it was suffocating. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Li, waiting for his next words. Qinggu felt his heart jolt, and alarm bells sounded in his mind. As soon as Zhang Li spoke, he referred to him as a brother, which made Qinggu feel overwhelming pressure, as if a ferocious beast was staring at him.
Within the Sea Group, the
number of people whom Li Sihai referred to as brothers could be counted on one hand. Figures like Leopard Brother and Scar Brother were all renowned personalities, and Zhang Li, whom he had never seen before, was clearly no ordinary man. At the Shangyung Tea House, there's someone with the surname Qin.
I need to deal with him.
Zhang Li's voice was like icy frost, carrying an unquestionable authority. On the other end of the line, Li Sihai suddenly sat up, a layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead.
He secretly signaled Scar, who immediately understood and hurried off to investigate.
Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the tea house was so heavy it felt suffocating, with not a sound to be heard.
Clink.
Qinggu stood at a loss, drenched in cold sweat, not even daring to wipe it away, fearing he might provoke the overbearing Zhang Li.
All right, I understand.
Handle it as you see fit, I'll clean up afterward. Li Sihai's voice was as calm as water, as if he were discussing something trivial. Zhang Li hung up the phone and looked coldly at Qinggu, his eyes shimmering with a chilling glint.
Just answer me, are you scared or not?
Zhang Li's gaze felt like a blade, slicing straight toward Qinggu. Brother Qin slowly moved his body, involuntarily looking at Lin Shuo. At this moment, Lin Shuo was leisurely playing with an empty water cup, seemingly indifferent to everything around him.
Why are you sweating so much? Didn't you say you weren't afraid?
Lin Shuo chuckled softly.
Thud.
Brother Qin knelt down without hesitation, his voice barely audible.
Mr. Lin, it was my lack of discernment.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you carelessly.
Please forgive me. He knew that the
Lin Shuo before him was absolutely not someone he could provoke, and even kneeling to beg for forgiveness seemed entirely natural. The servants beside Zhang Li respectfully attended to Lin Shuo, while Brother Qin felt endless regret, not even caring about his dignity. The customers who had come to the tea house today witnessed everything and secretly rejoiced, feeling their visit was worth it. On the first floor, Zhu Hong's face was drenched in cold sweat, without even the courage to escape. Lin Shuo gently waved his hand, and Brother Qin, feeling relieved, quickly left with a few of his lackeys. The other customers, seeing this, also settled their bills and hurriedly left. Before long, only a few people remained in the tea house. Yang Xiang wiped the sweat off his forehead, his face filled with smiles, and tentatively said, Mr. Lin, shall we go to the third floor?
No problem. Lin Shu shook his head slightly, seemingly indifferent to where they would go. Yang Xiang was helpless, having no choice but to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. You were trying to get me to have a conflict with Sea Group just now, weren't you?
Lin Shu suddenly spoke, his piercing gaze startling Yang Xiang.
Yang Xiang quickly shook his head. No. Lin Shuo did not drink the cup of tea.
Once it reached the right temperature, he handed it to Lin Roer. After a moment of silence, Yang Xiang finally couldn't withstand the pressure and stammered, I was a bit flustered at the time and didn't think much about it. Having caved in, Lin Shuo's gaze grew even sharper as he stared directly at him. Yang Xiang felt as though he was being dissected, a chill creeping over his heart. Finally, he swallowed hard and murmured softly, I was wrong. He understood in his heart that such a little thought wasn't a bad thing, but under such pressure, it was really hard to control himself. You have a bit of a quirk, you like secretly taking photos of guests, right? Lin Shua's tone was calm, yet carried an unspoken threat. Yang Xiang's expression changed. He thought to himself, if it were anyone else, they would have turned hostile long ago, but when faced with Lin Shua, he didn't even have the courage to argue back and could only remain silent. Why yes, he finally replied after a struggle, forcing himself to speak despite his reluctance. I want to take a look. Lin Shua's tone was unmistakable. 11 months ago, the Four Seas Group's leopard, you should know him, he's a regular here. We need to see who he interacted with, Zhongli said coldly. This. Yang Xiang felt his heart tighten, his face turning pale. Are you going to refuse? Zhongli slightly smiled, revealing a trace of an insidious grin. You can refuse, it's your right and your freedom. Yang Xiang felt helpless, a wave of frustration filling his heart. With words like that, I've even lost the courage to refuse. I'll pull up the video right away, he said hurriedly, fully aware that Zhang Li's handling of Brother Qin just moments ago was clearly meant to give him a warning. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: absolutely can't anger the person in front of him. Only then did Lin Roer realize that Lin Shua's arrival was not for leisurely tea and music, but to investigate the true mastermind behind their parents' death. The guilt in her heart grew stronger. She had once misunderstood Lin Shua's efforts, thinking he was being irresponsible, when in fact, Lin Shua had always carried the burden of their deep-seated vendetta. In comparison, she had lived each day as though carefree, as if she had already forgotten that their parents' spirits remained unrest. At this moment, Yang Xiang brought over a computer, and the screen displayed a series of carefully selected videos, sending chills down one's spine. Evidently, Yang Xiang's voyeuristic activities were utterly depraved. The videos played one after another. Lin Shua remained calm and composed, while Lin Roer appeared visibly restless. Shortly afterward, a leopard appeared in the video, completely absorbed in the music, his hands and feet gently swaying to the rhythm. At that moment, a young man with a well-prepared disguise approached. Clad in a baseball cap, he looked entirely unsuspecting. The transaction in the video was very straightforward. The mastermind pulled out a stack of cash, which the leopard accepted, promising to take action soon. Then, the mastermind left. At this point, Lin Shua's face darkened considerably, while Lin Roer and Zhang Li beside him couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over. It seemed as if the air had suddenly cooled. Lin Shua clenched his fists tightly, anger blazing within him. The lives of his parents had been decided so carelessly. Standing opposite them, Yang Xiang saw it all clearly. He could sense a terrifying murderous intent emanating from Lin Shua's eyes, like a surging sea of blood, making one's skin crawl. At this moment, the video ended. Unwilling to give up, Lin Roer replayed it once, twice, 3 times. Finally, as the screen froze, she forcefully pressed the spacebar. The frame stopped at the moment. The leopard received the money. The culprit seemed distracted by the commotion on the high platform and turned to glance briefly. It's him, Wei Qinghong. Lin Roer cried out in shock, pointing at the screen. Zhang Li was also stunned by the name. He moved closer to the computer, studied it carefully for a moment, and nodded firmly. That's right, it's really him. Yang Xiang naturally knew Wei Qinghong as well. Everyone with some standing in Xicheng wanted to establish ties with him, but Yang had failed to do so because of a conflict with Lin Shua. At this moment, bitterness filled his heart as his peeping habit had brought them such key evidence. If it were exposed, Wei Qinghong would never forgive him. A father's murderer cannot coexist under the same sky. Lin Shua's voice was low and resolute, clearly unwilling to let Wei Qinghong off easily. Yang Xiang felt a growing unease, fearing that Lin Shua's vengeance might provoke retaliation from the Wei family. That powerful clan would never let a small, insignificant ant escape so easily. Who is he? Lin Shua asked coldly. Zhang Li, who was sitting there, instinctively opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer, ultimately seeking help from Lin Roer. At this moment, Lin Roer withdrew her gaze and said with a complicated expression, his name is Wei Qinghong, the third direct descendant of the younger generation of the Wei family. Everyone calls him the third young master of the Wei family. Lin Shua frowned, starting to deduce in his mind, at the same time, he is also Zhang Lejia's fiancé. Lin Roer added in a low voice. Lin Shua's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised to discover the connection between Wei Qinghong and Zhang Lejia. His thoughts raced as he sorted out clue after clue in his mind, yet he remained puzzled by this person's motives. Why would Wei Qinghong hire someone to murder his parents? Could it possibly be for Zhang Lejia? This speculation seemed far-fetched. Lin Shua didn't believe that Zhang Lejia alone could drive someone to such extremes. Before Mom and Dad were killed, did you have any interactions with them? He asked. Lin Rower thought for a moment and then shook her head. No. After you went to prison, Mom and Dad didn't want to fight against the developer. To save you, they even signed a voluntary agreement to transfer the house. Later, you didn't come out either. I guess you were tricked by the developer. So we didn't move away. At that time, the neighbors were still holding out as nail houses, and the developer didn't make things too difficult for us. The Wei family has absolutely no connection with the developer. There's no way they would harm Mom and Dad over this matter. Lin Shua's voice was firm, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination. Besides, Mom and Dad are just ordinary folks, it's impossible for them to have known Wei Qinghong. He continued his analysis with thorough logic. The reason I know him is only because I started paying more attention after Zhang Lejia got involved with him. He took a deep breath, countless scenes flashing through his mind. Lin Shua nodded, pondering, so, Mom and Dad had no grievances with him, yet he hired someone to kill. From this perspective, the key to uncovering the truth lies with Wei Qinghong. Brother. Lin Rower nervously grabbed his wrist, her eyes filled with concern. Wei Qinghong isn't just anyone. The Wei family is not someone we can afford to provoke. Then should we not avenge our parents? Lin Shua's voice was low, carrying a trace of determination. But, Lin Rower's face showed a struggle. She understood deep down that the price of revenge might be their lives. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Shua's gaze was intense, his tone carrying undeniable confidence. She looked at him and suddenly asked, Brother, why are all these people so afraid of you? Because your brother is amazing, of course. Lin Shua smiled faintly, as if joking. You said you just got out of prison, and don't even have a job. How could you? Lin Rower trailed off, 100 questions swirling in her mind. Previously, I secretly attended the class reunion and Zhang Lejia's birthday party, taught some people a lesson, and I'd become especially formidable now. Lin Shua waved his fist, a confident smile appearing on his face. Zhang Li lowered his head, thinking to himself that all this was just superficial. The identity of the god of war of Jojo was the real essence. Since Lin Shua didn't mention it, he naturally dared not speak up. Brother, didn't you promise me not to go? The class reunion was one thing, but Zhang Lejia's side. Just listen to me and let it go. Lin Rower said angrily, yet helplessly. Lin Shua responded calmly, if it were just about feelings, it wouldn't matter much. But I went to prison in Zhang Lejia's place. She deceived me from the very beginning. How can I not seek justice? The reason I'm seeking justice, the reason I want to avenge Mom and Dad, is because I'm capable of doing so. He looked at Lin Rower earnestly, his tone resolute. Then anything about avenging Mom and Dad has to be discussed with me. Lin Rower's tone softened, but it still carried weight. Lin Shua nodded. Zhang Lejia probably doesn't plan to reveal the truth about my imprisonment before the engagement banquet, so I'm planning to attend her engagement banquet. Lin Rower was taken aback. You're discussing this with me now? Yes. Alright, I'll accompany you then. By disrupting the engagement party, on one hand, it's revenge against Zhang Lejia, and on the other, it will humiliate Wei Qinghong. For these rich playboys, face is more important than life, so this can be considered as getting a bit of interest back for Mom and Dad. Lin Rower thought for a moment, the flames of revenge flickering in her eyes. Lin Shua said nothing. He had already planned everything in his heart. In 5 years, he had risen from a prisoner to become the war god of Kyushu, relying on nothing but solid battle achievements. The Battle of Dragon Slaying, where he trapped and annihilated 300,000 enemy soldiers, was a bloody victory. His style has always been ruthless and thorough, showing mercy would only lead him to perish on the battlefield. Though no longer on the battlefield, he remains Lin Shua, showing no leniency to his enemies. At that moment, Yang Xiang cautiously accompanied him down the stairs. As they reached the first floor, Zhu Hong suddenly dashed out and knelt down without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. While kowtowing, he pleaded, I just consulted with the company and decided to sign the contract with Miss Lin. This deal is my apology, please accept it. All right. Lin Rower had no reason to refuse. Zhu Hong finally left with a relieved smile on his face. On the way home, Lin Rower finally came to her senses. Brother, so this is how you scare people. If Zhu Hong knew that we siblings were just ordinary people living in the city's villages, I wonder what he would think. This deal probably wouldn't have been signed by me. Scare people? Lin Shua suddenly realized that this girl had misunderstood his identity. But he had no way to explain at the moment. The identity of the war god of Jojo was not convenient to reveal for the time being. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just an unemployed ex-convict right now. However, his skills had improved significantly compared to before, though this seemed trivial in Lin Rower's eyes. She didn't like his fights and skirmishes, but rather hoped that he could live a stable life.
In this world, power and influence are the true representatives of strength.
Wei Qinghong is just an ordinary person, but he is protected by ancient martial artists.
Rumor
has it that he once harmed a girl, and when the girl's father sought revenge and tried to assassinate him, his bodyguard sent him flying over 10 meters with a single punch. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Shua's eyes, and he silently swore that such vengeance would ultimately be repaid, one by one. On the way, Lin Rower chatted with Lin Shua about some recent gossip, attempting to dissuade him while silently feeling worried. Back at the warehouse, Lin Rower noticed the pile of medicinal herbs and a clay pot in the corner. Her heart tightened, and she urgently asked,
"Brother, are you planning to brew medicine? What's wrong with your body? Did something happen? Why don't we go to the hospital and have it checked?"
"Stop." Lin Shua interrupted her barrage of questions and explained seriously, "I'm in good health.
These medicines are for Su Rong. Sister Bai?" Lin Rower looked full of suspicion and quickly asked, "Did you meet her? What medicine are you making for her?"
"I saw her at Zhang Lejia's birthday party. She was poisoned, and these medicines can detoxify her. After a few treatments, the toxic marks on her face will disappear," Lin Shua said with a firm and confident tone.
"Brother, I suggest you give up. Grandpa Zhang said that even the miraculous healer hired by Sister Bai's family couldn't cure her."
"You're just a..." Lin Rower, speaking without thinking, quickly changed her words, "You should just go to bed. With all these herbs, the money I gave you must be almost gone by now."
Lin Shua nodded silently.
"Anyway, Sister Bai will definitely be moved by your intentions," Lin Rower tried to comfort him.
Unwilling to say much, Lin Shua directly began preparing the medicine.
The pungent smell of concentrated herbal medicine soon spread, drawing neighbors from the surrounding area to come and check. Although they said nothing, it was obvious they were displeased with the odor. They still reminded him to be careful. If the warehouse caught fire, it wouldn't be a trivial matter.
Suddenly, a piercing shout came from outside. "Who on earth is boiling Chinese medicine here? This is unbearable. If you want to die, go die somewhere else. Whoever's boiling medicine, come out here right now."
Lin Shua looked at Lin Rower, who said nervously, "It's the landlady.
Why did she come back at this time? She hates Chinese medicine the most. This is bad. We've paid the rent, and we're brewing Chinese medicine in our own home."
"As the landlord, she has no right to interfere," Lin Shua said calmly. "What you say is true, but the landlady is unreasonable.
She'll kick people out at the drop of a hat," Lin Rower sighed, clearly uneasy.
"It's no big deal if we don't live in this lousy place," Lin Shua said casually, already calculating in his mind that he should reclaim the old house tomorrow.
"This is not the time to be so willful.
Even if we move to another place, it won't be something that can be done in just a day or two," Lin Rower said, listening to the escalating shouting outside. Her anxiety grew. "I'll go out and take a look.
Whatever happens, don't come out."
After saying that, she opened the door and stepped outside. At the warehouse entrance, the neighbors had gathered together. Facing them was a obese woman dressed in fur despite the sweltering weather. Her face was painted with heavy makeup, her lips thick, as she continuously spewed all kinds of vulgar insults. Although the scolding wasn't directed at anyone specifically, everyone present felt anger rising. Elder Zhang, representing the neighbors, slowly stepped forward. Trembling as he tried to mediate, "Xiaoyu, back when your family lived here over a decade ago, we were neighbors.
Please don't say things so unpleasantly. Is my scolding unpleasant?"
The plump woman raised an eyebrow as soon as she heard, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. With both hands on her hips, the neighbors inwardly felt uneasy, and the children covered their ears. Everyone knew her storm of words was about to begin.
"You old, rotten cur, showing off today, are you?" The plump woman roared loudly. "Neighbors? Ha! You homeless wretches dared to cozy up to me?
Of course, it's out of the goodness of my heart that I took in you scoundrels." Her voice was screechingly piercing. "I'll scold you to death.
What can you possibly say back to me?"
The neighbors were furious listening to her, but none dared to retaliate.
"Old Zhang, is it you brewing medicine?
You stubborn old man, can't afford to see a Western doctor, so you like to mess around with Chinese medicine.
Should I get some silver needles and stab you to death?"
The obese woman unleashed her fury, cursing old man Zhang until he couldn't even open his eyes.
"Why must it come to this? Why must it come to this?"
Old man Zhang sighed deeply, feeling helpless in his heart. Lin Rower couldn't bear watching her neighbors being berated like this. Despite her fear of the obese woman, she still stepped forward and said, "Aunt Yu, it was me brewing medicine.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time.
When the obese woman saw her, her tone immediately softened, and she broke into a smile.
Oh, it's little Ro? You should have said so earlier. That would have saved me wasting my breath on all these curses.
Lin Rower gave an awkward smile, feeling both annoyed and helpless inside.
I already mentioned before, my son is interested in you. Have you thought about it?
The fat woman paused, her tone sharp and grating. It's your good fortune that my son likes you, so don't act ungrateful, alright?
My brother is back, and I need to take care of him,
so I'm not considering a relationship for now, Lin Rower said, shaking her head.
What relationship? Just get married. I want to have a grandchild next year.
Now that the policy has been relaxed, you're going to give me
5 big, healthy grandkids.
The fat woman paused, her eyes glinting with greed. We need to hurry, after all, my son is already 35.
Elder Zhang couldn't help interjecting. Xiao Yu, stop talking.
Xiao Rou has already rejected you. Besides, hasn't your son scared off countless wives over these years? Before he could finish, the plump woman's face changed and she exploded in anger. You old geezer, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth
apart. And another thing, why does Lin Rower have the right to reject him? Is it because she's an orphan or because she has a brother who's a convict? Oh, I almost forgot, the Lin family doesn't even have compensation from demolition. Is it poverty that's given her courage?
The plump woman sneered, her gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Rower, my son happens to be a stock market expert. All our family's money is in stocks, and this warehouse has also been included in the demolition plan.
It's about to be torn down. Soon, my family will be billionaires. Are you sure you want to reject my son?
As she said this, the plump woman crossed her arms, looking smugly at Lin Rower.
Lin Rower nodded without hesitation. I refuse.
The plump woman sneered, so you choose to suffer the consequences instead of taking the easier route. She turned to the others, her voice booming, I'm here to notify you all, I'm expanding this place.
Pack up your things and get out. This is too sudden. The neighbors looked around anxiously.
Night is falling soon, where can we find a place to stay? Someone asked anxiously.
The chubby woman dismissed them with disdain.
Why should I care about the lives of you lowly trash? You're all bottom-tier scum anyway. You might as well die, the sooner, the better.
Early death, early reincarnation, maybe next time you'll be born into a better life.
Her voice was sharp and caustic, full of mockery. Oh, and by the way, none of your deposits or rent will be refunded.
This is a force majeure event, ha ha ha. The neighbors and residents lamented bitterly. Do you have no conscience? We used to be neighbors, how can you do this? You'll face retribution for this.
Unfortunately, their shouts only made the plump woman even more smug.
Seeing you all angry and helpless is truly amusing.
Hurry up, I don't have time to waste here with you poor folk, the plump woman shouted triumphantly, her venomous gaze falling upon Lin Rower. That vile woman has rejected her multiple times. It won't be long before she uses money to throw that woman onto her son's bed. At that time, let's see how she can still act so proud. At this moment, Lin Shua walked over and suddenly kicked away the car the chubby woman was leaning against, angrily shouting, while I can still hold back my fury, disappear from my sight right now.
The chubby woman was dumbfounded, panic rising in her heart. Who are you?
I'll give you 10 seconds, Lin Shua began coldly counting down. The fat woman hurriedly got into the car, and as she started the engine, she angrily threatened, if you don't move out today, tomorrow I'll hire someone to tear down the warehouse directly.
We'll see if you move then or not.
Watching the car disappear into the distance, many neighbors burst into tears. The fat woman's sharp and mean demeanor meant that if she dared to say it, she would definitely dare to do it. Old Master Zhang sighed deeply and said loudly, neighbors, go home and pack up. If you can go to someone for help, do so. If not, find a small motel to stay in temporarily, then rent a place. These days, the world leaves no way for us to live.
Some neighbors feel reluctant in their hearts.
They've lived here their entire lives, and now, they really have to go their separate ways, each searching for their own livelihood.
Lin Shua looked at the crowd, raised his hand to signal for calm, and waited until everyone quieted down before he began to speak.
Tomorrow, I plan to move back into the old house.
Everyone is welcome to join me. Rather than relying on children or relatives, or even renting a place outside, isn't it more comfortable to live in our own old house? Besides, I believe everyone still hopes to stay as neighbors, doesn't that ring true? Move back into the old house? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Someone couldn't help but ask, Eldest Lin, have you lost your mind?
The old house has already been demolished, and we've all signed the demolition agreements.
Have the resettlement funds been paid? Lin Shua asked coldly.
Everyone remained silent. If the resettlement funds had been paid, they would not have been in such dire straits.
Do you really have a way for us to go back and live there? Someone else asked, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. Follow me tomorrow and you'll see.
Lin Shuo was not inclined to offer unnecessary explanations. Old Master Zhang looked at Lin Shuo, anxiously trying to stop him.
Lin boy, absolutely not.
Xin Shizhi works at Qinglong Group and colludes with Sihai Group.
Going to the old house is like a sheep entering a tiger's den.
6 days ago, Old Master Zhang heard that Lin Shuo informed Xin Shizhi. He thought Lin Shuo was just throwing harsh words, but he didn't expect this kid to actually plan to
follow through. It's madness. Back then, even with the united effort of the neighborhood, they couldn't defeat Qinglong Group. How can Lin Shuo possibly fight them alone now?
Lin Ro repeatedly reminded him, her tone full of worry. Lin Shuo, Qinglong Group is the biggest real estate developer in Creek City. This urban village relocation project is their initiative. I asked my classmate to investigate. Qinglong Group has backing from the provincial capital. Local real estate developers in Creek City have almost all gone bankrupt, or been acquired by them, leaving barely any room to survive. The more she spoke, the more nervous she became, even muttering about it in the middle of the night. Lin Shuo listened quietly, yet his heart was filled with determination. He took out his phone, edited a message, and sent it.
Over the past 5
years, the thing he disliked most was his parents' nagging and his sister's incessant chatter. But now, all of it seemed exceptionally precious.
You know about Sister Bai's family, right? It used to be one of the top 3 real estate companies in Shi City. But now it has gone bankrupt, all because it was suppressed by Qinglong Group. Now you know how formidable Qinglong Group really is.
Lin Roer's reminder made his heart tremble.
I understand, Lin Shuo nodded.
Although he felt some unease deep down, the arrival of that planning document reignited his determination. Early the next morning, Lin Roer was still reminding him, during your lunch break, go look at houses.
If you find a suitable one, rent it. And absolutely don't target the old residents anymore.
Lin Shuo watched her board the bus and then turned to see Zhang Li's anxious face.
Why are you here? Lin Shuo asked casually. You're going to reclaim the old house today, how could I not accompany you?
Zhang Li replied with a fawning smile.
He had transformed
from a nobody at Sihai Group to the manager of the marketing department, with his sole mission being to serve Lin Shuo like a loyal dog. Let's go, Lin Shuo nodded and walked toward the old house.
The neighbors looked uneasy, but Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered to explain.
Grandpa Zhang wanted to intervene, but Zhang Li stopped him in time and patiently explained.
Lin Shuo remained silent, secretly pleased with himself, having underlings had its perks.
A moment later, Zhang Li returned with a grave expression and said in a low voice, Master Lin, I just heard that a few guys have tipped them off.
Lin Shuo raised an eyebrow, surprised. His own house had been seized by the developers, and yet there were people aiding the oppressors? This is quite normal.
I looked into it, those little punks' families are broke, so they want to make some quick cash, Zhang Li said disdainfully. At this point, he naturally felt entitled to look down on others. No matter, Lin Shuo responded calmly, already having a plan in mind. Grandpa Zhang helplessly followed along, and the neighbors cautiously trailed behind, fearing any involvement. When Lin Shuo arrived at the door of the house, the surrounding people stood 10 meters away, with only Grandpa Zhang and a few bold ones accompanying him. A plump woman stood with her hands on her hips, cursing furiously, You little brat, you really dare to show up?
Without hesitation, Lin Shuo kicked her flying away. There's simply no need to talk to someone like this.
Xin Shizhi arrived late and was surprised by Lin Shuo's brazenness, getting into action without a word. He felt somewhat regretful. Having secured a foothold in the Qinglong Group, he no longer had to unwillingly serve this plump woman. I didn't expect you'd actually dare to come. Xin Shizhi sneered as he looked at Lin Shuo.
Is the house cleaned up? Lin Shuo asked coldly. I gave you 7 days. Stop making excuses. Today, I'm taking the house back. You've got it all wrong.
I never intended to return the house to you, Xin Shizhi said mockingly. I warned you, bear the consequences yourself. Lin Shuo said expressionlessly, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination.
Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was raised on fear?
Xin Shizhi suddenly turned hostile, a mocking smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. I heard you're a murderer, just
recently out of prison, and not long ago you were even a fool. Now that you're no longer foolish, you've gone mad instead, daring to want your house back. Who gave you that courage?
Zhang Li sneered, silently thinking to himself, I want to see what cards this kid is hiding that he dares to act so arrogantly toward Lin Shuo.
Who said that?
Lin Shuo asked calmly, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
That would be us.
A group of young men with brightly dyed hair walked out of the courtyard, standing beside Shinshiji and arrogantly shouting. Grandpa Zhang was stunned, a mix of shock and disappointment crossing his face. How can you young people side with the developers against the Lin family boy? Old geezer, is this your place to talk? One of them sneered coldly, Lin Shua is dragging us down, we can't just sit by and do nothing. That's right, we're upholding justice. The crowd shouted loudly. Grandpa Zhang tried to argue, but Lin Shua stopped him, casually saying, no need to say more. When the time comes, we'll make them kneel at the old street entrance for 3 days and nights as punishment. Damn it, you want us to kneel? Several people looked furious. Lin Shua, I think you've really lost your mind. Manager Shen, go ahead and deal with this guy. As for my parents, I'll persuade them to back off. I promise not to cause you or Qinglong Group any trouble. Another young man spoke in anger and humiliation. Hurry up and get someone to deal with him. They shouted in exasperation. Shin Shiji wore a confident expression. Lin Shua, if you kneel down now and admit your mistake, and serve my wife for 10 days or half a month, I might consider letting the people from Sihai Group leave. For C's Group? Zhang Li's expression instantly became animated. For C's Group is really too miserable, what did they do to offend you? Why would you want to harm 4C's Group like this? On second thought, it's quite reasonable. 4C's Group's business practices are transparent and fair, with a reputation and credibility that far surpass those of other factions. Shin Shiji's actions really do make sense in this context. I suggest you reveal all your backup plans, and I'll handle them all at once, Lin Shua said coldly, his eyes glinting with an unyielding determination. What are you pretending to be? The 4C's Group has over 100 people, aren't they enough to deal with you? Shin Shiji said dismissively. Lin Shua's heart shook, he hadn't expected this man to completely disregard his warning. Let them come over. Lin Shua commanded calmly. Fine. Since you insist on seeking death, I can only grant your wish. Shin Shiji sneered as he dialed a number, then immediately hung up after the signal connected. This was evidently the signal to act. In an instant, over 100 people rushed over, wielding weapons and exuding overwhelming arrogance and lethal intent. The neighbors nearby turned pale with fright, with some even collapsing to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Kid, you're doomed. A young man exclaimed excitedly, the big shots from the Sihai Group, wielding machetes and batons, so cool. I wish I could join them too. Let's go and give it a try later, maybe we'll be recruited. Another person was eager to give it a shot. Lin Shua actually did us a favor. Several young people shouted gleefully. Grandpa Zhang and the others were intimidated by the people from 4C's Group and instinctively moved closer to Lin Shua. Over 100 people surrounded Lin Shua in the center, approaching with sinister smiles. Lin Shua, you see, don't you? With just one word from me, not only you but also your neighbors here won't have a good outcome. Shin Shiji became even more arrogant, lowering his voice as he said, as long as you let your sister come and accompany me for one night, not only will I let you all go, but I might even consider letting you live in this house. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Shua's eyes, and fury burned in his heart. This man actually dared to covet Lin Rower. Shin Shiji had spent a fortune. To have Sihai Group send so many people, not just to teach him a lesson, but also with the intention of taking Lin Rower, whom he had only met once. Grandpa Zhang looked terrified but said firmly, Lin boy, when things get chaotic later, you run first. These people won't dare do much to us old folks. At worst, I'll just lie on the ground and make them pay for it. Make them pay? Shin Shiji burst into laughter, mocking, you really underestimate the capabilities of Sihai Group, don't you? And let me tell you, none of you are getting away today. Those few scruffy kids found a petty thug, and after stating their stance, immediately began calling him Big Brother repeatedly, almost kneeling to worship him. Since you guys have this connection with Manager Shin, after wrapping up the work later, I'll help introduce you to Scarface Bro. The thug, unable to shake them off, had no choice but to make the promise. The scruffy kids were so excited they nearly jumped for joy, secretly feeling smug. At this moment, Scar pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, Manager Shin, what name did you just call? Lin Shua. Shin Shiji replied casually, then added, Brother Scar, don't hold back later. If you happen to kill him, it's fine. Qinglong Group can afford to pay for it. Gulp. Scar swallowed nervously. No way, it couldn't be that Lin Shua he knew, could it? A quick-tongued guy beside him said menacingly, relax, we're professionals when it comes to slashing people. Guaranteed to sever a major artery with one stroke. Are you looking for something gory, or not too gory? Just tell us how you want these people to die. These guys were brimming with murderous intent, shouting confidently. Bullying this group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled was as easy as having a meal. Besides, they had over 100 brothers, making the task so easy it was exhilarating.
Who's in charge here? Come and see me. Lin Shua's voice thundered through the air, piercing the noisy chatter. Scar's body trembled all over, there was no mistaking this voice. Mr. Lin, I'm here. Scar dared not delay.
He urgently brushed aside his subordinates blocking the way, squeezing through with anxious haste. Some trusted subordinates by his side also hurriedly followed, and when they saw the figure sitting by the flower bed, their expressions turned even gloomier than bitter melon.
It's you, Lin Shua said calmly, planning to chop me?
Scarface, full of trepidation, immediately knelt on one knee. Mr. Lin, please don't embarrass someone as small as me.
I was just passing by. I never expected you to be here too. What a coincidence. Crash.
Those trusted subordinates also knelt down, and although the other thugs were unclear about the situation, they followed suit without hesitation.
The scruffy youngsters were baffled, wondering, should we kneel or not?
Under the signal from the nearby thugs, they also knelt down. Xin Shizhi was dumbfounded, Grandpa Zhang and the neighbors were also stunned, only Zhang Li secretly rejoiced on the side.
Scarface, what do you mean by this?
Xin Shizhi snapped back to his senses and shouted angrily, cursing inwardly, damn it, could you at least lie more convincingly?
Scarface was in agony.
This was too abrupt. He considered himself fortunate to come up with any excuse at all.
Now he only hopes that Lin Shua will show some mercy, considering he didn't take any action. Get lost, damn it.
He kicked Xin Shizhi away and shouted angrily, I advise you to obey Mr. Lin's instructions honestly, or bear the consequences yourself. Xin Shizhi lay on the ground, racked with pain, his heart burning with fury and hatred. Spent so much money, got kicked, and ended up with 4 words, at your own risk.
Zhang Li stepped forward and calmly said, Scar, can you handle it? Scar's expression was complicated.
Xin Shizhi paid them to come, but they turned around and dealt with him instead.
This act of betrayal was a bit too much. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin.
Behind Xin Shizhi is the Qinglong group, which the Sihai group can't afford to offend.
Scarface knelt on the ground and said.
Lin Shua waved his hand and said indifferently, get lost.
Scarface, as if granted amnesty, fled with his subordinates.
Watching hundreds of people retreat like a tide, the neighbors felt as if they had awakened from a nightmare, and now, the dream was finally over. However, those few punks were still kneeling on the ground, feeling as if trapped in a nightmare from which they could not wake. Xin Shizhi climbed up from the ground, adjusted his clothes, brushed off the footprints on his chest, wiped the dirt off his back, and looked at Lin Shua with a wary expression, saying, Kid, you've got some skills.
Even the Sihai group couldn't handle you. But as you've seen, the Sihai group doesn't dare mess with me either. Lin Shua nodded, indicating that he understood. In that case, let's take a step back.
I'll let you go, and you don't cause trouble in Old Street anymore. Xin Shizhi said in a negotiating tone. Lin Shua looked at him, his gaze as sharp as a torch, making Xin Shizhi's heart shudder. Xin Shizhi shouted angrily, don't push your luck.
I've already compromised. What do you think I meant by consequences? Lin Shua asked. Ha?
Xin Shizhi was stunned and stammered, how would I know? From start to finish, I wasn't aware that you sought 4C's group for help, so I never counted on relying on them to deal with you. Lin Shua paused briefly, then said calmly, I made some preparations yesterday, and judging by the time, they should be arriving soon.
Who's scared? I want to see what you can do to me. Behind me stands Qinglong group.
Xin Shizhi shouted furiously. After Scar left, he immediately called Li Sihai. I didn't expect Lin Shua to have this grudge with Qinglong group. On the other end of the phone, Li Sihai sighed heavily with a grave tone. Since getting to know Lin Shua, he has witnessed how Lin Shua went from the prestigious Wang family to the Wei family, and now to Qinglong Group, the leading real estate developer in Xicheng, almost offending every influential circle in Xicheng beyond repair.
What should we do? What if Lin Shua asks us for help?
Scarface said with some trepidation.
Just don't help him, Li Sihai said nonchalantly, as if everything was under his control.
But, not kicking someone when they're down is already considered helping. Li Sihai sneered, a trace of slyness flashing in his eyes. In his view, Lin Shua has absolutely no chance of survival. Right now, it's just that these influential figures are being overly cautious as they investigate Lin Shua's background.
Once the investigation is complete, they will naturally take appropriate action.
Today Lin Shua wanted me to help deal with Xin Shizhi. I was worried about getting involved, so I forced myself to refuse.
Scarface said, with a hint of unease in his voice.
You did well. Lin Shua is truly laughable, wanting to reclaim a property that's already taken by Qinglong Group is nothing but wishful thinking, Li Sihai sneered, shaking his head.
Is there really no chance at all? To say there's absolutely no chance would be unrealistic. Unless Lin Shua manages to find a backer even bigger than Qinglong Group, that's the only possibility.
Li Sihai spoke resolutely, as if he had seen through everything.
Scarface chuckled lightly and said, "Boss, you must be joking, how could that be possible?"
"Yeah, how could that be possible?" Li Sihai finished speaking, laughed heartily, and hung up the phone. A trace of anticipation rose in his heart.
Even a clay figurine has some temper.
His subordinates had repeatedly fallen at Lin Shua's hands, and he had backed down in every way. He truly felt unwilling.
He doesn't have the courage to confront Lin Shua directly but enjoys watching others fight.
As for him, he only needs to calmly watch the show. If Lin Shua were to fail, stepping in to deliver a few kicks would be perfectly in line with his wishes. However, the one thing that makes Li Sihai uneasy is the investigative report on Lin Shua, just a single, straightforward sheet of paper, far too clean.
Spotlessly clean to the point of being unsettling.
Where did he get all this power? Before prison, he was still on a normal life trajectory, but these 5 years in prison. Li Sihai smoked a cigarette and silently pondered.
He couldn't figure it out. It's just prison. Among the notable figures in the Sihai group, who hasn't done time? Many have been in and out of prison.
But compared to Lin Shua, it seems they only pretended to be in jail. No matter how you look at it, Lin Shua has no way out in Xicheng.
Some even think I'm his backer, what a joke.
The Sihai group is no match for the wealthy Wang and Wei families, let alone the giant Qinglong group supported by the provincial city.
Li Sihai muttered quietly, shifting his gaze away from Lin Shua's documents.
Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it.
Time passed by second, and a luxury car drove up.
The multi-million-dollar luxury car, exuding an imposing aura, made the neighbors' eyes light up.
Was this the helper Lin Shua had invited?
Screech! The luxury car came to a steady halt in front of the crowd. A young man stepped out of the passenger seat and carefully opened the rear door.
A man radiating wealth emerged from the car, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the surroundings. What a powerful aura!
The neighbors all bowed their heads, completely unable to make eye contact with him.
"Brother-in-law, you're here."
Shin Shiji quickly went up to him, greeting with a face full of smiles.
"What?"
The neighbors were stunned for a moment, then began to stir uneasily. Lin Shua didn't get the helper he was waiting for. Instead, he ended up facing an even more prominent figure than Shin Shiji.
"Useless. If I hadn't come, were you planning to give the house to these lowly people today?"
Brother-in-law Su Wuliang sneered coldly and continued, "I remember you came from the urban village.
Are you thinking of going back now to be a lowborn?"
Shin Shiji hurriedly shook his head and exclaimed anxiously, "Of course not, brother-in-law, rest assured. I came from the urban village,
and know these lowborn people best.
Dealing with them is more than enough. How could I possibly choose to go back and become one myself?" Lin Shua, hearing this, turned his head to look at Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang sighed, knowing what Lin Shua wanted to ask, and said, "Shin Shiji's parents were also our neighbors." Later, the old couple was infuriated to death by this kid. The Qinglong group probably considered this factor and assigned him to look after the old residents. Su Wuliang pushed Shin Shiji aside and walked up to Lin Shua and the others, speaking coldly, "I am the vice president of Qinglong Group.
I'm giving you 1 minute to leave Qinglong Group's territory
immediately, otherwise, our legal department will ensure you face severe consequences.
Not only will you not get a single cent of the demolition compensation, but you might even have to pay back a sum."
As he said this, he glared viciously at Lin Shua and sneered, "Kid, fighting and brawling won't work. If you want to take back the old house, you'll need to rely on tactics and power." Lin Shua nodded slightly, "I agree with what you're saying." Su Wuliang raised an eyebrow and teased, "A wise man knows how to adapt to the situation.
The fact that you can bow your head and concede shows there's still hope for you."
Shin Shiji hurriedly shouted, "Brother-in-law, we can't let him off so easily. He must kneel and apologize to your sister. Teach him a lesson to set an example, so no one dares to recklessly cause trouble again."
Su Wuliang nodded slightly, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, hurry up. My time is very precious.
If you don't obediently comply, the others won't get their demolition compensation." Upon hearing this, several hooligans kneeling on the ground jumped up and shouted,
"Lin Shua, what are you standing there for? Your family doesn't have demolition compensation, so you want to drag us down and lose ours too, is that it? Everyone, don't be fooled by him.
This guy is full of schemes and wants everyone to end up as miserable as he is. He just wants us to lose our demolition compensation." Hearing these words, the neighbors were somewhat shaken.
Yes, that's it, let them bite each other." Su Wuliang smirked mischievously, feeling secretly pleased.
At that moment, a group of men and women dressed in suits walked over, holding seals they had torn off the doors of various households, gesturing and pointing as they walked.
Su Wuliang panicked. Who the heck is this? How dare they mess with Qinglong Group's seal? What are you doing? On what grounds are you touching the seal? He quickly shouted.
Walking in the middle of the crowd, the middle-aged man had a square face, exuding an air of authority even without anger. With just a point of his finger, the person beside him immediately bowed their head to write or draw something. Hearing the shouting, he turned his head and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Su Wuliang, Vice President of Qinglong Group, overseeing the urban village demolition project." Su Wuliang paused for a moment, then said arrogantly, "I don't care who you are, but you must give me and Qinglong Group a satisfactory explanation." The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with someone nearby, then revealed a mocking smile.
A satisfying explanation?
The middle-aged man adjusted his sleeve and calmly said, "The problems you're involved in are serious. You might end up spending the rest of your life in prison."
I wonder if this explanation satisfies you. What?
Su Wuliang froze, and before he could react, his hands were seized, and he was pressed to the ground in an extremely humiliating posture. You dare, who are you?" he shouted excitedly.
"Who are we?"
The middle-aged man stood in front of him, looking down and said, "I am hereby informing you and the Qinglong Group behind you that the urban village renovation project has
serious violations.
After deliberation, it has been decided to immediately reclaim all residential courtyards, revert them to civilian use, and carry out protective development.
Everyone in Qinglong Group needs to undergo investigation.
You, as the main person in charge, are to be immediately arrested and urgently interrogated." At this point, Su Wuliang had already been escorted into the vehicle by two people. "Neighbors and community members, you may come to register, and your houses will be returned immediately."
The middle-aged man glanced at the crowd, a faint smile appearing on his face, then approached Lin Shua, slightly bowed, and said, "War. Mr. Lin, apologies for the slight delay. Please forgive me." Everyone immediately turned their eyes to Lin Shua, with reverence and anticipation gleaming in their gaze. Lin Shua nodded slightly, showing little reaction.
Standing behind him, Zhongli puffed out his chest proudly, feeling immense pride, completely elated.
Thud.
Shinshirji was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Those unruly youngsters stopped shouting, standing frozen in terror, their faces filled with confusion. Elder Zhang and the other neighbors were dumbfounded, their gazes at Lin Shua as if looking at a deity.
This was what he had arranged all along.
Everyone originally thought Lin Shua was going to deal with Shinshirji, but who would have expected the target to be Qinglong Group? No wonder he appeared so calm after seeing Su Wuliang, even acknowledging the latter's words.
That's right. To acquire the old house, some measures and influence must be employed. Now, Lin Shua succeeded.
Su Wuliang struggled to stick his head out of the car, shouting hysterically, "I don't accept this."
"Why? Even if I die, I want to die understanding why."
"The news I received came from the Duke of Jinbei." The middle-aged man turned around, a trace of pity appearing on his face. Looking at Su Wuliang, he said, "This place is the residence of an immensely powerful figure."
"What? The Northern Town King?"
"That is someone who is just a step away from reaching imperial authority, the most feared battle king under the 9 provinces war god. He executed the order given by the war god to slaughter an enemy army of 300,000. Su Wuliang couldn't believe it. He was utterly devastated and allowed people to press his head against the car window until it deformed, without struggling at all.
Unbelievable. Shinshirji's vision went black, almost fainting from fright. This must be madness. We little nobodies, what virtue or ability do we have to be worth someone like the king of the northern frontier taking action? Moreover, why would a dilapidated old street house the residence of a major figure? How is that possible?
Soon, the houses of the neighbors returned to their rightful owners, and all deceitful seizures could no longer occur. For a moment, everyone wept tears of joy. They once fought back, but unfortunately, they failed. Now, not only have the houses been recovered, but seeing Qinglong Group being dealt with fills their hearts with immense satisfaction.
"We got one too, ha ha ha."
Several scruffy men, after registering, shouted excitedly. Lin Shua glanced and said indifferently, "Go kneel at the old street corner for 3 days and 3 nights.
"What? Lin Shua, are you crazy? What gives you the right to order us around? Taking a feather for a command arrow, we're not afraid of you. These big shots coming here are not because of you, so stop pretending."
These few brats jumped and shouted recklessly. The middle-aged man, burning with anger, went up and gave them a resounding slap, leaving them dumbfounded.
"Hurry up and kneel.
If you're even a minute short, all your houses will be confiscated," the middle-aged man shouted sternly. The scruffy-haired men covered their faces, stunned. Lin Shua's words were regarded by the middle-aged man as a universal truth.
Doesn't this imply? A terrifying suspicion surfaced in everyone's minds. Could it be? Impossible. Could Lin Shua really undergo a transformation and become a highly significant figure? But how should this current situation be explained? The neighbors watched the ragged thugs kneeling at the entrance of the old street, secretly feeling satisfied and particularly delighted. Kneel well. I believe that watching this scenic highlight for these 3 days will surely put them in a great mood. That fat woman has been driven out by the staff. She still wanted to curse, but was slapped to the ground by Shinshirji, where she lay sprawled, looking particularly disheveled with several broken teeth scattered from her mouth. We are willing to release the house, and we'll leave immediately. I'm just the general manager of a branch company. None of this is my fault, I'm simply following orders, Shinshirji said submissively. It can truly be said that they strike hard internally while bowing and scraping externally. Lin Shua smiled faintly and said calmly, I told you, you have to bear the consequences. What consequences? Seeing that you're homeless, I'll give you a prison cell where you can live until the end of your days. Lin Shua said coldly. The middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. Someone, take him away, find a good place to send him in, and make sure he lives as long as possible. The longer he lives, the more he wishes he were dead. Shinshirji was terrified to the point of shock and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. I used to be a member of the urban village after all. Considering this connection, please give me a chance to live. He pleaded desperately. This person is truly shameless, he himself came from the urban village but constantly targets his neighbors. Now he even wants to play the emotional card. Lin Shua looked at him. Old Mr. Zhang comes here every day to see his former home, and you and your wife speak harshly to him. Haven't you ever considered letting the old man go inside for a look? I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please give me a chance, Shinshirji pleaded. Do you still dare to have improper thoughts about my sister? Lin Shua asked coldly. No, I don't dare, I really don't dare anymore. Shinshirji replied tremblingly. Take him away, Lin Shua ordered, and Shinshirji's cries disappeared instantly. It worked. The neighbors looked at each other, incredulous. Everyone, let's go back to the warehouse, Lin Shua said. Why go back? We can't wait to start cleaning up the old house, Grandpa Zhang said with a cheerful smile. Grandpa, you haven't forgotten, have you? We were kicked out, Lin Shua paused and continued. Besides, we need to get our deposit and rent back. Everyone nodded. Elder Zhang sighed. Xiaoyu is a penny pincher and really hard to deal with. Maybe we should just forget it. Anyway, with the old house, we won't end up homeless. Lin Shua said nothing and walked toward the warehouse. The neighbors hesitated for a moment, but they followed him. The middle-aged man held a briefcase in his hand, smiling as he followed behind. In the warehouse, Yu Wu was directing excavators and rock drills to demolish the building. By the time Lin Shua returned with everyone, half of the wall had already collapsed. Well, you're quite lucky to not have been in the warehouse, Yu Wu mocked as he saw the group. I thought I could crush a few poor folks. What a pity. Truly ruthless, Lin Shua commented coldly. I checked, you're the reformed convict brother of that little wretch Lin Rower. Looks like you're not dumb anymore. Yu Wu stared venomously at Lin Shua, letting out a cold sneer. You'd better persuade your sister to obediently throw herself at my son. When the time comes, I'll grant you a place to stay. There's a doghouse in my yard that's just perfect for you. She turned to the crowd and commanded, since everyone's here, hurry up and pack your things. Don't delay my plans to tear this place down and rebuild. Add a few more planks of wood. The more that's here, the more square meters we can claim during the demolition. With Xiqing's housing prices, each square meter is worth 5 figures. What about our deposit and rent? Someone asked discontentedly. Are you crazy poor? You actually want money from me? Yu Wu planted her hands on her hips and shouted seriously, as if that money truly belonged to her. Give us both the deposit and the rent, and I might consider letting you off, Lin Shua said casually. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're penniless and living on the streets. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Come, I'd like to see how you can make me penniless. Yu Wu flicked the fur coat, draped over her shoulders, showing off the diamond ring on her hand and the gold necklace around her neck, her face full of smugness. Lin Shua glanced at the middle-aged man beside him, who immediately stepped forward, took a document out of his briefcase, and threw it in Yu Wu's face. Your warehouse falls under the demolition zone for protection-oriented development. Any intentional damage is strictly forbidden. What? Yu Wu froze and hurriedly picked up the document to examine it closely. Impossible. What's so worth protecting in that rundown warehouse? She shouted in agitation, her chubby face trembling with excitement. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. If someone says it's worth protecting, then it's worth it. I now officially inform you that you have damaged half a wall of the warehouse, and all your property will be confiscated. Bang! Yu fell to the ground in shock, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, my son made a lot of money in stocks. She regained her composure and shouted hysterically, I won't end up homeless, I can't end up homeless, ha ha ha. At that moment, her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was her son calling. As soon as she answered, her son's voice came through, Mom, all my stocks are stuck, I've lost everything. The sound of her son crying came through the receiver, followed by an excited voice, but we still have a chance to turn things around. The warehouse is about to be demolished soon, then we'll have money. Bang! The phone fell to the ground, and Yu burst into loud sobs. It's over, really over. Zhang Li kicked away Yu, who was trying to cling to Lin Shua's leg to beg for mercy, and said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Begging now is useless. No, no. I was wrong, I failed to recognize greatness. Yu wailed on the ground. The neighbors looked at each other, initially daring to meet Lin Shua's gaze but now involuntarily lowering their heads. Confiscating Yu's property in this manner could be traced, but turning Yu's son's stocks into waste paper was an inconceivable method. They dared not say much, not even think too much, as if some immense terror had descended. When Lin Rower rushed back and saw the now spotless old house, she froze completely. Then, tears streamed down her face, crying tears of joy. Rower, don't worry. No matter what trouble there is, your brother can handle it. This old house is ours, and no one can take it away. Lin Shua spoke while carefully placing their parents' memorial tablet. He lit incense, knelt down, and bowed fervently. Brother, how did you do it? Lin Rower couldn't help but ask. I made a call to report it to the relevant authorities, which drew significant attention, and naturally, we secured the old house. Lin Shua paused for a moment and said meaningfully, Qinglong Group has been too arrogant for too long, it was about time they were dealt with. So that's how it is. Lin Rower suddenly understood, but she said worriedly, Qinglong Group won't retaliate against us, will they? I don't know, Lin Shua replied honestly. Regardless, he would never let Qinglong Group off the hook. Back then, he was thrown into prison, and his parents, in order to save him, signed an agreement to voluntarily transfer ownership of their old home. However, Qinglong Group took the house but failed to fulfill their promise, leaving his parents devastated and heartbroken. This debt must be settled. Moreover, he even suspected whether Zhang Lejia had framed him to take the blame and go to prison as part of a scheme by Qinglong Group. His parents had been the pillar of resistance among the holdouts, and Qinglong Group had resorted to every despicable means to achieve their demolition goals. This was merely his speculation. It was difficult to find evidence, the only hope was to get Zhang Lejia to confess. Qinglong Group. Qinglong Tower is one of the landmark commercial buildings in Creek City. At this moment, when it was supposed to be after work hours, the company's senior executives were still gathered in the conference room, their expressions solemn. Su Wuliang cannot be rescued, someone sighed heavily. How could this happen? A senior executive asked, puzzled. It's a young man named Lin Shua who reported him. Here's his information. The speaker distributed a file to the company executives present. The information was concise and clear, and everyone quickly skimmed through it. Soon, someone disdainfully tossed the document aside and said, what's there to look at? He's just a low-level nobody. Still a labor camp convict, how ridiculous, another person sneered coldly. It's worth mentioning that this person only came back because of his foolishness, someone added. This kid is quite bold, daring to report our Qinglong Group. The words were filled with contempt. The young man stood at the end of the conference table and calmly said, I just learned that he asked Shin Shirji to inform us that he will be visiting our group soon to investigate the development matters here. What? Everyone was shocked and began whispering to each other. This kid isn't stupid anymore, but he must have gone crazy, someone retorted. What does he think our Qinglong Group is? Does he think this is a place where he can act recklessly? Everyone burst into laughter, thinking it was a joke. The young man lightly tapped his finger on the table, waited for everyone's attention, and then continued, he has already sent Shin Shirji and Su Wuliang inside. The noise instantly vanished. Su Wuliang once reported that a mysterious big shot had accessed our company's information. The young man paused, his gaze sharp. I suspect there might be some kind of connection between the two. What kind of connection could there possibly be? Could a convicted criminal in jail really be some big shot? Someone mocked. The crowd burst into laughter again, thinking it was nonsense. This kid is just bluffing, someone said mercilessly. So, what does everyone plan to do about it? The young man asked, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The crowd looked at each other, and no one could give a clear answer.
Alright, continue investigating this Lin Shuo. Since he said he would visit our group, we'll sharpen our knives and wait for him to walk right into our trap.
The elder sitting at the head of the table narrowed his eyes slightly, like an old fox, and said calmly, "A bunch of fools, haven't you realized yet? This kid is using Xin Shizhi and Su Wuliang to warn us."
Warn us?
The crowd shouted angrily. What audacity!
A senior executive snorted coldly. This kid has no idea what kind of powerful enemy he's up against. The executives responded one after another in fury.
Who would have thought that after spending so many years in Xiqing, we'd end up being warned by a young man? It's unbelievable, the elder shook his head and sighed. Are all young people this bold nowadays? In the days that followed, Lin Shuo remained secluded at home, not stepping beyond his threshold, dedicating himself entirely to preparing the antidote. Meanwhile, Xiqing was in turmoil, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface. As the engagement banquet of the Wei family's third young master in Zhang Lejia approached, the entire Xiqing seemed to be enveloped in a festive atmosphere. With only a handful of prestigious families in Xiqing, the Wei family, being the most prominent, garnered immense attention, especially Wei Qinghong's engagement banquet. These days, Lin Roro grew increasingly anxious, her mind constantly racing. Brother, can we really take revenge on Zhang Lejia and Wei Qinghong to avenge you and our parents? There wasn't a trace of confidence in her expression. In her view, the siblings attending the engagement banquet was no different from eggs hitting a rock, bound to be shattered completely. But she had to go, she couldn't let Lin Shuo go alone. Even if they were to be utterly destroyed, she would fight side by side with Lin Shuo. I can, Lin Shuo firmly nodded. Wei family estate. Zhang Lejia looked excitedly at Wei Qinghong, who had returned to the small courtyard, and eagerly asked, "Third young master, did you get the estate?" Wei Qinghong sat down, took a small sip of tea, exhaled deeply to suppress the turbulent emotions in his heart, and slowly said, "A total of 500 million. The Wei family has a rule. Whenever a member gets engaged, the family hands over a portion of the estate for them to manage. If they manage it well, more assets will be given to them upon marriage. If they fail, the Wei family will withdraw support and may even expel them from the family, relegating them to a branch." That's great, third young master. Just for getting engaged, you received so much money. If we get married, wouldn't we be able to get over 1 billion? Zhang Lejia said excitedly. That's nothing. In the future, I plan to compete for the heir's position. The entire Wei family might very well become mine, Wei Qinghong said with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of greed and ambition. Zhang Lejia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she imagined herself becoming the young madam of the prestigious Wei family in Xiqing, unable to contain the thrill in her heart. As long as she and Wei Qinghong successfully got engaged, followed by marriage, all of this would be within her grasp, effortlessly achievable. Third young master, how do you plan to deal with that boy Lin Shuo? She couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Just a petty clown, not worth mentioning, Wei Qinghong responded disdainfully. Whether he even dares to show up is uncertain. There's no need to make any preparations at all. Zhang Lejia smiled cheerfully on the surface, but inwardly cursed, of course you're not worried about Lin Shuo. After all, the person Lin Shuo is targeting is her, and the event he's intent on ruining is her engagement banquet. To put it bluntly, if this engagement banquet falls apart, the one who suffers the most damage would be her, not Wei Qinghong. Little did she know, the real protagonist of this engagement banquet was not her, but Wei Qinghong. On the eve of the engagement banquet, Lingyu Mountain. Lin Shuo knelt before his parents' graves. The liquid in the cup shimmered faintly, and he poured a heavy serving of wine before downing it in one gulp. Soon, he had emptied an entire bottle of wine. Mom, Dad, your son has failed you. Tomorrow, I will face my enemy and personally put an end to this feud, Lin Shuo said firmly. Lin Roer sighed beside him and comforted him. Brother, don't blame yourself too much. Our parents' passing wasn't your fault. No, if I hadn't been imprisoned, everything would have been different. Lin Shuo shook his head, his eyes filled with unbearable pain. You were imprisoned, but Mom and Dad never blamed you. They believe you didn't commit murder and that there must be hidden reasons behind your plight, Lin Roer persuaded. In this world, the people who understand him the most are not himself but his parents. Although they don't know the truth, their trust in him has never wavered. Lin Shuo hesitated to speak. Of course, he hadn't killed anyone, but if he were to reveal the truth, Lin Roer probably wouldn't believe him. They actually feel very guilty for not being able to help you. Now that you're out, I believe they'll finally feel at peace, Lin Roer said. What else can be said? The deceased are gone, and the living continue on. Ultimately, we need to bring some comfort to the hearts of the living.
I will bring Zhang Lijia here to explain everything to the parents, to comfort their spirits in heaven, Lin Shuo said, before bowing deeply 3 times. If the parents truly have spirits in heaven, they would find solace upon hearing the truth. The son they believed in was indeed not a murderer.
Lin Roer sighed and said nothing more. Zhang Lijia coming here? Absolutely impossible.
She simply assumed Lin Shuo was speaking out of anger and didn't take it seriously. If Lin Shuo can truly avenge her parents, perhaps she might consider revealing the earth-shattering secret her parents entrusted to her before they passed away. Otherwise, she would rather keep the secret buried deep inside and never utter a word of it. The secret is too immense, and Lin Shuo must possess sufficient strength to bear it.
Roer, you absolutely cannot casually tell your brother the secret.
Unless he has the corresponding ability, telling him would only harm him. Her parents' words echoed in her ears, a reminder she dared not forget. On the other side, the Bai family.
Mom, Dad, can I please go to Zhang Lijia's engagement party too?
Bai Surong cautiously stepped out of her room, her eyes glowing with anticipation.
No way.
The parents almost rejected in unison. Bai Surong lowered her head, not surprised in her heart, and softly said, Zhang Lijia and I are considered friends. Her engagement party, I should attend.
Friends?
The middle-aged woman, Lu Shanfan, sneered, if you and Zhang Lijia are friends, why didn't she invite you? Bai Surong lowered her head even further, feeling ashamed in her heart.
Alright, don't say it so harshly. Father Bai coughed and said earnestly, you should go back to your room. Stop thinking about putting yourself out there, it won't do you any good. To put it bluntly, it meant, don't go out and make a fool of yourself.
At that moment, the door creaked open, and a vibrant, beautiful girl walked in, dressed in a simple white shirt and black skirt. Her steps were light and her posture graceful, her figure elegant and curvaceous. Seeing her, Bai Surong turned around and prepared to leave.
Sister, why are you running? I'm not as scary as you. The girl's crisp voice was as melodious as an oriole's song.
Bai Surong paused her steps and said softly,
I'm afraid of scaring you.
Bai Minner chuckled, it's fine to scare me, but don't go out scaring others. Even if you don't scare people, scaring the flowers and plants wouldn't be good. Bai Surong's delicate body trembled slightly, and she hurried back to her room, fleeing in panic. Even with the door closed, it seemed she could still hear her sister's crisp, bell-like laughter. Bai Surong covered her ears and collapsed to the ground, fully aware that she had anticipated such an outcome long ago. The reason she brought this humiliation upon herself was that she believed Lin Shuo would definitely attend Zhang Lijia's birthday banquet. She wanted to see him, as her heart continued to long for him. Over the past 5 years, only Lin Shuo had treated her as a real person, even as a woman. In fact, 5 years ago, she was also deeply loved in the Bai family, to the point that even her younger sister Bai Minner felt envious of her. Now, it was no surprise that Bai Minner treated her with such indifference. She did not blame anyone, after all, her current self was truly a lamentable sight. Despite trying to console herself, tears slipped through her fingers, falling to the floor like crystalline splashes of water. The Juanhao Grand Hotel remained that familiar place. Last time, Zhang Lijia's birthday banquet had only reserved the second-floor banquet hall, but this time, the engagement banquet had taken over the most luxurious top-floor hall. Today, the Juanhao Grand Hotel belonged solely to Zhang Lijia and Wei Qinghong. It was only 4 or 5 o'clock, yet the hotel entrance was already lined with luxury cars, as dignitaries arrived one after another, led into the hotel by attendants. The men were dressed in tailored suits, while the women wore glamorous evening gowns. Each exuded the elegance of high society, holding gifts in their hands, subtly competing with one another. In contrast, Lin Shuo and Lin Roer stepped out of a taxi, dressed in simple casual wear, looking far less formal than even the hotel staff. Lin Roer said uneasily, brother, dressed like this, do you think we'll even be allowed inside? Lin Shuo smiled faintly. He was here to kill someone and had no need to be overly concerned. Regardless, we should at least dress festively enough, perhaps the attendant will let us through. The color of blood is festive enough, don't you think? Lin Shuo remarked nonchalantly. Lin Roer hesitated for a moment and advised tactfully, we need to think carefully before acting. Don't be too impulsive, this isn't something that can be resolved by mere fighting. Lin Shuo nodded, indicating his understanding. The siblings walked forward, only to be stopped by the attendant as expected. May I ask for your invitation card and gift? I am Lin Shuo. The attendant appeared slightly surprised but not altogether unexpected, as he seemed to have received prior instructions. After hesitating for a moment, he said, you may enter, but attending the engagement banquet can't be done empty-handed. Lin Shuo remained silent for a few seconds before saying, all right, I'll spare Zhang Lijia's life.
Consider it a gift.
After speaking, he pulled the anxious Lin Rower with him and swaggered into the hotel. At the entrance, the attendants and the guests waiting to have their invitations checked were all stunned.
What on earth was this gift? One of the guests looked at an attendant and asked curiously, "Who is this man? What does his gift mean? Could it be that he's planning a killing spree here?"
I only know that he is Zhang Lejia's ex-boyfriend, the waiter hurriedly replied.
Hiss. The guests immediately gasped. At the engagement banquet of Zhang Lejia and Wei family's third young master Wei Qinghong, the ex-boyfriend showed up assertively. Could it be to crash the wedding? There's going to be a good show. The guests quickly handed over their gifts and hurried into the hotel. The elevator headed straight to the top floor. Squeak! The elevator doors opened, and just as Lin Shua and Lin Rower stepped out, they saw Zhang Xiucheng sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed out of a room next to them by his parents. "Lin Shua, you actually came," Zhang Xiucheng shouted, his face full of resentment. Zhang's father and mother glared angrily, spewing curses. "Shameless dog. Someone like you dares to cling to my daughter? Just look at yourself and see what you're worth. My daughter is too kind-hearted, that's why she's been so indulgent with you. The distinguished son-in-law of our family will also be showing up today. Just wait and see how you'll be dealt with." The words were venomous, chilling to the bone. Lin Rower turned pale with anger, retorting, "You're talking nonsense. My brother isn't here to bother Zhang Lejia, he is. My purpose here is, first, to make Zhang Lejia reveal the truth about why I went to prison back then, and second, to personally take revenge on the person who killed my parents," Lin Shua said without hesitation. "Kill someone?" The three members of the Zhang family were taken aback.
Mother Zhang sneered and said, 5 years in prison, and you've grown bold.
Talking about killing at every turn. If you'd really killed someone, I might even believe it.
Back then, Lin Shua went to prison to take the fall for her daughter, a fact the Zhang family knew full well.
Father Zhang wore a mocking expression as he said, "Kid, have you ever killed anyone? Stop with the empty threats, you're just making yourself a laughingstock."
Zhang Xiaocheng slapped his wheelchair and snarled with a twisted grin, "Lin Shua, do you know why I came here in a wheelchair?
To witness you meet a gruesome end with my own eyes. To watch my brother-in-law crush you like a cockroach. In the end, I'll struggle to stand up and kick you twice myself."
The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, as if the scene was already unfolding before his eyes.
"Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely."
Lin Shua responded coldly, expressionless, and said, "You should feel fortunate. As Lejia Zhang's weakness, your existence only holds value as leverage over her.
So, for now, I'll let you go."
After speaking, he pulled Lin Rower along, bypassing them, and continued toward the banquet hall. The three members of the Zhang family, meanwhile, berated him furiously behind them with extremely vulgar remarks. In contrast, although Lin Shua was dressed simply, every movement he made exuded a confident demeanor. It was an air of noble elegance that came from within, something external clothing could never display. The banquet had yet to begin, and neither the male nor female lead had appeared. The banquet hall was extraordinarily spacious, with elegantly dressed guests gathering in twos and threes,
chatting and laughing.
From time to time, they mentioned 8-figure sums, their expressions calm, as if the wine in their hands held more value than an ordinary person's entire lifetime. Lin Rower had never attended such a high-profile banquet before, and coupled with the fact that she was here to stir up trouble, she seemed somewhat uneasy, standing there awkwardly, not even knowing where to place her hands. Lin Shua scanned the surroundings with an indifferent expression.
He stood casually, yet there was an aura of transcendence emanating from him.
Some guests cast surprised glances in his direction, silently wondering to themselves that this young man clearly did not take the Wei family's third son's engagement banquet seriously. In the Creek City, there are indeed very few who would dare to act so boldly.
So, is this person from the provincial capital?
Without a doubt, only the great clans in the provincial capital could nurture such an extraordinarily poised young noble.
"Brother, did you really go to prison?" Lin Rower, sensing Lin Shua's aura, couldn't help but ask.
"Sort of," Lin Shua nodded and replied indifferently, "however, I only stayed for half a year before joining the suicide squad, which is why I was able to return."
"What?" Lin Rower was stunned. "The suicide squad? I heard that almost no one can come back alive."
Her eyes instantly turned red, and her voice choked. "No wonder.
No wonder you became so mindless when you returned."
Lin Shua gently rubbed her hair and said with a smile, "At least I came back alive. If no one had harmed Mom and Dad, they could have seen you come back with their own eyes." Lin Rower said, tears streaming uncontrollably. "It's my fault for being slow," Lin Shua sighed. No, it's not your fault, really," Lin Rower said, shaking her head while wiping away tears. Lin Shua took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter's tray, handed one to Lin Rower, and told her to take a sip. After a long time, Lin Rower finally composed herself and said with emotion, "No wonder your skills are so impressive." Lin Shua smiled faintly. His prowess was not limited to his skills alone.
"How do we ruin their engagement party?" Lin Rower asked curiously.
"I have some videos in my possession, enough to ruin Zhang Lejia's reputation," Lin Shua said indifferently.
"That's good." Lin Rower secretly let out a sigh of relief.
Since Lin Shua was prepared, she no longer had anything to fear. The only thing to worry about was the retaliation of Wei family's 3rd young master, Wei Qinghong.
However, the person who caused the death of her parents was already locked in an irreconcilable enmity with Lin Shua and her. Let the revenge happen then.
At worst, the siblings would perish together with him. Lin Rower had already made up her mind. Even if it meant being utterly destroyed, she would never back down. She was determined to firmly stand side by side with Lin Shua. At this moment, the central platform of the banquet hall slowly rose. As the attendant pulled away the red cloth covering it, the details of the engagement ceremony were finally revealed, even stunning the experienced guests.
Gold as the base, various expensive jewels as embellishments, and priceless antiques. Undoubtedly authentic.
A rough estimate puts it worth over 100 million.
Wow, truly befitting the wealthy Wei family.
Their extravagance is no surprise. This Zhang Lejia, who was previously unknown, actually managed to marry into a wealthy family. It's like a chicken flying to the branch and turning into a phoenix. The guests were full of admiration, and many accompanying women were even more envious, thinking Zhang Lejia had reached the pinnacle of womanhood. Lin Rower appeared disdainful on the surface, but inwardly she was shaken. If Zhang Lejia were to join their Lin family, they probably couldn't afford even 1% of this engagement banquet's grandeur. If brother can ruin this engagement banquet, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Zhang Lejia, and in front of so many guests, Wei Qinghong's reputation would inevitably suffer greatly. However, what she didn't know was that what Lin Shua sought was blood for blood, not simple revenge.
At that moment,
the lights dimmed, and suddenly 2 strong beams of light swept over, revealing 2 figures before everyone's eyes.
Lin Shua set down his wineglass and slightly adjusted his posture.
The protagonist made an entrance, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. He ought to take this situation seriously. The woman was as radiant as a blooming flower, dazzling under the lights. Zhang Lejia's looks were indeed outstanding, and combined with her calculated demeanor, she truly embodied the phrase marrying into a wealthy family. The man beside him was imposing, dressed in a tailored suit, exuding absolute confidence and arrogance with every move. His sweeping gaze was intimidating, causing the guests present to lower their heads in avoidance, fearing eye contact. Lin Shua observed quietly, making his judgment. This was his first time seeing this person in the flesh. Without any introduction, he already understood this was Wei Qinghong, the 3rd young master of the Wei family. Not far away, the 3 members of the Zhang family stared at Lin Shua with disdain, their gazes filled with mockery, as if to say,
"See that? That's my family's esteemed son-in-law. You, a loser, dare to attend the engagement banquet? Just wait to be humiliated."
Zhang Lejia instantly recognized the conspicuously eye-catching Lin Shua in the crowd, and the smile on her face froze instantly.
"He's here. He actually dared to come. Is he really not afraid of death?"
Zhang Lejia felt a pang of panic in her heart. Beside her, Wei Qinghong cast a cold glance and said indifferently, "There's no need to fear him.
Since he's here, I'll deal with him for you." "Didn't you say you weren't prepared?" Zhang Lejia asked curiously. Wei Qinghong sneered disdainfully and said carelessly, "Does dealing with trash require preparation? What does your fiancé amount to? And what does your ex-boyfriend amount to?"
Zhang Lejia listened, quickly nodding and smiling apologetically. The 2 held hands and, under the illumination of the lights, walked toward the center of the stage.
"Today is my engagement banquet with Zhang Lejia.
Thank you all for coming." Wei Qinghong raised his wineglass, his voice loud and clear.
At this moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand and asked, "Young Master Wei, what about those who don't have an invitation or haven't sent gifts?" "No way."
Wei Qinghong chuckled lightly, his tone laced with disdain.
"This is my engagement banquet. I naturally won't tolerate any pretenders." "Why not?"
The person sneered coldly, suddenly pointing a finger sharply.
"There are 2 over there." Everyone turned their heads, their eyes collectively falling on the Lin siblings.
Lin Rower was so frightened that she took a step back, clutching tightly onto Lin Shua's sleeve. This was a habit she had developed since childhood. Lin Shua, on the other hand, remained calm, casually tidying his cuff. Wei Qinghong's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected this guy to be so composed. He then smiled and said, "That's right, this brother and sister are indeed low-class commoners.
Since they have no invitation nor have they brought gifts.
In that case, I suggest third young Master Wei drive them out to avoid polluting this place.
Who knows whether these commoners are carrying bacteria?
Even if they aren't, just looking at them is repulsive." That person sneered disdainfully while ridiculing them, and many of the guests nodded in agreement, condemning Lin Shua and his sister for their audacity in coming here just to scrounge a meal. "Everyone should know, this man may have no power or influence, but he is my fiancé's ex-boyfriend. He just got out of prison and harbors resentment toward her, which is why he's shown up here." Wei Qinghong sneered coldly, directly pointing
out Lin Shua's identity and background. He then said, simply kicking him out wouldn't be quite right. After all, today is my and Zhang Lejia's engagement day. Letting her ex-boyfriend bear witness could actually make for an interesting story.
Psychological torment after murder. Everyone burst into laughter. Wei Qinghong was indeed vicious. Just out of prison, he had to witness his girlfriend's engagement, which was like rubbing salt into a wound. They delighted in witnessing such a scene, sneering and mocking him endlessly. A toad dares to dream of eating swan meat.
Being abandoned is common, one must know their place.
Third young Master Wei truly has a magnanimous demeanor. If it were me, I would have broken his leg and thrown him out by now.
Indeed, worthy of being a scion of a wealthy family, his poise is admirable.
Seeing the atmosphere was almost set, Wei Qinghong slightly bowed his head to look at Lin Shua and casually ordered, "Take your sister and get to the corner, stay put, and don't cause trouble. Today, I'm willing to tolerate your presence, don't push your luck. Kid, hurry up and get lost. Be sensible, don't harm others and yourself. Looks just like a dog, both pitiful and ridiculous." The guests laughed and jeered, completely disregarding Lin Shua and Lin Roer.
Lin Roer couldn't withstand such an imposing aura.
She instinctively tugged at Lin Shua's sleeve, her voice trembling, "Brother,
I'm a bit scared. Should we still insist on staying here?" She was just an ordinary person.
Having faced numerous hardships, courage isn't something that can be cultivated overnight.
Wei Qinghong turned to look at the woman beside him and asked, "Lejia, how do you feel about the way I handled this?"
Zhang Lejia was thrilled to the point of wanting to cheer, secretly thinking, as expected of my fiancé, he truly has some skill.
In just a few words, he pushed Lin Shua into such an awkward position.
If it were anyone else, they would have fled in panic long ago. Even though Lin Shua appeared composed, it was clearly just an act of forced calmness. "A wife follows her husband, so naturally, everything will be up to you," she said with a smile, but she secretly felt smug inside.
"Did you hear that? Don't make me deal with you forcefully."
Wei Qinghong looked coldly at Lin Shua, his gaze finally falling on Lin Roer. A hint of desire flashed in his eyes, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Your sister is quite a beauty, truly has the potential to marry into a wealthy family, ha." Lin Roer, upon hearing this, shrank behind Lin Shua in fright, her heart filled with panic. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochang suddenly jumped out and shouted loudly, "Brother-in-law, we can't let this guy off so easily. You don't know, he just threatened to kill my sister earlier." Zhang Xiaochang's words instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Lin Shua demanded Zhang Lejia reveal the truth about imprisonment and exact revenge,
which was nothing short of a blatant threat. It seemed to suggest that Lin Shua's parents might have been harmed by Zhang Lejia's subordinates.
"What?" Wei Qinghong was slightly taken aback, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes.
"Such audacity."
"Zhang Lejia is a woman about to marry into a wealthy family," he said coldly. "This must be a case of love turning into hatred, undoubtedly love turning into hatred.
A lowlife is just a lowlife.
He has nothing to his name yet dares to hope for a beauty like Zhang Lejia to be with him, it's nothing but a dream." The surrounding guests pointed at Lin Shua, hurling insults and condemnation. Zhang Lejia was also startled, her heart beginning to race.
If Lin Shua were desperate, he might really harm her.
"Third young master, I'm scared."
She quickly clung to Wei Qinghong's arm and said coquettishly.
Wei Qinghong looked at Lin Shua, his tone carrying a hint of magnanimity. "As long as you admit saying those words, kneel and apologize, and swear to my woman that you'll never act improperly, I'll grant you a way out. This is a day of great celebration, I don't want to see blood." Third young Master Wei is truly merciful, not willing to go for the kill.
Everyone sighed in admiration, the flattery making way. Qinghong felt immensely pleased, especially as he trampled on Zhang Lejia's ex-boyfriend. This brought him even more satisfaction.
"I did say something like that, but today the one who deserves to die isn't Zhang Lejia," Lin Shua said calmly, his tone carrying a trace of coldness. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that he actually dared to admit it.
Kneeling to apologize is even more impossible.
Lin Shua paused and said in a low voice, "A blood debt must be repaid with blood."
Don't you think that on such a joyous day, using blood as a contrast is particularly fitting? Is this considered a challenge?
Everyone was astonished, deeply shocked. Third young master, listen to this, this man cannot be allowed to stay. Zhang Lejia said in a delicate voice, with a hint of panic in her eyes. Wei Qinghong nodded slightly, his gaze toward Lin Shua carrying a hint of murderous intent.
So, you're determined to ruin my engagement party with Zhang Lejia? Lin Shua shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. You've misunderstood. I have no intention of ruining your engagement party. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that he was backing down?
Wasn't this all about a grudge born of love, trying to sabotage Zhang Lejia's
plan to marry into a wealthy family? And now he's claiming he had no such intentions. Could it be he's here to offer congratulations instead?
Lin Rower was equally puzzled, her mind filled with confusion.
Wasn't the plan to take revenge on Zhang Lejia and disgust Wei Qinghong? Why had this aggrieved party suddenly switched sides? No one understood Lin Shua's true intentions, and Wei Qinghong also misunderstood his meaning, revealing a mocking smile. If you're not here to ruin the engagement party, are you here to be funny? Boom!
The guests burst into laughter, laughing so hard they bent over, barely able to contain themselves. First, I need everyone to understand what kind of person Zhang Lejia really is, Lin Shua said calmly, with determination in his tone. Wei Qinghong squinted his eyes.
What are you trying to do? I have several videos here.
Please, staff, help me connect them to the big screen, Lin Shua said, pulling a USB drive from his pocket, his expression grim.
I do not allow it.
Wei Qinghong said coldly, his heart wary.
No matter what videos were in that USB drive, they should not be exposed to so many guests.
Lin Shua chuckled lightly and said fearlessly, I didn't seek your permission.
What audacity!
Wei Qinghong suddenly pointed at Lin Shua, angrily saying, Li Sihai of Sihai Group has helped you handle trouble a few times before. You can go and ask him now, would he dare to say even one more word for you at this moment?
Everyone turned their heads, their gaze focused on Li Sihai. He was sweating profusely, glanced at Lin Shua, and said with a sheepish smile, Young Master Wei, please don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary guest here for the engagement party, not very brave. In other words, he was actually quite uncertain deep down. Wei Qinghong, unsurprised, burned with anger and pointed at Wang Tian. Wang Tian, are you opposing the Wei family just for this guy?
Wang Tian curled the corner of his mouth into a calm smile. Wei Qinghong, I'm not afraid of you.
However, today, I'm representing the Wang family, and every move I make has to consider the consequences. I won't act impulsively. Wei Qinghong's face darkened as he turned his gaze back to Lin Shua and asked playfully, Lin Shua, besides these, do you have any other helpers?
Lin Shua shook his head calmly and unhurriedly. In that case, where do you get the courage to act without my permission? Wei Qinghong slightly stepped closer and questioned harshly, his imposing manner overwhelming.
The guests present couldn't help but feel a jolt of tension, and even Lin Shua sensed a bit of pressure. Ha!
Lin Shua chuckled softly and walked nonchalantly toward the staff at the edge of the stage.
Not far away, Zhang Lejia's expression changed drastically. She shouted excitedly, Quick, stop him. Get him. Kill him.
The words had barely left her mouth when a dozen men in black, like tigers descending the mountain, surged forward with a fierce gust of wind, charging at Lin Shua from several directions. Lin Shua, however, remained utterly unfazed. Covering Lin Rower's eyes with one hand, he casually waved the other. A terrifying force instantly erupted from his fingertips, sending the men in black flying like paper. Bang! Those men in black were thrown high into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. The marble floor cracked with a sound, blood splattered everywhere, creating a shocking scene. All the guests retreated in terror, and their respective bodyguards immediately became tense. Lin Shua lowered his hand, and Lin Rower opened her eyes to see the men in black sprawled across the ground. Although somewhat shocked, she was even more impressed by her brother's strength. Lin Shua walked step by step towards the waiter and handed him the USB drive. Even as Zhang Lejia stomped her feet anxiously, no one dared step forward to stop him, while Wei Qinghong's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. The big screen lit up, showing Zhang Lejia in a bar swaying to the music, drinking with others, and shockingly being touched all over by several men, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. The crowd was in uproar, surprised that Zhang Lejia turned out to be such a Zhang Lejia, indulging herself so thoroughly.
Wei Qinghong's expression grew increasingly grim as he stared silently at the screen.
In the second video, Zhang Lejia, disheveled, walked out of a hotel room, followed by 3 men. The scene was chilling. Zhang Lejia's body trembled, and her face turned pale. The third video was of Zhang Lejia announcing she wouldn't go to bars anymore, bidding farewell to those men one by one with a kiss. Her body swayed slightly, almost fainting. She knew these videos were secretly filmed by Qin Yuhang. After the birthday party, she had sent people to look for Qin Yuhang, but the guy seemed to have vanished into thin air. The fourth video showed Zhang Lijia at Lin Shua's court hearing, which did not cause much of a stir this time. Lin Shua looked at Zhang Lijia, and the guests also glanced at her one after another. At this moment, Zhang Lijia was restless, so nervous she could hardly breathe. Holding onto Wei Qinghong's arm, she hastily explained, "Third young master, that was all because I was young and immature. Look at the recording time of the video, Lin Shua and I weren't even together back then."
Wei Qinghong's expression was blank, cold as frost.
Later after I got together with Lin Shua, he never touched me.
Even in these 5 years with you, I haven't had any intimate contact with any man, Zhang Lijia hurriedly defended herself.
She tried to explain that she had turned over a new leaf and kept herself virtuous. However, Lin Roer wouldn't let her off the hook so easily, and said coldly, "My brother didn't touch you because he thought you were dirty. Now I finally understand why you were so desperate to marry into a wealthy family. Turns out you were just looking for someone to take over." Everyone froze for a moment, then upon thinking it through, it seemed to make some sense.
Wei Qinghong's face instantly turned as dark as could be.
"In that case, third young master Wei, it seems your handling of this matter is a bit dirty."
Wang Tian suddenly interrupted.
Although he represented the Wang family and was not at liberty to openly clash with Wei Qinghong, seeing Wei Qinghong embarrassed filled him with secret delight, and he had no qualms about kicking someone while they were down.
Put! A young woman who lacked professional composure couldn't help but burst into laughter.
While the other guests managed to suppress their laughter, their faces turned red, clearly struggling to contain their amusement.
"Lin Shua, is this all you have, just these few videos?"
Wei Qinghong sneered coldly, his voice tinged with mockery. "I'll admit, Zhang Lijia really isn't great, and she did abandon you heartlessly.
It's reasonable for you to want revenge.
After all, because of her, you spent so many years in prison. Your parents died tragically while you were incarcerated, and you didn't even get to see them one last time." Zhang Lijia's face turned pale the moment she heard this, fear surging uncontrollably within her. The videos in Lin Shua's hands were like sharp blades, tearing apart her carefully crafted image as an innocent lily and utterly destroying her reputation in high society. "She's worthless, but she knows exactly how to please me. Perhaps it's her wealth of experience that makes her someone of value to me. Therefore, I won't let her go, and our engagement party will still take place as planned." Wei Qinghong spoke with an icy ruthlessness, leaving no room for doubt.
Everyone present was stunned. Was his capacity to accept this really that unyielding?
Zhang Lijia was secretly surprised in her heart. She truly couldn't see through the man beside her.
Wei Qinghong was even more shameless
than she had imagined.
His attitude secretly delighted her. Could it be that in the future, she could push things even further?
The smile on her face was almost uncontrollable, filled with pride. "Third young master, don't worry. Next, I'll do everything in my power to serve you." Wei Qinghong nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Lin Shua as a cold smirk curved at the corner of his lips. "Lin Shua, the taste of exhausting every plan only to fail miserably doesn't feel good, does it?" Zhang Lijia laughed uncontrollably, her body shaking like a blooming flower, and said maliciously, "You wanted to stop me from marrying into a wealthy family, but I'll make sure I marry right in front of you. Lin Shua, for the rest of your life, you'll be crushed under my feet. You've overthought it."
"I have no intention of stopping you from marrying anyone."
Lin Shua smiled faintly, his tone indifferent. "As for Wei Qinghong accepting you, that's his business.
I couldn't care less. In that case, you can get lost,"
Zhang Lijia said smugly. "Of course, you can also stay and watch how I get engaged to the third young master and marry into a wealthy family. I'm more than happy to share this joy with you." Zhang Xiaoqiang almost jumped out of his wheelchair, shouting angrily, "Brother-in-law, we can't let this brat leave here alive."
"That's right, we have to kill him," the others chimed in.
Wei Qinghong waved his hand slightly, looked down at Lin Shua, and said coldly, "Your martial strength is impressive, but this world is no longer an
era where force reigns supreme. Do you believe me when I say I have 100 ways to ensure your untimely death, including that of your sister?"
Lin Shua ignored the threats, staring directly at Zhang Lijia. "So, you still don't intend to reveal the truth about why I was imprisoned back then?" "What truth?" Zhang Lijia sneered, speaking indifferently. "The truth is you committed murder and went to jail. It's just a pity you were released after only 5 years.
Scum like you should rot in prison forever.
You completely changed my life, put my savior through 5 years of torment, and left me with lifelong regrets.
Not long ago, when I returned in a daze, you even directed old classmates to harm me. Lin Shua
spoke slowly, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and anger. You should have been sentenced to death. But considering our past, if you reveal the truth from back then, I might spare your life. These words, forceful and resolute, strike directly at the heart.
Zhang Lejia's delicate body trembled slightly, not daring to respond.
Wei Qinghong held her, laughing in fury. Zhang Lejia is my woman. If you threaten her like this, you better first consider whether you can bear the brunt of my wrath.
Lin Shua turned to Wei Qinghong and spoke in a serious tone. After she's dealt with, it's your turn.
Me? Wei Qinghong's face revealed a look of astonishment.
Yes, I said I would personally deal with my enemy today. So, are you ready to set out on your journey?
Lin Shua said coldly.
Wei Qinghong, Zhang Lejia,
the three members of the Zhang family. The room full of guests.
Wei Qinghong snapped back to reality and shouted in disbelief, "You're not here to ruin my engagement party with Zhang Lejia, your real target is me?"
Lin Shua nodded, precisely.
Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Ruer was so nervous at this moment that she couldn't breathe.
She had thought Lin Shua was here to teach Wei Qinghong a lesson first, but she hadn't expected him to come directly to kill.
In the crowd, Li Sihai and Wang Tian exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion.
Where does Lin Shua get the courage? The Wei family is the top aristocratic family in Creek City, and Wei Qinghong is one of the outstanding direct
descendants, always accompanied by skilled protectors. How could Lin Shua even entertain the idea of killing Wei Qinghong? Isn't this madness?
Zhang Xiaoqian's face was filled with surprise, but deep down, he was extremely excited. They had gone to great lengths to get Wei Qinghong to deal with Lin Shua, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Lin Shua's talent for courting disaster is truly shockingly impressive.
Ha ha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? You, a lowly commoner, if not for your connection with Zhang Lejia, wouldn't even be qualified to stand before me, yet you dare to boast about killing me?
Wei Qinghong laughed uproariously, his heart full of mockery.
Lin Shua, you actually want to kill the third young master?
Zhang Lejia said in shock, her face turning pale. You're overthinking it, this has nothing to do with you. Lin Shua sneered coldly, his tone filled with murderous intent. The blood feud of my parents, Wei Qinghong, you cannot escape it. Zhang Lejia was left speechless, her heart writhing in pain. She had thought she was the protagonist, only to realize she was just a minor character, and she felt unwilling
to accept it. Why was it her engagement banquet, yet Lin Shua had to steal her moment in the spotlight? Moreover, if Lin Shua killed Wei Qinghong, who would she marry? What am I worried about? She mocked herself inwardly.
Lin Shua was nothing but trash, facing Wei Sanxiao would definitely be a dead end. Wei Qinghong's expression slightly changed, his pupils contracting violently, a faint unease creeping into his heart.
Lin Shua, I'm giving you a way out. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You're giving me a way out? Well, I don't plan on leaving you a path to live.
Lin Shua said coldly, tell me the reason you harmed my parents, and I might make it quick for you.
Utterly ridiculous. What evidence do you have? Wei Qinghong sneered, thinking to himself that Yang Xian's secretly recorded video couldn't serve as evidence at all. Killing requires evidence? All I know is that you harmed my parents.
The only reason I am still talking to you is because I'm curious about why you did it. Lin Shua spoke fearlessly, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Kill me?
Wei Qinghong took a small sip of wine, his expression composed.
What right do you have to kill me?
I'm the third young master of the prominent Wei family, and I just acquired a 5 billion yuan estate.
Do you think that money is enough to buy several of my lives?
He leaned forward, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation, and asked, even if you killed me, how would you deal with the aftermath? How would you ensure that you and your sister survive? So, your confidence comes from the 5 billion yuan estate in your hands and your so-called prestigious Wei family, right? Lin Shua seemed to ponder this, the corners of his
mouth curving slightly upwards. When you lose that 5 billion and are abandoned by the Wei family, will you finally obediently tell me the reason you harmed my parents? Just you?
Wei Qinghong almost laughed to the point of collapsing. Tears were about to come out. If you can pull it off, why not tell you?
Ha ha ha. The surrounding guests secretly pondered in their hearts, wasn't this indirectly admitting that he had indeed harmed Lin Shua's parents?
But no one present cared. Lin Shua's knife was already drawn, and no one could ignore it.
Is this kid crazy? Do you think this is as simple as daydreaming?
The world isn't a place where everything can be solved with fists, and those 500 million can't just disappear.
Nonsense, even a daydream wouldn't dare such a thing. 500 million, it could literally crush someone to death.
The most unbelievable thing is that this kid actually wants the Wei family to abandon Wei Sanxiao.
It's pure fantasy.
The guests all stood on Wei Qinghong's side, shouting while staring at Lin Shua as if he were an idiot.
Amid the crowd's heated discussions, Lin Shua calmly took out his phone, his gaze firm. Lin Shua never fights a battle unprepared.
Even when he first joined the Suicide Squad, he would carefully analyze both the enemy and himself, striving for the most favorable conditions and advantages. As a result, he survived, rising step by step to the peak with flawless achievements, ultimately earning the title of the God of War of Kyushu. He had already thoroughly investigated Wei Qinghong. "You can make your move," Lin Shua said calmly after the call connected. The person on the other end of the line was arranged by the Northern King. Although Lin Shua didn't know their identity, they were more than capable of dealing with Wei Qinghong. For years, the Northern Town King had never disappointed him, and this time would be no exception. Lin Shua put down his phone, turned to the waiter holding a tray of drinks, and said, "Get Lin Rower a glass of wine, take your time, we'll leave after she finishes it." "Oh." Lin Rower took the wine glass, her expression dazed, feeling somewhat flustered and needing the wine to calm herself down.
"Wei Qinghong. Everyone. What's the deal with this guy? He's way too calm, isn't he?"
More and more whispers arose, and many dared not look directly at Lin Shua, fearing they'd be pierced by his sharp aura.
"Do you think I'm just scaring people for fun?"
Wei Qinghong scoffed disdainfully.
"Impossible."
Lin Shua's gaze was like a sword, piercing straight through. "The industries given to the third young master of the Wei family are all clean and legitimate. That's right, those 500 million are not just empty promises but a real nine-figure sum.
This kid is stalling for time.
Everyone dies sooner or later." The guests began whispering among themselves, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. At that moment, Wei Qinghong's phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was shrill and urgent, making it particularly jarring in the quiet surroundings.
"Damn phone."
Wei Qinghong was furious, and when he glanced down, it turned out to be a call from the company's deputy manager. "Third young master, it's bad news, our company has gone bankrupt." The deputy general manager's voice came through the receiver, flustered and chaotic, like a bolt from the blue. Wei Qinghong's face instantly turned pale, and the ears of the surrounding guests unconsciously pricked up, all turning their heads. "Explain it to me clearly." Wei Qinghong suppressed his anger, his voice as sharp as a cold blade. "The company just ordered a batch of raw materials, and the finance department has made off with all the funds. I suggest filing for bankruptcy immediately to minimize the losses." The deputy general manager spoke hastily. Wei Qinghong looked at the general manager, and the anger on his face instantly turned into doubt. I don't know the situation." The general manager was drenched in sweat, his expression flustered. The phone rang again, and Wei Qinghong's heart tightened. "Third young master Wei, there is a serious issue with the project delivered by your company. I have already initiated emergency arbitration, bear the consequences yourself." Before the other party finished speaking, they had already hung up. Wei Qinghong's body trembled slightly, and a wave of panic surged in his heart. Beep beep beep. The busy tone echoed in the phone, as if mocking his incompetence. "Boss, something's happened, something big." Another vice president's panicked voice came through. "Speak." Wei Qinghong gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme. "The product that was supposed to be delivered is gone, both the goods and the truck have disappeared." At that moment, Wei Qinghong's world completely collapsed, with only one thought left in his mind: 500 million is gone. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he nearly fell to the ground. His legs went weak, and cold sweat poured down like rain. "You? Who exactly are you?" Wei Qinghong glared angrily at Lin Shua, his eyes filled with doubt and fear. "Why did you harm my parents?" Lin Shua's voice was as cold as ice. I. Wei Qinghong stammered, hesitating. Zhang Lejia quickly interjected, "Third young master, what's gone is gone. The Wei family has plenty of assets. Once we get married, we can still reach 17 or 18 billion. Wei Qinghong took a breath, seemingly trying to find a way out for himself. "Yes, you're right." At this moment, the doors of the banquet hall were pushed open, and a group of people dressed in crimson attire filed in. "The Wei family's law enforcement hall is handling this matter. Wei Qinghong is suspected of causing the death of Wei Qingmeng. His status as a direct descendant of the Wei family is hereby revoked, and he will be dealt with on a later date." "What?" The scene instantly fell into a dead silence, and all eyes turned toward Wei Qinghong. He trembled all over, his voice shaking. "Impossible. I was so discreet, how could it have been discovered? Wei Qingmeng is the elder brother of Wei Qinghong. Originally, the third young master of the Wei family was Wei Qingmeng. I heard that Wei Qingmeng died unexpectedly, which allowed Wei Qinghong to rise to power. Today's engagement banquet is truly full of unexpected events." The guests murmured in hushed tones. Lin Shua, boiling with anger, blocked the members of the enforcement hall and shouted sternly, "Speak."
I said it, I freaking said it.
Wei Qinghong collapsed, shouting hysterically, "I have no grievances with your parents. The reason I paid Leopard to deal with your parents was purely because someone threatened me."
Who was it?
Lin Shua's eyes burned with fury. "I don't know, definitely someone untouchable. That person knows exactly how I harmed Wei Qingmeng." Wei Qinghong was nearly deranged, grabbing his hair and screaming before slumping to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The former third young master of the Wei family, now having lost everything, cried like a helpless child. Lin Shua stared at him expressionlessly, though his mind was in turmoil. Lin Roar's fingers turned pale from excessive force, her eyes revealing complex emotions.
No matter what, he was one of the culprits behind his parents' deaths.
However, the mastermind who wanted to kill that ordinary couple and could use Wei Qingming's cause of death to threaten Wei Qinghong must have an extraordinary identity.
There are too few clues.
The only clue might be that among those who know the cause of Wei Qingming's death, the real murderer is hiding. Lin Shua was pondering this when a member of the Wei family's law enforcement hall, who had just declared Wei Qinghong had lost everything, walked over and frowned, saying, "Kid, move aside quickly, don't get in the way of our work." Lin Shua collected his thoughts, turned slightly to look at him, and said calmly, "I just said that as long as Wei Qinghong tells the truth, I will give him a swift end."
What?
The man was stunned, glared angrily at Lin Shua, and said coldly, "No matter how bad Wei Qinghong is, he is still a member of the Wei family."
What right do you, an outsider, have to deal with him?
"Because he harmed my parents."
So what? Just the lives of two lowly peasants, they've died and that's that.
"I'm taking him back for the sake of my Wei family's direct descendant Wei Qingmeng,"
the man said arrogantly. You really shouldn't have spoken so much.
Lin Shua stared at him coldly.
What?
The person sneered, their face full of mockery.
I said your parents are lowly peasants. Does that make you uncomfortable? But that's just the truth, everyone knows it. Splurt.
Blood splattered. Wei Qinghong slowly lowered his head, seeing a dagger embedded in his chest. His eyes widened, gradually losing their light, and then, with a thud, he fell to his knees. Following that, he collapsed face up, with the dagger's tip protruding through his body.
This strike was indeed exceptionally satisfying.
The members of the Wei family's law enforcement hall were stunned, and the angry roars that followed all got stuck in their throats.
You actually...
This man glared angrily at Lin Shua, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Ah! The dagger in Wei Qinghong's chest twisted abruptly and was thrust into the man's mouth.
This is the result of speaking too much, Lin Shua said indifferently.
Bang!
The man fell backward to the ground with a dagger stuck in his mouth, blood splattering everywhere and instantly staining the floor red.
Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp sharply. The members of the Wei family's enforcement hall roared angrily, ready to take action.
He doesn't deserve death. Send him away immediately, and he can still be saved, Lin Shua said calmly. Everyone looked at one another and ultimately joined forces to carry their companion and fled desperately. After all, they were just workers in the end, there was no need to risk their lives. Besides, Lin Shua's skills were already evident, making a move would only be walking into a trap.
The entire venue fell silent.
The guests were dumbfounded, no one had expected the engagement banquet to end in such a manner. Clearly, only Wei Qinghong had collapsed to the ground, but for some reason, everyone felt as if they, too, were kneeling. Only Lin Shua remained standing alone.
It was an invisible form of oppression.
The anger reaches the skies, and the spirit covers like clouds. However, this lad can be considered finished. Even though Wei Qinghong has already been abandoned by the Wei family, he is still a member of the Wei family.
How could they allow an outsider to publicly deal with him?
Not to mention that Lin Shua nearly killed a member of the Wei family's law enforcement hall. This feud has become very serious. Lin Roar looked at Wei Qinghong, lying in a pool of blood, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. She never expected that Lin Shua's purpose on this trip would be so clear, and that he would actually achieve it.
Her brother was truly extraordinary. Mom and Dad, most of your revenge has been carried out.
She clenched her hands tightly against her chest, shouting silently. Beside her, Zhang Lejia was on the verge of breaking down entirely. Lin Shua not only didn't stop her engagement to Wei Qinghong but instead directly killed Wei Qinghong.
Then what's the point of her getting engaged anymore? Engaged to a ghost? Zhang Lejia was more desperate than anyone else.
After years of hard work, she finally managed to marry into a wealthy family, only for Lin Shua to completely ruin it at the last moment.
Her wealthy fiancé was gone just like that.
What horrified her even more was that Wei Qinghong was dead, her greatest support was gone. Next, she would have to confront Lin Shua directly.
This is the kind of terror humans cannot endure.
The man before her was not some ex-boyfriend she could easily humiliate, he was an untouchable overlord. His every word and action were enough to determine life and death.
Still not planning to tell the truth? Lin Shua looked at Zhang Lijia, his gaze cold yet calm, and said slowly, "What other cards do you have to play? If none, listen carefully to every word I say." Lin Shua pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "He's sitting in a wheelchair watching the drama unfold, placing all his hopes on you, his sister. Your words will decide his life or death." Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the wheelchair, trembling with fear. Looking at Wei Qinghong lying in a pool of blood, he felt an immense sense of relief. "Mom, Dad, wait for me, push me along too."
He saw his parents sneaking toward the door, their faces showing pain, and angrily shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Father Zhang and Mother Zhang stopped awkwardly, exchanging guilty glances. Lin Shua sneered coldly, his gaze sharp like a blade, and continued, "Zhang Lijia, the lives and deaths of your parents and other family members are entirely in your hands. Every word you say could determine their fate."
Are you threatening me?"
Zhang Lijia's voice trembled, and the fear within her was unmistakable. Lin Shua sneered disdainfully, gave a look to Wei Qinghong, and said calmly, "I'm merely reminding you. Those videos only exposed Zhang Lijia's ugly nature, revealing her to be a woman without any bottom line. Lin Shua never expected to force her to tell the truth through those videos. What he truly relied on was his unparalleled strength and wisdom. Without anything to rely on, Zhang Lijia, faced with such immense pressure, could no longer struggle. "It's her, I have evidence, this vile woman committed murder."
Zhang's father accused loudly. "I am her father, and I have the right to report her under my real name. She was the one who committed murder back then used the favor of saving your life to threaten you into taking responsibility for her crime."
Zhang's mother roared. The people around were instantly in an uproar, their astonished gazes all turning toward Zhang Lijia. Zhang Lijia's fate was truly tragic, her fiancé was murdered, her dream of joining the wealthy elite shattered, and now she faced betrayal by her parents. Her future seemed to be mercilessly swallowed by darkness, disgraced and ruined, with harsher punishments awaiting her. "I still have evidence." Su Xiaoqiang struggled to stand up, raising his hand and shouting.
He succeeded, but this time standing up wasn't for himself, it was to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Lijia.
Poof! Zhang Lijia's face twisted as blood spurted wildly, her body trembling slightly, seemingly unable to stand any longer.
"Lin Shua, I hate you, why did you have to ruin me?"
she cried out desperately, collapsing to the ground in pain and helplessness. Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others pleaded with Lin Shua, "We are willing to testify to send Zhang Lijia back to prison. Please spare us." Zhang Lijia looked at Lin Shua in despair and let out a bitter smile. "You could have easily killed me, but you kept me alive to make me wish I were dead. You're ruthless, truly ruthless." She originally intended to escape responsibility and marry into a wealthy family, but Lin Shua used Wei Qinghong's death to tell her that all of this was mere delusion.
"Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent.
After all, you nearly married into the Wei family, so you should know Wei Qinghong's parents.
I'm letting you live so that you can personally tell them that teaching their son is their fault.
Wei Qinghong harmed my parents and has already met his end, but I absolutely will not let this go," Lin Shua said slowly, his tone carrying undeniable resolve.
Zhang Lijia froze. What else do you plan to do?"
"A month later is the death anniversary of my parents. I want Wei Qinghong's parents to visit my parents' grave and apologize in person."
Lin Shua's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the room like thunder, shocking everyone present.
Zhang Lijia laughed loudly. "Are you crazy? What status do your parents have compared to Wei Qinghong's parents? Asking them to visit the grave? How dare you come up with such an unrealistic idea? By humiliating the Wei family like this, they will never let you go."
"Coincidentally, I've investigated.
Wei Qinghong harmed my parents, and the Wei family's law enforcement hall has long been aware of it but took no action, even condoning it."
"So?" Lin Shuo's
gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto everyone present. "I will continue to investigate. If I discover anyone else involved behind Wei Qinghong, no matter who it is, I will not let them live." Zhang Lijia was rendered speechless, and the guests were even more astonished. Inwardly, they thought, this man is utterly insane. Not only did he kill Wei Qinghong, but he also dares to challenge the entire Wei family. Lin Shua's gaze swept across the room, the atmosphere was as tense as freezing point, and no one dared to meet his eyes, all holding their breath. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman draped in sheer fabric walked in. She was none other than Bai Su Rong. She sensed the strange atmosphere at the scene. Clearly, it was supposed to be an engagement party, yet it felt as gloomy as a funeral. Before she could take a closer look at the situation, she saw a tall,
handsome man walking toward her. Lin Shua.
Bai Surong's heart skipped a beat, and she stopped in her tracks in a panic.
Why are you here?
Lin Shua asked, with a hint of concern on his face. Although Zhang Lejia didn't have an invitation, no one was paying attention to such details at this moment.
I
guessed you might come, Bai Surong said, lowering her head slightly, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Today, she wore a simple chiffon long dress, clean and elegant. The only flaw was the thin veil covering her face, making it difficult to see her features. Only her lively eyes revealed an extraordinary charm, leaving an unforgettable impression. Lin Shua naturally took her hand, feeling the slight sweat in her palm. You came at just the right time, I've already finished handling my matters. He smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with a determined light. With one hand holding Lin Roer and the other holding Bai Surong, he leisurely departed under the respectful gaze of the gathered guests.
Bang!
When the door slowly closed, everyone finally let out a long breath. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang pushed Zhang Xiaocheng forward, furiously accusing, Zhang Lejia, it's all your fault.
Who told you to be so terrible, dragging us down with you? We almost got killed by Lin Shua just now.
Zhang Lejia let out a miserable laugh and began clawing wildly, completely ignoring her family's reaction, her rage surging like a tide. I don't want to live anymore.
You ungrateful daughter, how dare you lay hands on your parents?
Mother Zhang exclaimed furiously.
I'll kill you, you wretch.
Zhang Lejia roared furiously. The family wrestled together, and Zhang Xiaocheng was dragged into the fray, lying on the ground in excruciating pain. My knee, my leg, oh, it's killing me. The guests were dumbfounded. Soon, someone stepped forward to take Zhang Lejia away for investigation and handled Wei Qinghong's corpse. Before leaving the hotel, everyone who witnessed the scene was issued a gag order.
Wei family manor.
The courtyard of the family head. An elderly man dressed in white practice attire, not very tall, appearing somewhat thin and frail, with graying hair and an unremarkable appearance. He was leisurely sipping tea, gently placing the teacup down on the table, and calmly spoke, Tell me.
Lin Shua is likely a hacker.
He exploited a vulnerability, attacked the family business given to Wei Qinghong, and obtained evidence of Wei Qinghong harming Wei Qingmeng.
The anonymous letter received by the enforcement hall was probably his doing.
In front of him, a person knelt, speaking rapidly yet articulately.
So, he doesn't have any significant backing, the elder said.
If he does have backing, then that backing must be so powerful that even our Wei family can't trace the slightest clue about it. The kneeling person finished speaking and chuckled softly to himself. Then where does he get the audacity to demand that Wei Qinghong's parents visit his parents' grave, and even bluntly claim he wants to investigate whether someone
from our Wei family is involved?
Listening to his tone, if he finds out I'm also involved, he plans to kill me as well, the elder said, shaking his head slightly. Some lowly commoners act recklessly out of ignorance, which is why they dare to behave so presumptuously, the kneeling person quickly responded. Intense rivalries abound among the elite families, and the other clans are keeping a close eye on the Wei family, making it inconvenient to directly squash
this little ant.
The elder shook his head, sipped his tea, and continued, although this young man has no significant background, his personal strength isn't weak. He might have had some fortuitous encounter in prison. Investigate him more thoroughly. In a month's time, it's no issue if we have his parents' graves swept, then dig a pit and bury him there as well. The whole family can lie there together, neatly and tidily. Consider it a good deed from our Wei family.
Understood, I humbly obey, the kneeling man responded respectfully. The Wang family.
Wang Tian trembled with fear, his face full of shock as he said, just like that. Wei Qinghong was directly killed by Lin Shua, and in the end, he actually said Wei Qinghong's parents should go apologize at his parents' graves in a month's time.
What an extraordinary Lin Shua, his actions always exceed the imagination of ordinary people.
Wang Linjian shook his head and sighed, then muttered, There's something very strange about this. Though the Wei family is powerful, they can't make all the guests keep silent about everything. But apart from the Wei family, who else would impose silence?
Dad, you should think about what we should do next, Wang Tian quickly asked.
The Wei family won't act recklessly within this month. If Lin Shua dies, other powerful families will certainly seize the opportunity to bite some benefits off the Wei family,
Wang Linjian said. Wang Tian's eyes lit up. If we offer help in this critical moment.
Wang Linjian smiled wryly and shook his head. I'm just worried we might be putting our warm faces on a cold back.
How could that be?
Our Wang family may not compare to the Wei family, but we're still among the affluent families.
Wang Tian paused.
And continued, Lin Shua's decision to postpone the memorial for a month is just to ensure he remains unharmed within that period.
In his view, this was merely a delaying tactic by Lin Shua.
Not only him, but others also thought the same, believing Lin Shuo was afraid of retaliation from the Wei family and hence proposed the so-called 1-month time frame.
Let's wait and see.
No matter how strong Lin Shuo is, he's just one person. The combat power of a lone wolf is not to be underestimated, but it's also easy for him to end up dead with no burial ground, Wang Linjian said meaningfully.
How long will we keep watching? Didn't Lin Shuo say he wanted Wei Qinghong's parents to visit the grave and apologize a month later? By then, the Wei family will have a legitimate reason to take action. Wang Linjian squinted and said, the anniversary of Lin Shuo's parents' death might just turn into a bloody storm. Dad, I think you're overthinking this, Wang Tian replied irritably. Maybe. When people grow old, they tend to overthink. You think the 1-month period is a stalling tactic, but in my view, it's a way to alert the culprit. Think about it, based on Lin Shuo killing Wei Qinghong, if someone truly participated in the incident involving Lin Shuo's parents, would they remain indifferent? As long as there are any movements, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Wang Linjian posed like an old fox, analyzing seriously. Wang Tian paused, a flash of determination in his eyes. Are you saying Lin Shuo is fishing, and he really intends to make a move against the Wei family? Maybe. If that's the case, it might not be a bad thing. If not, it wouldn't be too late for us to step in and help. Wang Linjian's lips curled into a smile. No matter what, the Wang family would benefit from it. Sihai Group.
Li Sihai smoked furiously, his brows furrowed tightly, his face full of confusion.
Lin Shuo took back the old house, yet Qingalong Group showed no reaction whatsoever. Lin Shuo even killed Wei Qinghong, and the Wei family chose silence in response. Boss, is it still possible for us to build a connection with Lin Shuo now? Scarface asked curiously. Where's Zhang Li? Li Sihai asked abruptly. Resting at home. Notify him immediately. Starting today, he will be the deputy general manager of Sihai Group, Li Sihai ordered decisively. Scar was filled with envy. They couldn't approach Lin Shuo directly, so they had to first curry favor with Zhang Li. Should we go on the death anniversary of Lin Shuo's parents a month from now? Scar asked cautiously. You really believe that?
Lin Shuo was just casually saying that. There's no way he's actually going to follow through, Li Sihai shook his head, dismissively said.
On the street late at night, a man and 2 women walked side by side.
Lin Rower was the first to break the silence. Sister Bai, long time no see.
Did you come specifically to find my brother?
After speaking, she squinted her eyes, curiously sizing her up. Ever since she became disfigured, Bai Surong couldn't stand such scrutinizing gazes. She turned slightly to avoid it and explained in a low voice, Rower,
don't misunderstand.
I came to find your brother because he said last time that he could cure me when we met again.
Please don't overthink it.
Lin Rower smiled, glanced at Lin Shuo, and teased, if you put it that way, my brother might get hurt. I remember back in school, my brother loved winter and summer vacations the most.
Which student doesn't like winter and summer vacations?
Bai Surong responded casually.
That's where you're wrong.
My brother is a top student, and what he loves most is studying.
The reason he likes winter and summer vacations.
Lin Ruer glanced at Lin Shuo and noticed that he didn't object, so she continued, is because you always come to Grandpa Zhang's house to stay.
Ha?
Bai Surong was so shocked that she couldn't speak.
Could it be? Rower, stop joking, I'm currently.
She shook her head, her voice sinking low.
She's not joking, it's true.
Sister Bai, no, Surong, in fact, I've liked you, the girl next door, for a long time.
If not for Lin. Shuo took a deep breath and said earnestly, in any case, I've liked you from the past until now. Would you be willing to be with me?
Bai Surong hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, no, I'm not willing. Sister Bai, my brother is not like other men, he's not playing games with you. Lin Rower said anxiously. Bai Surong stopped in her tracks, gazing at the sincere Lin Shuo with a hint of confusion in her eyes. But she quickly snapped back to clarity, I understand, and that's precisely why I can't agree. Lin Rower hesitated to speak, her heart filled with complex emotions.
Sister Bai, if I can cure you, would you agree to be with me?
Lin Shuo's voice carried a note of nervousness. Bai Surong tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, and after a long pause, she cautiously lifted her head, her gaze meeting his with determination. Do you truly not mind someone like me?
No.
Lin Shuo responded without hesitation and continued, I only regret not discovering it earlier, not appearing by your side sooner, not protecting you sooner to prevent you from being harmed in any way. Lin Rower listened, her expression complex, as she walked a little farther away. Bai Surong looked at Lin Shuo, and at this moment, she forgot everything, forgot all the pain, all the torment. All that remained was this man before her, whose eyes were filled with tenderness and whose face was etched with care. I promise you, she said softly, while silently making a vow in her heart, if she ultimately remained this way, she would voluntarily leave Lin Shua. Lin Shua gently cupped her face, lowering his head slightly, his eyes filled with tenderness. I will heal you and make you the most beautiful and happiest woman in the world. Your sister didn't scare me, she's much prettier than you, Lin Shua said bluntly. Bai Minner shouted angrily, that was before. Now she's covered in poisonous blemishes and has turned into a hideous monster. How can you ignore me because of her? Are you blind? I can cure her, Lin Shua said calmly. You can cure it? Who do you think you are? Bai Minner sneered, then blinked her eyes as if unable to believe it. You're Lin Shua, the neighbor from Grandpa's house. Didn't you go to prison? My brother has been back for many days now. Lin Roer walked over and said unpleasantly, he went to prison in place of that wicked woman Zhang Lejia. He didn't commit murder back then. Who would believe that? At the end of the day, he's still a convict. Bai Minner sneered. You? Lin Roer, upset, wanted to argue, but Lin Shua coldly interrupted her. Bai Minner, I hope you show at least the minimal respect for your sister, otherwise, even if you are her biological younger sister, I will teach you how to respect others. You're threatening me? Bai Minner became somewhat annoyed, her eyes darting around as she exclaimed in surprise, you're speaking up for my sister, could it be that you and my sister? I am together with your sister. Lin Shua stated firmly. Bai Minner froze, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard she bent over, as if she had heard an incredible joke. After a while, she placed her hands on her hips and gasped between fits of laughter, Lin Shua, you're really unrestrained. Knowing. You're a convict who can't find a decent woman, you went after my sister. Well, that's fine, at least someone's willing to marry her. Ha ha. When my parents find out, they'll surely be thrilled, the troublemaker in their eyes is finally getting married. When Bai Surong heard this, her gaze was full of sorrow and helplessness. Is this something a real sister would say? Shut up. You're not allowed to humiliate my brother like that. Lin Roer shouted angrily. Bai Minner sneered coldly, everything I said is true. You dare to hit me? Go ahead and try. Bai Surong hurriedly stepped between the two women and first bowed apologetically to Lin Roer. Roer, my sister speaks harshly, mainly because of me saying those things to your brother. I'll take her away now. White sister, this isn't your fault. Lin Roer wanted to explain, but Bai Surong had already pulled Bai Minner away. Lin Shua did not intervene or say much, as this was ultimately Bai Surong's family matter, and he was still an outsider, making it inappropriate to meddle too much. Brother, are you just going to let Bai Minner bully sister Bai? Lin Roer asked angrily. Of course not, but Su Rong protects her, and I have to take Su Rong into consideration. Lin Shua said, shaking his head. Sister Bai is really something, enduring such humiliation from her younger sister without complaint. Lin Roer muttered softly. Although she appeared delicate, her inner strength was astonishing. Lin Shua sighed and said, Su Rong has it tough, this is merely for survival. Isolated and helpless. No one is there to help her. No one stands by her. Bai Surong wants to survive, and this is her only option. There is no other choice. Lin Shua's task is to step into her heart bit by bit, shielding her from the wind and rain. In doing so, Bai Surong can boldly be herself and no longer endure humiliation in silence. Brother, do you like sister Bai so much? Even though you two haven't seen each other for 5 years, it feels like you've never been apart. Lin Roer said in surprise. I don't quite understand either. I guess this is fate. Lin Shua said with a complicated tone. The brother and sister talked as they walked home. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for many. Brother, won't there be trouble for killing Wei Qinghong? There might be, but I can handle it. Besides, I didn't kill Wei Qinghong with my own hands. That weapon doesn't have my fingerprints, and the surveillance cameras didn't capture me. The Wei family. Are you worried that the Wei family will seek revenge? Do you actually think what I said in the end was just an empty threat? It's the Wei family who should be worrying about whether I'll trouble them. My brother is the best. Of course. Once I settle my personal matters, I'll head to the battlefield to command thousands of troops, bringing peace and prosperity to the nation. Ah, brother, can you draft your boasts ahead of time? Drafting boasts? I didn't know that was a thing. Brother, who's stronger, you or the legendary war god of the 9 provinces? Pretty evenly matched. Brother, if you were just a little bit humble, I might have believed you. The laughter of the siblings gradually faded into the distance. Nighttime. Lin Shua turned over and got up, walked out of the house, and stood in the courtyard. The moonlight was like water, spilling over the earth. A gentle breeze passed by, and the shadows of the trees swayed gracefully. Someone approached and immediately half-kneeled on the ground.
Zhang Lejia confessed that the killing was indeed unintentional on her part. However, she suspected that someone deliberately set her up. The person spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. Lin Shua sat down on the steps, resting his chin on his hand as he said, "What is the basis for her suspicion?" Instinct. The person paused for a moment and then said in a low voice, "She feels that she didn't kill anyone, but was framed." "What about your investigation?"
"It has been too long, the investigation will take time." The person paused, then continued, "However, we have investigated all of Zhang
Lejia's connections. After evaluation, the preliminary conclusion is that Zhang Lejia at the time was not worth someone scheming to harm her." Lin Shua was slightly distracted, thinking to himself, so it really was an accident. But during our investigation of the victim, we discovered some clues. The victim's parents later joined Qinglong Group, and her younger brother even went abroad for further studies with Qinglong Group's sponsorship. Coincidentally, he is returning to the country tomorrow, the other party said, with a hint of tension in their voice. Lin Shua raised his hand, gently brushing off the dust on his shoulder. His tone was casual yet carried an undercurrent of sharpness. If
Zhang Lejia was indeed set up, then the real target wasn't her, but me. Based on the current information, Qinglong Group has a motive. They want to use me to strike at my parents in order to acquire this old house.
After all, my parents were the backbone of the holdout residents
at the time, while the victim's family was profiting off others' misfortune.
It's hard for Qinglong Group to distance themselves from this.
I dare not make presumptions. The visitor lowered his body slightly, his voice tinged with fear.
Is it worth going to such lengths? Besides, if it truly is the work of Qinglong Group, how could they be so certain that I would take the blame for Zhang Lejia?
Lin Shua frowned slightly, pondering inwardly. The situation was far from simple. "We will continue investigating," the visitor said firmly. Lin Shua waved his hand and said indifferently, "No need. People have their limits after all, and so much time has passed. Even if there was some shady business, it has long been wiped away."
"Then shall we directly take action against Qinglong Group?"
the visitor suggested. "Just investigate secretly, now is not the time to expose ourselves." "I'll handle this personally," Lin Shua said with a slight curve at the
corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of insidiousness.
"Since the victim's younger brother is returning home tomorrow, I'll meet him first."
The visitor understood, nodded in agreement, quickly stood up, and disappeared into the darkness.
Lin Shua gazed at the bright moon, his heart filled with a multitude of emotions.
When his parents were alive, even in the late hours, the courtyard always bustled with activity, unlike the desolate quietness now.
The moon remains unchanged, but things are
different. People come and go. Everyone deserves the right and opportunity to know the truth. Revenge must be served, and gratitude repaid. He was a victim, but wasn't the one killed by Zhang Lejia even more pitiable for dying without ever understanding the truth?
Besides, the matters that Qinglong Group should have handled are now conveniently available for a visit.
Since he's going, he shouldn't return empty-handed and needs to prepare something.
If there's indeed an issue with Zhang Lejia's murder case, it's impossible for the victim's younger brother to know nothing about it. Meanwhile, the Bai sisters returned home.
The elderly couple was engrossed in watching TV. When they saw Bai Minner walk in, they asked in surprise, "Minner, weren't you hanging out with your friends? Why did you come back so soon?" "I ran into my sister on the way.
Afraid that she might scare passers-by, I specifically brought her back."
Bai Minner sneered, secretly calculating in her heart.
The elderly couple was stunned, their gaze shifting to Bai Surong, who was hanging her head behind her.
They questioned her, "When did you sneak out? How dare you run out secretly?"
Bai Surong felt a deep sadness in her heart. She wasn't sneaking around but had walked out openly. Yet in this household, she seemed like an unnecessary presence. Her parents had never even noticed her absence.
"Don't criticize big sister.
She's quite impressive." She secretly went out and found herself a wild man, Bai Minner sneered, her words sharp and mocking.
"What?" The old couple couldn't remain seated, asking in delighted surprise, "Really?" Bai Minner continued to sneer, "Of course it's true.
He's incredibly handsome, but so arrogant that he even dared to ignore me.
Unfortunately, he's just a newly released convict."
Bai Surong remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said in a low voice, "Rower said that Lin Shua didn't kill anyone."
"If he didn't kill anyone, then why is he playing around in prison? Do bad people ever admit they're bad?"
"Bai Surong, you're so desperate to get married that you'd even deceive yourself." Bai Minner stood with her hands on her hips, fiery and domineering.
The elderly couple of the Bai family exchanged a glance, then looked at Bai Surong and asked, "Is it that guy named Lin Shua, your grandfather's neighbor?" Bai Surong nodded slightly, thinking to herself, and what does it matter? Very good, you two make a great match. Father Bai nodded in approval. Mother Bai, Zheng Shanfang, said with a sigh of relief, invite him over when you have time. Since you are already together, you should start discussing the arrangements. Bai Minner felt displeased. You're agreeing already? Of course, the Bai couple said in unison, your sister getting married is a tremendous blessing. As her younger sister, you can't hold her back. Bai Minner curled her lips into a cold smile and deliberately provoked, so, being ignored by that labor reform convict who happens to be my future brother-in-law, and being mocked that I'm not as good-looking as her, is just something I should let go? What? Such a thing happened. The elderly couple gasped in shock and angrily exclaimed, is Lin Shua blind or what? I don't care, I can't swallow this insult. You have to help me get back at him. Bai Minner demanded, unwilling to back down. The Bai family's elderly couple exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. While their elder daughter Bai Surong had finally found someone pursuing her, their younger daughter, being the prettier one, was bound to attract a wealthy and prestigious husband in the future. They couldn't afford to neglect her. After a brief hesitation, the two spoke in unison, of course. Don't be upset. Women who get angry too often age faster. You need to stay beautiful and radiant and find us a promising son-in-law. As for this grievance, we guarantee to help you settle it. Bai Minner instantly broke into a radiant smile, secretly delighted. Bai Surong clenched her delicate fists and said bitterly, Mom, Dad, Lin Shua and I aren't even officially together yet. The elderly couple sneered coldly and said ruthlessly, already defending him before it's even certain. A labor reform convict wanting to marry our daughter? It's not that simple. Not a single cent less on the bride price. After all, once the lights are off, it's all the same. Bai Surong hung her head, overwhelmed with shame, feeling like a commodity being openly priced. Bai Minner snorted coldly, unwillingly acknowledging in her heart that, apart from looks, Bai Surong's figure was enviably perfect, gaining even a little would make her look chubby, while losing a little would seem too thin. Fortunately, her face was ruined, otherwise, what claim would Minner have as her sister? Tomorrow, Minner has a friend returning from abroad, a true overseas elite who has already joined Xinglong Group, earning $1 million annual salary. He's been pursuing Minner for years and can't wait to hang out with her. How about this, you go too? Who knows? Maybe some blind person might fancy you. It's definitely better than that ex-convict. Zhang Shanfang said with a smile, feeling secretly pleased. Although they couldn't confront Lin Shore right now, venting their frustration at Bai Surong came as naturally as breathing. I'm not going. Bai Surong shook her head in refusal. You must go. The elderly couple shouted in unison, if you don't go, then get out of this house. Bai Surong hung her head low and ultimately said nothing. She understood that what they called finding a boyfriend was essentially sending her to be humiliated, letting Bai Minner vent her anger. After all, who would want her, an ugly freak? Bai Minner beamed with joy and skipped back to her room, feeling immensely pleased and smug. Bai Surong also wanted to leave, but as soon as she took a step, Zhang Shanfang said, did your salary come in? Hurry up and transfer it to my account. I've already checked how much you earned, so don't think about keeping anything for yourself. Got it. Bai Surong responded. Although she couldn't work outside, a designer could also work from home, and her considerable monthly income was the reason she could continue staying in the Bai family. Otherwise, she probably would have been kicked out long ago. The next evening, as night fell, the city lights lit up, and the nightlife was bustling with glitz and glamour. Bai Minner got out of the car, while Bai Surong followed behind her with her head lowered, filled with nervous apprehension. Walking into the Golden Pavilion bar, Bai Minner arrogantly said, I know the owner here too. Every time I come to play, I just call him brother, and I can drink whatever I want. Under normal circumstances, this would surely earn compliments from her companions. Unfortunately, Bai Surong was too nervous, keeping her head down without saying a word. Lift your head. After all, you're my sister, Bai Minner's sister. Besides, you're wearing a veil, who can see your face anyway? What's the point of hiding? Bai Minner said irritably. Only then did Bai Surong lift her head, cautiously observing her surroundings. The music in the bar was deafening, her heart pounding to the rhythm, and the dim lighting ensured that apart from the occasional laser beam sweeping across, it was indeed impossible for anyone to notice her. Bai Minner provided her name, and the waiter suddenly understood, respectfully saying, Miss Minner, the private room you requested has already been reserved. The boss mentioned that the minimum spending requirement for today is at least 100,000. Don't need your chatter, Bai Minner glared at him and said proudly, the person footing the bill today is an overseas elite who has pursued me for years,
with an annual salary of $1 million. As long as we enjoy ourselves today, forget 100,000, even $1 million wouldn't be an issue. The waiter naturally nodded and bowed, quickly leading them into the private room. Soon, Bai Minner and Bai Surong stepped into the private room, where several people were already present. The tables were filled with a dazzling array of wine bottles, making Bai Surong's heart tremble. She thought to herself, with so much alcohol, how could it ever be finished? Bai Minner nodded in satisfaction, a trace of viciousness flashing in her eyes. She had already planned how to make tonight's situation even more thrilling. With so much alcohol, it was naturally going to be a night to indulge, and bringing Bai Surong along was, of course, to liven things up. There were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women. When Bai Minner walked in, the 4 of them quickly stood up, with 2 girls coming over to greet her. They were dressed in low-cut camisoles and short skirts, like stars sparkling in the night sky, capturing everyone's attention and instantly igniting the atmosphere in the room. Bai Minner's close friends, Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao, were the very soul of this party. "Minner, you're here." Lu Wanwan smiled radiantly, like a flower in full bloom. "If you didn't come, we wouldn't dare to fully enjoy ourselves," Shi Yaoyao said playfully, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. "Relax and have fun, you don't need to pick up the bill today anyway." Bai Minner smiled lightly, exuding a powerful aura. The 2 boys exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curling into faint sneers. Yet deep down, they understood that the Bai family's days were far from easy, with the shadow of bankruptcy looming over them. However, Bai Minner seemed completely unaffected by it, still shining brightly like a blossoming rose. "Minner, why have you become even more beautiful again?" Lu Wanwan praised, her eyes sparkling with envy. "Yes, your skin is getting fairer and smoother. I'm starting to suspect you've turned 18 again." Shi Yaoyao chimed in, her face full of anticipation. Bai Minner accepted the compliments with delight, smiling like a blooming flower. "I haven't done much, maybe it's just natural beauty." Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao's smiles froze as they thought to themselves, what a narcissistic beauty. At this moment, Lu Wanwan noticed Bai Surong, who was draped in white gauze in the corner, and curiously asked, "Who is that?" "My sister," Bai Minner replied proudly, then added, "My real sister." Shi Yaoyao's gaze revealed a trace of disdain as she immediately took half a step back, a cold sneer appearing on her lips. "So, you are Minner's sister, Bai Surong?" "That's me," Bai Surong responded softly, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. However, it failed to win over everyone present. Lu Wanwan raised her eyebrows, full of disdain. "Minner, why did you bring her here?" "To broaden her horizons." Bai Minner's tone carried a hint of pride. "All right then." Lu Wanwan shook her head helplessly, pulling Bai Minner to sit on the central sofa, basking in the glory under the spotlight. In the hall outside, the DJ's music boomed thunderously, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Bai Surong intended to find a quiet corner to stay in, but was stopped by Shi Yaoyao. "Bai Surong, don't embarrass Minner," Shi Yaoyao said domineeringly, her tone full of provocation. "Don't show yourself in public for no reason, or you'll make a fool of yourself and might even scare others." Bai Surong was slightly stunned and replied indifferently, "It was my family and younger sister who forced me to come." "As if anyone would believe that. You must be so desperate for a man that you begged Minner to come out with you," Shi Yaoyao sneered disdainfully. "That has nothing to do with you, though," Bai Surong said calmly and resolutely, unaffected by the other person's words. Shi Yaoyao angrily raised her chin. "She's my best friend, of course it matters. Besides, don't think that just because you're Minner's biological sister, you can squeeze into our circle. You're just an ugly freak, only fit to hide at home for your entire life." At this moment, Bai Surong smiled faintly, her gaze shimmering with unyielding determination. She thought to herself, at today's party, she would make everyone see her in a new light. "Shi Yaoyao, you're afraid of me coming out because you're scared I'll expose that you stole my design drafts to become the star newcomer designer, right? As you said, I can't show my face right now, so you don't need to be so nervous and fearful." Bai Surong took a small step forward, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "However, my boyfriend said I'll return to normal in a month, and then I'll head to the company and openly reclaim everything that belongs to me." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an unshakable resolve, the faint aura she emitted causing Shi Yaoyao to unconsciously take a step back. This time, it wasn't due to disdain, but due to guilt and fear. "As for your circle, I disdained joining it in the past, I won't now, and I certainly won't in the future." Bai Surong glanced sideways at Bai Minner, noticing her skillfully pouring wine while holding a lit lady's cigarette, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone full of disdain and scorn. She withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to Shi Yaoyao, turned, and walked toward the corner. Gracefully placing her shoulder bag on her lap, She smoothed her skirt as she sat down, exuding elegance. Slightly raising her head, through the sheer fabric, her bright eyes emitted a crystal-clear gaze like water. Shi Yaoyao froze for a moment, facing those eyes. Fury flared in her heart as she angrily turned and stormed off.
Minor, today I'll cooperate with you fully, she said furiously as she sat down on Bai Minor's other side.
Bai Minor smiled faintly and replied with satisfaction, as expected of my best friend, we really have a connection.
Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao exchanged glances and smiled brightly, thinking to themselves, a connection?
Since the day we became friends, you've almost daily complained
about your older sister.
5 years ago, when you found out Bai Surong was disfigured, you were so happy that you drank an entire bottle of beer on the spot. Shi Yaoyao took a sip of wine, and after calming down, she dismissed Bai Surong's earlier words as powerless rage.
Her boyfriend said she'd recover in a month?
Bai Minor had mentioned before that even miracle doctors shook their heads and said it was beyond the help of medicine.
Wait, boyfriend? Bai Surong has a boyfriend? Is she just making it up, or is her boyfriend blind? Either way, this is something that can be exploited. Meanwhile, Lin Shuo walked out the door, and Zhang Li stood respectfully at the entrance. Master Lin, we found the brother of the victim who was accidentally killed by Zhang Lejia before the new year. His name is Kong Ping. There are quite a few interviews with him on the internet,
and every time he mentions his sister, he becomes very emotional.
However, he just got off the plane, neither went home nor paid respects to his
late sister, and headed directly to the Jinj Bar. Zhang Li followed closely, adding, Jinj Bar is owned by the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. The Wuhu Chamber of Commerce has no connection with the Sihai Group. In fact, they are rivals, Lin Shuo sneered coldly.
Without waiting for Zhang Li to ask, he immediately added, does this have anything to do with what I want to do?
Lin Shuo asked straightforwardly. No, Zhang Li replied promptly. Lin Shuo remained silent and casually got into the car. Zhang Li was taken aback, lowered his head, and followed, silently reminding himself that as a dog, he should not bark recklessly to avoid annoying his master. In the private room, with Kong Ping's arrival, the atmosphere instantly became several levels more lively. Bai Surong also turned her gaze to Kong Ping, her sister's
so-called overseas returnee elite.
His appearance was indeed decent, but those squinting eyes and flickering glances made Bai Surong feel a wave of discomfort. Under his scrutiny, she felt as though she was not wearing any clothes. This beautiful lady. Kong Ping glanced around the room, and the first person he addressed was not Bai Minor but Bai Surong in the corner.
In the
dimly lit private room, Bai Surong was draped in thin gauze. Judging by her figure alone, she was undoubtedly the most stunning person in the room. Bai Minor stood up abruptly and said, Kong Ping, this is my sister. Bai Surong secretly let out a sigh of relief.
Your sister?
Kong Ping paused in his steps, stunned, and said in disbelief, the legendary Bai Surong, like a goddess when the lights are off, but a demon once they're on? Bai Surong clenched her hands unwittingly, thinking to herself how Bai Minor had been depicting her, her own elder sister, in front of outsiders. You remember quite clearly. Bai Minor snorted coldly. Of course I do. 5 years ago, Sister Bai was the goddess in the dreams of us younger brothers.
Kong Ping laughed boldly, shaking his head as he said, such a pity now.
Bai Minor sneered,
have you been pursuing me all these years just to get closer to my sister? Kong Ping's expression froze for a moment, then he chuckled and teased, what are you joking about? How could that be?
I'm doing it for you, my goddess.
Can you let me steal a kiss today?
Then it depends on your performance, Bai Minor said haughtily. I remained virtuous while abroad, focused on my studies, and now I've returned with a master's degree and $1 million a year salary, all to be with you.
Isn't that good enough performance?
Kong Ping said confidently, then casually put his arm around Bai Minor's shoulders and leaned back on the sofa in an air of leisure. The other 2 men and 2 women gathered around, laughing and joking, creating a lively atmosphere that was enviable. However, Bai Surong, sitting in the corner, appeared particularly lonely, like an abandoned child. Bai Minor deliberately prevented others from interacting with Bai Surong. The livelier the group became, the more isolated she seemed. 5 years ago, the situation was the complete opposite. Bai Surong never participated in such gatherings, but her quiet presence at home naturally made her the center of attention. Meanwhile, Bai Minor, who used to be as rowdy as a madwoman, was instead ignored by everyone. Bai Minor sneered coldly in her heart and whispered to Kong Ping, she is my sister, and I make the decisions. A trace of surprise flashed in Kong Ping's eyes, but he nodded, finding the idea interesting, and made a phone call. Not long after, a shifty-eyed man walked in. Zhou Jun, you heard there was a beauty, and you came pretty fast.
Kong Ping greeted with a hearty laugh.
Zhou Jun grinned, revealing uneven teeth, clearly a loafing member of society. Such a character was undoubtedly the perfect tool to humiliate Bai Surong. Bai Minner pointed to the corner, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Look, there's the beauty. As long as you're willing, it's all yours today. Bai Surong suddenly stood up, her expression panicked. Minner, what are you doing? What am I doing? Bai Minner crossed her arms over her chest, sneering coldly. I think this Jo Jun is quite good. He's Kong Ping's childhood friend, after all, definitely better than that ex-convict. Hey, beauty, I heard you ruined your looks. But it's fine, Jo Jun here always has a big appetite and isn't picky. With that figure of yours, turn off the lights and you'll drive me wild, haha. Jo Jun's vulgar words made Bai Surong feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't come any closer. She instinctively backed away. Jo Jun found it even more amusing, grinning as he walked closer. You must envy others being a couple, right? Don't be shy, I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Bai Surong had no way to retreat. In desperation, she pleaded, Minner, let him go. Bai Minner crossed her arms with a playful expression as if watching a show. Let him go. I put in so much effort to find a man for you. Shouldn't you thank me? I think we should skip straight to the part where the rice is cooked. Mom and Dad will definitely be thrilled. Kong Ping's fiery gaze was locked on Bai Surong, imagining her perfect figure while secretly regretting that she was an ugly duckling. It seemed to be a windfall for this guy Jo Jun. The others smirked maliciously, enjoying the sight of the former goddess being ruined by a nobody. Beauty, even your own sister has said this. What are you still resisting for? Jo Jun spoke wickedly, his lewd eyes fixed on her as he rubbed his hands while approaching. Just cooperate, everyone will feel good. Bai Minner was secretly excited. This was not only revenge against Bai Surong but also a counterattack against Lin Shua for ignoring her. I have a boyfriend, Bai Surong shouted with a mix of false bravado and fear. I would rather die than let you take advantage of me. At that moment, the waiter pushed the door open and, upon seeing the scene, instinctively tried to intervene. Kong Ping stepped forward and slapped the waiter across the face, leaving the waiter stunned. Bai Surong had nowhere to retreat, so she could only move her head to avoid Jo Jun's filthy hand. The white veil on her face was pulled off, and the waiter, upon seeing this, quickly bowed and said, Sorry for interrupting. Jo Jun was startled, then sneered and said, With your looks, you actually have a boyfriend? Who are you fooling? Never mind, I don't mind. After speaking, he reached out again to touch Bai Surong's body. Despite his words, his face always carried a trace of disdain. Slap! Bai Surong could no longer endure and slapped him directly. Jo Jun's head tilted, and he froze, touching his face. He sneered, 10 days ago, someone slapped my face too. Today, I'll take it out on you first. Don't touch her, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. A cold voice came from the doorway, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the private room, as if a knife had pierced into everyone's hearts, evoking a sense of inexplicable fear. Jo Jun suddenly turned his head and saw Lin Shua standing at the doorway. The corridor lights softly illuminated, casting a halo around him. With his already handsome features, tall and upright figure, he looked even more extraordinary in that moment. Lin Shua, he gritted his teeth and shouted, his hand, originally frozen midair, stretched out once more. I'd like to see just what you're capable of. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly intense animosity. Right at the entrance of the Tian Club, Jo Jun was knocked unconscious by just one slap and kick from Lin Shua. By the time he woke up, the gathering had already ended. His classmates kept avoiding the topic, stammering and refusing to talk about the truth of the gathering. After all, Jo Jun had been beaten so miserably by Lin Shua, what a disgrace. Who would be willing to bring it up? Lin Shua was already in motion. He stomped the ground with one foot, and the carpet instantly split apart. Zhang Li watched in shock, his jaw dropping, his heart trembling. Kong Ping's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly assumed a karate stance. However, Lin Shua did not bother to care, directly reaching out with a slap. Smack! The slap sent Kong Ping flying sideways, but Lin Shua's steps did not falter as he transformed into a gust of wind, rushing straight behind Jo Jun. Kong Ping, who had fallen onto the sofa, looked horrified. Supporting his upper body, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kong Ping! Bai Minner and the others exclaimed in shock. I'm fine. Kong Ping shook his head, but there was a look of terror on his face, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the corner. Bai Minner and the others also reacted, abruptly turning to look in that direction. Lin Shua grabbed Zhou Ping by the neck as if picking up a chick, and directly lifted him up. Zhou Ping stretched his arms desperately, his fingertips almost touching Bai Surong, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't bridge the gap. I told you, you can't bear the consequences, Lin Shua said coldly, twisting his arm and slamming Zhou Ping's head against the wine table. Bang! His forehead collided with the wine table as Zhou Ping weakly struggled. A bottle toppled over with a crash, spilling wine all over the floor. Bang! Another loud sound echoed as Zhou Ping's forehead hit the glass tabletop, which instantly shattered, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ah, woo! Zhou Ping screamed miserably, his entire face buried in the debris, his cries turning into sobs. He feebly held onto the edge of the table, struggling desperately. Everyone in the private room was stunned. The closest, Bai Serong, instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, never expecting Lin Shua to suddenly appear and rescue her from deep distress. This stirred ripples in her heart. For the first time in 5 years, she felt the sensation of being cared for, her heart filled with a sense of security. The next moment, Lin Shua casually threw Zhou Jun out. Get lost! Zhou Jun fell heavily in the middle of the private room, his face twisted in pain. He reached out to cover his forehead as blood seeped through his fingers, glaring angrily at Lin Shua. You hit me again. We still haven't settled last time. Lin Shua couldn't be bothered with him. He turned to Bai Serong and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. Bai Serong picked up the white gauze from the ground and said with some worry, You hit someone. Maybe we should leave first. It doesn't matter, I have other things to do. Lin Shua shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. As for this person, hitting him is just the beginning. It's far from enough. Zhou Jun, go kneel and apologize, be sincere, and you might have a way out. Zhang Li calmly reminded him at the door. Ridiculous, Zhang Li. You're actually following a convict, how laughable. Zhou Jun sneered, his face full of resentment. Have you forgotten that this is the venue of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce? Lin Shua is as good as dead. Zhang Li remained composed and shook his head. You really have a death wish. Kong Ping propped himself up and sat upright, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to Bai Minner, the guy who hit Zhou Jun is finished. Bai Minner nodded in agreement. Who should we help? Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao asked curiously. Of course, we're helping Zhou Jun. Kong Ping shouted without hesitation, his eyes revealing a venomous hatred. He wouldn't let go of the grudge from that slap just now. Bai Minner hesitated for a moment and said, I have no objection to dealing with that guy, but my sister better take it easy and not break him. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao sized up Lin Shua, their faces filled with regret as they said, What a pity. He's so handsome, has such a good figure, and carries himself with such poise. I really hope he doesn't get killed. At this moment, Lin Shua stood up and walked toward them. Seeing this, Zhou Jun quickly stepped back, shouting aggressively but feeling a deep fear of Lin Shua inside. After all, in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Lin Shua. Pushed to the private room door, he blustered loudly, Just wait. I'm going to get someone right now. After saying that, Zhou Jun squeezed into the crowd in the hall and disappeared instantly. Lin Shua did not stop him. Since Zhou Jun was going to bring reinforcements, he naturally wouldn't run away. Dealing with him after his return wouldn't be too late. For now, it was more important to take care of the immediate matter. Lin Shua let Bai Serong sit down and personally examined the toxin levels in her body, speaking gently, You've been using the antidote properly, the toxins are starting to decrease, and the poison marks are showing signs of fading. Bai Serong's eyes flickered. Though she didn't question the truth of his words, she nodded slightly, I will use it properly. At this moment, Kong Ping, supported by Bai Minner, came over with a livid expression and angrily said, Kid, Zhou Jun went to find some helpers, and you're still so calm? Seeing Lin Shua ignoring him, Kong Ping's face turned even darker. The Wuhu Chamber of Commerce is full of ruthless enforcers. When they take action, accidental deaths are not out of the question. Got it, Lin Shua responded calmly, seemingly indifferent. So what? Kong Ping froze, secretly thinking to himself, does this kid not understand the danger he's facing? If you beat people indiscriminately, not only will you face retaliation, but Bai Serong will also get implicated, he said menacingly. Bai Minner shot Lin Shua a glare and said indignantly, There was nothing wrong to begin with, but you insisted on using force. Great, now, as a convict, how are you supposed to deal with the Wuhu Commerce Association? So what? Lin Shua responded with a smile, his eyes gleaming with disdain. So when Zhou Jun arrives later, I'll have Kong Ping say something on your behalf. As long as you kneel down and apologize, this matter can be resolved. Bai Minner said, tossing a bottle of foreign liquor in front of Lin Shua. However, for Kong Ping to help, you need to finish this bottle first. Lin Shua sneered, when Lin Shua acts, I naturally don't need anyone's help. Quite the bold tone. Kong Ping snorted coldly. Zhou Jun isn't that easy to deal with. I'd have to stake the face of an old childhood friend, he said, casting a glance at Bai Surong with a sinister smile at the corner of his lips. You're insignificant, but Bai Surong might have to suffer. Smack! Lin Shua slapped him hard with the back of his hand. Kong Ping staggered backward several steps before finally landing on the ground with a thud. By the time he realized what had happened, blood from his nose was already smeared across his face. He covered his nose and pointed at Lin Shua, wanting to yell, but the cold, unfeeling gaze in Lin Shua's eyes left him too terrified to utter a single word. Your dignity is worthless, Lin Shua said flatly. Kong Ping opened his mouth, shivering uncontrollably, as all the harsh words jammed in his throat, refusing to come out. Bai Minner hadn't expected Lin Shua to strike so abruptly. They had just entered the private room and barely been there for a minute, yet he had already slapped Kong Ping twice. After all, Kong Ping was a foreign-educated elite pursuing her. How could someone strike his face like that? Lin Shua, if you do this, we're not going to care about this matter anymore. Don't come regretting it later. Bai Minner glared fiercely at Lin Shua, grinding her teeth as she said, when the time comes and you're beaten to the point of crying for your parents, kneeling and begging us, we won't say a single word to help you. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao stared at Lin Shua with sparkling eyes, speaking in unison, handsome guy, as long as you lower your head, we can put in a good word for you. Get lost. Lin Shua waved his hand dismissively, showing no mercy. This group of people was unbearably noisy, and he couldn't be bothered to say another word. Bai Minner was so furious that she turned to Bai Surong. Sister, aren't you going to say something? Are you just going to let this guy act recklessly? Bai Surong looked at Lin Shua and shook her head firmly. She was scared and worried, feeling that Lin Shua's impulsiveness seemed a bit reckless. Yet deep down, she understood that Lin Shua took action for her sake. Though she did not voice her other feelings, she felt satisfied. Under such circumstances, she naturally wouldn't let Lin Shua be embarrassed. Even if it meant death, she would steadfastly stay by Lin Shua's side. At that moment, the private room door was pushed open, and a group of people filed in. Standing beside a bald man, Zhou Jun hunched his back and pointed at Lin Shua, his posture menacingly intimidating. The Wuhu Merchant Association held enough sway in Shi City to rival the Sihai Corporation. The two overlapped in certain areas of business. The Sihai Corporation primarily operated legitimate trades, such as bodyguard and security services, while the Wuhu Merchant Association's affairs were mostly tied to entertainment venues. The Golden Pavilion Bar had some reputation in Shi City, primarily due to the support of the Wuhu Merchant Association. He was just an ordinary employee of the Wuhu Merchant Association, while his opponent was merely the former night manager and head of security at the Golden Pavilion Bar. These people strutted in arrogance, completely underestimating Lin Shua, convinced that one person could never possibly take on a group of them. Bai Minner and Kong Ping stood off to the side excitedly, as if watching a dramatic spectacle. Kong Ping even pointed at his swollen face and nose dripping with blood, angrily shouting, Zhou Jun, I got beaten up by this kid too. Lin Shua looked at them coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable assertiveness. Just now, you wanted her to kneel and admit her mistake, and then drink a bottle of wine to apologize. I've decided to adopt this suggestion. As long as you follow through, I'll only cripple the hand you tried to touch her with. Otherwise, I'll take out all 4 of your limbs. The surrounding people froze for a moment before the bald man burst out laughing, his face full of disdain. Earlier, it was you who beat up my brother. I was just thinking about taking revenge, and now, you've delivered yourself right to me. Your boasting is loud, but useless. If you kneel right now and apologize to my brother, then crawl between his legs like a dog, I'll make the decision to spare you. Bai Minner and Kong Ping looked expectantly, as if they were watching a thrilling performance. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao appeared somewhat regretful, thinking that such a tall and handsome man would be too much of a pity if crippled. Boss, that won't do. I've set my sights on his woman, I must humiliate her in front of him, Zhou Jun sneered as he wiped the blood from his face. Bai Surong trembled slightly with fear, her fingers tightly clutching Lin Shua's sleeve, completely unwilling to leave. The bald man smiled with satisfaction and pointed at Lin Shua. Don't kill him outright. First break his arms and legs, then toss him aside. Let the brothers have some fun. Lin Shua took a deep breath, sneering inwardly. He had no intention of negotiating with these hooligans. Calm and immovable like a mountain, he watched as those fierce-looking men lunged at him without even a flicker in his gaze. A muffled sound followed, and those who rushed forward seemed to be repelled by an invisible force, slamming into the walls, hitting the ceiling, or collapsing directly to the ground, unable to move. Zhou Jun's face was pale, covered in blood, and his heart was filled with fear. Lin Shua, I was wrong, please spare me. The bald man beside him kept spitting blood from his mouth, desperately trying to crawl away, thinking to himself, how can this person be so powerful, beating all of them with just one hand? It's truly a path to self-destruction. The bald man seemed to have understood something and quickly kneeled to apologize. I'm sorry, I failed to recognize greatness with my blind eyes.
Everything was nonsense from Jo Jun.
Dear guest, please enjoy yourself, and I'll cover all expenses. I'll leave immediately. Lin Shua calmly shook his head. The one you need to apologize to is not me. The bald man immediately understood, crawling down in front of Bai Su Rong. Miss, I failed to recognize greatness with my blind eyes.
I was spouting nonsense, I apologize.
Bai Su Rong silently looked at Lin Shua, feeling a surge of safety in her heart. Lin Shua said softly, get lost. The bald man hurriedly led his underlings away in a panic. Take this trash away, too. Lin Shua pointed at Jo Jun. Understood. I will definitely teach him a harsh lesson for the customer. The bald man hurriedly ordered his men to pick Jo Jun up and drag him away like a dead dog. Jo Jun's fate was bound to be tragic and unbearable. Kong Ping retreated several steps in fear, trembling all over. Bai Minor was dumbfounded, unable to believe that so many people were no match for Lin Shua. Moreover, after being punched, the bald man even took the initiative to solve Lin Shua's trouble for him. Just how strong was this man? Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled, and they thought in their hearts, not only is he handsome and tall, but most importantly, he's incredibly powerful, a perfect man.
Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao said enthusiastically, Lin Shua, right? That's a really great name, so domineering, just like you.
Meeting each other is fate. Why don't we pair up, sit down, and have a drink together? Lin Shua smiled faintly, glanced at Kong Ping, and without refusing, sat on the sofa with Bai Surong.
Bai Surong, aren't you going to move aside?
Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao felt displeased when they saw Bai Surong still sitting next to Lin Shua and directly shouted at her.
An ugly freak like you, what makes you think you're allowed near a handsome guy?
Their voices were full of mockery. Bai Surong was just about to explain, but she was interrupted.
You wouldn't actually think that someone helping you means they like you, right? They probably just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao spoke one after the other, their tone dripping with sarcasm.
Lin Shua really is handsome and kind-hearted, truly a good man. The two women turned to look at Lin Shua, their obsequious smiles stirring aversion. I'm her boyfriend. Lin Shua responded calmly, his gaze steady. What? The two women were instantly stunned, their gazes turning to Bai Surong, full of envy, jealousy, and resentment.
How can an ugly freak like you have such a boyfriend?
They found it hard to accept, as if seeing a short, unattractive man winning over a big star. Bai Minor couldn't stand Bai Surong stealing the spotlight and snorted coldly, she looks pretty good, but unfortunately, she's a murderer who just got out of prison not long ago.
Ah? Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao exclaimed, their faces full of shock. Is she really a criminal sentenced to reform through labor?
Their eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Kong Ping calmed down, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. No wonder she's so skilled.
Still, acting like this, it won't be long before she's caught again. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao sneered in satisfaction. A labor camp criminal and an ugly freak, what a perfect match. Bai Minor hugged Kong Ping, smiling as she asked, what about me and Kong Ping then?
Of course, they're a perfect match, a couple made in heaven, they said without hesitation.
Without comparison, there is no harm.
Bai Minor glanced proudly at Bai Surong, but the latter's gaze was calm, devoid of the envy and jealousy she had imagined, or even a trace of inferiority.
Don't put it that way. My sister finding a boyfriend is something worth celebrating, Bai Minor sneered.
Bai Surong smiled faintly and replied, I'm also very happy that my sister has found such an outstanding young talent. That's right, Kong Ping is a returnee from overseas, earning $1 million annually at Qinglong Group. Most importantly, he's been pursuing me for many years, even when he went abroad, he never gave up.
Bai Minor boasted proudly, her face full of smugness. Zhang Li chuckled to himself on the side, thinking, comparing him to Lin Shua? Is this self-inflicted humiliation or just self-inflicted humiliation? Being able to study abroad is indeed impressive. Ordinary families can't afford it.
I heard it costs hundreds of thousands a year, Lin Shua interjected casually. I studied at a top-tier university abroad. Tuition alone costs hundreds of thousands, not to mention living expenses. But actually, my family is quite ordinary, Kong Ping said with a face full of arrogance. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao's eyes darted around, and they immediately asked, then how are you able to study abroad?
Of course, it's because of my excellent grades that I caught the attention of Qinglong Group.
Kong Ping said proudly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lin Shua, however, looked at him and smiled faintly.
I'm afraid it's not just because of your excellent grades. Kong Ping's face stiffened, mistakenly thinking Lin Shuo was deliberately provoking him. He responded casually, yes, that's just one aspect. There's also a family reason. I heard that this study abroad opportunity was originally meant for your sister, Lin Shuo said softly. That's nonsense. Kong Ping's face changed, and he instantly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. My sister is just a woman, why should she get to study abroad? To put it bluntly, she doesn't even deserve to go to college. At this point, he realized there were quite a few women present, including the goddess he had always dreamed of. Of course, Goddess Minna is different. You are a favored daughter of heaven, while my sister is just an ordinary girl. My parents never liked her since childhood and doted on me alone. Later, she brought about her own demise, which at least meant my parents didn't waste over a decade raising her. Xinglong Group kept their promise and sponsored me to study abroad. So, it sounds like you have your sister to thank for being able to study abroad. Lin Shuo said with a faint smile. My sister. Kong Ping's face revealed a mocking expression. Even till her death, she still fantasized about going abroad to study. In reality, my parents never planned for it at all. It's both pitiful and ridiculous. I see. Lin Shuo's expression remained calm, but his gaze grew cold. Although Kong Ping tried to restrain himself, he still revealed quite a few issues when caught off guard. First, his sister's death was by no means simple, and Xinglong Group was indeed involved. From now on, there was no need to beat around the bush. Why do you keep bringing up my sister? Kong Ping, burning with anger, demanded. Because. I am Lin Shuo said calmly. So what if you're Lin Shuo? Kong Ping, clearly not recognizing this person accused of being the killer, shouted furiously, I don't want to talk about that woman who deserves to die. If you want to stay here, you'd better watch your mouth. She is your sister after all, and it was because of her that you were able to study abroad and land a job with $1 million annual salary. Don't you think you're being too harsh? Lin Shuo smiled faintly, picked up his wineglass, and sipped slowly. What does that have to do with you? She's my sister, and I can say whatever I want about her. You really like meddling in other people's business, don't you? Kong Ping retorted angrily, his voice filled with rage. It has everything to do with me, Lin Shuo said expressionlessly, his tone firm. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Kong Ping was burning with anger, his eyes wide open as if he was ready to explode at any moment. However, Lin Shuo's earlier demeanor forced him to calm down slightly. Mr. Kong, don't be angry, Bai Surong hurriedly spoke. Lin Shuo is just curious. After all, overseas elites are rare, and everyone wants to know how you studied abroad. Kong Ping's expression softened slightly. Humph, some people won't benefit even if they know. Just a labor camp convict, destined to be a lowly commoner. By the way, my future brother-in-law probably doesn't have a job yet, right? Bai Minner suddenly interjected. Bai Surong turned to look at Lin Shuo, who shook his head. I don't need to work. As long as he is willing, power and wealth are within his grasp. He is staying here at this moment only to handle personal matters, settle Lin Roer, cure Bai Surong, and accompany her in reclaiming the 5 years she lost. By then, it will be time for him to restore the glory of the god of war of the 9 provinces. Is it that you don't need to work, or you can't find work? Kong Ping sneered arrogantly, adjusting his suit as he continued to mock. It must be hard for a convict to find a job, right? How about this? Although I haven't officially started my position yet, I do have some influence. Arranging for 1 or 2 people to join Xinglong Group is no problem. Bai Surong's expression changed slightly, and she quickly said, that's not necessary. Why not? Even if you're an ugly freak, there are still standards for becoming a son-in-law of the Bai family. You need to at least have a job, Bai Minner sneered. Kong Ping, arranging a toilet cleaning job for Lin Shuo shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, no problem. As long as he asks me, I'll make a call to arrange it right away, Kong Ping said with a mischievous smile. Tomorrow, he can even report in with me. Bai Surong clenched her fists in anger, her face full of resistance. Minner, don't go too far. She could endure grievances, but she would never tolerate anyone humiliating Lin Shuo. Bai Surong, this is hardly going too far, Shi Yaoyao said mockingly, crossing her arms. Xinglong Group offers high pay and great benefits. Even a job cleaning toilets pays at least 5,000 yuan a month. 5,000 yuan a month, if you don't eat or drink, you can save enough for a down payment on a house in 10 years, Lu Wanwan chimed in. With this, what more could you possibly want? Hurry up and thank Minner and Kong Ping. If it weren't for the fact that you're the sister and future brother-in-law, this good fortune wouldn't have come your way, the other 2 men joined in. Kong Ping smugly ran his hand through his hair. Speaking of houses,
The company has arranged a 200 square meter lakeside apartment.
For me. As long as I work for 5 years, it will automatically become mine. Minner, what do you think about it as our marital home? Bai Minner burst into laughter. Of course, that's great.
It's definitely better than my sister marrying a convict and struggling for over a decade just to buy a tiny apartment of a few dozen square meters.
You all.
Bai Surong's tears welled up in her eyes, unable to understand why these people were so malicious.
Did she do something wrong? Did Lin Shua do something wrong? Why were they being so aggressive?
The answer was nothing more than that Bai Minner and the others enjoyed building their happiness on the suffering of others. Lin Shua put down his wineglass, looked up directly at Kong Ping, and asked, "Are you done talking?"
"Finish talking," Bai Minner sneered. "Then, let's continue the previous topic."
Lin Shua paused, his gaze sharp as a blade.
"Kong Ping, tell me about your sister." "Tell you what?" The smile on Kong Ping's face vanished instantly, and he whispered angrily, "What exactly are you here for?"
"For you." Lin Shua's gaze was resolute, his tone firm.
"What?"
Kong Ping was stunned, and Bai Minner and the others were also bewildered.
Lin Shua's sudden appearance was indeed unexpected.
Bai Surong hadn't informed them in advance, and Lin Shua's arrival didn't seem to be for rescuing her.
But why was he coming directly for Kong Ping? For me? Kong Ping was momentarily stunned, seemingly not yet comprehending.
"I was imprisoned 5 years ago for a murder case," Lin Shua said slowly. Everyone's faces showed expressions of contemplation.
Kong Ping's eyes suddenly narrowed, his shock unmistakable.
"The one who was killed was your sister, Kong Lady."
Lin Shua's words were shocking and relentless. Bai Minner was dumbfounded, not expecting Lin Shua to be so direct. Bai Surong couldn't help but look at Lin Shua. What was he trying to do?
Lu Wanwan and Shuri Yao Yao were stunned. They had always thought Lin Shua was just a reform-through-labor convict, but they hadn't expected him to have such a deep connection with Kong Ping. "You wept bitterly in front of the media, accusing me, a murderer, of killing your most beloved sister." Lin Shua slowly stood up, his tone calm yet exuding an invisible pressure.
"But why is it that you have not the slightest recollection of me now?"
This series of questions left Kong Ping like a fish thrown ashore, opening his mouth but unable to make a sound, the sweat on his forehead betraying his anxious inner state.
You. Kong Ping murmured, completely at a loss for how to refute. "Take your time to think it over and just give me a reply."
Lin Shua was not aggressive, his voice as casual as if chatting among friends.
"This is the first question for today." Kong Ping gasped for breath, finally recovering from the suffocating sensation. "I just got off the plane. How did you know I would show up here?" he questioned.
Bai Minner interjected, "Maybe she heard it from my sister."
Bai Surong wanted to explain but ultimately chose to remain silent. "I have nothing to say to you."
Kong Ping looked at Lin Shua excitedly and shouted, "Now I work for Qinglong Group. If you dare to touch me, Qinglong Group won't let you off."
"Let's not talk about Qinglong Group for now."
Lin Shua smiled faintly.
"Have you made up your mind?" Kong Ping felt immense pressure.
Lin Shua's current calm demeanor was like a storm brewing beneath the surface, and he could sense the invisible winds had already begun to rise.
5 years have passed, and you've changed. I've let go of the hatred. It's normal that I'm no longer sensitive to your name, right?
He initially planned to ignore it, but in the end, he still spoke, as if trying to convince Lin Shua, and also to convince himself.
"This lie makes sense, I won't press further." Lin Shua paused and raised 2 fingers. "Second question, what is the connection between Qinglong Group and your sister's death?"
Kong Ping's face showed vigilance as he quickly shouted, I don't know anything, and I have nothing to tell you." Lin Shua looked puzzled. "As Kong Lady's brother, you're a victim. Facing me, the person who killed your sister, I appear before you, why are you panicking?"
I didn't. In your opinion, is there even the slightest possibility that I'm here to apologize? Then are you here to apologize? Kong Ping asked instinctively.
"Of course not," Lin Shua said confidently. "I'm here to uncover the truth from you."
"Your answers and attitude will determine whether you can leave here alive today." Kong Ping wiped his sweat and said firmly, Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Shua smiled and said, "Why would you think the words of a murderer are meant to scare you? You can't." Kong Ping took half a step back. "You don't ask me why I want to kill you, but instead say I can't. In your eyes, I have a reason to kill you."
Lin Shua looked at him, his voice deep. "Now answer the second question."
"The third question is already on its way." Kong Ping, Bai Minner,
Bai Surong,
Lu Wanwan and Shuri Yao Yao.
Zhang Li sneered as he looked at Kong Ping, thinking to himself, with this kind of trash, how could he even compare to Lin Shua?
He's not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lin Shua hadn't even made a move, and he had already revealed a flaw. No real connection.
You killed my sister, and Qinglong Group, as a well-known large enterprise, felt sorry for my family and kindly sponsored me to study abroad.
Kong Ping shouted furiously.
5 years ago, you played the emotional card in the media, but after returning to the country, you went straight to the bar to have fun. You spoke disrespectfully about
Kong lady, let alone paying your respects.
Don't forget, the reason you have what you do today is because you benefited from the blood of your sister, a blood-stained bun. Lin Shua's lips curled slightly, and he let out a cold laugh. Kong Ping, do you really think I'd be afraid of such small-time characters? Even if I'm a convict now, I'm definitely not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Your words are truly laughable. Bai Min'er snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with disdain. You're nothing more than a prisoner who has lost his freedom.
Why act so self-important? Bai Min'er, don't underestimate me.
Lin Shua's tone suddenly became resolute.
My current situation doesn't mean I lack the ability to turn things around. Kong Ping's heart tightened, and sweat poured from his forehead.
He vaguely felt that every word Lin Shua said was like a heavy stone pressing on his chest.
What do you want to do?
Kong Ping finally couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with a trace of fear.
I want to uncover the truth. I will never let anyone hidden in the darkness go.
Lin Shua's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight at Kong Ping.
Do you think you have that ability?
Bai Min'er shook her head disdainfully. You're nothing more than a pawn, completely insignificant. Lin Shua sneered, even a pawn can turn the tables, especially when I already have a winning strategy in mind.
Truly arrogant. Bai Min'er burned with anger, thinking she absolutely couldn't let this ex-convict continue his insolence.
At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. Brother Chow stormed in with a group of people, exuding an imposing aura like a brewing storm.
Who's causing trouble?
Brother Chow's deep voice rumbled through the private room like thunder.
It's him.
Bai Min'er mercilessly pointed at Lin Shua, secretly pleased with herself, as if she could already see him being taken down.
Brother Chow, go ahead and hit him however you like.
As long as it makes me happy, today's expenses are no issue. Her voice was filled with provocation. Brother Chow sized up Lin Shua, his gaze sharp as a blade, silently assessing this seemingly fearless ex-convict. In his mind, he thought, there's definitely something unusual about this one.
Do you really think I would let him go just because of your one word, happy?
Brother Chow's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Lin Shua, however, remained calm and composed, smiling faintly. If you want to fight me, first ask yourself if you have what it takes.
Such arrogance.
Brother Chow roared in anger, then swung his hand to strike Zhang Li. Caught off guard, Zhang Li stumbled backward.
You dare lay a hand on my friend?
Zhang Li, burning with rage, instantly straightened up, his gaze sharp as a blade.
You're provoking the Sihai group.
In front of me, your 4Cs group is nothing more than a paper tiger. Brother Chow sneered coldly, completely indifferent.
You're asking for death.
Zhang Li roared, secretly calculating in his heart. If this beating continues, today's situation could spiral out of control.
You people are really asking for trouble.
Lin Shua calmly observed the situation before him, silently pondering how to turn the tide.
He absolutely couldn't let the opponent succeed.
At that moment, a glimmer flashed in Lin Shua's eyes, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved upward. If you want to fight me, come and try tonight. Brother Chow spat disdainfully, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Lin Shua. He said coldly, you punk, making the patron unhappy on my turf without even giving me a heads up. I heard a few of my men were sent to the hospital by you just now.
Are you looking to die? I've never needed to inform anyone about what I do.
Lin Shua stood his ground, turning slightly to face him, his gaze unwavering.
My dog
is not to be touched by others. As for your dogs, I gave them a lesson on your behalf.
It's nothing worth mentioning, no need to thank me.
Still daring to act tough at this moment, Bai Min'er sneered, as if watching a joke. Bai Surong's heart raced with nervousness, while Kong Ping's face twisted with a sinister expression, seemingly already savoring the thought of revenge. Meanwhile, Lu Wanwan and Shen Yaoyao shook their heads slightly, thinking to themselves that Lin Shua was probably going to take a fall this time.
It seems you really want to die. Brother Chow sneered.
As the right-hand man of the president, having grown from a small-time thug, he had seen countless
arrogant characters, whose ultimate fate was either death or submission. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately drew their weapons, ready to act. Bang!
Lin Shua slammed his palm onto the table, instantly shattering it.
The bottles broke into countless pieces, spilling liquor all over the floor.
Everyone around froze in place, instinctively stepping back as if they'd seen a ghost.
An ancient martial artist.
Brother Chow's face was full of shock, his voice trembling.
Apologize to Zhangli before you get out.
Lin Shuo said calmly.
I.
Brother Chow hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered his head helplessly. All right, I apologize.
Kong Ping's face instantly froze, and Bai Min'er was stunned.
Lu Wanwan and Shen Yaoyao's eyes lit up, secretly admiring him in their hearts. This man was truly a worthy target
to compete for.
Bai Suron let out a sigh of relief, her sense of mystery about Lin Shuo growing even stronger.
5 years had passed. What had he experienced during this time?
Just as Brother Chow finished apologizing and was about to leave the private room, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang.
He glanced down at it, his face lighting up with joy.
Casting a resentful look at Lin Shuo, he quickly answered the call. Master. His tone was respectful, his face full of excitement. You've just been discharged and are already at the bar entrance?
That's great. Please come to the first private room on the second floor quickly. I've encountered a practitioner of ancient martial arts here, barely in his 20s.
Alright, I'll wait for you. Brother Chow stuffed his phone into his pocket and walked back into the private room with confident strides.
Kid, it's impressive that you've become an ancient martial artist at such a young age. I understand your arrogance, but your luck isn't great. My master is also an ancient martial artist, one of the top 10 in Creek City. Just wait to be dealt with, ha.
Tell them to hurry up. Lin Shuo seemed a bit impatient, clearly indifferent to such threats. Bai Min'er sneered and turned to the somewhat worried Kong Ping, saying, Brother Chow's master, Elder Jiang, is also an ancient martial artist. Breaking a table is nothing to him, and dealing with Lin Shuo, this ex-convict, is a piece of cake.
Kong Ping nodded inwardly, imagining the scene of Lin Shuo being brutally beaten, and his fear began to dissipate.
At this moment, the DJ happened to be switching songs, and the sound of clear footsteps gradually approached. Elder Jiang had arrived.
Kid, it's not too late to admit your mistake now.
Pay 100 or 200,000 at the table, and I might consider letting you off, Brother Chow sneered, making an outrageous demand.
With a creak, the private room door opened, and an elderly man appeared before everyone.
He had an unremarkable appearance, wore a grey robe, had graying hair, a tall and thin build, and one hand wrapped in bandages, resembling a small palm leaf fan. Seeing Lin Shuo remain unmoved, Brother Chow felt a bit uneasy and cursed. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish.
He immediately stepped forward, crying out, Master, you're finally here. If you'd been any later, I would have been beaten to death. Even mentioning your name didn't help.
This elderly man was none other than Elder Jiang, whose palm had previously been pierced by a chopstick. His face was grim as he gritted
his teeth and said, Oh?
It seems someone thinks that just because I'm injured, they can disregard me.
Let me see who this blind fool is.
Brother Chow was about to step aside when he noticed his master's bandaged hand and couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, what happened to your right hand?
It's nothing.
A few days ago, I encountered a young expert at the Tyran Club.
As Elder John spoke, a trace of fear and reverence seeped into his tone. Such a thing happened? Brother Chow exclaimed in shock. The news was blocked by the Wang family, so you don't know.
Elder Jiang explained heavily, secretly annoyed in his heart, not expecting such an embarrassing matter to be brought up by Brother Chow.
He raised his left hand with an air of authority. Rest
assured, my cultivation remains intact, and my left hand can still exert 80% of the strength of my right hand. Ancient martial artists under 40 are simply no match for me.
That's great, Master.
Look, it's that blind fool over there. Brother Chow quickly stepped aside, pointing angrily at Lin Shuo. He focused his anger on Lin Shuo, failing to notice Elder John's body trembling slightly, his aged face suddenly appearing even older, with deeper wrinkles and eyes widening abruptly, as if he had seen something terrifying.
Little bastard!
Old Jiang roared, his voice like thunder, shaking the hearts of those around him.
Brother Chow heard the roar and burst into laughter, seizing the chance to chime in, Master, well said. This kid really is a little bastard. Bang!
A muffled sound rang out, cutting off Brother Chow's laughter abruptly. The next moment, his entire body flew through the air, tracing an arc before landing heavily in front of Lin Shuo, kneeling on the ground.
This.
Brother Chow suddenly turned around and was shocked to discover that the one who had ambushed him was none other than his master, Elder Jiang.
Master, why?
His face was full of confusion.
Could it have been an accidental injury? Smack!
Before he could react, Elder Jiang's palm struck again, directly slapping him across the face. Brother Chow's head jerked, his whole body collapsed to the ground, and his teeth shattered all over the place.
I curse you as a wretched dog!
Elder Jiang roared furiously, his imposing presence terrifying. Bai Min'er, Kong Ping, Lu Wanwan, and Shi Yaoyao were all stunned, completely unaware of what had happened. Bai Surong's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she stared intently at Lin Shua, secretly marveling in her heart. Zhang Li stood to the side with a calm expression, having already seen through everything, secretly chuckling to himself. Insult me? Brother Chow was stunned, not even caring about his fallen tooth. Old Jiang hurriedly walked up to Lin Shua, bowed respectfully, and nervously said, Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. My unworthy disciple was blind to your greatness. I apologize on his behalf. He kept his head lowered, not daring to look up. Lin Shua slightly inclined his head, his gaze falling on old Jiang's right wrist, as if assessing his sincerity. Old Jiang waited for a response but received none, growing increasingly anxious. He knew he had to make his stance clear. You may deal with him as you see fit, I will have no objections. He understood well that Brother Chow was merely one of his disciples. If Lin Shua were to lose his temper, even he, as the master, would find it hard to protect himself, let alone anyone else. Time passed bit by bit. Elder Jiang bent over, his face gradually turning red. The silent torment was causing him immense pain. My patience is limited. I only gave you 5 minutes, Lin Shua finally spoke, his gaze as sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Elder Jiang. From waiting for your apprentice until now, 4 minutes have already passed. In other words, there was only 1 minute left before his patience would run out. Elder John's heart tightened, not daring to imagine the consequences of exceeding the time limit. He knew that the Lin Shua before him was no ordinary person. To be able to force the Wang couple to kneel, such a ruthless character was someone he had never encountered in his entire life. I understand. Elder Jiang cautiously raised his head, angrily kicked Brother Chow, and roared, You ungrateful disciple, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin weren't too lazy to deal with you, I would have already slapped you to death. Bai Surong's joy sharply contrasted with Zhang Li's calm demeanor, while the others seemed trapped in a nightmare, unable to extricate themselves. Kong Ping was utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. Bai Min'er was dumbfounded, while Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao looked at Bai Surong with jealousy, their hearts filled with resentment. Brother Chow understood in his heart that his master's killing intent was as sharp as a blade. If he didn't bow his head, he would truly be slapped to death. So, he knelt down properly, his forehead heavily hitting the carpet, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it was my fault for failing to recognize your greatness and offending you. Please forgive me and give this lowly one a chance to make amends. Do I still need to greet you and compensate you with 100 or 80,000? Zhang Li sneered coldly. I wouldn't dare. It was my mistake, and I accept any punishment. Brother Chow quickly adjusted his posture and respectfully said to Zhang Li, Brother Zhang Li, I deeply offended you earlier. Please forgive me. After speaking, Lin Shua unhesitatingly gave himself a resounding slap on the face. The smack echoed deafeningly, and the force was so great that it was clear he hadn't held back in the slightest. Zhang Li sneered, a trace of disdain in his eyes, and said no more. If you're going to be a dog, know your place. You can bark for your master, but you can't make decisions for them. 5 minutes are up. Lin Shua waved his hand and said coldly, Irrelevant people, get out of the private room. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thanks, Mr. Lin. Old Jiang and Brother Chow, as if granted amnesty, quickly retreated and left the private room, secretly feeling relieved. Bang! The private room door closed, isolating most of the deafening DJ music outside. The originally noisy environment seemed to quiet down, and the pressure in the private room was so low that no one dared to take a deep breath, as if suppressing a storm about to erupt. Speak, Lin Shua suddenly said, his voice as sharp as a cold blade. Kong Ping's body trembled, his head lowered. After a long while, he stammered, Back then, I was still in school and didn't know the specifics. I only overheard my parents mentioning that the boss of Qinglong Group wanted to use my sister's life to harm Zhang Lejia, saying it would ensure my lifelong wealth and prosperity. Why? Lin Shua's tone carried no warmth, as if forcing out a truth. I don't know either, but I suspect it's because Zhang Lejia's boyfriend is you. Kong Ping cautiously looked at him, a trace of fear in his eyes. Sure enough, even though it was Zhang Lejia who killed my sister, in the end, it was you who went to prison, and Qinglong Group indeed sponsored me to study abroad. Now that I've returned, they directly promised me an annual salary of 1 million. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe their ears. They never expected that behind Lin Shua's imprisonment lay such a complex conspiracy. Bai Surong looked at Lin Shua, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with unbearable heartache. She understood that Lin Shua was not merely deceived by Zhang Lejia, there was a deeper hidden truth. No wonder he pursued the matter so relentlessly. That's all I know. Kong Ping paused and continued, In the end, my family and you are both victims. The real mastermind is Qinglong Group. If you have the courage, go and hold Qinglong Group accountable. I will visit another day, Lin Shua said calmly. The purpose of this trip had already been achieved. Kong Lady's death was indeed the work of the Qinglong Group, and moreover, he was not implicated by Zhang Lijia. From the very beginning, the target was him. Why did the Qinglong Group act this way? Why did they set their sights on the old house in the urban village? These questions were deeply puzzling, as the Qinglong Group's efforts in this matter far exceeded the value of the old house. Furthermore, how could they be so certain that he would stand up for Zhang Lijia? This question could only be answered by personally visiting the Qinglong Group. Now, the third question. Lin Shur raised his third finger, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you still going to assign me work? Kong Ping quickly shook his head. No. Lin Shua's tone carried a hint of menace. No. I wouldn't dare. Kong Ping lowered his head in submission, having no way out. That's it? Lin Shua asked again, his tone calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. I'm sorry. Back then, I shouldn't have spouted nonsense to the media. It was against my conscience. Kong Ping couldn't withstand the overwhelming psychological pressure and directly knelt down, crying out in anguish. Capital punishment can be spared, but living punishment is inevitable. Next, I want you to testify against Qinglong Group as a witness. Lin Shua's voice was as piercing as a cold wind, utterly merciless. Kong Ping lowered his head and said nothing more, which was taken as acquiescence. Lin Shua turned to Bai Minner, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. I originally had no intention of disturbing you, but your sister is my girlfriend, and you've been quite disrespectful to her. I can't ignore that, so why don't you perform a little show to cheer her up? What do you want to do? Bai Minner looked devastated and incredulous. Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao immediately shouted, Minner, we'll help you. You sing, and we'll dance. Bai Minner glanced at Kong Ping, who was kneeling on the ground, then at the mess in the private room. She understood that sometimes you have to bow your head, and finally said, fine, I'll sing. Bai Surong did not stop him. This was Lin Shua's goodwill, and she had to accept it. Accompanied by Bai Minner's singing, Lin Shua took Bai Surong's hand, turned around, and walked toward the door. Just as he was about to pull it open, he seemed to think of something and said coldly, You'd better start preparing to find a job. Someone who can't even get a diploma, without the support of Qinglong Group, will find it very hard to land a job with an annual salary of $1 million. What do you mean? Kong Ping's face changed drastically, filled with unease and fear. Even Qinglong Group didn't know about this matter. How could Lin Shua, a recently released convict, possibly know? Moreover, what does without Qinglong Group mean? Could it be that this guy is actually planning to destroy Qinglong Group? When the private room door opened and then closed again, Kong Ping hesitated for a long time before finally taking out his phone and dialing the number saved as chairman. After briefly explaining the situation and receiving a satisfactory response, Kong Ping sat on the floor with a sense of relief, secretly laughing to himself, Lin Shua is doomed. At that moment, Bai Minner, burning with rage, suddenly threw the microphone to the ground. The crisp singing abruptly stopped, and the DJ's music from outside once again filled the private room. On normal days, the DJ's music would make Bai Minner sway freely, but now it only made her feel increasingly irritable. I went through so much trouble to get my parents to force Bai Surong to come out and be humiliated, but I never expected her to team up with that bastard Lin Shua to humiliate me instead. Bai Minner's anger boiled over, and waves of hatred surged through her. Sing for Bai Surong? Bai Minner, have never been humiliated like this since I was a child. She stomped her foot in anger, the resentment building up in her heart growing more intense, almost ready to explode. I'm leaving, this is pointless. Bai Minner, feeling restless, prepared to leave. Kong Ping quickly stopped her and said urgently, Goddess Minner, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's just getting started. Not in the mood to play. She responded coldly, her irritation growing. If Lin Shua dares to go to Qinglong Group, he's as good as dead. Seeing her reaction, Kong Ping immediately added, Oh. Bai Minner thought to herself, Lin Shua wouldn't be so foolish as to really go looking for trouble with the Qinglong Group. She believed that Lin Shua was merely unable to swallow his anger, and once he learned the truth, he would naturally back down. If you don't feel like playing, how about coming to check out my 200 square meter flat? We can drink and enjoy the lake view at the same time. Kong Ping smiled broadly, trying to persuade her to stay. You just want my body, don't you? Bai Minner shot him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. How could you say that? I've been wanting you for so many years. Kong Ping made no attempt to hide it and instead smiled even more brightly. Originally, I might have considered you, but you're simply no match for my future brother-in-law, the reformed convict.
It's truly a pity you don't qualify to have me.
Bai Minner paused, then sneered coldly, my minimum standard for a partner is that he must be better than Bai Suron's man. After saying this, she stormed out angrily, pulling out her phone as she went.
She made a call, I want to report an incident. Someone was injured at the Ginge bar. The injured party is named Jo Jun and has already been taken to the hospital. The assailant is named Lin Shua, and he lives in the old house in the urban village at XX address. Although Bai Minner rarely visited her grandfather's house, she still remembered the address. She was just that kind of person, unable to keep things bottled up. Once someone offended her, she would go to great lengths to seek revenge. Now, in addition to Bai Surong, Lin Shua had also become her eternal enemy. In the private room, after seeing Bai Minner and Kong Ping leave one after the other, Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao exchanged a glance, each with their own thoughts. Bai Surong really hit the jackpot, managing to find such an impressive boyfriend. The two women openly expressed their envy in front of their male companions. Lu Wanwan appeared indifferent, but Shi Yaoyao's expression subtly changed. She couldn't help but recall Bai Surong's words, impossible, recovering in just 1 month? Even if she does recover, there's no way she'll reclaim everything that belongs to her from the company. Shi Yaoyao secretly steeled herself, brimming with confidence. The company's deputy general manager was her father, and besides, taking Bai Surong's design drafts wasn't solely her doing. Bai Surong wanting her designs back was nothing short of a pipe dream. At that moment, Brother Chow entered the private room, looking at the four of them with a blank expression. The minimum spent for the private room and the damages total 150,000. Who's paying?
Lu Wanwan and Shi Yaoyao were stunned.
Walking along the road, Lin Shua could feel that Bai Surong's steps were much lighter than before. In a good mood, he asked with a smile.
Bai Surong nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face.
I was already mentally prepared to be humiliated by Minner. Surong, no matter what happens, you can always tell me.
Lin Shua held her hand tightly, his tone firm. I am willing to stand by your side, shielding you from the wind and rain.
I know. Bai Surong nodded slightly, her tone gentle with a hint of shyness. Thank you. For the first time in 5 years, I feel the warmth of being cared for. With you by my side, I no longer have to envy others' happiness. I will accompany you in a love story, to enjoy love, to enjoy happiness. For the rest of my life, as long as you need me, I will be here.
Lin Shua solemnly promised, his words etched deeply into Bai Surong's heart, weighing heavily on her emotions.
What have I done to deserve this? Why am I worthy of being treated like this by you?
Bai Surong's voice trembled, filled with self-doubt.
No, it's me.
Lin Shua shook his head and held her tightly in his arms. Bai Surong's deep-seated inferiority stemmed from her poisonous spots, and 5 years of loneliness and rejection had left her heart in despair.
I will stay with you, forever. Lin Shua's promise was like a lighthouse, illuminating the darkness in Bai Surong's heart. I will help you regain everything, to become the Bai Surong you once were. To let you live confidently without relying on anyone.
Lin Shua secretly vowed in his heart, a determined flame igniting in his eyes.
Bang! Bai Minner stormed back home angrily. The elderly couple was still watching a variety show. Seeing their daughter so upset, they couldn't help but ask, what grievance have you suffered this time? Didn't we tell you to take your sister out to vent? Your eldest daughter has really grown bold.
She secretly contacted that ex-convict and put on quite a show at the bar, flaunting the fact that she's killed someone, even giving Kong Ping a beating. Bai Minner angrily exaggerated the story, painting Lin Shua as an utterly irredeemable villain.
Then what about your sister? The elderly couple asked angrily. She helped the convict bully me.
Bai Minner looked aggrieved.
The elderly couple jumped up in anger.
Bai's mother comforted Bai Minner while cursing Bai Surong and Lin Shua. At this moment, Bai Surong entered with a face full of happiness.
Well, you've really grown some nerve.
I let you accompany your sister out to help her vent, not to bully her. Zhang Shanfang pointed at Bai Surong and scolded angrily.
Bai Surong's smile instantly disappeared. Surong, apologize to your sister. Otherwise, she won't feel at ease and might not sleep well tonight.
Father, Bai said coldly.
What about me? Why should I endure such grievances?
For the first time, Bai Surong retorted, her voice firm, Minner is lying. She was the one who had people bully me, and Lin Shua was just standing up for me.
Look, they even dare to argue with us now.
Zhang Shanfang placed her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, if you get married, won't you turn the world upside down?
Father Bai frowned, ex-convicts are not easy to deal with. If pushed too far, could they kill again?
Zhang Shanfang restrained herself a little, no longer scolding so directly. Upon learning that Lin Shua would officially visit tomorrow, she comforted
By Minner, it's his first day coming over.
When the time comes, your dad and I will make sure to put him in his place to vent your anger. In the end, Bai Surong was punished to stand in the living room and reflect on her actions, while Bai Minner smugly went to take a bath.
On the other side,
Lin Shua returned home. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, his steps halted. Come out.
Dada, dada, dada.
Two men stepped out from the shadows, one older, one younger. The older man squinted his eyes, while the younger one kept his hand on his waist, cautiously approaching Lin Shua.
Young man, you're quite alert.
The older man, with a square-shaped face, revealed a slightly unnatural smile. You're not an ordinary person.
Just got out of prison. Does that count as an ordinary person or not?
Lin Shua withdrew his hand from the doorknob, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Speak properly.
The young man reprimanded coldly. The older man coughed and said, Don't misunderstand, we're from the Public Security Bureau here to check the water meter. Lin Shua paid no attention to the two men, his gaze falling on a tall, exceptionally graceful young woman. Tap, tap. The woman walked over under his gaze, her face delicate, her brows sharp, her eyes bright, meeting Lin Shua's stare without backing down. While walking, her slender waist swayed her curvy hips, her steps were firm, her legs beautifully shaped, and the ponytail behind her swung with her movements. Lin Shua watched her, while Yan Lily scrutinized him. As they approached, her gaze carried a hint of hostility.
She couldn't see through this young man. Tall and upright, yet without a trace of roughness.
She could clearly discern that beneath his clothes was a streamlined and well-proportioned physique. His hands were long and delicate, completely different from hers. Lacking care, her hands, accustomed to handling firearms for years, bore calluses and worn-down joints, making her feel a sense of inadequacy. Yan Lily's intuition told her that this was a dangerous person.
Lin Shua, is that you? She asked. Unless I'm mistaken, the one you're looking for should be me.
Lin Shua responded calmly. You are suspected of assaulting someone at the Ginge Bar, causing injuries.
You need to come with us for investigation.
Yan Lily spoke bluntly.
Let's go.
Lin Shua said calmly. Yan Lily was stunned. This man made her even more unable to see through him.
Creek City. City Security Bureau. Interrogation room. Confess.
Yan Lily walked in, stared directly at Lin Shua sitting on the cold bench, and spoke coldly.
I've already said everything.
Lin Shua said indifferently. He did not hide anything and truthfully recounted the causes and consequences of the conflict with Jo Jun.
Don't think that just because the victim isn't pursuing it, you can get away with it.
Yan Lily slammed the table, her gaze sharp as a blade, and said coldly, This already constitutes criminal liability, and we have the authority to handle it. I understand, Lin Shua responded calmly, a sly glint flashing in his eyes.
So, how do you plan to handle it?
Yan Lily was at a loss for words, secretly annoyed in her heart. The guy in front of her was cooperating so naturally, as if he were just here for tea, which only made her feel even more powerless. At this moment, an older man walked in and said in a low voice, His 5 years in prison do seem suspicious.
Yan Lily's eyes lit up. Her intuition was right.
There must be a hidden story behind this guy, and it was anything but simple.
Speak, she urged impatiently.
We wanted to retrieve his 5-year prison records, but we found one sentence, the older man said mysteriously.
What? Yan Lily's heart tightened. We don't have the authority to access them. Impossible. Our security bureau can access anyone's records except those with S-level or higher confidentiality clearance. Yan Lily instinctively retorted, then realized something was off. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, Didn't you use my connections? I used it, but I still don't have access. Your grandfather told me not to investigate further. What do you want me to say?
The man spread his hands.
Ha! Yan Lily was utterly shocked. Even her grandfather couldn't find out. Could there really be such a person in Jojo?
Where exactly are you from, and what kind of identity do you have? She questioned.
Just got back after serving 5 years in prison, thanks.
Lin Shua smiled faintly, as if he had long anticipated all of this.
You!
Yan Lily gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, someone else walked in and called both her and the middle-aged man out.
Director, this person is clearly suspicious.
Yan Lily shouted angrily. I know, but someone said not to investigate.
Others said not to court death.
And still others said to fully cooperate with him. The director, who was over 50, spoke wearily, holding a file in his hand. They're all from different factions, without exception, none of whom I can afford to offend.
Yan Lily was stunned, countless questions surfacing in her mind. Just who had she brought back?
Lin Shua swaggered out of the interrogation room, walked up to her, and said with a smile, Good work, keep it up. Yan Lily stared at his departing figure, her heart filled with complex emotions. The director calmly said, find a place and arrest a woman named by Minner. What's the charge? Slander, spreading rumors, the director replied expressionlessly.
By family.
Bai Minner had just finished her bath and was ready to enjoy a pleasant evening. Seeing Bai Surong still facing the wall in reflection, she smiled smugly and said, Lin Shu should have been
caught by now.
I called to report him for fighting and brawling.
He probably won't be able to come tomorrow.
Missing the first official visit, Mom and Dad will likely dislike him even more, hee.
Minner, you.
Bai Surong panicked and hurriedly took out her phone to call Lin Shuo. At that moment, there was a knock at the door.
Who is it? Bai Minner asked in confusion.
Checking the water meter, a crisp voice came from outside the door.
Bai Minner's heart tightened. Why would someone come to the door so late?
I'm not leaving, she shouted in panic.
Mom, Dad, save me, sob. I'm a good person.
She rolled on the ground, but in front of Yan Lily, all of this seemed meaningless. Even though she cried her heart out, she was forcibly shoved into the car. Her intense resistance attracted the attention of the neighbors, and she was even handcuffed, her face full of shame. Bai Surong stared blankly at everything until the call connected and Lin Shuo's voice came through.
Only then did she snap out of it and urgently ask, Lin Shuo, are you okay? I'm fine, just got home and was about to sleep.
Lin Shuo paused for a moment and then said with a smile, why are you calling me so late? I'll be there before noon tomorrow.
That's good.
Bai Surong let out a sigh of relief, thinking Bai Minner was just trying to scare her.
Why is it so noisy over there? Lin Shuo asked. Oh, it's nothing.
Bai Minner was taken away by the security officer, Bai Surong said casually. All right then, go to bed early, Lin Shuo said with a smile, secretly admiring Yan Lily's efficiency. Bai Surong hung up the phone, looked at her parents who were anxiously pacing back and forth, and a faint smile appeared on her lips, instantly lifting her mood.
Reflecting in solitude is far better than being taken away by the security bureau. Early the next morning. Jiangnanli community.
Lin Shuo got out of the car, and Zhang Li followed closely behind, bowing and saying, Master Lin, can I follow you?
I'm going to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law, why would you follow me?
Lin Shuo asked, puzzled.
Yes,
I'll wait here, Zhang Li quickly replied. Lin Shuo no longer paid attention to him, carrying some gifts as he walked into the residential area, silently calculating the upcoming situation in his mind.
Although the neighborhood was somewhat old, it was full of vitality.
Several low-rise buildings surrounded a straight avenue, shaded by lush green trees. Beneath the trees, many people were leisurely enjoying the cool air, elderly folks were playing chess, the music of square dancing rose and fell, and
some were even airing out their bedding.
It seemed as though the entire community was narrating the essence of everyday life. At this moment, a warm feeling surged in Lin Shuo's heart. This land of Jiuzhou, where peace and prosperity reigned, was precisely the purpose of their blood-soaked battles. However, Lin Shuo felt a bit puzzled. According to Zhang Li, the Bai family ranked among the top in the family hierarchy, so why would Bai Surong's family live in such a neighborhood?
Prominent families typically owned estates.
Second-tier families resided in villa districts, while third-rate families or nouveau riche settled in top-tier luxury communities, driving luxury cars and flaunting their status.
Could there be some hidden story behind the Bai family?
Lost in thought, Lin Shuo arrived at the Bai family's door and pressed the doorbell.
Here you are.
As the door opened, Bai Surong revealed a radiant smile. Even through the thin veil, her cheerful expression remained captivating. Lin Shuo smiled faintly and walked in.
The elderly couple of the Bai family were sitting on the sofa.
When they saw him enter, they didn't even turn their heads. Bai Surong felt a bit awkward and quickly explained, Minner was taken away by the security bureau, and there's still no news.
My parents are worried, so they might seem a bit indifferent to you. Please don't take it personally. I understand.
Lin Shuo smiled and reassured her, while placing down the gifts.
He stepped forward and said, Uncle, Aunt, I am Lin Shuo. Surong and I officially got together a few days ago. I've come to visit, hoping to gain your approval to be with your daughter.
Only then did Bai's father turn his head to look, his expression somewhat unnatural. He nodded casually and said, No need to be so formal.
It's a good thing that you are together. We have no objections. Although her attitude was casual, the disregard for her daughter left Bai Surong feeling a pang of disappointment.
She hoped to earn her parents' respect in front of her boyfriend. Please remember, Surong is my girlfriend, Lin Shuo. I once made a vow to her that I would never allow anyone to bully her, Lin Shuo said seriously, his gaze resolute. Enough, I can't be bothered to listen to this kind of empty talk.
How you treat Bai Surong is your business. We don't want to interfere or no, Zhang Shanfang interrupted impatiently. Lin Shuo was slightly taken aback but calmly replied, when I say anyone, that includes the two of you. Zhang Shanfang immediately glared, how dare he? Father Bai was stunned, is this young man out of his mind? Bai Surong turned pale with shock, this. Zhang Shanfang sneered coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shuo, a convict, yet so bold, even daring to warn his future in-laws. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. I just hope that everything should be stated up front, so that there can be laws to follow and rules to abide by in the future, Lin Shuo said calmly. Stated up front? Aren't you afraid we might not allow you two to be together? Zhang Shanfang sneered. Lin Shuo was about to respond when Bai Surong quickly interjected, Mom, Lin Shuo just returned home not long ago and is still adjusting to life. He speaks a bit directly, so please be more understanding. I know he's a convict, there's no need to emphasize it. Zhang Shanfang raised her eyebrows and said sharply, it's hard enough to find a man willing to take you. We'd be crazy to refuse. Kid, you're lucky. If this were 5 years ago, not only would you not be with my eldest daughter, you wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to her. I understand. Lin Shuo nodded. 5 years ago, he had secretly fallen in love with Bai Surong but never dared to confess. Now, having missed 5 years, he was filled with deep regret and resolved to spend the rest of his life making up for it. Although my daughter has some flaws now, you're just a reform-through labor convict. Plus, our Bai family is only a third-rate family, so nothing that should be given can be missing. The gold and silver betrothal gifts required for the engagement and wedding, you must prepare them, Bai's father said. Lin Shuo nodded, pondering in his heart that this was quite reasonable. Since uncle and aunt mentioned these, I solemnly promise that I will give Surong the highest standard engagement ceremony and the grandest wedding. Lin Shuo turned to look at Bai Surong, his tone firm. I will make you the happiest woman, the most beautiful bride, and let you marry into the Lin family with glory. Bai Surong silently nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. She could clearly feel Lin Shuo's genuine affection and care for her. The most beautiful bride? Zhang Shanfang, as her biological mother, couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Keep the engagement and wedding arrangements simple. We've already embarrassed ourselves enough. Bai's father pondered for a moment and said sternly, let me make it clear, we don't want to go up on stage and make a fool of ourselves. The daughter who was supposed to marry into a wealthy family had now become a disgrace. Bai's father and Zhang Shanfang had long been ridiculed by both family and outsiders to the point of utter humiliation. If they were to hold a grand ceremony, wouldn't it be inviting further shame and giving others an opportunity to mock them? Lin Shuo originally wanted to interject, but Bai Surong stopped him. Saying more would be pointless. Her eldest daughter was nothing but a stain. Being able to marry her off was already a tremendous blessing for them. A stain, after all, was meant to be erased. Lin Shuo sighed. Since Bai Surong forbade him from speaking further, he no longer insisted. He took out the antidote he had prepared over the past few days, intending to personally apply it for her today. Bai Surong felt a bit embarrassed. The poison spots were not only on her face and neck but also scattered across her body. After hesitating for a moment, she still nodded in agreement. For 5 years, she rarely refused and had already grown accustomed to Lin Shuo's gentle care. Moreover, this request was made by Lin Shuo. Zhang Shanfang and Bai's father were deeply anxious about Bai Min'er's situation, completely unaware that the two had quietly entered the room. Bai Surong's room faced north, with only a small window letting in faint light. Though the room was small, it was clean and tidy, with the bedsheets unwrinkled and the quilt neatly folded. There was no wardrobe in the room, only a simple clothing rack with a few garments hanging neatly on it. Looking at all this, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion in his heart. Bai Surong felt a bit embarrassed, but more so nervous, and said helplessly, you go ahead, there's still some of the previous medicine left. I'll come often to apply the medicine for you in the future. Lin Shuo held her hand, his gaze firm. He looked at the poison spots on her body, trying hard to keep his voice steady. With gentle movements, he applied the medicine for her and used a special strength to massage her, helping the medicine penetrate her body more effectively. All right. A warm current surged through Bai Surong's heart. She had been watching Lin Shuo, observing his every move and change in expression, and finally confirmed that the man before her was filled with tenderness and care for her. Can I really recover to how I was before? She couldn't help but ask. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, Lin Shuo answered solemnly. Bai Surong couldn't help but clench her fists. She longed to become the most beautiful bride, the brightest jewel by Lin Shuo's side, and she would never allow herself to become a burden to him. These past few days of reunion, she felt an unprecedented happiness, even a sense of having no regrets in this life. Hurry up and come out to eat.
White father's voice called from outside the door. Lin Shuan by Surong finally snapped out of it, realizing it was already mealtime. Coming out of the room, Zhang Shanfang didn't ask much. Implicitly, by Surong's appearance, if Lin Shuo was willing, would be considered a great blessing. In this tacit atmosphere, Father Bai didn't realize that the cabbage he had raised for over 20 years was about to be taken by a pig and said nothing. When Lin Shuan by Surong walked out of the room, Zhang Shanfang and Father Bai had already started eating. Leftovers, with only 2 dishes still covered in plastic wrap, clearly just reheated in the microwave. As the future son-in-law visiting officially for the first time, this treatment was ridiculously poor. "I'll go cook 2 dishes, Bai Surong said, taking an apron and preparing to enter the kitchen.
Cook what? Isn't there already enough food? Zhang Shanfang shouted. These dishes were made yesterday. Minna was taken away, and we don't know when she'll be back.
Lin Shuo, eat more, but don't let it go to waste, Bai's father said with a smile. Lin Shuo didn't mind, but with the elderly couple treating him this way, the one who truly felt uncomfortable was Bai Surong. Bai Surong, feeling helpless, sat down with reddened eyes under the forceful insistence of the 2 elders. Sorry, she said softly to Lin Shuo.
Lin Shuo waved his hand slightly, indicating it was fine. Don't be ungrateful.
At least you still have leftovers to eat. Who knows if Minner can even get a meal at the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Shanfang paused and said, I'll stew a chicken later and take it to the Public Security Bureau.
Don't make it so complicated.
I'll call Dad and ask him to pull some strings.
Father Bai paused and said, I found out that Minner isn't in any serious trouble. She just disturbed some big shot, which is why she was taken away for criticism and education. That damned big shot.
Minner is lively and cheerful, at the prime of her youth, with a fairy-like appearance and a figure better than a movie star's.
How could she possibly disturb anyone?
It must be that the big shot couldn't get what he wanted and took the opportunity to retaliate. Zhang Shanfang angrily cursed. Lin Shuo almost spat out his rice and quickly drank some water to calm himself. He hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, this matter must be resolved somehow. So, he said, I'm afraid the Security Bureau won't let you bring stewed chicken to Bai Minner, but I can make a call.
Maybe I can get her back.
Bai Minner is, after all, Bai Surong's younger sister.
A bit of a scolding is enough. It's not like they would really make a big deal out of it.
Zhang Shanfang sneered disdainfully and said sarcastically, I almost forgot you're a convict. You must be very familiar with the Public Security Bureau.
But making one phone call to bring my precious daughter back? Bragging doesn't work like that.
Father Bai also said irritably, just eat your food and stop talking nonsense. Even my father finds this matter troublesome.
What makes you think you can handle it? Are you sure you don't need my help?
Lin Shuo asked, a spark of determination igniting in his heart.
Just don't make things worse.
I'm already worried that the Public Security Bureau might arrest you again, convict. My eldest daughter won't find another blind man like you, Zhang Shanfang mocked. Then don't beg me later. Lin Shuo shrugged, lowered his head to drink the soup, secretly disdainful in his heart. Zhang Shanfang rolled her eyes almost to the sky and said disdainfully, if Su Rong hadn't turned into an ugly monster, she could definitely find a wealthy son-in-law now. Then it would just take one word to get Minner out.
That's right, the Bai family is in decline.
The face of a third-rate family head is not even as valuable as that of a branch descendant of a wealthy family, Bai father also lamented.
Nonsense.
It's all because you, Bai Laosan, have no status in the Bai family, and that old Bai refuses to lose face to help, Zhang Shanfang cursed fiercely. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the Bai family has fallen on hard times, it is still a third-rate family with a considerable network of connections in Creek City. Lin Shuo felt speechless, such curses would only deepen despair.
However, Zhang Shanfang
wasn't wrong. Bai's father had no status in the Bai family, which led to Bai Surong and Bai Minner being disregarded.
The Bai patriarch
favored sons over daughters, and when Bai Minner was detained overnight, not a single Bai family member came to inquire about the situation. Originally, Bai Surong was the Bai family's focus for cultivation, with plans to marry her into a wealthy family to help the Bai family rise. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, Bai Surong became disfigured, shattering the dream of marrying into wealth.
The Bai family was disappointed, and Zhang Shanfang's family became the laughingstock.
Faced with such a huge disparity, Bai Surong's situation grew increasingly difficult. Bai's father, scolded to the point of not daring to retort, could only say pitifully, it's all Surong's fault.
If I had a wealthy son-in-law, the patriarch wouldn't treat me like this. When will these days of odd jobs ever end? Pitiful people often have Their own faults.
Bai's father, born into a third-rate family, had fallen to the level of an ordinary worker for a reason. This habit of shifting blame made Lin Shua deeply dislike him. Unable to succeed himself, he even blamed his daughter, truly shameless.
Nonsense. Did Surong want to become disfigured? Did she have a choice in this matter?
Zhang Shanfang cursed furiously, slamming the table and shouting, "If
you ask me, it's all Lin Shua's fault. If he weren't a convict, if he were a capable man, would we be struggling like this, begging the Bai family for help?" Lin Shua almost spat out the soup in his mouth.
This blame was actually being thrown onto him. However, by a twist of fate, Bai Minner was indeed sent in by him.
How can this be Lin Shua's fault? Bai Surong was also stunned and couldn't help but speak up. If not him, then who? If he were a wealthy heir, would we need to worry? Zhang Shanfang shouted unreasonably, "A son-in-law who is of no use at all, what's the point of having him?
When we look for a son-in-law, it's to find a pillar of support, not a burden." Bai Surong was heartbroken.
She wanted to ask, "Am I just a tool for you to pursue wealth and status?" But in the end, she didn't ask. Because deep down, she knew the answer would only be more cruel. Yes, she was that tool.
Poisoned, her body covered in toxic spots, she had lost her usefulness and had become a hideous figure despised by everyone. Now, she had even implicated Lin Shua, who was being targeted because of her. A son-in-law who's a reformed-through-labor convict isn't necessarily worse than one from a wealthy family, Lin Shua said calmly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes.
Bah!
Zhang Shanfang spat directly, cursing as she said, "All right then, let me see what use you, the convict's son-in-law, can possibly have."
Bai's father coughed and suddenly asked, "Do you have a job?" Lin Shua shook his head. "Then another day, I'll take you to the labor market. We'll go as a father and son team."
Father Bai paused and teased, "By then, I'll slowly teach you how to brag properly." His personality was timid, even his mockery of Lin Shua seemed very reserved.
"Hurry up and call the old man.
Ask him if he still wants a granddaughter who has a great chance of marrying into a wealthy family," Zhang Shanfang shouted impatiently. At this moment, Lin Shua secretly vowed in his heart that no matter what, he would rise against the odds and change everything.
"I'll make the call right away. Honey, don't worry."
Although Dad favors sons over daughters, Minner at least has some qualities of marrying into a wealthy family. Dad won't just stand by and do nothing, Bai's father said hurriedly. Originally, Bai Surong was seen by the Bai family as having great potential to marry into a wealthy family.
But who could have imagined that now she was about to marry a convict? Just after tidying up the dishes, she heard someone knocking on the door. Bai Surong walked over to open it and saw the two people outside. She lowered her head and bowed slightly, "Second uncle, cousin, hello." Lin Shua remained seated, his gaze falling on the newcomer. The first to walk in was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai's father. Without a doubt, this was Bai family's second son. By both speaking of Bai's father, the third son of the Bai family was named Bai Shu, and the eldest was Bai Song. Together, the three brothers' names formed pine, cypress, and tree, symbolizing something beautiful. However, the Bai family had been on a steady decline. "Second brother, you're here." Bai Shu hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of smiles as he asked, "What did Dad say?" "Well, you see, Minner is, after all, a woman, so Dad is in a tough spot." Bai Bo shook his head dramatically as he spoke, then casually plopped down on the sofa. Glancing at Zhang Shanfang, who was preparing tea, he said rudely, "Sister-in-law, forget about your tea. It's so bad it's undrinkable." Zhang Shanfang's movements froze, anger surging in her heart, but she ultimately chose to remain silent, as if she had suddenly become a different person. Lin Shua sighed inwardly, thinking that every family has its own struggles. As the second brother, Bai Bai, although a few years older than Bai Shu, appeared more aged, with more wrinkles on his face and a much humbler demeanor. "Second brother, you have to think of a way.
Once Minner marries into a wealthy family, she will definitely repay you all," Bai Shu said, his eyes gleaming with cunning.
"Marry into a wealthy family?"
Bai Bai laughed heartily and said mockingly, "If it were Su Rong from 5 years ago, I might believe it. As for Minner, well, she's still a bit lacking." Upon hearing this, Bai Su Rong, who was sitting quietly beside Lin Shua, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her head lowered even further, and a surge of hatred welled up in her heart.
"That's enough. My daughters can't marry into wealthy families, so what good can they do for you?"
Zhang Shanfang shouted angrily. "Ha, third sister-in-law, your temper is still as fiery as ever."
"Fine, I'll get straight to the point," Bai Bai said nonchalantly, pointing at Bai Surong. "You should be glad you gave birth to a good daughter. Even though she's become a hideous freak, she still has talent.
The old man has taken a liking to her design drafts.
What do you mean? Zhang Shanfang frowned.
We're all family here, so I'll be direct. As long as Surong transfers the signature rights and usage rights of her design drafts from the past 5 years to my son Baiyu for free, the old man will help smooth things over.
Bai said with a smile.
Beside him, the young man Baiyu pretended to adjust his clothes and said arrogantly, I graduated from a proper design academy too. These design drafts will only reach their full potential in my hands. What a cunning ploy to seize by force. Lin Shua looked over, his eyes filled with icy frost.
He had previously asked someone to review Bai Surong's architectural design drafts.
The expert professor was immediately astonished, deeming the drafts invaluable and all worthy of development. Bai Surong clenched her fists tightly, nervously looking at Zhang Shanfang.
Are Surong's design drafts worth you pulling strings to save Minner?
Zhang Shanfang asked, her tone filled with doubt. She was unaware of the value of the design drafts.
Bai Shu immediately shouted, then what are you hesitating for? Surong, quickly hand over all your design drafts to cousin Baiyu. Minner has already been detained for over 10 hours, we can't afford any more delays.
Dad, Mom, those are the fruits of my labor over the past 5 years, created day and night while hiding in my room.
How could you just give them to someone else?
Bai Surong's voice trembled, her eyes glimmering with unwillingness.
Listen to what you're saying. Baiyu is your cousin, one of the heirs of the Bai family. By taking your designs, he's going to
carry forward your hard work. Bai Bo paused and righteously said, we're family, there's no such thing as someone else among us. Hearing this, Bai Surong was so furious she was left speechless, her anger surging like a tidal wave. Bai Shu chimed in, second brother is right, Surong.
What do those designs even matter? Getting your sister out is the most important thing.
At worst, you can just draw more designs later.
Speaking so lightly. Human inspiration and ability are both limited. Over the past 5 years, Bai Surong's life experiences have been earth-shattering. She poured everything into her design drafts.
It's no exaggeration to say that it will be very difficult for her to create designs better than before in the future.
How could such precious efforts be easily handed over to outsiders? You treat me like this, how can you do this?
Bai Surong angrily questioned, but her voice was like a breeze passing by in the ears of others, carrying no weight. Baiyu proudly stepped forward, looking down at her with confidence and said, cousin, you are nothing in the Bai family. Hand over the design drafts, those things that should have been mine.
Bai Surong trembled with anger, raising her hand to strike. Do you dare to try? I'm a man of the Bai family, and you, a lowly woman, think you can hit me?
Baiyu's face showed a provocative expression as he leaned in and glared at her. Bai Surong bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. The Bai family's tradition of favoring males over females had caused her to be treated differently since childhood. Even though they were of the same generation, Baiyu dared to act so brazenly, showing her no respect.
What hurt even more was that she was genuinely intimidated. Smack!
Suddenly, a hand reached out and slapped Baiyu's face hard as he leaned in. Baiyu spun around in place, clutching his face, seemingly disoriented. If you want to slap him, then slap him, Lin Shua said to Bai Surong with a smile, slowly withdrawing his hand. Hit just like I did, especially when the other party leans in on their own.
Never hesitate, opportunities like this don't come often. Everyone was stunned.
No one had expected Lin Shua, who was always overlooked, to act so boldly. Bai Shu and Zhang Shanfang's expressions changed.
Drastically, this fool Lin Shua had actually hit Baiyu. If this caused the Bai family to refuse to help Bai Minner smooth things over, what would they do?
Bai Surong was also startled. How could you hit him? She said worriedly. Second uncle Bai Bo valued his nephew Baiyu the most, and with the old man's favoritism, the Bai family might very well lash out at Lin Shua over this slap.
He practically offered his face up. If I don't hit him, should I save it for New Year's? Lin Shua asked with a smile.
But Bai Surong's worry reached its peak. She knew Lin Shua cared for her and doted on her, but the person he hit was Baiyu, one of Grandpa's most cherished grandsons.
This matter was definitely not going to end peacefully. You dare hit me?
Baiyu reacted, shouting angrily, and immediately swung his fist as he charged forward.
Ha!
Lin Shua watched him deliver himself right to the door, unceremoniously grabbed his wrist, and gave it a light twist. Crack! The sound of the wrist breaking was chilling, and Baiyu screamed miserably, writhing in pain on the ground.
Bai Surong, you wretched woman!
The stray man you found actually dared to twist my wrist.
Grandpa won't let you or that stray man off the hook. You're both dead meat.
Baiyu cursed furiously.
Bai's expression darkened as well.
Pointing at Lin Shua, he shouted, Bai Shu, Zhang Shanfang, who the hell is this kid? He broke my son's wrist, give me an explanation, or your whole family can prepare to die.
He's Suron's boyfriend, Bai Shu quickly replied.
Zhang Shanfang hesitated for a moment before speaking coldly, if you want to kill him, then kill him, he has nothing to do with us.
As long as you can save Minner first, do whatever you want.
Bai Surong panicked and said anxiously, Mom, Dad, he hit Bai Yu because of me.
We can't just ignore this. How do we handle it?
Zhang Shanfang sneered, a convict really can't change his ways. If your grandfather pulls some strings, he can make sure he rots in prison.
Besides, if he drags Minner into this, I won't let him off either.
The coldness of human nature. Bai Surong's 5 years of painstaking design work was stolen, yet they were indifferent, only concerned
with getting Bai Minner back. Lin Shua stood up for Bai Surong, but they remained bystanders, even adding insult to injury.
In this family, Bai Surong couldn't even compare to a single strand of Bai Minner's hair, let alone Lin Shua, who was utterly insignificant.
Convict? Bai was startled.
Lin Shua looked at him and said calmly, yes, murder. Go back and tell old master Bai not to covet Su Rong's design drafts, or I won't mind spending the rest of my life in prison. Bai met Lin Shua's gaze. Despite the smile on his face, it evoked a deep sense of fear, like staring into an abyss. His legs trembled slightly, and he understood in his heart that Lin Shua was definitely a ruthless character. He dared not meet Lin Shua's eyes again. Turning to Bai Shu and Zhang Shanfang, he said hoarsely, aren't you going to do something about this kid? Lin Shua, who are you trying to scare?
Because of you, Minner couldn't come back earlier. Are you going to take responsibility?
Zhang Shanfang shouted angrily. Lin Shua withdrew his gaze and said coldly, Auntie, I've said it before, no one is allowed to bully her, including you two elders. If Su Rong doesn't want to hand over the design plans, not even the King of Heaven can force her. Zhang Shanfan was so frightened that her heart raced, and she dared not say another word. Bai Shu opened his mouth but couldn't muster the so-called authority of a father-in-law.
Fine.
Since you're Su Rong's boyfriend, I won't argue with you. Bai shouted angrily, helped Bai Yu up from the ground, turned around to leave, and threw out a harsh remark, then let Bai Minner rot in prison.
The Bai family won't bother with this mess anymore. Second brother, we are family.
Minner is your own niece, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Bai Shu hurriedly stopped him, his tone earnest.
We absolutely cannot let Dad find out about this.
If the biased old master Bai found out that Bai Yu's wrist was twisted by Lin Shua, any chance of helping Bai Minner would definitely be ruined.
Do you think that's possible? Bai asked with a cold sneer. Su Rong's design draft, I
have no say in it, but I'm willing to give up inheriting the Bai family's business and hand over my rightful
share to you, as long as you can get Dad to help Minner.
I'll write a promissory note immediately, Bai Shu hurriedly shouted, exerting all his strength.
To save Bai Minner, he was truly risking everything.
But the more he did so, the more painful Bai Surong's heart felt. Both were daughters, yet the disparity in treatment was so immense.
Are you sure? A glimmer flashed in Bai's eyes. Although the Bai family was gradually declining, they still had considerable assets. After the old master passed away, the 3 brothers would all have inheritance rights. If Bai Shu gave his share to him, he would have a chance to seize the position of family head from his elder brother Bai Shu. I'm sure, Bai Shu said through gritted teeth and immediately wrote down a promissory note. Bai called the old master on the spot, saying nothing else, simply pleading with him as the second son. After the old master agreed, he didn't hang up the phone but picked up the landline and called his old friends. Seeing this scene, Bai Shu's emotions were extremely complicated. He knelt before the old man, but the old man did not agree, while Bai Shu succeeded with just a phone call. No comparison, no harm. At this moment, the voice of old master Bai came through the receiver. My granddaughter Bai Minner was invited for tea.
What?
My words don't carry weight either?
The matter she committed is neither big nor small. It mainly depends on the attitude of the big shots.
My old face isn't worth forcing anymore.
Old one, we've been buddies for decades, is it necessary to speak so harshly?
The dignified Bai family. Beep. Hello, damn.
Old Master Bai was furious, completely forgetting he was on a call with his son, and the conversation with his old buddies was overheard entirely. Bai immediately hung up the phone and stuffed the document into his pocket. He knew that the old master had failed to use his influence this time and was mocked instead. Bai Minner couldn't be released for now, but it didn't matter to him, he had already gained the benefits.
It's not that I don't want to handle it, it's that the old master isn't capable, Bai said coldly, glancing at Lin Shua and sneering. If Su Rong hadn't turned into an ugly freak and had found herself a wealthy boyfriend, this matter could have been resolved with a word. But now, as a convict,
all she can do is resort to crude actions so vulgar.
What are we going to do now?
Zhang Shanfang stomped her feet in frustration. Even old Master Bai was of no use, leaving them with no one to rely on. Bai Shu sighed deeply, lamenting that all his efforts had been in vain. Bai and Bai Yu saw this and immediately got up to leave. Bai Shu is, after all, my future father-in-law. No matter how bad things get, it's not up to outsiders to humiliate him, Lin Shuo suddenly said.
How about making a bet?
If I make a call and get Bai Minner to come back, you'll bring out the document.
What?
Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward him, and Bai Surong hurriedly said, Lin Shuo, don't act impulsively. Bai Shu glared.
What are you bragging about? Isn't it chaotic enough already?
Zhang Shanfang sneered and said, if you're really that capable, don't leave later. I'll personally cook a table full of dishes, open a good bottle of wine, and serve you while you eat and drink. Bai burst into laughter. Kid, where do you get the courage and confidence to bet with me?
Fine, I'll bet with you, but we need to add a condition.
If you lose, you kneel down and apologize to my son, and then let my son slap you.
All right. Lin Shuo nodded without hesitation. Bai Surong became anxious. Don't mess around, how can you gamble on this?
She almost blurted out the words, you're bound to lose.
No problem, it's just a phone call, Lin Shuo said softly.
Bai Surong's eyes reddened, and she understood in her heart that everything Lin Shuo was doing was for her, to help her save face, to support her in standing tall within the Bai family. Ha, truly laughable.
Ignorance is fearless.
Bai shook his head smugly and said, although the Bai family has fallen into decline, it is still a third-rate family. The old man, at his age, has connections all over.
Xiqing.
The old friends he reached out to are now considered big shots, and even they said they couldn't help with this matter.
Yet you, a convict, dare to claim you can settle it with just one phone call? Young man.
Bai Yu was also laughing, shaking his other intact hand, clearly ready to slap Lin Shuo.
I've missed Xiqing's home-cooked dishes terribly over the past 5 years. Tonight, I want stuffed gluten with meat.
Not too sweet, not too greasy, Lin Shuo said, looking at Zhang Shanfang. This sudden remark left Bai, who was usually calm and composed, completely stunned. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his
throat, unable to come out. Could it be that after all he had said, Lin Shuo was actually thinking about what to eat for dinner?
Zhang Shanfang was also taken aback, then said, call Minner back first. She really couldn't stand Lin Shuo's pretentious attitude. Anyone who didn't know better might actually think he was that capable.
Lin Shuo dialed a number without hesitation. She'll be here in 10 minutes.
He glanced at the time, fully confident in the efficiency of the person arranged by the northern king of the town.
9 minutes and 1 second. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Bai Shu hurriedly ran over to open the door.
As the door opened, Bai Minner stood outside, her face weary, her eyeshadow smudged, her makeup ruined, and 2 clear tear streaks on her face that evoked sympathy. It was evident that she had had an extremely rough night. Bai Shu rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was dreaming. Zhang Shanfang jumped up on the spot and quickly pulled her precious daughter into the house.
Bai and Bai Yu were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How could a convict manage to rescue Bai Minner with just one phone call?
The old man hadn't even met him in person.
Bai Shu, are you sure he's a convict? Bai questioned. Bai Shu turned his head to look at Lin Shuo and said irritably, what do you think? Would I casually make up that my future son-in-law is a convict? Bai was completely stunned. Could it be that convicts are this impressive nowadays? Dad, what should we do? Bai Yu asked.
Bai's expression remained unchanged. Without saying much, he grabbed his son and turned to leave. Take out the document, Lin Shuo's cold voice rang out. Bai's face darkened, and after some hesitation, he finally took out the document, throwing it on the ground in frustration.
He shouted, Bai Shu, Zhang Shanfang, you two are ruthless. Just to show off your good son-in-law, you deliberately brought us here to be your pawns.
Bai Shu quickly explained, second brother, you've really misunderstood us.
We had no idea Lin Shuo was so capable.
Exactly, Zhang Shanfang sneered sarcastically.
Our family doesn't need to marry into a wealthy family to accomplish what the Bai family couldn't. What a surprise. So, is it that my son-in-law is too outstanding, or is the Bai family just incompetent? Just you wait.
Bai pulled Bai Yu and was about to leave, but not without throwing out a harsh threat.
I will report this matter truthfully to Grandpa.
His precious grandson's face is swollen, and his hand is broken.
I wonder if your family of 4, no, family of 5, can withstand Grandpa's wrath.
The faces of the Bai family of 4 changed drastically. Zhang Shanfang's expression also shifted, and Bai Shu directly blamed Lin Shuo for causing trouble.
Bai Minner crossed her arms, enjoying the drama.
She had the demeanor of someone destined to marry into a wealthy family, and no matter how biased Grandpa was, he wouldn't do anything to her. Only Bai Suron looked terrified and said softly, "I will explain everything clearly to Grandpa." "Who do you think you are to explain to Grandpa? Do you think Grandpa will listen to your nonsense?" Bai Yu sneered with disdain. "You're just a worthless girl. No matter how eloquent you are, it won't outweigh a single word from me." Bai Suron lowered her head, unable to refute. "If you kneel down now, apologize to me, admit your mistake, and have your man break one of his own hands, I might consider not telling Grandpa," Bai Yu said with a wicked smile. Bai Suron's body trembled slightly. She could endure humiliation, but she couldn't implicate Lin Shuo. "I can, but Lin Shuo can't," she said softly. "Then just wait for Grandpa to deal with you," Bai Yu said, and then left with Bai Bo. "Did I let you leave?" Lin Shuo stopped Bai Yu. "What else do you want?" Bai Yu shouted angrily. This trip yielded no benefits, his face was swollen from being hit, his hand was twisted, and this round was an absolute loss. "You've offended Su Rong with your words. You can only leave after apologizing," Lin Shuo said. "What?" Bai Yu glared, shouting angrily, "You actually want me to apologize to that little wench Bai Surong? You cursed 3 times, so say 3 times that you were wrong." Lin Shuo grabbed Bai Yu by the collar, dragged him in front of Bai Surong, and then kicked him to his knees. "You dare treat me like this? How dare you treat me like this?" Bai Yu roared hysterically. He was already furious from being hit earlier, but this humiliation completely broke his composure. From childhood to now, as a male member of the Bai family, he had never taken someone like Bai Surong seriously. In the Bai family, even male members of the branch families were far more valued than Bai Surong. Bai Surong was so nervous that she almost suffocated, but she still forced herself to stand her ground, silently vowing in her heart, "This will never end like this." Lin Shuo had gone to such lengths for her, so she couldn't be so useless. Zhang Shanfan looked surprised, not expecting Lin Shuo to still be relentless. This guy was truly ruthless, vowing not to let anyone bully Bai Surong, and he really meant what he said. Bai Shu said anxiously, "Lin Shuo, what are you doing? Let go of Bai Yu quickly, he's Surong's cousin." "Ha, even if it's my own father, I won't tolerate anyone bullying Surong," Lin Shuo said firmly. Bai Shu opened his mouth but was utterly speechless. Bai Min'er looked at the imposing Lin Shuo, feeling displeased, and let out a cold snort. She couldn't understand it no matter how much she thought about it. She was the one who reported Lin Shuo, yet she ended up being arrested, while he was in her house, openly standing up for Bai Surong. This made her feel extremely uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood, the one who bullied Bai Surong the most was not Bai Yu, who was currently kneeling on the ground, but Bai Min'er. "Scoundrel! Let go of my son immediately!" Bai Yu shouted furiously, his voice trembling with agitation. "If you release my son now, I can promise not to pursue this further." "What you should be considering is how to quell my anger," Lin Shuo said, enunciating each word deliberately. He slightly lowered his head, and in the instant when the furious Bai Yu looked up and their eyes met, Bai Yu finally understood what terror meant. Even though the weather was still scorching, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Face, courage, pride, every bit of his resolve was torn to shreds by that gaze filled with murderous intent. "I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong," he hurriedly shouted. Bai Bai let out an angry roar, unsure whether he was intimidated by Lin Shuo's aura or infuriated by Bai Yu's disgraceful reaction. "In the Bai family, I don't want to hear anyone disrespect Su Rong again. Get out." After speaking, Lin Shuo casually threw Bai Yu out the door, his gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. Bai Yu lay trembling on the ground, his pants soaked halfway. Realizing his embarrassing predicament, he burst into loud sobs. His emotions were extremely conflicted, relieved to still be alive, yet deeply ashamed of his own cowardice. He even felt a lingering fear for having insulted Bai Surong in the past, secretly thinking to himself that his former self had been far too reckless. This is a reformed convict, someone who truly dares to kill. Bai Yu dared to swear to the heavens that the look Lin Shuo had just given off, if he hadn't admitted his mistake, the next moment Lin Shuo would have really killed him. As for Bai Surong's design draft, whoever wants it can have it, he no longer dared to have the slightest thought about it. At this moment, apart from Bai Yu's sobbing, no one even dared to breathe heavily. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: if this reformed convict kills again, wouldn't it be completely justified? Lin Shuo was extremely satisfied with this reaction. His purpose in visiting was, first, to assert his presence, second, to express his stance, and third, to help Bai Surong establish authority. Next, he only needed to relax and enjoy dinner. Bai Bai hurriedly ran out, only daring to throw out a harsh remark about not letting this go after the door was closed, then quickly left. Bai Surong, her eyes red, looked at Lin Shua. Before he could speak, she threw herself into his arms, and tears immediately poured out. Lin Shua gently patted her back without saying anything. He had already shown Bai Surong and the Bai family through his actions that he, Lin Shua, was her strong support. Bai Shu stared dumbfounded at Lin Shua's back, thinking that this future son-in-law was truly fierce. He had been bullied by Bai Bo for decades since birth and had grown accustomed to enduring it silently. Now that Bai Bo and Bai Yu had been harshly dealt with by Lin Shua, he felt a bit unaccustomed to it. This was the first time in decades. Old Bai's eyes turned red, overwhelmed with emotion, as decades of suppressed feelings finally found release. Zhang Shanfang was also somewhat emotional. Having married into the Bai family for over 20 years, she had long endured the hardships of the Bai family. Had she never thought of resisting? But once she resisted, even harsher retaliation from the Bai family would inevitably follow. Over time, she resigned herself to fate. She had a fiery personality, and the bitterness in her heart ran even deeper than Bai Shu's. Let Bai Bo look down on our tea? Ha! If he wants tea, this old lady won't serve him. If he dares to come flaunting his power at our house again, let Lin Shua deal with him. Zhang Shanfang said with a triumphant air. Lin Shua, thank you. If it weren't for you, my design draft would have been stolen, and Minner wouldn't have been released so quickly, Bai Surong said, looking up with excitement. Alright, you're acting like he saved the world. Isn't it just about hitting someone and scaring Bai Yu to the point of wetting himself? If I had a wealthy boyfriend, I could easily do the same. Bai Minner crossed her arms and said disdainfully. Minner, thank your future brother-in-law, Zhang Shanfang quickly said. Thank him my foot. I suspect the reason I got arrested was because of his tricks. Bai Minner shouted. Minner, what nonsense are you talking about? Clearly, you reported Lin Shua, and Lin Shua repaid evil with kindness. Bai Surong frowned slightly, feeling secretly anxious but not knowing how to refute. She stared at Lin Shua, fully aware that he was definitely not a simple person. Do you really think I would be afraid of the old man? Lin Shua let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Bai Minner and her parents. His voice was low and resolute. I am not the kind of person you imagine me to be. Ah, you're really confident. Bai Minner curled her lips into a mocking smile, as if she were watching a joke. I don't need your trust, but I will absolutely make you understand what true strength is. Lin Shua's voice carried a fearless tone, as if declaring his determination. What makes you think you can prove it? A trace of disdain flashed in Zhang Shanfang's eyes, but deep down, she faintly felt that this young man seemed somewhat extraordinary. I just need one chance. Lin Shua smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I will show you what it means to turn the tables. Turn the tables? You must be dreaming. Bai Minner sneered disdainfully. A convict like you wants to rise in the Bai family? You're nothing but a joke. A joke? Then let's wait and see. Lin Shua paid no attention to her mockery, secretly calculating how to use the Bai family's connections to strike back. My dad's job is a breakthrough point. Do you think the old man will let this slide so easily? Bai Minner said provocatively, her tone full of mockery. Do you dare to try? Then I'll try. I'm not afraid anyway. Lin Shua stared straight at them, secretly vowing in his heart to make them see his strength. Fine, bring it on. I really want to see how you'll pull it off. Bai Minner's eyes sparkled with disdain, as if she were watching a farce about to unfold. Bai Shu and Zhang Shanfang exchanged a glance, faintly sensing that this young man might not be an ordinary person. However, faced with their threats, they still chose to remain silent. Just wait and see. Lin Shua's lips curved into a confident smile as he secretly calculated how to turn the situation around. If you fail, remember what you said, disappear from our sight completely. Bai Minner said coldly, her eyes full of provocation. I won't let you down. Lin Shua replied firmly, a fighting spirit igniting within him. He knew that only by constantly challenging himself could he change everything. Su Rong, this is not your place to speak. I think Minner is absolutely right. Zhang Shanfang cast a cold glance before turning to Lin Shua, smiling but with a threatening undertone. Actually, it's quite simple. Su Rong's dad lost a contract. As long as you can secure that contract again, he can return to Bai's construction, and you and Su Rong can be together. Lin Shua nodded, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. I was already planning to make a trip to Qinglong Group, so I might as well take care of this matter along the way. Zhang Shanfang listened and smiled faintly with satisfaction, thinking to herself that although this young man was still inexperienced, he might have the potential to achieve great things. Bai Minner pursed her lips into a smile, her face full of teasing. You agreed without even understanding the cause and effect of the matter. I think you haven't taken this seriously at all, which clearly shows you're not that serious about my sister either. Bai Surong clenched her fists tightly, looking at Lin Shua with worry in her heart. My dad, he refused to give kickbacks and instead reported the person. It turned out that guy was the son of a certain deputy general manager, which led Qinglong Group to directly reject Bai's construction's order. Lin Shua frowned and turned to look at Bai Shu, surprised that this old man still had such courage. That guy was asking for an outrageous amount, and I couldn't stand it, so I reported him. If I had known he had such backing, I would have just accepted it, Bai Shu said, lowering his head with a face full of frustration. Later, I went to beg him, even knelt down, but it was useless. In the end, he threatened to retaliate against Bai's construction. The old man, to protect himself, ended up firing me. Lin Shua's heart trembled, so this burning bridge is after crossing the river Jin originated here. Bai Shu had made a mistake, but he wasn't entirely unreasonable.
Do you understand how troublesome this matter is now? Bai Minner sneered coldly. It's simply impossible to accomplish. Success depends on human effort, Lin Shua responded calmly. Besides, Uncle didn't do anything wrong. Are you suggesting we go reason with Qinglong Group?
Bai Minner raised her voice slightly, her eyes full of disdain.
Not necessary, Lin Shua shook his head, already having a plan in mind. What can a convict like you possibly do? Don't tell me you're planning to go there and cause a scene? Bai Minner mocked. Different people, I have different ways of dealing with them.
Lin Shua paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
Some people can be eliminated with a casual move, like your overseas boyfriend, or your cousin by you.
Such people can be dealt with in just a few slaps.
As for you, your singing is passable.
Upon hearing this, Bai Minner was so angry that her nose almost twisted. Being forced to sing for Bai Surong was the greatest humiliation of her life.
Are you saying I'm not even worth a slap? She angrily questioned. One slap, and you'd most likely die.
Lin Shua chuckled lightly, shaking his hand. Bai Minner hid behind Zhang Shanfang in fright, shouting angrily, if you go to Qinglong Group, you'll end up dead just like this. Kong Ping has already informed the chairman of Qinglong Group, and they're just waiting for you to walk into your doom.
Lin Shua smiled faintly, thinking to himself that everything was unfolding as expected. No wonder you're trying so hard to provoke me.
Turns out you're afraid I won't go to Qinglong Group, he realized.
That's right, I planned it exactly this way, and I didn't expect you to actually fall for it. Bai Minner poked her head out from behind Zhang Shanfang, her face full of mocking laughter. If you go to Qinglong Group, you'll die.
If you don't go, you'll have to separate from your sister.
Let's see what you'll do. This is not something you need to worry about.
Lin Shua turned to Zhang Shanfang and said, you can go prepare the ingredients for dinner.
Although Zhang Shanfang did not believe Lin Shua could accomplish it, she had an inexplicable feeling deep down.
Despite his young age, this boy exuded an extraordinary demeanor, with a calm and composed aura in his every move. Perhaps he really could turn the impossible into possible. Meanwhile, Bai hurriedly took Bai Yu to the hospital, and after some emergency treatment, they returned to the Bai family villa. Although the Bai family had fallen into decline, their foundation still remained. In the spacious villa, there was still a butler who took on multiple roles, such as cooking, laundry, cleaning, trimming the plants, and driving. Fortunately, he only needed to serve old master Bai, otherwise, no one could handle it. Bai Bo and Bai Yu greeted the butler and then hurriedly headed toward the study. The master has already grown a bit impatient, the butler kindly reminded them. Bai Bo expressed his thanks, knocked on the door, and after hearing the elderly voice respond, took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Dad, Xiao Yu was beaten. Bai shouted anxiously, exaggerating the story as he recounted the events. The old master Bai, over 70 years old but still robust, sat upright at his desk in a black suit, listening intently. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes.
Bai Yu kept his head down.
Although he was highly regarded in the old master's eyes, he dared not speak recklessly in such a situation. All right, it's normal for a reform-through labor convict to act out.
Xiao Yu's hand should be properly cared for next. The old master.
Bai coughed and continued, but you mentioned that kid made one phone call to bring Minner back. This is worth paying attention to.
Could that kid be pretending to be weak to deceive others?
Bai Yu finally spoke, still feeling somewhat uneasy.
A pig scared you so much you wet yourself? Old master Bai raised an eyebrow. Bai Yu remained silent, thinking that if he described Lin Shua like that, wouldn't it mean he was even worse than a pig?
Su Rong's design draft must be brought over. I've had someone look at it, and it can definitely help our family turn the situation around.
Old master. Bai paused and then continued, as for revenge, if that kid really becomes the third family's son-in-law, won't there be plenty of opportunities? How should we get Bai Surong's design draft? Bai asked in a low voice. Gat? Old Master Bai glared and snorted coldly. How can you say something so unpleasant about something that belongs to our family? Exactly, it's mine.
Since I was young, anything I wanted, Grandpa would make Bai Surong give it to me. With that design draft, I can definitely become a great designer.
Bai Yu said confidently.
Old Master Bai nodded at him approvingly, but his gaze shifted to Bai.
His smile slightly faded as he reprimanded, as a father, how can you have less ambition than your son? Bai Baiqiang forced a smile, cursing inwardly, damn it, I'm not as shameless as you two, grandfather and grandson. I'll think about this carefully again. You keep a close eye on the third family, absolutely do not let Su Rong get married. Old Master Bai said, clenching his fist, as long as Su Rong stays in the third family, those design drafts will never escape my grasp. Bai quickly nodded to show he understood. A daughter thrown out is like water spilled, Bai Su Rong indeed cannot be married off. Grandpa, you must help me take revenge on that guy.
I want to break both of his hands, Bai Yu shouted angrily. Old Master Bai sneered coldly and said harshly, good, I'll make that boy pay dearly.
Evening. Jiangnanli Community.
Lin Shua sat casually at the dining table, which was laden with over a dozen dishes. All of them were prepared by Zhang Shanfang, who had been busy
cooking all afternoon.
Chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything was there, including Lin Shua's specially requested gluten stuffed with meat. From the very beginning, Lin Shua showed no hesitation, acting as if he were at home, eating and drinking as he pleased. Zhang Shanfang glared, thinking this kid really didn't treat her as an outsider.
What was infuriating was that Lin Shua actually dared to boss her around.
Auntie, pour the wine, Lin Shua set down his glass and reminded her.
Zhang Shanfang gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid I'll kick you out and never let Surong see you again?
The Qinglong Group's order, I'll have Surong sign the contract, Lin Shua said calmly.
Zhang Shanfang reluctantly picked up the wine bottle and obediently poured the wine.
She was completely subdued. Bai Minner was fuming on the side but had no choice. She could only return to her room to avoid seeing and getting more upset. Auntie, this dish is a bit salty. The stuffed gluten with meat isn't as tasty as the one my mom makes. Overall, it's just okay. Amid the picky remarks, Lin Shua's first official visit also came to an end. Walking to the entrance of the residential area, Bai Surong stopped in her tracks, bravely grabbing Lin Shua's hand. His palm was broad and warm, and her heart was filled with tender affection. She asked, do you really have to go to Qinglong Group? You know, there's an inside story about my 5 years in prison. And after I was imprisoned, Qinglong Group deceived my parents and took the old house without spending a penny, which led to my parents passing away in grief. I need to settle this score. Lin Shua's gaze was resolute as he continued, besides, even though I don't care much about your parents, they are still your parents. Since this deal can save us a lot of trouble, why not go for it?
Don't worry, I always act with absolute certainty.
Lin Shua tightened his grip on her hand, his tone gentle. No need to say thank you anymore, there's no need for that between us. Lin Shua gently hugged her, then waved goodbye. It wasn't until Lin Shua got into the car that Bai Surong turned and left. The Jiangnanli neighborhood isn't big. Zhang Shanfang leaned against the window, watching Lin Shua leave, and said, Old Shu, that kid's car seems pretty expensive. Bai Shu leaned over, only catching a glimpse of the taillights, and said with uncertainty, couldn't see clearly, it seems like an Aston Martin. But these days, there are plenty of domestic cars that imitate the design.
Zhang Shanfang suddenly understood, it should be like this.
Not long after, Bai Surong returned. The elderly couple exchanged a glance and asked, is Lin Shu really a reformed convict? Bai Surong gave a self-deprecating smile, who would lie about being a reformed convict? Why does it feel a bit strange? A convict shouldn't be like him. Bai Shu muttered, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. You're talking as if you've seen a lot of convicts. Zhang Shanfang retorted bluntly. Bai Shu remained silent, but he couldn't help thinking to himself. Although he hadn't seen many convicts, as a descendant of the Bai family, he had encountered plenty of heirs from prestigious families.
Lin Shua's aura was absolutely one of a kind. Knock, knock, knock. The clock on the wall chimed, interrupting their thoughts. Mom, Dad, wait a moment, I'll go boil some water. Bai Surong said this and headed straight to the kitchen. This time was exactly when Bai Shu and Zhang Shanfang soaked their feet. Bai Surong had already set an alarm to remind herself, and occasionally Bai Minner would join in on a whim. However, today. Alright, stop fussing around and go to bed early. We're not soaking our feet today, Zhang Shanfang decisively stopped her. Alright then.
Bai Surong wouldn't be stubborn and turned to return to her room.
As soon as she closed the door, a faint smile appeared on her lips.
In this household, her treatment was gradually changing for the better.
How wonderful!
Bai Surong walked briskly to the desk, gazing at the thick stack of design drafts, pulled out the chair, and sat down. She understood that she couldn't always be a burden to Lin Shuo. She had the ability to make herself stronger, even to help Lin Shuo.
In another room,
Bai Minner was furiously making a phone call to Kong Peng. I don't care what method you use, you must stop Lin Shuo from securing the order. On the other end of the line, Kong Peng responded with a sinister laugh. Minner, don't worry. As long as that kid dares to show up, I'll make sure he pays dearly for it.
I've already given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Bai Minner coldly hung up the phone.
Kong Peng clenched his fist, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Shuo, when you arrive, just wait and see how I humiliate you.
That day,
the sky was overcast with dense clouds,
seemingly foretelling that something ominous was about to happen. On the top floor of the Qinglong Group building,
in the chairman's office, a young man pushed the door open and entered, slightly bowing. Chairman, Lin Shuo is very likely to visit today.
Oh?
The old man slightly raised his head, revealing a hint of surprise.
The situation is like this.
The young man briefly reported the information conveyed by Kong Peng. The old man was silent for a few seconds and sighed. So there's still this connection.
Our relationship with Lin Shuo is truly tangled and complicated.
A clueless brat. If he dares to show up, I'll make sure he can't handle the consequences, the young man said arrogantly. As the chief secretary to the chairman of Qinglong Group, he naturally had the confidence to say this.
Still haven't found anything? The old man asked.
That mysterious big shot accessed our company's information, coinciding with Lin Shuo's actions by chance.
The young man sneered. This led to the misunderstanding, nothing to be overly concerned about.
The old man slowly turned around. This man, who single-handedly built the Qinglong Group, despite his age, still had sharp eyes, causing Huan's smile to immediately fade. First, he warned us through Xin Shiji and Su Wuliang, then he approached Kong Peng to inquire about the truth of the past.
Now, he's about to pay us a visit.
No, to be more precise, he's coming for a confrontation.
And you say there's nothing to worry about?
The old man's tone gradually became somber.
Huan slightly lowered his head and asked in return, what gives him the right to fight against us? That's what I can't see through or figure out. The old man shook his head and suddenly asked, have Xin Shiji and Su Wuliang been brought out?
They're out, but the paperwork is still being processed, so they can't show themselves for now, Huan replied. This is the strength of Qinglong Group. 2 people who wanted to go to jail were sent back home within 3 days. In his view, Lin Shuo had exhausted all means to barely get the 2 of them locked up, yet they easily resolved the situation. This was undoubtedly the sorrow of ordinary people, both pitiful and laughable. If Lin Shuo comes, let them show their faces. The elder turned again, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, and said softly, give them a warning first, test the waters.
Yes.
Huan nodded, though he felt somewhat dismissive in his heart. The chairman seemed to have aged, and his courage had diminished. As the chief secretary, Huan was well aware that Qinglong Group was far from an ordinary enterprise.
With powerful connections.
In the provincial capital backing it, it was not something that just anyone could shake, let alone a recently released convict.
Lin Shuo's revenge is destined to be a joke.
Not to mention anything else, even if he comes to Qinglong Group, he will probably never get to meet the chairman. However, despite his inner doubts, as the chairman's chief secretary, he naturally has to carry out the instructions meticulously. When Secretary Huan left and the door closed, the elder slightly hunched his body and muttered to himself.
Where does this kid get his confidence from?
Killing a member of the Wei family, claiming that their parents should sweep the graves of his parents, and even wanting to investigate whether other members of the Wei family were involved. There are no walls in this world that don't let the wind through. His name is Qinglong, and Qinglong Group was founded by him single-handedly. Coming from the provincial capital, he holds channels and connections different from those in Xiqing and has long mastered the details of Zhang Lijia and Wei Qinghong's engagement banquet. If Lin Shuo is merely what he appears to be on the surface, then at most, he is just a minor nuisance, hardly worth worrying about.
Is the Wei family refraining from taking action, intending to use me to deal with that kid? Qinglong mused thoughtfully.
His mind began to stir. If that's the case, then I'll have to demand some benefits from the Wei family afterward.
No matter what, I've already considered every aspect and prepared numerous strategies, waiting for that kid to come knocking. A confident smile
curved at the corner of his mouth.
I just need to sit back and watch. After all, with victory in hand, there's no way I'll stumble in the gutter. He looked at the towering buildings outside and spoke with confidence. This is Lin Shua's approach.
From the very beginning, Qinglong had been waiting for Lin Shua to show up. But the wait stretched on for days. Over the past few days, he had been suffering from insomnia, constantly calculating everything in his mind.
He knew Lin Shua was deliberately tormenting him, and Lin Shua had indeed succeeded.
However, during these days, Qinglong had made ample preparations. The Qinglong group was now a den of dragons and tigers, ready for Lin Shua to break through.
Kong Ping stood spiritedly at the entrance of the building.
Originally, he held a leisurely position at Qinglong Group, which, simply put, meant the chairman was
paying him to do nothing.
Unexpectedly, after being dealt with by Lin Shua, the chairman began to take him seriously and directly entrusted him with an important role.
Lin Shua, oh Lin Shua, you absolutely have to come.
I'm counting on you to help me get promoted, earn a raise, and reach the pinnacle of life.
Kong Ping rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. During the morning rush hour, employees came and went at the building's entrance.
Although Kong Ping was young, the golden badge hanging around his neck signified his status as an executive. Upon closer inspection, his name tag even displayed the title of Deputy Director of the Marketing Department. The marketing department staff greeted him one after another with flattering smiles.
Good morning, Director Kong. Director Kong, you're here early. Hello? Seeing the obsequious expressions of the employees, Kong Ping's eyebrows practically
shot up to the sky. He was quite satisfied with Qinglong Group's internal corporate culture. On his first day at work, everyone already knew about him, clearly thanks to HR notifying the marketing department in advance. This made him feel delighted.
Kong Ping, why are you here?
A woman didn't just pass by after greeting him but stopped beside him, asking curiously.
Kong Ping took a closer look and saw it was Shi Yao Yao.
He smoothed his hair and said proudly, because Lin Shua caused me trouble.
The company is paying special attention to me.
I'm now the deputy director of the marketing department, not only earning $1 million annually but also holding real power. The company arranged for me to show my face and, incidentally, receive a foolish client.
Today, Shi Yao Yao was dressed in a pink formal outfit, looking exceptionally stunning.
She wore a pair of large sunglasses and, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really turning misfortune into a blessing."
Not bad. The company is planning to have me deal with Lin Shua.
That guy is so full of himself, claiming he wants the chairman to give him an explanation. Little does he know, I can easily dismiss him with a wave of my hand, Kong Ping said smugly, his tone carrying a mix of 40% disdain, 30% mockery, and 20% arrogance. Just 2 days ago, he was merely an overseas returnee elite, but today, he was already an executive at Qinglong Group. Meanwhile, Lin Shua remained the same old Lin Shua. By the way, what are you up to? He asked casually.
Shi Yao Yao pulled down her sunglasses, revealing eyes heavily adorned with smoky makeup and false eyelashes as long as a child's fingers, practically dazzling to the point of blinding.
Kong Ping quickly urged her to put her sunglasses back on so he could look at her directly. I'm here to submit a design draft to your company's design department, Shi Yao Yao said proudly, raising the file bag in her hand.
From now on, I'll be an important partner of your company. Once you've established yourself, we'll have plenty of opportunities to collaborate. Easy, easy, I wouldn't even look at $1 million annual salary.
Kong Ping's eyes lit up as he lowered his voice and said, once I deal with Lin Shua, we can start our collaboration.
You're not waiting for Lin Shua, are you? Shi Yao Yao asked thoughtfully. Shi Yao Yao's heart was in turmoil when it came to Lin Shua. On one hand, she remembered his stunning performance at the bar. On the other hand, she felt uneasy about Bai Suron's mention of returning to normal in a month. Was Lin Shua merely offering casual comfort, or did he truly possess some extraordinary abilities? She had thought securing Bai Suron's design draft would allow her to settle into her role as a rising star designer, but if Bai Surong recovered fully, the day she exposed her would not be far off. Yes, exactly, waiting for him.
That kid is supposed to help my future father-in-law secure an order from my marketing department. Kong Ping clenched his fist excitedly, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
He's practically fallen into my hands.
If you can take care of Lin Shua, Minner will definitely be very happy, and she might even see you in a different light, Shi Yao Yao chimed in. As long as Kong Ping dealt with Lin Shua, she wouldn't have to worry about any future troubles.
You are Minner's best friend, why not wait with me for him?
We can record some videos to send to Minner and give her a surprise, Kong Ping said with a smile. Shi Yao Yao agreed without hesitation, secretly planning to see if Lin Shua had any other skills so she could prepare in advance.
Soon, it was time for work, and the entrance of the building was no longer bustling with employees coming and going.
Kong Ping and Shi Yaoyao were chatting idly at the door when they suddenly heard footsteps. The two turned their heads and saw a young man walking slowly toward them, wearing a brown trench coat that fluttered in the breeze. The surrounding leaves danced with the wind, as if cheering for him. He was young, his chiseled face calm and unruffled, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Behind him, Zhongli followed closely like a loyal dog, holding a communicator in both hands as if it were a priceless treasure. Today, he was determined to succeed.
It's Lin Shuo. Kong Ping's expression changed, his heart tightening with tension.
This guy is just too handsome, absolutely stylish.
Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim, her face showing excitement.
Lin Shuo approached, and Kong Ping shouted urgently, "Minna was worried you wouldn't come, but today you're finally in my hands." Lin Shuo paid no attention, slightly raised his head, and gazed at the signboard of Qinglong Group. The red background was inlaid with golden edges, the red seemingly stained with the blood of countless innocents, and the gold edges representing the greed of countless ill-gotten gains. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at Kong Ping and said calmly, "I came to see the chairman of Qinglong Group."
Brief and direct, Lin Shuo was already prepared, and Qinglong Group should be waiting for him.
Kong Ping felt that he and Lin Shuo were not on the same wavelength at all, and sneered inwardly, "Lin Shuo, do you think Qinglong Group is some kind of place?
A convict like you dares to act recklessly here?"
He adjusted his suit, applied some hair gel, glanced sideways, and sneered coldly, "I advise you to face reality and stop courting death." Lin Shuo stared at him and calmly said, "It seems you didn't take my words to heart."
"That's right, not just what you said, I haven't taken you seriously either."
Kong Ping sneered, "As long as I'm standing here, don't even think about going in.
Your perspective is too narrow."
Lin Shuo shook his head.
"What?" Kong Ping looked puzzled.
"I humiliated you like that before, and now you think you're in control.
Shouldn't you be doing more than just stopping me from going in?"
Lin Shuo said casually.
"You wouldn't have reminded me if you hadn't said it."
"Killing you now is just a matter of a word for me," Kong Ping sneered.
"Is Qinglong here?" Lin Shuo asked. "How dare you?"
"The chairman's name is not something you can casually shout," Kong Ping fumed.
"You keep ignoring me, do you really think I won't have someone take action?"
Lin Shuo understood in his heart that Qinglong was using Kong Ping to humiliate him. Kong Ping was merely a little dog Qinglong had casually supported.
If he got entangled with Kong Ping, how could he face Qinglong and demand an explanation?
Shi Yaoyao seized the opportunity and took the initiative to speak. "Lin Shuo, if you're willing to be my boyfriend, I can try to bring you into Qinglong Group."
"You?"
Lin Shuo paused for a moment and asked, "Who are you?"
"Shi Yaoyao."
Her smile froze instantly, and her expression turned unpleasant.
"So it's you."
Lin Shuo seemed to realize something and said casually, "Stay away from me, don't appear in my sight." His words were like a heavy hammer, igniting fury in Shi Yaoyao's heart as she questioned, "What qualifications do you, a nobody who can't even step through Qinglong Group's doors, have to despise me?" Zhang Li stepped forward, his gaze resolute, and said, "You should stop offending Master Lin."
"I'm offending him?"
Shi Yaoyao's voice was sharp as she shouted indignantly, "How am I offending him? Wanting Master Lin to be your boyfriend is already a tremendous offense," Zhang Li responded earnestly.
Shi Yaoyao trembled with anger and shouted furiously, "Even that ugly Bai Surong can be his girlfriend, what do I lack?"
"Not even a little bit," Zhang Li answered honestly.
Shi Yaoyao was so enraged that she was left speechless.
If Lin Shuo had said this, she could have argued back, but arguing with Zhang Li felt like asking for trouble. She turned to look
at Kong Ping, leaning half her body against him, and pointed venomously at Lin Shuo.
"Kong Ping, deal with him for me, deal with him hard, make him kneel on the ground and beg me."
Sure. Kong Ping nodded, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light.
"I will teach this kid a harsh lesson, venting anger for me, for Minner, and for you."
"Then let's see if you can pull it off."
Shi Yaoyao sneered coldly, took out her phone, turned to Lin Shuo, and mocked, "I originally wanted to help you out of kindness, but unfortunately, you don't know how to appreciate it. So now, I'll just enjoy watching a good show of beating a dog."
"Done talking?"
Lin Shuo calmly walked forward. "If Qinglong doesn't show up, I'll go find him myself."
"Damn it, that's enough." Kong Ping fumed, furious that Lin Shuo mentioned Qinglong as if he didn't even acknowledge him. He cursed, "The chairman of Qinglong Group is not someone you can meet. Your opponent is me."
Speaking, Kong Ping clapped his hands. Clatter. Security guards from Qinglong Group poured out of the building like a tide, more than 20 of them, each burly and holding batons,
exuding an aggressive aura.
The man leading them was like a giant bear, wearing his hat askew, glaring fiercely at Lin Shuo.
"Lin Shuo, do you see this?
2 days ago, you humiliated me, and today I will repay you 100-fold.
Kong Ping crossed his arms and said arrogantly, in this situation, you should know what to do, right?
The burly man behind him sneered and shouted, Kid, with us here, don't even think about meeting the chairman today.
You won't even make it.
Past this door. Minister Kong said you're to come in standing and leave lying down.
So, will you handle it yourself, or should we help? I already informed you a few days ago that I would come.
This is not an unannounced visit, Lin Shua replied calmly. I don't care what the situation is. Our orders are simple, if you set foot in Qinglong Tower, we'll break your legs, the burly man roared fiercely. The security guards cracked their knuckles, itching to act, eager to turn Lin Shua into a cripple. Zhang Li stepped forward at this moment, bowed toward Lin Shua, and said urgently, Li Sihai just sent a message, he'll be here in 1 minute.
The burly man burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. So you actually called for reinforcements? Alright, we'll wait for your backup to arrive.
The Qinglong group has been in Xiqing for so many years, and this is the first time we've encountered such a situation. We're quite looking forward to seeing if your reinforcements are enough for us to handle.
Brothers, these people came here to court death on their own. Go all out, killing them is no problem.
The group will clean up the mess for us, the security guards hollered arrogantly.
Creak. Crash.
7 or 8 business vans smashed through the barrier and came to a halt directly in front of the building, forming a massive semicircle. In the next moment, the car doors swung open simultaneously, and a group of men in black stepped out one after another. These men were well-trained and highly coordinated, each wielding a machete in hand as they lined up in perfect formation.
What the hell is going on here?
The previously arrogant security guards looked at each other, their faces pale with fear, trembling all over. Li Sihai stepped out from the ranks, coldly gazing at the people from Qinglong Tower, and said, Brothers, we are here for one thing only, to escort Mr. Lin into Qinglong Tower. If anyone blocks us, we kill them, if Buddha blocks us, we slay Buddha, if gods block us, we destroy gods. Everyone slowly raised their machetes, the blades pointing directly at all those standing at the entrance of Qinglong Tower.
Killing intent spread instantly. Da.
Lin Shua moved forward, while Kong Ping stepped back.
Shi Yaoyao, who was filming, trembled, dropping her phone to the ground in fright.
There was no time to pick it up. Zhang Li stepped directly on it.
Crack!
The phone shattered.
Shi Yaoyao was both furious and terrified.
She didn't even dare to utter harsh words. As she tried to turn and flee, Zhang Li grabbed her by the neck, forcing her to kneel like a dog in the corner.
Go!
Kong Ping hid behind the security guards, urging them frantically. The security guards, resembling bears, were filled with fear as they looked at the men in black before them. A wave of despair surged in their hearts.
These men were the elite of the Sihai group, a professional
force, far beyond what these ragtag security guards could contend with. Li Sihai's aggressive arrival was already crystal clear. Moving forward meant either delivering themselves as fodder or facing death.
Go to hell!
One security guard angrily slapped Kong Ping across the face, then tore off his security uniform and declared righteously, I'm done.
I quit. Qinglong group is full of filth, and we righteous people refuse to protect it. We're turning over a new leaf.
After saying this, he immediately turned to Lin Shua, his face full of smiles, nodding and bowing, eager to ingratiate himself. Boss, there's a step here, be careful not to trip. Lin Shua didn't even glance at him, striding resolutely into the building, like a king descending upon his domain.
Zhang Li, follow me. He walked straight toward the main entrance of Qinglong group without hesitation, exuding a powerful aura.
Zhang Li followed closely behind, playfully patting the security guard's face and teasing, stand and leave, or lie down and go.
Are you going to do it yourself, or should I help?
The bear-like security guard instantly froze as if struck by lightning, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant and smug.
Who would have thought that today he would be the one subdued?
The other security guards behind him quickly gathered, dragging the pleading bear-like head guard to a corner. Shortly after, a piercing scream echoed, and those who had previously insulted Lin Shua were slapped in the face one by one. Throughout this chaotic dog-eat-dog brawl, Lin Shua remained unmoved. His goal was clear: Qinglong group was the sole reason for his actions. As for other enemies, there would naturally be others to charge ahead on his behalf. Kong Ping had nowhere to retreat, despairingly leaning against the wall. Watching Lin Shua approach step by step, he cried out in anguish.
You, don't come any closer, don't hit me. I was just following orders. Lin Shua asked coldly, do you still want to be my opponent?
Kong Ping lowered his head, sobbing uncontrollably, No, I don't deserve it, I am unworthy. At this moment, Kong Ping truly broke down. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Shua, clearly a convict, could be so powerful.
No, he wasn't even as good as a convict.
The one who killed his sister was someone else, and he was merely a pitiful scapegoat.
I overestimated myself. I shouldn't have courted death.
Lin Shua, give me another chance. I am willing to testify against Qinglong Group.
Kong Ping knelt on the ground, pleading. No need.
Lin Shua looked down coldly and said, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't handle it. Dragged by Zhang Li, Kong Ping lay on the ground like a toad, refusing to get up, crying out, I'm the Deputy Minister of the Marketing Department, just assigned to handle the order for Bai Minner's father, Bai Shu. If you kill me, you can forget about getting the order. Let me go. I'll immediately give you the order and provide maximum convenience. Lin Shua, spare me, I'm willing to be your dog and help you destroy Qinglong Group. These words elicited no reaction from Lin Shua.
Qinglong Group, the largest real estate company in Xiqing, boasts a towering skyscraper that pierces the clouds.
Its interior is lavishly decorated, with a central crystal chandelier of unparalleled luxury that dazzles the eyes. Lin Shua was captivated by the luxury, his gaze fixed on the dazzling chandelier. Zhang Li quietly waited for instructions on the side, while Kong Ping was filled with unease, his heart restless. Today, I am here solely for Qinglong.
Everything else can wait. As for the order, I believe Qinglong has more decision-making authority than you, Lin Shua finally spoke. Kong Ping wailed in despair.
Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yan Lili burst in with a group of people, shouting loudly, everyone, hands up. Li Sihai and the others grinned, not taking the group seriously at all. Zhang Li turned back, looking at Lin Shua with a questioning gaze, but Lin Shua ignored him and continued walking forward. Yan Lili, seeing this, was furious.
She took a few quick steps to stand in front of Lin Shua and sneered, Lin Shua, I knew you were up to something. Others might not dare to investigate, but I do.
Lin Shua's steps paused, and his brows furrowed slightly.
Yan Lili, thinking she had caught Lin Shua red-handed, smirked smugly. Didn't expect this, did you? That I would come so quickly. I've been watching you all along, just waiting to catch you slipping. Did Qinglong send you? Lin Shua asked coldly. Rubbish. No one can order me around. I came here on my own.
Yan Lili held her head high, her posture upright. Her black outfit highlighted her sharpness and pride, drawing the attention of onlookers. You led people to commit violence, causing a terrible impact, and I caught you red-handed. Yan Lili sneered coldly, the handcuffs in her hand gleaming with a chilling light, and said sternly, this time, no one can save you. The Security Bureau is not a place you can come and go as you please.
You are indeed remarkable. Lin Shua nodded, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes.
As a security officer, Yan Lili's dedication and responsibility were truly impressive. If all the security officers in Kyushu were like her, perhaps this world would have far less filth and darkness.
He might even be able to return home in peace, reunite with his parents, and see his sister remain innocent and carefree. Thank you for cheering me on.
You really gave it your all, Yan Lili sneered coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Shua's heart trembled as he recalled his behavior when leaving the Public Security Bureau that night.
Though it wasn't meant as provocation, she had misunderstood.
At that moment, Yan Lili stepped closer, one step at a time, the handcuffs in her hands seemingly ready to snap shut.
Don't move!
Suddenly, a hand shot out from the side, snapping the handcuffs on with a resolute gaze.
Yan Lili was stunned. She looked down and saw a young man in a suit and tie, his face full of tears and excitement, shouting wildly, I surrender. Arrest me quickly, I want to go to jail. What is going on here?
Yan Lili looked utterly confused, inwardly roaring, I came to arrest Lin Shua. Why are you jumping into this mess? Lin Shua is innocent. I'm the one who has committed countless crimes. He brought people here to persuade me to surrender. I confess, I colluded with Qinglong Group, and there
are major issues surrounding my sister's death. I'm willing to be a whistleblower.
Please spare him.
Kong Ping cried out hoarsely, tears streaming down his face.
What are you talking about? Yan Lili was so shocked she couldn't speak, inwardly pondering how the plan to arrest Lin Shua could be abandoned just like that. As long as you testify, I can guarantee to take Lin Shua away. You just need to provide evidence, and he will be arrested.
Yan Lili tried to calm the agitated young man.
Rubbish! I will never fall for it. Lin Shua is not someone you can deal with. I suspect you're all in cahoots, deliberately playing
me.
Kong Ping angrily retorted, speaking righteously, I, Kong Ping, swear to the heavens, I will never be an enemy of Lin Shua.
Everyone looked at him helplessly, thinking to themselves, weren't you so arrogant just now? And now you're changing your tune? Go ahead and arrest me.
I clearly did something wrong, so why are you fixated on Lin Shua?
Kong Ping was so anxious he was hopping mad, wishing to be taken away immediately. If you don't arrest me soon, I'll accuse you of dereliction of duty. Yan Lily really wanted to roll her eyes. It was the first time she had seen a criminal suspect crying and begging to be caught. What on earth had Lin Shua done to him that was so earth-shattering? Helpless, she had to fulfill her duty. Lin Shua, I'll keep an eye on you. Don't let me catch you slipping. After saying this, Yan Lily took her people and escorted Kong Ping away, leaving the scene in complete silence.
Kong Ping?
Lin Shua said faintly. No matter, he isn't the real culprit. Handling it this way is fine too. Lin Shua's tone was casual, secretly admiring Yan Lily's determination and deciding not to dampen her enthusiasm. Zhang Li pointed to the corner in confusion and asked, "What should we do with this woman?"
"Just teach her a lesson," Lin Shua said as he walked.
Zhang Li nodded and waved at Li Sihai. Li Sihai immediately grinned and gave Shi Yao Yao 2 loud slaps.
"Woman, you're quite brave, daring to go against Mr. Lin."
"Is this spectacle entertaining?" Li Sihai mocked.
Shi Yao Yao screamed miserably, her heart in chaos. She dared not utter any more harsh words and immediately covered her swollen cheek.
Like a frightened little bird, she fled into the building, disappearing through the side door in the corner.
The first 3 floors of Qinglong Tower have no elevators, only stairs. This is a distinctive feature of Qinglong Group. The first 3 floors serve as public office areas, frequented by outsiders. This design is also a warning from Qinglong Group to those who come seeking favors. Once you step into Qinglong Group's territory, you must act according to their rules. Lin Shua ascended step by step, his demeanor extraordinary, drawing the attention of countless employees.
"Is this how Qinglong Group usually treats its visitors?" Lin Shua asked indifferently.
Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to step forward and ask about his identity. However, regardless of who he was, his identity was undoubtedly
extraordinary.
Under such circumstances, even the employees who were originally qualified to approach him unanimously chose to observe from a distance.
Top floor office. Huan hurriedly walked in and said with his head lowered, "The Sihai Group has mobilized completely." The security guards were
intimidated. Kong Ping broke down. The Public Security Bureau sent people to arrest Kong Ping, and Lin Shua has already entered.
The official entrance has begun. Qinglong was still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, sighing softly. "What do you think should be done?"
"I think you don't need to meet him," Huan said.
Qinglong Group has been operating in Xiqing for many years and has long become a dominant force.
As the chairman, Qinglong holds an extremely high status. Meeting Lin Shua would be tantamount to lowering himself.
You're absolutely right. What is my status, and what is Lin Shua's status? He lacks self-awareness, so let him wake up to reality. Qinglong nodded and said. But what if? Huan felt uneasy, having witnessed everything that had just happened, and voiced his concern.
Qinglong suddenly turned his head, his gaze still sharp, and said sternly, "There is no what if.
Do you think I would fall at the hands of some insignificant young man?"
He rose from obscurity and had already become a big shot in the provincial capital.
Coming to Creek City, he naturally looked down on everything. How could he possibly take seriously a young man who was once toyed with in the palm of his hand and now reduced to a convict? Coming to seek the truth? To take revenge on him? Utterly ridiculous. Considering Lin Shua as an opponent was already giving him too much credit.
Of course not. Huan quickly lowered his head, his tone respectful. Then we'll proceed as planned.
He turned to leave.
Go personally to oversee it and give the people below some confidence, Qinglong instructed. Huan sighed inwardly at the old fox and hurried out the door.
Someone is here.
A middle-aged man with a round belly walked quickly over. He was not tall, with sparse hair, and along the way, staff members bowed their heads in greeting, calling out, "President Tao." Usually, Tao Fun would casually nod, showcasing his demeanor as the vice president of Qinglong Group. However, at this moment, he was walking hurriedly, flustered and disoriented. When he saw the young man approaching at a leisurely pace, he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, slowed his steps slightly, and tried his best to approach without appearing too awkward. "My name is Tao Fun, and I am the executive vice president of Qinglong Group. I have the authority to receive all visiting guests." He took a deep breath and proactively extended his hand. Normally, he would wait for the other party to take the initiative, but today he dared not act presumptuously. "Lead the way." Lin Shua nodded slightly, without extending his hand. Tao Fun swallowed hard and said with a forced smile, I'm not taking you to meet the chairman. I am representing the group to handle this matter. Please, Mr. Lin, proceed to the meeting room next door for discussions." Lin Shua looked at him and coldly asked, "You know who I am, right?" Tao Fun nodded. As a senior executive of the company, Lin Shua's information was naturally accessible to him.
Li Sihai had just used his actions to tell everyone that Sihai Group was Lin Shua's backing. You know why I'm here, right? Lin Shua asked again.
Why yes.
I know.
Tao Fan's forehead began to sweat again, bearing an undue amount of pressure.
Since you already know, why do you still claim to handle this matter?
Lin Shua glanced around, looked at him again, and asked with a smile, are you not afraid of death?
Boom.
Tao Fan felt his scalp tingle and took 2 steps back. The young man behind him reached out to steady his back. When their eyes met, Tao Fan finally calmed his nerves and said somewhat unwillingly, Mr. Lin, your attitude is a bit excessive.
Being overly impulsive is not a good trait for young people.
Lin Shua stood with his hands behind his back. If you're not impulsive, can you still be called young? He appeared expressionless on the surface, but Zhang Li had noticed that he was clearly impatient. I've got a rough understanding of the grievances between you and Qinglong Group, Tao Fan said firmly, taking a deep breath.
I believe everything can be negotiated.
I agree with you that it can be negotiated, Lin Shua nodded slightly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here at this moment.
Tao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, since you approve, please move to the conference room.
I will show the utmost sincerity and do my best to solve your problem. Standing behind him, Huan sneered at the sight. He had always looked down on Lin Shua, and now his disdain grew even stronger. Unable to hold back, he said, Lin Shua, you came in full force, even Li Sihai is wielding a knife for you. For a reformed through labor convict to have such cards up his sleeve, I must say, that's impressive. Lin Shua showed no intention of speaking, he patiently waited for what would come next.
But compared to Qinglong Group, it's still not enough.
Huan spoke in a deep voice, his tone exuding an aura of fearless determination. Lin Shua smiled faintly, his expression calm and composed, as if none of this had anything to do with him.
If you keep making a scene, it won't do you any good. So, head to the conference room.
Let's close the door and talk. Huan's voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings.
Lin Shua looked in the direction Huan pointed. It was a closed conference room with the curtains tightly drawn. Shadows flickered inside, clearly waiting for him.
The Qinglong Group is truly brimming with confidence, actually thinking they could use these people to threaten him. Zhang Li stepped forward, let out a cold laugh, and said bluntly, arrogant and ignorant, you are truly courting death.
Courting death? Huan sneered disdainfully, how so? Speaking to Master Lin in such a tone is utterly laughable.
It seems you haven't uncovered anything these past few days. Zhang Li's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept toward Tao Fan, his tone severe, Deputy General Tao, if you want to live, lead the way now, if you want to die, keep blocking us. Tao Fan's face turned red, filled with fear, yet he had no choice but to brace himself and face Lin Shua under Huan's pressure.
Stop pretending to be mysterious.
Huan sneered, his eyes flashing with contempt. The power you possess is utterly insignificant in front of Qinglong Group. We've already investigated your recent actions, you can't scare us.
That's right.
Tao Fan nodded and shouted at Lin Shua, once you enter the conference room, I believe you'll understand that negotiating with Qinglong Group is your only way out.
Qinglong, it's in this building, isn't it?
Lin Shua asked abruptly. Tao Fan glanced at Huan, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, he is here, but you won't be able to meet the chairman. I said we could talk, but it's with Qinglong.
You are not qualified.
Lin Shua stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze like that of a leopard, fixed on Tao Fan. Since you ignored Zhang Li's warning, don't beg for mercy when you're dealt with later. Tao Fan was scared out of his wits, on the verge of tears, while Huan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, his previously confident expression beginning to waver. I am not a gentle person, and my patience is running thin.
Lin Shua paused, then pointed to the meeting room. Have the people inside come out to see me and give you all some clarity. Stop pretending.
Huan sneered, filled with contempt. Tao Fan hesitated for a moment and finally said, the procedures are almost done, so letting them come out to meet you is fine.
Huan nodded in agreement, feeling secretly pleased. Clap, clap, clap.
Tao Fan clapped his hands and called toward the meeting room, come out.
Everyone curiously looked toward the meeting room, wanting to see what secrets the seemingly ordinary room might hold.
Lin Shua also felt a trace of anticipation in his heart. Creak. The meeting room door opened, and 2 figures walked out. It was Xin Shizhi and Su Wuliang. These 2 were minor players from a subsidiary of Qinglong Group, the company that had forcibly seized and occupied Lin Shua's ancestral home. Lin Shua saw them, his brows slightly furrowed, and he thought to himself, this is unusual.
Xin Shizhi and Su Wuliang noticed Lin Shua's reaction. A teasing smile appeared on their faces as they walked over with confident strides. Lin Shua, surprised, aren't you?
Shin Shirji said smugly.
Didn't expect us to show up here, did you?
According to your plan, we should be locked up and awaiting trial, Su Wuliang said with an increasingly smug smile, his tone full of provocation. Zhang Li looked stunned. How could these two be released? Many employees of Qinglong Group were whispering and discussing.
It's Vice President Su.
And his brother-in-law, a branch company's general manager.
Didn't they say these two were arrested? Personnel has already reassigned people to take over their positions.
I heard it was this kid who came to our group to stir up trouble and reported them, which led to their arrest. Our group is incredible, even people who were arrested can be rescued and openly appear in front of the whistleblower.
This kid is probably going to be furious. Wrong, if I were him, I would be scared right now.
The crowd was abuzz with discussion, the atmosphere tense and confrontational.
Your expression right now is quite laughable,
Shin Shirji sneered. Not only have we been released, but we will soon be reinstated to our positions. When that happens, the first thing we'll do is reclaim all the demolished houses. Su Wuliang continued to provoke. If you have the guts, make another call to have us arrested.
Huan looked at Lin Shua, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Shua, now do you understand the power of the Qinglong Group?
You're just a petty ex-convict, you can't afford to mess with us.
Now do you see who the real frog in the well is? Burning with anger, he turned to Zhang Li and questioned, who exactly is arrogant and ignorant? Who is truly laughable?
Zhang Li froze in place, momentarily at a loss for words.
Tao Fan felt secretly pleased, but his tone appeared exceptionally serious.
Qinglong Group is not someone you can mess with. Be wise, take your men, take the people from Sihai Group, and get lost immediately. On the surface, it seemed like persuasion, but in reality, it was a harsh humiliation.
No, it's already too late. Huan refused to let it go, pointing at the ground and coldly saying,
now you must kneel down and shout, Chairman, I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked Qinglong Group, before you can leave. Tao Fan nodded in agreement, fueling the arrogance. Lin Shua, you need to understand, we can rescue people, but we can also send them in.
Master Lin, how should we handle this? Zhang Li asked in a low voice.
Since the matter is strange, make a call and have someone come over, Lin Shua said coldly, his fingers lightly pinching as his gaze grew increasingly serious, anger accumulating in his heart. This was something he had personally instructed the Northern King to handle, yet such a situation had occurred right under his nose, utterly audacious. You think this can intimidate Master Lin, but little do you know, you're digging graves for those who helped you. Zhang Li shook his head inside.
Everyone. These words are a bit too heavy. Huan, as if struck by lightning, shouted excitedly, who are you trying to scare? This is the chairman's network. Do you know who's behind the chairman? How dare you act so recklessly here? Well, it's fine.
Pulling out the radish brings out the mud, the murkiness of Creek City ultimately needs to be cleaned up. Lin Shua coldly glanced at Su Wuliang and Shin Shirji, and said indifferently, tell the other party, I'll give them only 10 minutes. If they can't make it, no need to worry, they can head straight on their way. Zhang Li nodded and quickly picked up the communicator to make a call. Arrive within 10 minutes, or hit the road directly. These domineering words left the people of Qinglong Group looking at each other in dismay, especially Shin Shirji and Su Wuliang, who felt a surge of panic in their hearts. But they had nowhere to escape.
At the main entrance, Li Sihai's men still stood with knives in hand, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Time passed second by second, everyone's nerves were taut, even their breathing became cautious. 8 minutes. A commotion came from the building's entrance. Let us in. Many people shouted anxiously, their voices filled with urgency. Li Sihai, who was blocking the doorway, was under immense pressure, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Those trying to force their way in were all individuals he had once looked up to. Yet he still did not allow his subordinates to let them pass. Get out of the way.
It's almost 10 minutes. We demand to see Mr. Lin, move aside. These people were extremely anxious, each announcing their names, all of them prominent figures.
Let them in. Zhang Li gave the order.
Li Sihai hurriedly allowed passage. The crowd, disregarding everything else, rushed up the stairs. Several people fell in their panic, their knees hitting the steps hard, but they endured the pain and still limped their way up to the second floor. Lin Shua watched them, his expression calm as usual. This group of people quickly adjusted their breathing, striving to appear composed. Then they bent over, cupped their hands in salute, and stood in 2 rows, resembling schoolchildren who had done something wrong. Everyone from the Qinglong Group was utterly stunned. These people were all prominent figures in the city. Huan quietly stepped back, planning to escape. Tao Fan also wanted to slip away, but his current position made him far too conspicuous.
Su Wuliang and Shin Shirji were almost in tears, utterly despairing in their hearts.
You don't need to introduce yourselves, I don't need to know who you are. Lin Shuo raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Once it was quiet, he pointed at Su Wuliang and Xin Shizhi. These two were captured on my orders. Now, they have appeared before me once again. They even boasted that I could call the police to arrest them again if I had the guts. Someone even told me that this is Qinglong's network of connections. Lin Shuo's words exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The man standing in the middle of the first row reluctantly took a step forward and hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, I have an explanation. For this matter. The order to release them came from the provincial capital, as certain means were used to conceal the truth. No need to say more. Lin Shuo waved his hand again and said coldly, since you all rushed here in a panic, it shows that none of you are innocent. Let's all have tea and confess together. At this moment, 9 minutes had already passed. As soon as the words were spoken, several armed soldiers quickly appeared and took all these people away with real guns and ammunition. Su Wuliang and Xin Shizhi were utterly hopeless, while Taofan trembled all over. Although he said nothing, his expression and actions conveyed one sentence: how did it come to this? What have I done to deserve such a manner of arrest? The entire process took only 1 minute, precisely 10 minutes in total. Those who were meant to come and those who weren't had already set off. Finally, someone approached Lin Shuo and said in a low voice, regarding this mistake, the king of Jinbei will personally come to admit his guilt in the coming days. Lin Shuo nodded. A mistake is a mistake, right is right. Punish what should be punished, reward what should be rewarded. He slightly raised his head and said, I am tired. For this flight of stairs, trouble Qinglong to come and see me. At this moment, Huan, relying on his decent stamina, forcibly ran up to the rooftop via the emergency stairs. Without pausing to catch his breath, he burst in with a loud bang. Qinglong turned around displeased. Seeing Huan panting and about to speak, he waved his hand slightly and preemptively said, Why so rash? Has the sky fallen? Huan shook his head. Since there isn't, then don't panic. Qinglong frowned slightly and said earnestly, Only by staying calm can things be accomplished. Huan nodded to show he understood. Lin Shuo. He spoke. Don't say anything yet, I want some tea. Qinglong pointed to the tea set nearby and said indifferently, Make me a cup of tea. Huan glared, sighed helplessly, and had no choice but to go make tea. If it weren't for the second young master's insistence that he must gain Qinglong's full approval before returning to the provincial capital, he wouldn't bother serving this old geezer. For now, he still had to keep up the act. Holding a small teacup, Qinglong slightly narrowed his eyes, savoring the aroma of the tea. With his current status, money held little significance. After struggling for most of his life, enjoyment was now his top priority. As he grew older, he had no extra hobbies, nothing more than drinking tea and tending to flowers. No wonder you're someone the second young master values. Your tea-making skills rank among the top 3 of all the people I know. Qinglong praised with a sigh, then asked, You were about to mention Lin Shuo just now, right? Huan nodded. Qinglong toyed with the teacup and said to himself, Don't say anything yet, let me guess. That kid Lin Shuo must have been quite surprised to see Su Wuliang and Xin Shizhi, right? Yes. Huan spoke, but before he could finish, Qinglong added, Then, he should also be aware of the power I possess. I understand. Huan replied sullenly. He's not bad. Back then, I toyed with him in the palm of my hand. Now, he does have some skills, but his attempt at revenge, his ideas and methods, are still a bit too immature. Qinglong shook his head and sighed. I don't even need to step in to intimidate him. For young people, learning a lesson isn't necessarily a bad thing for the future. You might have to come in person. Huan said. No need. If I handle it personally, it would be giving that kid too much credit. Qinglong waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Teach him a lesson for me and get rid of him casually. Huan shook his head. That's too difficult. I can't do it. Can't do it? Qinglong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he asked, Could it be that kid is still stubborn and hasn't realized the vast difference in strength between us? After speaking, the tea in his hand had cooled to the perfect temperature, just right to drink. He squinted his eyes, showing an expression of enjoyment. Lin Shuo made one phone call, and everyone working to assist you rushed over. I personally saw those people so panicked that they stumbled while running, all just to make it to Lin Shuo within 10 minutes. Huan said. Qinglong suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze clearly saying, Are you kidding me? Do you know how many connections I've worked on? I saw it with my own eyes, it was everyone. With the second young master's help, you've built up quite a network over the years, but now, it's all been destroyed in an instant. As for Xin Shizhi, Su Wuliang, and Taofan, whom you sent over, they've all been captured. This time, I'm afraid no one can help you maneuver things. Huan, fearing another interruption, quickly finished his words and added with lingering enthusiasm, "Chairman, perhaps you haven't realized the gap yet." Poof! Xinglong opened his mouth to speak but accidentally sprayed out the tea he hadn't had time to swallow.
How could he have such great ability? Xinglong was stunned.
It's not clear for now, but the communicator he used to make the call is quite peculiar. Huan paused and said seriously, "I suspect the mysterious figure has accessed our company's information, which should be related to Lin Shua."
Are you saying that's the mysterious figure's communicator? Xinglong asked in realization.
These are all speculations, but no matter what, you should go see him.
Huan reminded. Xinglong had just taken a step when he suddenly froze and asked, "Didn't he come up?"
Huan took out his phone, speaking hurriedly, "I climbed up the emergency stairs. Just as I reached the office door, someone messaged me saying that Lin Shua got tired on the second floor and wants you to go down to meet him personally."
Damn it!
Xinglong cursed inwardly, maintaining a calm exterior, but his heart was already in turmoil. He had intended to personally go up to meet Lin Shua, but now he was forced to go down instead. This was clearly a threat using energy obsession, and he couldn't help but feel displeased. This feeling was eerily familiar. He had tried to showcase his strength by rescuing Su Woliang and Xin Shizhi, only to be completely thwarted by a single phone call from Lin Shua. Now, he had no choice but to obediently go down. Huan, standing across from him, had just been sprayed with tea all over his face. With a hint of retaliation, he asked, "Chairman, since you didn't get to enjoy your tea, shall I brew you another cup so you can take your time considering the matter of going down?" "Drink my ass." Xinglong snapped back to his senses and hurriedly walked out.
"I'll press the elevator." Huan followed closely behind.
While waiting for the elevator, Xinglong's face was as dark as it could get, his chest filled with pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. Ever since he came to Xiqing, the Qinglong group had grown and thrived.
As the
chairman, he had always been leisurely sitting in his office, sipping tea, and waiting for visitors to come to him. When in a bad mood, he would even deliberately make things difficult, leaving visitors to wait outside. But this time, not meeting Lin Shua was truly a taste of his own medicine. Not only could he not enjoy tea leisurely in his office, but he also had to take the initiative to go to the second floor to meet Lin Shua.
Ding! The elevator doors opened.
Xinglong hurriedly stepped inside but hesitated for a moment when pressing the floor button. The internal elevator had buttons for the first to third floors, but after a brief moment of thought, he ultimately chose the third floor.
"Why is that?" Huan asked in confusion.
Clearly, they could go directly to the second floor, so why did the chairman choose to take the stairs from the third floor?
"This is about showing respect." Xinglong paused, gritted his teeth, and said, "It's not wise to further provoke Lin Shua right now. Escalating the conflict won't benefit us." To put it bluntly, he was just pretending to be submissive. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the third floor, and the staff on the floor turned their attention. When Xinglong and Huan
stepped out of the elevator, many people showed surprised expressions, followed by a buzz of discussion.
Everyone was in disbelief. The chairman has really come.
Strangely, even though there is an elevator that goes directly to the second floor, why did the chairman choose to walk down the stairs step by step? Occasionally, Xinglong would inspect the building, and his appearance always attracted significant attention. However, today, Xinglong clearly felt somewhat uneasy. After all, he was a business tycoon who single-handedly built the Qinglong group. His demeanor remained composed, at least he didn't panic like a headless fly. Step by step, he descended the stairs, approached Lin Shua, adjusted his clothes in his mind, coughed lightly, and said, "I am Xinglong, the chairman of Qinglong Group."
"Mr. Lin, it seems this is our first meeting."
Lin Shua was sitting in an office chair, holding a project proposal in his hand, fully engrossed, without paying any attention. Zhang Li, understanding the situation, came to Qinglong's side and said, "You should be well aware of the purpose of Lin Zhu's visit. Explain the matter regarding the voluntary transfer of the old residence agreement."
Xinglong's sharp eyes noticed that what Lin Shua was holding was the proposal for the urban village renovation project. As the
chairman, he naturally knew this was one of Qinglong Group's rare major projects in recent years and understood the risks involved. "If it's not explained clearly, we can't proceed any further," Zhang Li added. That was a misunderstanding, I can explain." Xinglong steadied his mind and said, "I don't know the specifics very well, but I have a general idea."
Zhang Li sneered.
Xinglong had always considered himself composed, able to remain calm in any situation, but at this moment, he had to admit he was somewhat flustered. Previously, he had regarded Lin Shua as a minor figure, someone he could dismiss casually, even deeming it unnecessary to meet him in person. Now, however, he had no choice but to gather his thoughts and respond cautiously. At the time, when the company staff were advancing the project, they discovered that your parents were trying to get you out of prison. Coincidentally, Qinglong Group had certain connections, so we thought of acting as a bridge, but ultimately, it failed, Qinglong said.
Zhang Li cursed inwardly, thinking this guy's lies were an insult to everyone's intelligence.
Lin Shuo was also affected by these words. He raised his head to scrutinize this dignified old man and said, "You're right, this is our first meeting. Meeting you wasn't easy, it felt like passing through 5 barriers and defeating 6 opponents."
Why yes.
Qinglong chuckled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond.
Or rather, no matter how he responded, the situation was quite awkward.
Of course, the most awkward one was naturally him.
I originally planned to come see you, but I was truly feeling a bit annoyed. Asking you to come down to see me, do you have any complaints? Lin Shuo asked. Qinglong. He cursed inwardly, thinking this was practically a death scene, with countless complaints he dared not voice. In that case, let's get straight to the point.
Lin Shuo said calmly, his voice as warm as sunlight, yet in Qinglong's ears, it was like a thunderous roar, shaking him to his core.
Why yes, okay. Qinglong nodded, took a deep breath, and finally said with determination, in this matter, the Qinglong Group indeed has some faults, and I am willing to take responsibility.
However, Mr. Lin, you must understand that my current status is not one to be trifled with, and I certainly don't want to be treated with hostility and disrespect, it's unbecoming. Secondly, I come from the provincial capital. Mr. Lin's capabilities have astonished me, but those connections, if they can be destroyed, can naturally be rebuilt. Such confidence stems from the fact that I have someone backing me. His words were no longer reserved, almost explicitly stating his powerful background. There's no need to reveal the background. Lin Shuo lightly tapped the proposal with his finger, showing a contemplative expression. You just mentioned that someone tried to mediate but ultimately failed.
Who was this person, and how did they fail? This. Qinglong hesitated to speak.
My parents sacrificed their wealth to save me, but in the end, they lost both their lives and their fortune. I will never let this debt go unsettled. A chill emanated from Lin Shuo's gaze, as if it could freeze a person solid. Qinglong remained silent for a long time before finally stepping slightly aside, revealing the person behind him. His voice trembled. It was him, my chief secretary Huan.
He secretly used my connections, which led to this incident. Huan was dumbfounded, feeling helpless.
Qinglong had betrayed him to protect himself.
It was you?
Lin Shuo turned to Huan, his gaze sharp as a blade. You are not acting out of kindness.
Huan lowered his head and said helplessly, It's me. Go ahead, speak.
Lin Shuo took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly, as if brewing a storm.
I have nothing much to say.
At the time, I misjudged the influence of my connections, which led to failure.
Besides, the money was spent, what else could I do?
Huan confessed, his tone filled with helplessness.
I wasn't being kind, really.
It was my parents who saw your parents' plight on the news and told me to help. Parents' hearts are always full of compassion.
Lin Shuo sighed, thinking to himself that this was truly a joke. Isn't that the truth? No matter what, I ultimately gave your parents hope. If anything, you should be thanking me.
Huan grew more confident as he spoke, as if he truly believed he was a good person.
All right, in that case, I really should thank you.
Lin Shuo opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Then, I'll send you to prison, contact your parents, give them hope, and in doing so, I won't owe you this favor anymore.
No. No way.
Huan panicked instantly, his face turning pale. These days, even villains act so self-righteously. This is wrong. Lin Shuo glanced around, his icy gaze landing on Qinglong in the end. I'll tell them that I deliberately tricked them, and saving anyone was never possible. Huan felt a chill run down his spine. The light of hope in the eyes of that poor elderly couple gradually faded, and he knew there was no way out for him. Qinglong also felt deeply troubled. Although he was dealing with Huan, Lin Shuo's gaze pierced him like a knife.
Qinglong, this man is your chief aide.
He used your connections to harm my parents.
In the end, it's up to you to clean up this mess.
Lin Shuo suddenly said.
Qinglong took a deep breath, feeling conflicted, but could only nod. I will handle this person properly.
Zhang Li silently indicated that he would supervise the entire process. Huan collapsed on the ground in despair. Qinglong sacrificed the car to save the commander. Even if this matter reached the second young
master, the outcome would inevitably be the same.
After all, he was merely a subordinate sent for training, far less important than Qinglong. After Huan was taken away, Lin Shuo weighed the project proposal in his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife, and coldly asked, Killing Kong Lady in framing. Zhang Lejia with a murder charge. Why is Qinglong Group going to such lengths to harm me?
And how can they be certain I would take the blame for Zhang Lejia?
Hiss. Qinglong took a sharp breath, his face suddenly changing. He hadn't expected Lin Shua's question to be so pointed, already investigating to such an extent. Chairman Chang, this matter is of great importance. I believe that apart from you, no one else in Qinglong Group could have done this, Lin Shua said in an undeniable tone.
This time, you won't find anyone to take the fall.
A seemingly casual remark, yet sharp and piercing, like a sword stabbing straight into Qinglong's heart. Qinglong snapped back to reality, realizing that the killing intent had already filled the air. His heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Just one sentence made Qinglong's heart race, his expression shifting unpredictably. However, young people are ultimately young people, while it seemed to exert immense pressure on him, it also startled the snake in the grass. By stating his purpose directly, he inadvertently gave Qinglong room to argue. I admit, Kong Lady's death was indeed the doing of Qinglong Group, but to say it was to harm you was rather far-fetched, Qinglong said in a low voice, a trace of unease evident in his tone. Lin Shua chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with mockery. Have you heard of a startled bird? Qinglong's pupils contracted sharply, the four-character idiom exploding in his mind. Actually, from beginning to end, I have no evidence to prove that Qinglong Group caused Kong Lady's death. After all, it happened so long ago, and even Kong Ping only heard about it. Whether it's true or not, I have no way to confirm. Lin Shua's tone was filled with sarcasm. However, Kong Lady's death and my imprisonment are absolutely directly connected. A resolute light flickered in his eyes as he continued, in your panic, you tried to cover it up, attempting to sever the link between Kong Lady's death and my imprisonment.
Chairman Shang, what do you think I should do with you?
Qinglong instinctively clenched his hand into a fist within his sleeve, his face full of tension and anger.
This was an experience he had never encountered before.
Facing a young man in his 20s, he actually felt as though his energy and spirit were being completely suppressed, as if he had to muster all his focus to resist.
Moreover, this feeling was being further crushed.
Lin Shua's few words instantly dismantled the mental defenses he had built. He felt himself collapsing, his heart like a startled bird. Should he flee or beg for mercy?
We're meeting for the first time.
I don't believe that myself from 5 years ago was qualified enough to make the esteemed chairman of
Qinglong Group go to such lengths to scheme against me.
Lin Shua chuckled self-deprecatingly and sighed.
All I want right now is the truth. How could there be such a young man in the world?
Qinglong looked at him, filled with emotion. From having nothing to his current status, he considered his life a series of calculated moves, his past experiences worthy of being
written into an autobiography for future generations.
Yet, facing Lin Shua, he felt as though his years had been lived in vain, like a dog's life.
Perhaps, it wasn't just an illusion. It was me.
Qinglong lowered his head, as if surrendering all resistance, and said softly, at the time, Qinglong Group, as the leading real estate company in Xiqing, had secured the urban village redevelopment project. Your parents were obstacles. To deal with them, we resorted to such measures. You don't need to doubt it, I have the connections, and Qinglong Group has the capability to orchestrate all of this, he continued, a sly glint flashing in his eyes.
Lin Shua, even if I admit it, what can you do?
As he said this, he slowly raised his head and seriously asked back, his attitude revealing a hint of disdain. 5 years ago, I toyed with you in the palm of my hand, and you went to prison without even realizing it.
Qinglong's tone gradually
hardened. Now you've come back strong, I admit, your power exceeds my expectations, and you are qualified to know the truth.
Do you think I am only worthy of knowing the truth, incapable of doing anything else?
Lin Shua retorted, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Qinglong. Hitting the mark, Qinglong felt uncomfortable. He preferred to feign civility, speaking half-truths and leaving things unsaid.
Yes.
Qinglong took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, and said with an air of seriousness, I give you this truth and can make some amends, but only because you now have the qualifications to make me do so. If you were the mastermind, I would simply destroy the Qinglong Group, utterly ruin you, and avenging myself would be easy.
Lin Shua said,
rubbing his temples with his fingers, and added irritably, unfortunately, you're not.
At best, you're just a tool in someone else's hands. Qinglong was shocked, his face instantly turning pale.
What nonsense are you spouting? He shouted sharply, his heart filled with unease. You have 2 sons, 1 grandson, and 2 granddaughters. You don't seem to favor boys over girls and care for them all deeply.
Moreover, you've purchased a significant amount of property
overseas, ensuring that even if something happens to you, your descendants can enjoy wealth and prosperity for generations.
Lin Shua's voice was like thunder, striking Qinglong's heart.
As Lin Shua spoke, he lowered his finger from his temple and placed it on the project proposal, tapping lightly. Your schemes are quite secretive, but starting 5 years ago, they suddenly became much more intense, inevitably leaving traces behind. Upon hearing this, Qinglong's face turned as pale as paper, and a wave of panic surged in his heart. Every word Lin Shua uttered was like a sharp arrow piercing Qinglong's heart. Don't misunderstand. No matter how secretive you are, I can still uncover the truth. His gaze remained unchanged, yet it sent chills down Qinglong's spine. Jesse Lai's words further deepened his unease. I can uncover it. How much effort would it take for you to destroy all of this? Qinglong's heart tightened, fearing it would take no effort at all. On the surface, you seem like a loner. What exactly are you afraid of? Lin Shua asked coldly. Qinglong's tense spine slowly bent, the inner struggle nearly suffocating him. I told you, I come from the provincial capital. Qinglong finally closed his eyes and spoke with difficulty. Lin Shua appeared calm on the surface, but waves surged within him as he finally touched upon the truth. There's someone behind me, the second young master of the Jin family's direct line in the provincial capital, the second in line to inherit. The Jin family is an aristocratic family. Qinglong's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Do you know what an aristocratic family is? Qinglong suddenly opened his eyes and asked excitedly. In the eyes of aristocratic families, wealthy clans are nothing more than a group of upstarts. He answered his own question, seemingly justifying himself. Aristocratic families are passed down through generations, their lineage noble, incomparable to the wealthy clans that merely possess power and money. The Jin family is of noble lineage. I, Qinglong, consider myself a local powerhouse, but within the Jin family, I am nothing more than a vicious dog kept on a leash. He sighed inwardly, attempting to highlight the strength of the aristocratic family. Lin Shua naturally understood the difference between aristocratic families and wealthy clans. He was puzzled in his heart. He had once been just an ordinary high school student from a regular family. What virtue or ability did he possess to warrant the direct attention of a legitimate heir from such a family? To be honest, he felt utterly unworthy. Lin Shua, stop pursuing this matter. Let it end here. Qinglong quickly composed himself and spoke earnestly. This is the reality. Whether you accept it or not, it ends with me. You can't touch me either. If you do, it means you'll have to face the second young master directly. He concluded, his eyes flickering with unease. After hearing these words, Lin Shua showed a thoughtful expression and turned to Zhangli. You and him are alike. What do you think you lack compared to him? Lin Shua, how dare you humiliate me like this? Qinglong roared angrily. I have been yielding at every turn to avoid a fight to the death. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You've investigated my background, but I also have you completely under control. Your sister. Smack. Zhangli delivered a fierce slap across Qinglong's face, cutting off his threat. Qinglong covered his face, burning with anger and deeply regretting his actions. From the beginning, he hadn't taken Lin Shua seriously. Just now, he had taken the initiative to meet him, thinking he was giving Lin Shua enough respect. Only now did he realize that Lin Shua had never regarded him as an equal opponent. Bang! Zhangli's kick swept across Qinglong's knee, accompanied by a dull thud, causing Qinglong to kneel directly on the ground. The surrounding employees of Qinglong Group were all stunned. Do you think you have the right to threaten me? Lin Shua bent slightly, reached out to place his hand on Qinglong's shoulder, and patted lightly. No matter where a dog is kept, it can't escape its nature as a guard. Regardless of who comes, it always has to bark a few times. You? Qinglong glared angrily, the fury in his heart igniting like flames. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of insulting you, Lin Shua said calmly. Then let me get up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qinglong lost all face and flew into a rage. You offended me, stay kneeling, Lin Shua said mercilessly. Zhangli sneered, when you beat a dog, you should consider its master. Too bad your master isn't here. At this moment, he seemed to have gained the confidence to be arrogant, while Qinglong was already powerless to resist. What more do you want? Qinglong asked bitterly, the repeated humiliation in his heart making him feel utterly embarrassed. I'm very disappointed. From you, I've only learned half the truth, Lin Shua sighed and said, but fortunately, you've given me a clue. Once I deal with you, that Jin Ershao will come to see me. You? Qinglong's face showed unwillingness, and his heart was in a panic. Fool, stop being unconvinced. Have you ever thought about why, 5 years ago, the so-called noble Jin Ershao went to such lengths? To target Master Lin? Zhangli paused, then said proudly, do you really think Master Lin comes from an ordinary background? This. Qinglong was stunned, lowering his head with a thoughtful expression. Indeed, this was very unusual and strange. Xinglong also began to reflect, not to mention Jean Ershao, even he felt that dealing with Lin Shua was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You acted under someone's orders, guilty but not to the extent of implicating your family. Therefore, before my parents' death anniversary, I will use reasonable and legal means. To bring down Xinglong Group, Lin Shua pressed his shoulder and said calmly, you can struggle with all your might, and you can even seek help from the provincial capital.
Are you serious?
Xinglong's eyes flickered, and his heart surged with turbulent emotions. I hope that young Master Jean values you enough, otherwise, it would be too dull, Lin Shua said, shaking his head, his tone carrying a fearless determination.
After a long while, Xinglong gritted his teeth and said, are you forcing me to join forces with the Wei family?
Lin Shua smiled, patted his shoulder, and said in a relaxed yet authoritative tone, it doesn't matter. You can go ahead and use your so-called connections to unite with the Wei family, the Wang family, or other prominent clans to oppose me. Restoring Xiqing cannot rely solely on his efforts. Everyone must take action to steer the course in this struggle. Xinglong was left speechless, his heart a mix of emotions.
He didn't know whether to call Lin Shua arrogant and ignorant or accuse him of underestimating both him and the Wei family. In the end, he chose silence to avoid further humiliation.
One last small matter. By Construction and Shenglong Group are about to sign an order. Lin Shua leaned in completely, his gaze level as he asked, can you make it easier for me? Xinglong cursed inwardly, thinking, I'm already kneeling and can't even get up, do you think I dare not make it easier for you? For this order, I hope By Construction gets the maximum possible concessions. Lin Shua's tone remained gentle, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. Xinglong wanted to refuse but didn't dare to speak, choosing silence instead. The humiliation in his heart surged like a tide. I have one request, this deal can only be signed with Bai Serong. She is my girlfriend and also the daughter of Bai Shu, who originally signed the contract with Xinglong Group. Lin Shua's tone was gentle, yet it filled Xinglong with immense anger. I hope you can agree. Xinglong felt utterly stifled. He could swear to the heavens that in all these decades, he had never experienced such humiliation. Lin Shua, do you really think victory is in your grasp? Don't think that just because you've got a hold on my family, you can humiliate me without restraint. If you push me too far, it won't end well for you. He growled, his voice tinged with helplessness and fury. Lin Shua smiled, gently patting the old face that was half angry and half astonished, and sneered, 5 years ago, you toyed with me in the palm of your hand. I bet you never imagined that one day you'd end up like this. Xinglong's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that he had set a trap long ago? Compared to 5 years ago when I was naive and ignorant, now I've given you the chance to face death and struggle directly. You should thank me for that. After Lin Shua finished speaking, he withdrew his hand, and Zhang Li immediately took out a wet tissue, casually wiping his fingers. Xinglong lowered his head deeply. This was not mercy, but torment. The fear of the unknown is instinctive, but what's even more terrifying is knowing that death lies ahead, and no matter how much you struggle, it cannot be avoided. This is enough to make someone collapse before death even arrives. In the nearly 1 month leading up to the anniversary of Lin Shua's parents' death, he is likely to have a hard time. Answer me, Lin Shua shouted, his voice like thunder. I'll make it convenient, Xinglong said softly, feeling particularly humiliated. I will personally instruct the marketing department to offer the greatest concessions, even signing orders at a loss. Saying these words, he felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. I agree to your request, Xinglong said, bowing his head, secretly vowing to repay today's humiliation to Lin Shua 100-fold. Xinglong finally stood up. He had long mastered the ability to endure humiliation, believing that things should be done thoroughly. Sending Lin Shua off would make it perfect. As they reached the first floor, Lin Shua noticed Shi Yaoyao's departing figure and casually asked, what was she here for? Xinglong didn't know and quickly summoned the relevant personnel. She is a designer. Although she's a newcomer, she has skill. We plan to work with her long-term this time, the head of the design department said cautiously, tactfully presenting the design draft brought by Shi Yaoyao. With just one glance, Lin Shua immediately recognized that the design draft, whether in composition or the strokes of the lines, was undoubtedly the work of Bai Serong. He was secretly astonished. Got it. Lin Shua did not immediately make a fuss, giving no clear response, and then walked out of Qinglong Tower. Watching Lin Shua walk away, Qinglong's expression had already turned extremely grim. The subordinate next to him cautiously asked, Chairman, what should we do? Block the news. Destroy all videos, audio recordings, and photos. Have everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. Qinglong's voice was deep, his gaze sharp like an eagle's, exuding authority. Deal with Huan next.
Then contact the Wei family.
Finally, prepare the order with Bai's construction and choose a day to visit Bai Surong to discuss the order details. Qinglong finished speaking, stepped into the elevator, and began calculating silently in his heart. Lin Shuo did not let Zhongli continue accompanying him. He boarded the bus on his own, his heart churning like turbulent waves, as the situation ahead grew increasingly unpredictable. Zhongli stood by the roadside, and Li Sihai approached, asking, "Is it resolved? More or less?" Zhongli nodded and briefly explained, "This is forcing Qinglong to contact the Wei family." Li Sihai frowned and said, "He wants to use Qinglong Group to find out if there are still any members of the Wei family involved.
Anyone with a guilty conscience definitely won't refuse to cooperate with Qinglong,"
Zhongli said meaningfully. Li Sihai gasped and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiqing is about to change." Zhongli sighed, "This thigh is getting thicker and thicker, I feel like it's getting harder to hold on."
"Don't overthink it. Grabbing the benefits is the real deal," Li Sihai said nonchalantly.
"People like us only get the chance to show our faces in front of someone like Lin Shuo because a dragon is stranded in shallow waters."
Zhongli came to his senses, realizing Lin Shuo's true identity, and said softly, "You're absolutely right. Everyone understands the principles, but how many can truly act according to them?"
The human heart is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. 2 days later, Lin Shuo returned from Lingyue Mountain, coinciding with Lin Rower also coming back home from outside, her face full of exhaustion and worry. "Work not going well?" he asked curiously. Lin Rower nodded. "A weight loss drug recently developed by the company has encountered issues. It seems to have been stolen by a rival company, which managed to develop it ahead of us." Just as Lin Shuo was about to speak, Lin Rower shook her head. "Forget it, why am I even telling you this?
You can't really help anyway." Then, she noticed the dirt on the knees of Lin Shuo's pants, her expression slightly stiffening. "Did you go to Lingyue Mountain to visit mom and dad again?"
Lin Shuo nodded. "I dealt with the person who previously caused mom and dad to transfer the old house to Qinglong Group for free. I went to tell them, so they can find some comfort in the afterlife."
Lin Rower frowned and asked, "Brother, why didn't you tell me? You are already very busy with work every day, there's no need to bother with such small matters."
Lin Shuo paused and said with a smile, "Wait until mom and dad's Memorial Day, you'll have plenty to keep you occupied."
"Alright, I am indeed very busy.
If something goes wrong with the company, I might have to look for a new job, and that's the most pressing issue," Lin Rower sighed. "As a researcher, it may seem glamorous, but in reality, finding a job is not easy, especially one that matches your specialization, which is even more challenging. If you don't want to work, your brother can take care of you," Lin Shuo said, pouring her a glass of water. Lin Rower gulped down the drink in one go, wiped her mouth, and said, "How are you going to support me?"
"Brother, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it like that."
Lin Shuo smiled, picked up some paper and a pen, and quickly filled the page with writing. Lin Rower curiously leaned over to look and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a prescription. These medicinal herbs are quite common, though a few seem unfamiliar.
To be precise, it's a formula.
It's called Platinum Pill Grade 1, primarily effective in lowering blood lipids. I've made some modifications, so its main effects are now fat reduction and weight loss, while still retaining its blood lipid lowering properties," Lin Shuo explained seriously.
"Take this to your company. Once the formula is verified, it can be mass-produced. But don't foolishly hand it over directly, this formula is highly valuable.
Make sure to negotiate terms with your company's boss." Lin Rower stared blankly at the paper in her hand, speechless.
"Brother, if you really want to support me, at least go find a job. Doing this only makes me more determined to find work myself."
Lin Shuo shook his head. "Work is out of the question.
I've been busy investigating some people and matters recently, and I need to handle them properly.
Plus, being with Surong, you know the situation with the Bai family, so work will have to be postponed for now. Besides, his workplace is at the border, and he doesn't feel like returning to work anytime soon."
"Alright then."
Lin Rower reluctantly stuffed the piece of paper with the formula into her pocket and said, "Brother, you just focus on dating Sister Bai. I'll find a good job and work hard to support the family. The formula I gave you, if you negotiate well with the boss, getting shares worth tens of millions shouldn't be a problem. At the very least, it will secure your current job and even get you a promotion and a raise," Lin Shuo said.
This is also one of the reasons he brought out the formula.
Lin Rower is his only family, the one he worries about the most.
In the
future, when he heads to the battlefield, he won't be able to return often, so before he leaves, Lin Rower must be properly arranged for.
"Alright, I got it."
Lin Rower nodded absent-mindedly and earnestly advised, "After you get together with Sister Bai, don't be so careless with your words. Sister Bai might think you're not mature enough."
It's better to be grounded in life. Lin Shuo was speechless. He could tell that Lin Rower thought he was bragging. Watching Lin Rower walk toward the kitchen, he didn't chase after her to explain. He believed that Lin Rower would definitely verify the gold content of the grade 1 platinum pill herself. Facts speak louder than words and are far more convincing than explaining 100 times. After several verifications, the medical skills in his mind were like an invisible sharp sword, incomparable to anything mundane. When it came to detoxification, even the so-called divine doctors were helpless against the poison in Bai Surong's body, yet in his mind, there were at least 10 methods to easily neutralize it. Another 2 days passed, and Lin Shuo once again refused Ma Tingyun's request for a meeting. On one hand, he felt it was unnecessary, as the divine card was of little use. To him, on the other hand, Ma Tingyun had just topped the rich list, and his every move attracted attention. Coming to Xiqing would undoubtedly draw countless eyes. He brewed a few more doses of detoxification medicine, and this time, he specifically asked Lin Rower to bring some glass containers from the company, at least making the medicine look much more professional. It was mealtime, and Bai Surong lowered her head, silently eating her rice. It's been days, why hasn't my future brother-in-law made any moves? Bai Minner said discontentedly, tapping her plate with chopsticks. Sister, peel the shrimp for me. Bai Surong did not resist and silently reached out to peel the shrimp. She knew that resistance would only bring her greater humiliation and torment. Over the past 5 years, she had learned how to protect herself to the greatest extent possible. While eating the shrimp, Bai Minner smirked mischievously and said, "Let me tell you, Lin Shuo won't be able to secure the order. In fact, if he goes to Qinglong Group, he'll walk in upright and come out lying flat." Bai Surong suddenly raised her head, looking at her in shock. Zhang Shanfang was also startled and hurriedly asked, "Minner, your words are too frightening, aren't they?" "Everything I said is true, Mom. What are you worried about? If that guy gets killed by Qinglong Group, Grandpa won't blame us. This is a good thing for us." Bai Minner smiled brightly. Bai Shu nodded. "Minner makes sense. A convict with no capability at all is not worthy of being my son-in-law. It's a pity, though. It will probably be much harder for Suron to find another boyfriend." "Minner, what exactly is going on? Speak clearly," Bai Surong asked anxiously. "Don't rush," Bai Minner sneered disdainfully and said, "Lin Shuo probably didn't go to Qinglong Group, otherwise Kongping would have called me. That guy got lucky and became the deputy director of the marketing department, which just qualifies him to sign the contract. Think about it, if Lin Shuo went, how would Kongping treat him? Not to mention the grudge he has with the chairman of Qinglong Group. Lin Shuo knows his limits." Bai Surong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "But if he doesn't go to Qinglong Group and can't secure the contract, he won't be able to be with you," Bai Minner reminded, her face full of schadenfreude. "Yes, I won't agree." Zhang Shanfang nodded. Bai Shu hesitated slightly, but seeing Bai Minner's expression, he also nodded. A son-in-law who was a labor reform convict was nowhere near as important as the happiness of his precious youngest daughter. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Bai Surong got up to open the door. When she saw Lin Shuo, her gaze instantly softened, and she lowered her voice to say, "You're here. How about waiting for me downstairs? I'll come find you right away." "Why? Worried that I'll be troubled by your parents and by Minner?" Lin Shuo asked with a smile. Bai Surong hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Then don't worry, I'm here specifically to see them," Lin Shuo said as he stepped inside. Lin Shuo glanced at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table. Although it wasn't particularly lavish, the distribution was clearly unfair. Both meat dishes were placed in front of Bai Minner, while the shrimp shells in front of Bai Surong seemed disproportionately abundant. More shrimp shells don't mean they were eaten, it only shows that more were peeled. "Oh, are you here to beg for mercy?" Bai Minner saw him and a teasing smile curved at the corner of her mouth. Lin Shuo took off his coat, draped it over his arm, and asked back, "Where did you get that idea?" "Lin Shuo, what are you still pretending for? There's been no movement these past few days, you definitely didn't go to Qinglong Group." Bai Minner sneered coldly, "You might have forgotten your bold words from a few days ago about how effort makes things happen, but I haven't." "I went," Lin Shuo said without hesitation. Bai Surong walked over, took his coat, and put it away. "Who are you trying to fool? If you really went, how could Kongping not tell me?" Bai Minner shook her head, her tone firm. "How could you possibly appear here unscathed? Believe it or not." Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered to explain. He pulled out a chair and sat down, then pulled Bai Surong to sit as well. Turning to Zhang Shanfang, he said, "Auntie, I still miss the stuffed gluten from last time." Zhang Shanfang slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? Bai Minner sneered, stuffed gluten? Next time you come to our house, there won't even be plain water for you. Bai Shu coughed twice and said with a deliberately serious tone, Lin Shua, although Sarong is not easy to marry off, it's not like no one wants her. You said before that you'd prove yourself by going to Qinglong Group, but you haven't done it yet. If you keep acting so recklessly, we will never let Sarong marry you. Lin Shu shook his head, raised his finger, and smiled coldly. Considering how Sarong is treated at home, my attitude toward you has already been quite polite. You'd better watch yourselves. As these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, their astonishment evident, and anger surged within them, ready to burst out in curses. Lin Shua, say less. Bai Sarong quickly shot Lin Shua a meaningful look, then turned to Zhang Shanfang and the other two, apologetically, saying he might be starving, which is why he spoke without thinking. I'll go get an extra set of utensils. Let's eat first. Get what? The food in my house doesn't feed freeloaders. Zhang Shanfang immediately retorted, her voice booming like thunder. Last time, it was Lin Shua who sent second uncle and cousin away, Bai Sarong said softly, feeling secretly uneasy. You still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, how would we have offended second uncle's family? Grandpa hasn't spoken to me for days, and it's all your and Lin Shua's fault. Bai Minner shouted sharply. If you ask me, we should kick him out immediately and hand over sister's design draft to Grandpa. Maybe then Grandpa won't blame us and might even let Dad return to Bai's architecture. Minner is right. Lin Shua offended the old man and failed to secure the order for me. He really doesn't deserve to eat. Bai Shu nodded repeatedly, echoing her words. Although he was timid and lacked initiative, he was exceptionally skilled at kicking someone when they were down. Bai Sarong lowered her head in silence, her body trembling slightly, filled with helplessness and resentment. She knew that saying anything more would only make Lin Shua's situation at home even more difficult. Bear with it, she told herself. However, Lin Shua couldn't hold back and asked with a faint smile, I got the order, proved my capability, and now I qualify to sit here and eat? Bai Sarong raised her head. Although her face was covered by a veil, her pale complexion and eyes full of worry were still evident. She thought to herself how Lin Shua could bring up this matter voluntarily. It was truly self-inflicted humiliation. Well, honey, what do you think? Bai Shu feigned seriousness, casting his gaze toward Zhang Shanfang. Not only am I qualified, but I can also go to the kitchen right now and make stuffed gluten for you, Zhang Shanfang sneered. However, Minner already mentioned that you were so scared you didn't even go to Qinglong Group. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Sarong and mocked, I thought you might be fearless for Sarong's sake. Turns out, my daughter isn't that charming after all. Bai Sarong's delicate body trembled, and she felt secretly hurt in her heart. Finally, Zhang Shanfang crossed her arms and said mockingly, what a pity, you didn't even give me the chance to make stuffed gluten for you. My family is already miserable enough, we can't afford to be dragged down by you, Bai Shu added, his expression growing darker. Bai Minner raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Shua with utter disdain. I thought you were someone impressive, but it turns out you're such a coward. What a waste of my feelings and scheming. Bai Sarong quickly stepped forward and said, Mom, Dad, Minner, Lin Shua isn't stupid. Knowing that Qinglong Group has issues, how could he possibly go? Not going is the right decision. Rubbish. Zhang Shanfang slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, then why was he bragging earlier? I even made him a whole table of food, and he spat it all out. I promised not to mock him, not even once. Exactly. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job, Bai Shu said with a frustrated expression. I really thought he could secure the order. I wasted several days hoping for nothing. Bai Minner sneered, Dad, are you stupid? What does he even count as? He's just an ex-convict with some fighting skills. What does he have to compete with Qinglong Group? Don't mention Chairman Xing, even Kong Ping could make him kneel and beg for mercy, she chattered incessantly. I got it, Lin Shua responded coldly. Still bragging, huh? Is it fun? Bai Minner pointed at the plate full of shrimp shells and mocked, if you can get the order, I'll eat all of these. All right. Lin Shua directly dialed Qinglong's number. A few seconds after the call connected, he asked bluntly, Qinglong, is the order still not finalized? Everything is ready. The marketing department should have already contacted Bai's construction. Qinglong paused and said in a low voice, if you think it's necessary, I can handle it personally. Next time, make sure I don't have to call to ask. Lin Shua coldly reminded, then hung up the phone. He placed the phone on the table and said firmly, a few days ago, I went to Qinglong Group to handle some personal matters and secured the order along the way. For this order, Bai's construction can make any demands, and Qinglong Group will agree unconditionally.
Auntie, you can get up and go to the kitchen. Lin Shua leaned back slightly and instructed calmly. Last time, the stuffed gluten was a bit greasy.
Remember to improve it this time.
Then, he turned to Bai Minner, a provocative smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Bai Minner, you can perform eating shrimp shells now.
Everyone was stunned, and an eerie tension filled the air.
Zhang Shanfang and Bai Shu were dumbfounded, and Bai Minner's smile froze instantly. Bai Surong slightly opened her mouth, trying to process what Lin Shua had just said.
Handling personal matters while securing an order? Freely setting conditions? This sounds like bragging, and such boasting is easily debunked. Lin Shua, you really don't even draft your boasts, do you? Bai Minner snapped back to her senses, laughing uncontrollably as she teased. Was that call just now to the chairman of Qinglong Group?
It was him.
Lin Shua nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. If it were someone else, I might have believed it.
Bai Minner sneered, you were so rude to Chairman Qing just now. Next time, when handling matters, you'd better not make me call to inquire.
Those were your exact words, weren't they?
Bai Shu shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Even my dad has to bow and scrape in front of Chairman Cheng.
Lin Shua, I have to criticize you. Your acting is too exaggerated, and your boasting is completely unrealistic. Lin Shua waved his hand nonchalantly. I can't be polite to him. What gives you the right to order Chairman Cheng around? Bai Minner questioned disdainfully.
Not only can I order him, but within a month, I'll bring Qinglong Group to ruin. Lin Shua thought for a moment and added, if necessary, I can even take over Qinglong Group.
Lin Shua, do you know that your lies are very easy to expose?
Bai Minner said with a sarcastic smile.
Lin Shua shrugged. Suit yourself. Humph, you really want me to embarrass you, huh?
Bai Minner took out her phone and dialed Kong Ping's number, but the receiver only responded with, the number you dialed is not in the service area.
Not powered off, not currently on a call, but not in the service area? Is there still a place in Zhozhou without communication towers? Could it be that Kong Ping went abroad? Bai Minner, should I heat up these shrimp shells for you to eat? Lin Shua asked with a cold smile. Dad, call the marketing department. Bai Minner shouted angrily.
Lin Shua, quickly admit you're bragging and apologize to Minner. We can pretend this never happened, Bai Shu said hurriedly, not wanting to rashly make the call and risk being humiliated.
Kid, originally, your reckless behavior and angering the Bai family didn't bother me.
After all, I'm just an outsider who married into the Bai family, and they don't treat me well either. Zhang Shanfang shook her head and continued, you're afraid to go to Qinglong Group, which is somewhat understandable. At least you have some sense, knowing not to walk into certain death. Su Rong has become like this, and no one wants her. It's rare that you're willing, so I reluctantly accepted you as my son-in-law while holding my nose.
Her tone grew
colder, but now, you're boasting for the sake of saving face, and your exaggerations are so over the top that I really can't convince myself to accept you anymore.
Bai Minner couldn't help but smirk smugly upon hearing this. Mom, Lin Shua, he.
Bai Surong quickly spoke up, trying to defend Lin Shua. Bai Shu's face darkened as he sternly shouted, Surong, you've always been obedient, never fighting back or talking back. But now, you're arguing with your mother everywhere for Lin Shua's sake. I don't agree with you being with him either. Bai Minner clapped her hands and cheered, Lin Shua, oh Lin Shua, you're bringing this upon yourself, it's not me deliberately harming you. Bai Surong helplessly stepped back 2 paces, her heart filled with struggle and pain.
Do you not believe me either?
Lin Shur reached out to support her, his tone gentle.
Does it matter whether I believe you or not?
Bai Surong closed her eyes and said sorrowfully, I want to protect your dignity, but in this family, I can't even take care of myself, let alone anything else. Although she didn't trust Lin Shua, she was still determined to fight alongside him.
Quickly call the marketing department to expose him.
Zhang Shanfang, seeing that Lin Shua showed no intention of changing his stance, shouted angrily, I don't want to see this kid anymore. Su Rong, if you're dead set on being with this kid, then you can leave with him too.
Stop dawdling,
she urged, her voice carrying an undeniable assertiveness. Mom, please don't pressure Lin Shua like this. Bai Surong's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was unusually firm.
If you can't accept Lin Shua for now, I
can choose not to marry him, but I will never break up with him because of this. Bai Minner crossed her arms, watching the scene as if it were a show, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
She picked up a boiled shrimp from the plate and tossed it in front of Bai Surong. Sister, before you leave, I'd like to ask you to peel another shrimp for me.
Bai Surong nodded and reached out, but Lin Shua grabbed her wrist firmly. Bai Shu took out his phone and said irritably, Lin Shua, just admit it voluntarily.
We don't want to make fun of you.
Don't say I didn't warn you. If I make this call, you'll really lose face in my house. Pin him to the pillar of shame, ha ha ha.
Bai Minner laughed heartily, as if she could already see Lin Shua's embarrassment. Hurry up and make the call.
Lin Shua curled his lips, completely indifferent.
You guys sure talk a lot. You really are stubborn.
Bai Shu cursed angrily, his tone filled with helplessness.
You insist on going down this dead-end road, huh?
After speaking, he didn't directly call the person in charge of Bai Construction but dialed his friend's number.
Still asking me to make stuffed gluten? Go eat shit.
Zhang Shanfang cursed, her tone laced with disdain. When the call connected, Bai Shu was about to inquire about the Qinglong Group's order situation, but the voice on the other end excitedly exclaimed, "Old Shu, you're incredible.
You actually got Qinglong Group to actively request signing the order.
Everyone says you're the most useless among the Bai family's 3 brothers, but I don't think so."
You're a late bloomer. Bai Shu was stunned and asked, You're not being sarcastic to mock me, are you? What am I pressuring you about?
With this order, you'll be back soon, and I'll be waiting for you to return in triumph. You have no idea what kind of faces those people who mocked you before are making now. It's like they've eaten dirt. Ha! Bai Shu accompanied the laughter, but felt a wave of confusion inside, unsure how to respond.
How did you manage to do it? The other person asked curiously. We'll talk about that another day.
Bai Shu quickly hung up the phone, turned his gaze to Lin Shua, and shouted excitedly, "My dear son-in-law, you really did it." The son-in-law was called too early. Lin Shua waved his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Are you sure?
Zhang Shanfang was somewhat unable to accept it, glaring at Bai Shu and shouting, "Is your friend reliable?
Don't tell me he's colluding with this kid."
I swear on my character.
Bai Shu hurriedly retorted. You have character?
Zhang Shanfang sneered. Then I'll swear on my life, my friend could never be making things up about this matter. Bai Shu gradually gained confidence in his heart and dialed the
manager's number again.
He received a definitive answer. Qinglong Group had indeed reached a cooperation agreement with Bai's Construction, absolutely genuine.
Auntie, besides the stuffed gluten.
Lin Shua lightly tapped the table with his fingers and asked with a smile, "Can I order a few more dishes?"
Is it excessive?
Zhang Shanfang felt a bit puzzled, pondering over this request.
Not excessive, indeed not excessive.
Lin Shua secured the order, allowing Bai Shu to return to Bai's Construction. A few dishes were nothing in comparison, and Zhang Shanfang was more than willing.
But to say it's excessive, it really is.
Lin Shua, as the future son-in-law, visited for the second time and actually dared to order his future mother-in-law to cook.
Who could imagine such arrogance from a wealthy family's son-in-law? I'll do it.
Zhang Shanfang walked into the kitchen with a dark expression, as if fleeing in defeat. Lin Shua looked at Bai Minner, pointed at the plate full of shrimp shells, and said with a smile, "Bai Minner, hurry up and eat. They're crispy and crunchy." Bai Minner's body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed red, and shouted indignantly, "I'm not eating. How could you do this?
Why didn't Kong Ping stop you?"
"He stopped it," Lin Shua responded calmly.
"Then what's going on with this order?"
Bai Minner asked, puzzled.
"Even Qinglong listens to me. What does a mere Kong Ping count for?"
"The reason he didn't inform you is because he couldn't do it," Lin Shua said nonchalantly, as if the matter was insignificant.
Damn it!
This guy managed to show off again. "If you peel the shrimp for Su Rong, I won't make you eat the shrimp shells," Lin Shua said mercilessly. Bai Minner was frightened by his gaze and understood in her heart that if she didn't obey, she would definitely be forced to eat the shrimp shells.
Lin Shua was absolutely capable of doing it.
He had no idea how to cherish beauty, so why was he so good to Bai Su Rong? The more Bai Minner thought about it, the more upset she became, the angrier she felt, and the more wrong she felt.
"I'll peel the shrimp." She finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily.
Bai Su Rong quietly sat down without saying a word. "Lin Shua, over the past 5 years, Minner hasn't peeled shrimp.
How about I help instead?"
Bai Shu couldn't bear it and spoke up.
"Practice more.
From now on, no one is allowed to let Su Rong peel shrimp. If possible, the shrimp she hasn't peeled in the past 5 years should be made up for in the future," Lin Shua said firmly, his gaze exuding a resolute aura.
A petty person flaunting their success.
Bai Minner shouted arrogantly, her tone full of resentment.
"What's there to show off?
You just managed to retrieve a lost order.
If you're so capable, why don't you get back the projects stolen from Bai's Construction?"
Lin Shua responded coldly, without any courtesy.
"Talk less, do more."
He glanced at the poorly peeled shrimp, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. "These shrimp need to be peeled again, peeled until I'm satisfied."
"Dad, he's bullying me like this, say something."
Bai Minner shouted angrily, her face full of fury. Bai Shu coughed twice, lowered his head, and pretended not to hear, though he felt a faint sense of worry in his heart.
Uncle, do you have any objections to how I treat Bai Minner? Lin Shua's eyes burned brightly as he stared directly at Bai Shu. Bai Shu remained silent for 2 seconds, initially unwilling to speak, but eventually shook his head and said, "No." "Then do you think my attitude toward you is appropriate?" Lin Shua asked again, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Bai Shu lowered his head, secretly smiling bitterly in his heart. "Appropriate. This future son-in-law is indeed a difficult character to deal with." Lin Shua said nothing more, and the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Bai Shu, feeling a bit uncomfortable, shifted his body and glanced at Bai Minner, who was struggling with the boiled shrimp. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the kitchen and shouted, "Wife, make another plate of boiled shrimp for Minner to practice with." "Ah!" Bai Minner screamed, feeling both helpless and furious. During Zhang Shanfan's busy moments, Lin Shua and Bai Surong returned to the room. After reapplying medicine to Bai Surong, Lin Shua casually asked, "I ran into Shi Yaoyao at Qinglong Group the other day." "Oh, her." Bai Surong's hand trembled slightly, and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. "She was holding your design draft, claiming it was her work," Lin Shua said directly, his tone filled with disdain. "I know." Bai Surong whispered, her expression somewhat gloomy. "What's going on?" Lin Shua pressed on, a surge of anger rising in his heart. "For the past 5 years, because of the poison spots, I couldn't work. So, I stayed at home drawing design drafts and submitted them to Enchi Design Institute. Shi Yaoyao's father is the deputy general manager, and with some maneuvering, the design drafts were transformed into hers." Bai Surong sighed, her voice low, "I can't show my face, nor have I registered the copyright for the design drafts. I can't even defend my rights, so I can only turn a blind eye. However, the design firm's salary is still being transferred every month." "I understand." Lin Shua nodded slightly, silently vowing in his heart that he would never let Shi Yaoyao get away with it. His aura restrained, but a surge of killing intent roared within him. Enchi Design Firm is the only architectural design firm in Xiqing, with considerable influence and collaborations with major construction companies. Especially after establishing ties with Qinglong Group, it gained opportunities for external expansion. However, the world is unpredictable. A butterfly flapping its wings might trigger a storm. Shi Yaoyao had no idea that her greed and ignorance had provoked the most terrifying opponent in history. This opponent was unbeatable, and Enchi Design Firm couldn't withstand it. Even Qinglong Group faced the crisis of complete collapse, because this opponent was named Lin Shua. Lin Shua's feelings for Bai Surong were complex and profound. The joy of youth, 5 years of missing each other, and their reunion, made him vow to cherish this woman deeply. Even if his own family bullied her, he would sternly warn them, let alone outsiders. Bai Surong didn't say anything further. She had done a lot of investigation herself and was well aware that it was almost impossible to prove the stolen design draft was hers, leaving no way to defend her rights. Since Lin Shua asked, she naturally answered. As for taking back the design draft, she knew in her heart that it was an impossible task and naturally wouldn't ask Lin Shua to help her. Lin Shua didn't say any grand words. Whatever he wanted to do would undoubtedly be carried out in secret. "Bai family." That kid went to Old Third's place again. Bai hurriedly walked into the villa, looking anxious. "What's the rush?" Old Master Bai nodded calmly and said, "I just learned that Qinglong Group has proactively contacted us to sign a contract with Bai's construction." "What?" Bai Bo was shocked. "What's going on? Didn't third brother mess everything up?" "From what I know, Bai Minner has a suitor named Kong Ping, who just returned to the country and has been appointed as the deputy director of the marketing department at Qinglong Group, coincidentally in charge of the contract matters." Old Master Bai spoke slowly, a hint of a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "Really?" Bai's heart trembled. "I've already asked someone about it, and it's indeed true. Minner also mentioned it to me some time ago. Moreover, Qinglong Group has already contacted the company representative. How could this be fake?" Old Master Bai stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. "The third one may not be very capable, but he's certainly good at having daughters." Bai hurriedly said, "What should we do about Bai Surong's boyfriend?" "I've already thought it through. You'll accompany me to the third son's house. That girl Minner quietly accomplished such a big thing. As her grandfather, I naturally have to personally praise her. While we're at it, we'll arrange for the third son to return to his original position. As for Surong's boyfriend, we don't need to lift a finger. Zhang Shanfan will know exactly what to do." Old Master Bai sneered, a trace of insidiousness flashing in his eyes. Bai praised, "Dad is still the most skilled." Without breaking a sweat, he dealt with that kid. Now, Bai Surong will be completely at our mercy. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile, as if he could already see the victory ahead.
Once that kid has nothing to do with the third family, I'll find someone to break his limbs to avenge Xiaoyu. Old Master Bai snorted coldly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, as if the flames of revenge were burning fiercely in his heart. I'll arrange for a car to go to Old Third's house right away. Bai shouted excitedly, his movements swift, as if he couldn't wait to start this game of revenge. Knock, knock, knock. When Bai Shu heard the knocking on the door, his heart tightened, and he instinctively looked toward Bai Serong's room. Usually, whenever someone knocked on the door, Bai Serong, even if she was sleeping, would have to get up to open it. But now, he shrank his neck, got up, and walked toward the door, feeling a faint sense of unease, worried that his future son-in-law, who had a bad temper and somewhat harsh methods, might directly kill him, his father-in-law. Opening the door, he saw Bai Baiha and, standing further back, the Bai family elder leaning on a cane, his own father, Bai Chongqing. Dad, second brother, why are you here? Bai Shu greeted them in surprise, but inwardly prayed that the elder wouldn't say too much here. Since he got married and moved from the Bai family villa to Jiangnanli community, this was the first time the old man visited. He still remembered the disdainful words the old man had said when invited to his home before. You unfilial son, such a shabby community, aren't you afraid it'll dirty my feet? My own son's home, do I not have the right to come? Bai Chongqing snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain, as if to say he never cared about the community's shabbiness. That's not what I meant. Bai Shu lowered his head and hurriedly explained, but before he could step aside, Bai rudely pushed him away and then turned to let the old man walk in. Grandpa. Bai Min'er saw Bai Chongqing and quickly greeted him, though she was pondering the purpose of her grandfather's visit. Bai Chongqing nodded slightly, a smile appearing on his face, and said, Min'er girl, I came specifically to see you. Bai Min'er was stunned. See me? Yes, you little girl, still pretending to be clueless with Grandpa. Quietly accomplishing such a big thing, of course Grandpa has to see you, praise you, and reward you. As Bai Chongqing spoke, he walked over and sat down. Seeing Bai Min'er's hands covered in grease while peeling shrimp, he couldn't help but frown and turned to Bai Shu. Third son, what's going on? Min'er's hands are so delicate, how can she peel shrimp? Where's Serong? What's she doing? Doesn't she know to help her sister peel shrimp? Bai Shu was scared half to death. My dear father, please say a little less. I'm coming, he hurriedly said, secretly feeling annoyed in his heart. Bai Min'er curiously asked, Grandpa, what did I do? Still playing dumb with Grandpa, huh? Fine, you really want me to say it, right? Then Grandpa will satisfy your vanity. Bai Chongqing laughed heartily, took a tissue to help Bai Min'er wipe her hands, and said, Xinglong Group contacted our Bai Construction Market Department today, saying they want to proactively sign a contract with us, and they're letting us set the terms. You know about this, right? Bai Min'er's face turned as unpleasant as if she had eaten something foul. Do you think I wouldn't know? I just got slapped in the face by Lin Shua and was forced to peel shrimp. I know. She gritted her teeth as she spoke, secretly cursing this wretched situation in her heart. You know very well that our Bai family is not doing well these days. Bai Construction is running at a loss, with no major projects in hand, only able to take on some small ones. The order signed with us by Xinglong Group this time accounts for about 1/3 of the entire project. At this point, Bai Chongqing raised a finger, his expression showing a hint of pride. I conservatively estimate that the net profit will be at least 3 billion. This amount of money is enough to keep Bai's construction alive, and I am confident that I can turn the situation around and restore Bai's construction to its peak. Bai Chongqing spoke with full confidence and determination, as if everything was under his control. The more Bai Min'er listened, the more annoyed she became. Lin Shua had actually accomplished such a major feat, and the old man was even showing signs of groveling. How would she be able to bully Bai Serong in the future? She secretly mocked, You old fool, talking about restoring the peak. Bai family has fallen to this state, do you really have no self-awareness? It's all thanks to you, you old geezer. The order Lin Shua worked so hard to secure will be ruined by you sooner or later. While complaining, he suddenly heard Bai Chongqing start analyzing seriously. This order comes from Xinglong Group, and it's worth mentioning that it was your dad who messed it up. From what I know, Kong Ping, the deputy minister of the marketing department at Xinglong Group, is a young talent. He was entrusted with an important role right after returning to the country, and his future prospects are limitless. And your relationship with Kong Ping, Grandpa has heard you mention it before. Bai Chongqing said with a smile, seemingly paving a path to success for Bai Min'er. Upon hearing this, Bai Min'er immediately reacted and asked in surprise, Grandpa, you don't really think I got this order, do you? Isn't it? Bai Chongqing smiled indulgently, his tone firm. Min'er, Grandpa has lived for more than half his life. Say what you will, but my mind is still sharp. You don't need to play dumb in front of me.
But, in this family, if not you, could it be that useless third one?
Bai Chongqing interrupted her mercilessly. Bai Shu smiled bitterly, feeling a wave of helplessness. From childhood to adulthood, this father had never once looked at him properly.
Is it still that long-haired, narrow-minded Shru Zhang Shanfang? Bai Chongqing snorted coldly and continued unceremoniously. Zhang Shanfang had a fiery personality.
When she first married into the Bai family, the two often clashed. The outcome was obvious. Zhang Shanfang lost miserably, leaving nothing more to say.
Or is it that ugly duckling Bai Surong?
Bai Chongqing sneered twice and continued, I almost forgot, your family also has a son-in-law who's a convict.
But what good does that do?
Bai couldn't help but interject, so, the truth is clear, Kongping must have given us the order because of Minner.
If we analyze it this way, it does make some sense.
Bai Shu seemed thoughtful, then said, Dad, second brother, before you arrived, we thought the order was secured by that kid Lin Shua.
How could it possibly be that kid?
Bai jumped up and shouted, his voice filled with disbelief.
Yes, I had someone look into it.
That kid is just a reformed-through labor convict, and it's simply unbelievable how he managed to get out of prison by sheer luck.
How could he possibly have
such great abilities? Bai Chongqing shook his head and said irritably, Third brother, being fooled by your future son-in-law, you're really becoming more and more useless as you age. Bai Shu lowered his head, unable to respond to the criticism.
However, at least you have a good daughter. Starting tomorrow, return to work at the company in your original position. Don't make any more mistakes, so Minner doesn't have to clean up your mess. Bai Chongqing
admonished seriously, then turned to Bai Minner with a smile on his face. Minner, you've accomplished such a big thing.
Grandpa must reward you properly. Tell me, what kind of reward would you like?
At this moment in the room, Lin Shua's ears twitched slightly. His exceptional hearing had picked up the conversation outside.
It seems someone has arrived, Bai Surong said. Lin Shua nodded and said meaningfully, let's go out and take a look. The two walked out of the room.
Bai Surong saw Bai Chongqing and Bai, quickly lowered her head, and greeted, Grandfather, second uncle, I didn't hear you arrive while I was in the room.
It's better if you don't come out, saves the trouble of ruining the mood.
Bai Chongqing glanced over and said in a lukewarm tone, I'm here for Minner. She helped the third one secure the order, so I came specifically to reward her.
Order?
Bai Surong looked puzzled. Bai briefly explained and then looked at Lin Shua. Minner's boyfriend is a promising young man, unlike certain ex-convicts who are useless except for being violent. Bai Surong was instantly dumbfounded.
Was it Kongping who did it, and it has nothing to do with Lin Shua?
Lin Shua's lips curved slightly. You analyze everything so thoroughly, but do you have any evidence?
Evidence? What evidence is needed for this?
Bai and Bai Chongqing almost shouted in unison.
Isn't this an obvious matter?
Bai Chongqing snorted coldly and reprimanded, I heard you even wanted to take credit for yourself earlier. You may not have much ability, but your courage is quite impressive. Look at Minner, quietly accomplishing such great things without making a fuss. What do you call this?
This is called being low-key. And you? Besides posturing, what else do you have?
Bai Chongqing reprimanded mercilessly. Lin Shua originally wanted to retort but was gently pulled by Bai Surong. At this moment, saying even one more word would only add fuel to the fire. Bai Chongqing is not Bai Shu. This old man has been in control of the Bai family for decades and has long developed a personality of being decisive and authoritative.
Once things escalate, it will definitely be hard to resolve. Seeing Lin Shua remain silent, Bai Chongqing couldn't be bothered to say more. He turned to Bai Minner and asked, Minner, have you confirmed your relationship with Kongping?
Bai Minner shook her head, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Look at that, Minner isn't even with him yet, and Kongping has already sent such a grand gift to our Bai family. If they do end up together, who knows, Qinglong Group might eventually belong to our Bai family.
Bai Chongqing laughed loudly and shouted. This is just too exaggerated.
Bai secretly complained in his heart but would never say anything at this moment.
That's not like Su Rong at all, bringing a man home.
Apart from causing trouble for the family, she can't accomplish anything. Bai Chongqing glanced at Bai Surong again, his expression instantly shifting from a smile to sternness, like frost descending. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Bai Minner was utterly convinced in her heart, secretly thinking, it must be like this. The reason Kongping couldn't be reached was that he wanted to give her a surprise.
Grandpa is right.
Bai Minner stood up, hands on her hips, and shouted arrogantly, I almost got tricked by Lin Shua, how hateful. Just now he said he dealt with Kongping, but thinking about it now, Kongping is the deputy director of the marketing department. How could he be dealt with so easily? That's right, the Deputy Minister of Marketing at Qinglong Group. His social status is almost on par with my grandfather.
Bai Changqing nodded and said, a hint of pride appearing on his face.
Grandpa, I can forego any rewards, but I have one request. I hope you can drive Lin Shuo away and separate him from my sister. Bai Minner said with a mischievous smile, a trace of cunning flashing in her eyes.
That's easy.
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Changqing's eyes, and he immediately called Zhang Shanfang out from the kitchen. Zhang Shanfang walked out of the kitchen, listening to everyone's chatter, but did not immediately express her opinion.
Instead, she curiously asked, since it was Kong Ping who did it, why can't Minner get in touch with him?
He's probably on a business trip, Bai Minner said casually, then pointed at Lin Shuo and shouted, first, get Lin Shuo out of here. Separate him from my sister, and contacting Kong Ping later won't be too late.
Zhang Shanfang, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up!
Bai Changqing urged, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Bai Suron, extremely anxious, said, Grandpa, I won't separate from Lin Shuo. Please don't make things difficult for him. Zhang Shanfang's eyes shifted as he came up with an idea. Alright, let the marketing department make a call and ask. Bai Changqing frowned, troublesome, but this is fine. I want to see if certain people still have the face to stay here after being exposed. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the person in charge of Bai Construction. Chairman, there's no need to call. Just now, Qinglong Group faxed over the contract and gave us 1 day to propose terms. Tomorrow, they'll revise the contract and come to sign it, the person in charge said.
That's great.
Bai Changqing grinned from ear to ear and immediately turned on the speakerphone. But, the other party made a request. The person in charge suddenly paused, his tone becoming serious.
What request? Bai Changqing's heart tightened. They specified the signatory, it's Bai Shu's daughter. The person in charge dropped this statement like a bomb. Upon hearing this, Bai Changqing burst into laughter. I knew my analysis was correct.
Minner, find some time to go to the company and sign the document.
All right. Bai Minner nodded with a smile, secretly feeling pleased.
Chairman, it's not Bai Minner, it's Bai Suron, Bai Shu's eldest daughter, the person in charge reminded nervously. Bai Changqing's smile froze instantly, and the others were stunned.
The atmosphere became unbearably awkward.
Bai Minner was dumbfounded, her laughter halted abruptly, and the air was filled with an oppressive silence.
He.
Her laughter was sharp and piercing, as if mocking the events about to unfold. Lin Shuo thought to himself that today's situation had completely spiraled out of control.
What is going on here? How could it be Bai Suron?
Bai Changqing roared, his expression dark as water.
Well, how about I call and ask right now? The person in charge on the other end of the phone tentatively suggested. Hurry up and hit.
Bai Changqing's face turned red with anger, burning with fury.
Beep beep beep.
The call was quickly connected, and the person in charge tactfully turned on the speaker.
May I ask why the designated signatory has to be Bai Suron? The person in charge tried to remain calm.
This was Mr. Lin's request, the other party responded coldly.
Who is Mr. Lin? The person in charge felt uneasy. Calling him directly by name is disrespectful, I wouldn't dare. Is there a problem with that?
The other party was completely indifferent.
No.
The person in charge quickly shook his head and was about to hang up the phone when Bai Minner suddenly shouted, Let me ask, why can't we reach Deputy Minister of Marketing, Kong Ping? The other party was silent for a second, he turned himself in. After saying that, they hung up the phone. Old man, second brother, take your time to calm down.
I need to head to the kitchen, there's stuffed gluten with meat in the pot. Lin Shuo specifically requested it, so I can't afford to be careless, Zhang Shanfang said, humming a tune as she walked into the kitchen. Not long after, Zhang Shanfang came out again, carrying a plate of steaming boiled shrimp. She tossed it onto the table and said coldly, Bai Minner, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and start peeling the shrimp.
Bai Minner glanced at Bai Changqing, then silently sat down at the dining table, her face ashen as she began peeling the shrimp.
There's nothing more to say, utterly defeated. Saying even one more word would only add to the humiliation. Old man, second brother, have you eaten yet? If not, stay here.
I'll stir-fry a couple more dishes to nourish your brains.
Brains are a good
thing, but you have to use them in the right way, Zhang Shanfang said sarcastically, twisting her waist as she walked into the kitchen. Lin Shuo watched the scene unfold and thought to himself, sure enough, she's a master of sarcasm, sharp enough to sting.
We've eaten, we're leaving now.
Bai Changqing stood up with a dark expression, so angry that he forgot to use his cane, lifted his leg, and walked out.
Bai quickly followed.
Wait, Lin Shuo spoke up, reminding them, Su Rong is the one going to sign the contract.
Aren't you planning to say something about that?
Bai Changqing felt the oppressive pressure and pondered silently. He knew he could no longer retreat and had to make a decisive decision. Taking a deep breath, he looked firmly at Bai Surong, his tone calm yet carrying a hint of authority. Surong, Grandpa will take this matter seriously and will never allow anyone to infringe on your rights. Bai Surong was slightly taken aback, the anger in her heart subsiding a little, and a faint smile of gratitude appeared at the corner of her mouth. Thank you, Grandpa. However, the matter must be handled fairly, Lin Shua continued, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. We cannot allow Bai Bo's behavior to become acceptable, as this is ultimately a matter of respecting your talent. Are you lecturing me? Bai Bo fumed with anger, his eyes filled with resentment.
I am your elder. Elders should also know their limits.
Lin Shua sneered disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight at Bai Bai. If you truly value this family, you should think about its future, not your own selfish interests. Bai Changqing felt a wave of shock in his heart. He had never seen Lin Shua so resolute yet composed, as if there was an invisible force emanating from this young man, compelling others to follow him.
I will get to the bottom of this matter.
Bai Changqing finally made up his mind, his tone firm and resolute. Bai, you must hand over your design drafts and give Su Rong an explanation.
You!
Bai was seething with rage, his face turning pale. He knew he could no longer argue back, his heart filled with an indescribable humiliation.
This is the decisive action you should take as the head of the family.
Lin Shua sneered coldly, as if he had long foreseen the outcome of all this.
Dad, you can't do this.
Bai's voice trembled, as if clutching at the last straw.
I've already made my decision.
Bai Changqing's voice carried an undeniable authority, like a towering mountain, suffocating Bai. Tomorrow, I will go to sign the contract, and Grandpa will accompany me. Bai Surong said firmly, her eyes sparkling with hope.
All right, I will support your choice.
Bai Changqing nodded solemnly, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. At this moment, all the tension seemed to dissolve in this sentence. Bai Surong's confidence and determination shone like sunlight, illuminating everyone's hearts.